Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the advantages of using TestNG? Let me answer. So here are the list of advantages of using TestNG in our projects. So let me explain these advantages one by one. First one, prioritizing the tests. Using TestNG, we can prioritize the tests where according to the specified priority, okay, the test will run in the order, okay. So if there are 5 tests and to the 5 tests, if you have provided different priorities based on the priority provided, the test will run in that particular order. So this is possible with the help of TestNG. Next advantage we get with the help of TestNG is it provides something known as assertions. You see there, you will write lot of tests, okay. You will write lot of tests like automation tests and all. Ultimately, the test need to either pass, fail, right? Either it need to pass if it is if the whatever the automation code you have written in that particular test with the help of TestNG and all, if that particular test is passing, that means the code is running properly without any issues and all, then the test will pass. Okay, how to pass the test? With the help of assertions. Okay, if the assertion is like a condition, for example, if you have a test, say you want to log into the application, you want to check whether the user is able to log in with valid credentials. So in the automation script at the end, you will write down and you will verify with the help of assertions whether a particular option which is to be displayed to the logged in user is coming or not. If that assertion is fine, then only the test is going to pass. If that particular option which is generally visible to the logged in user is not coming, then the assertion given by TestNG is going to fail the test. So assertions are something important in TestNG. Then controls the execution flow using annotations. Okay, in TestNG there are a lot of annotations like at the rate test annotation, at the rate before method, before at the rate before class, at the rate after method, at the rate after class, before suit, after suit. Like that, many annotations are there. With the help of these annotations, the TestNG will be able to will be able to control the flow of the execution of the code. Okay, in which order the flow should go. And not only that, for every test there will be some setup code, then there will be some tear down code. Okay, that is setup code is a code which need to run before every test. Tear down code is a code which need to run after every test. Instead of duplicating this setup and tear down code in every test method, we'll separate that into the individual setup and tear down methods with this TestNG annotations, because of which the duplication will be reduced. Okay, we'll remove the duplication of the code by separating the setup code of every test method into one method and tear down closure code or tear down code of every method into one method. Okay, the duplication of the code will be reduced. And with the help of this annotation, the control flow will be managed. Okay, so it will decide which block of code to be executed in which order. Then parameterization of the test. Next advantage we get from TestNG is parameterization of test. That means data-driven testing is possible, and also we can remove the hard coding of the data with the help of parameterizing. You see there in normal Java or something, if you see there will be some method without any parameters. When you're calling that method, you don't have to pass any data. Such kind of methods without any parameters, when you're calling, you don't have to pass any data. But there may be some methods having some single parameter or multiple parameters. In that case, when you are calling that method, you have to pass the respective amount of data according to the number of parameters available in that method. Okay. So here also we can parameterize our tests. In TestNG also we can parameterize our tests where while the hard-coded data can be removed with the help of parameterization. We can pass the data from external source to that particular parameterized test. Not only that, we can pass multiple sets of data to the same test method, so that if there are 5 sets of data, the same test method is going to run 10 times. We don't have to write the same test method 10 times, if you have a test method which has like 10 sets of data, let's assume, in that case, the test method has to run 10 times. Okay. We don't have to write the test method 10 times. Rather, if you one single test method you will provide, under that you will provide 10 sets of data. The same test method is going to repeatedly run 10 times with every time with each set of data. Such kind of thing is called as data driven testing, where data is driving the testing. Then can enable or disable the test from execution. You see there are hundreds of tests. Suddenly you want to run only 99 tests, one test you don't want to run. Okay, for that you don't have to break your head. You can disable that single test out of that 100 tests from execution, which is possible with the help of TestNG. Then we can categorize the tests via grouping. Okay, so client may ask you to run smoke tests someday. Client may ask you to run all the tests one day. Client may ask you to run only the regression test or only the sanity test one day. So whatever the requirement may be, so we have to provide, we have to group the tests under different groups and all, which is done with the help of TestNG. TestNG provides a means where you can categorize the tests by grouping them into different categories. And whenever the client will ask, you don't have to break your head. Simply using that group name, you can run the tests. Okay, that is possible with the help of TestNG. Then parallel execution of the tests. At a time, if you want to run multiple tests in your mission to save your time of the execution and all, then this parallel execution of tests is possible with the help of TestNG. TestNG will give you some means using which you can make the tests run parallelly. At the same time, multiple tests can run to save your time. That is possible with the help of TestNG things. Then we have listeners in TestNG. What are listeners? Listeners listen to, as the name speaks, listeners, they listen to the events triggered by the individual test methods. Sometimes the test method will, a lot of events will be fired by test methods like starting of the test, ending of the test, or, passing of the test, failure of the test, whatever it may be, the different type of events will be fired by the listeners. Based on the events fired by the events fired by the test methods, these listeners will capture those events, and accordingly, we can write some programming code in the listener methods. Okay, according to the triggered events, we can perform different activities. For example, if a event is coming from a test method and listener is listening to that that event is not about nothing but the failure of the test. The test got failed is the event. Okay, and listener has listened to that particular event saying that test got failed, and we can write some code inside this listener method saying, okay, if the test is failed, we have to take a screenshot. Okay, only when the test fails, if you have to take the screenshot, then with the help of listener, that is only one example I provided. That is possible with the help of TestNG. Then we have reports. Okay, by default, Selenium will not generate any reports, but if you use this TestNG with Selenium, in Selenium projects, if you use TestNG, when you run the Selenium automation scripts, a default TestNG report will be generated. Okay, we can get the reports also with the help of it generates some TestNG reports. Fine, these are the different advantages of using TestNG in the projects. There are many other more, but these are the major ones. So hope guys understood what are the different advantages of using TestNG in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions, that is, arrange below tags in TestNG XML file from parent to child order. So what are the tags that I need to arrange? Test tag, suit tag, class tag, methods tag, and classes tags. Okay, let me answer this. So there are different tags we have, and these tags can be mentioned in the TestNG XML file in the projects, TestNG projects. But in which parent to child order we have to organize or arrange these tags? So let me explain that. Okay, first, the parent level will have the suit tag. Inside the suit tag, we'll have test tag. Inside the test tag, we can mention the classes tag. Inside the classes tag, we can mention the class tag. And inside the class tag, we can mention the methods tag. Okay, this is the order. Suit, test, classes, class, methods. If you get this kind of question in the interviews, like they will give you a list of tags which can be mentioned in the TestNG XML file, and they will ask you to arrange them in order of parent to child. Then out of this, suit will come first. Then under the suit, we'll have test. Under the test, we'll have classes. Under the classes, we'll have class. Under the class, we'll have methods. Okay, that's the order. Let me practically show you with one example. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. You see in this, we have this testng.xml file. You can see the parent level, we have the suit tag. The suit tag is starting here and ending here. You can see that I can collapse it in Eclipse IDE. It's starting here, ending here. In between that, we have the test tag. You see, inside the suit, we have the test. So first suit will come, under the test will come. Under the test, what will come? Classes will come. Under the test, classes will come. Under the classes, class will come. Under the class, okay, multiple classes are there. Under the class, here also under suit, multiple tests can be there. That's okay. But here only example, only one test is there. In that, this section of classes, list of classes that we have to provide with the classes. Under the classes, we'll have class. Okay, and in this class, you see, this classes, it's okay to write the classes like this. Not compulsory that inside every class we have to mention every this method tags and all. It's not compulsory. But here, if I want a particular specific method to be executed as part of this class, then I can write this. Okay, this is optional anyhow. Okay, so inside the class, inside the classes we have class. Inside the class we have methods, methods tag. Inside the methods we'll have include. Okay, inside the methods we can have include. Okay, we can have include. So this is the order. So suit, test, classes, class, methods. So hope you understood the order in which we can arrange the tags, the specified tags in this question in the TestNG XML file from parent to child order. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the importance of TestNG XML file? Let me answer. One of the importance of this TestNG XML file is running the things as suit. Okay, instead of running the test methods from an individual class, we can run the test methods from all the classes as a suit. Okay, with the help of TestNG XML file. This is one of the advantage or importance of using TestNG XML file. Let me practically show you this one. I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. And here we have multiple classes, class 1, class 2, class 3. Each and every class has individual test methods. You see, class 1 has 2 test methods, that is C1 test 1. Okay, class 1 test 2, like that. Okay, and here class 2 for sample is having class 2 test 1, class 2 test 2, and class 3 also for sample is having class 3 test 1 and class 3 test 2. Okay, these are the test methods we have. If I run only individual class, okay, for example, if I right click on class 1 and say run as TestNG test, only the test methods which are there in the class 1 will run. Okay, only the test methods inside the class 1 will run. For example, if you see here C1 test 1, C1 test, only class 1 test methods got run. Okay, but what if I have to run all the 3 classes and including its test methods? Okay, all the test methods in all the 3 classes at a go I want to run. For that, I have to take the help of the TestNG XML file. In the TestNG XML file, we have to specify all these 3 classes. Okay, so if I run this particular TestNG XML file, whatever the classes that are mentioned and its test methods will be running. Okay, the 2 test methods from the class 2, class 1, class 2, class 3. Total 6 test methods need to run together. Okay, run it. Okay, so you see, 2 test methods, total 6 test methods got run, which is working fine. So here, this is the first advantage. Second advantage is, with the help of the TestNG XML file, we can decide the order of running the things. For example, here since class 1 is mentioned, class 1 test methods got executed first. For example, you see class 1, related test methods got executed first. Then class 2 is mentioned, hence class 2 test methods got executed next. Then class 3 is mentioned. That's the reason class 3 test methods got executed. These are the print statements we have written inside the individual test methods here. You see, this test method, if this particular test method is executed, this statement is getting printed in the output console. That's how it is working. So what I will do here is I'll just change the order. For example, I think it's running. Okay, fine. I'll just copy this class 3 and I'll place it here. So this time what will happen? This time class 3 related, okay, I'm changing the order in which the tests are going to run. The class 3 related test methods are going to run first, then class 1, then class 2. Okay, let's see whether the changes happened or not. So always say, okay. See, first class 3 test methods got executed first. You see, class 3 print statements got printed. Okay, then class 1, then class 2. Depending on the order in which you have provided these classes, the same order, the tests inside the classes will run. Okay. So not only this order, individually inside the class, you can provide methods, method order, whatever the order you specify in the TestNG XML file, that will be followed. Okay, this is another importance of using TestNG XML file to decide the order of running the things. Then set up parallel execution. If you want to run the test in a parallel way, okay, so we have to simply in TestNG.xml file, you have to go to the TestNG.xml file and enable the parallel execution. Okay, without TestNG XML file, we cannot enable the parallel execution. Here we have one attribute known as parallel is equal to, and we have to give, let's say parallel is equal to test. Okay, parallel is equal to test. Like that you can write. Okay, parallel is equal to classes. Let's write whatever it is. Okay, you can write tests, you can write classes. This parallel attribute need to be provided at the suit level or whatever the test tag level, whatever it is, and this will enable the parallel execution. will not see the reference here, but they are executing parallelly. Okay, the tests are executing parallelly. In this example, you cannot see, but this how we can use the TestNG.xml file to enable the parallel execution. Okay, then decide which tests or groups to run. Okay, we can decide which tests to run, which groups to run using include, exclude things. For example, here I don't want to run all the tests from class 1. I don't want to run all the test methods from class 1. Only one test method I want to run. For that, instead of self-closing the tag here, I'll just write like this /class. Okay. Inside this, I'll write methods. Inside the methods, I will write include. Okay. Include name is equal to only the name of the method that you want to run, you want to provide here. Okay. What is the name of the method in the class 1 you want to run? For example, in the class 1, there are two test methods. C1 test 1, C1 test 2. I want to run only C1 test 1. I don't want to run C1 test 2. Okay, copy this and go here, paste it. For now, remove the parallel execution. It will confuse us otherwise. Okay, C1 test 1 and let's give in a proper order itself. First class 1 test method should run, then class 2, then class 3 test method should run. But in the class 1, only one test method will run, which is included here. So this kind of things we can decide, okay, which tests we need to run, okay. We can decide the only, if I don't specify this class, no test methods from this class will be executed. For now, I'm deciding inside the class only this method should run. Let's see whether that is happening or not. Inside the class one, only C1 test method should run. Other test 2 method should not run. You see only 5 test methods got run. One of the test method from the class 1 has not run. Only test 1 from the class 1 has run. Test 2 from class 1 has not run. Okay. This is the level of, for example, if I remove this, the class 1 class itself from this TestNG XML file, then it will not run any of the test methods. Okay. This level of customization we can do. We can decide which class can run. Okay, we can decide which methods inside the class can run. All these things we can do. Decide which tests or classes or groups to run. Then groups. What about groups? For example, if I specify some groups and I can decide which groups to run, which groups not to run. That level of customization is also there. Okay, I don't want to go there, but okay, that is a different thing. Okay, so we can specify the groups. We can categorize the groups. For example, if you go to the class 1, we can specify this. For example, beside this, I can mention groups is equal to, just give some name of the group, for example, more group. Here from the testng.xml file, I can mention that particular group and I can run only that particular group. Okay, that is also possible. Then path to listeners. Okay, in the testng.xml file, we can also specify the path to the listeners. Under the so tag, you just write down listeners like this, listeners, LISTENERS. And under the listeners, you have to provide the listener tag. I cannot explain everything in detail in this session, but I can give you this self-closing tag. And here we have to give the class name. Okay, listener class hyphen. We have to give the path of the. We have to give the path where the listeners class is available. In this project, it is not there, but okay, for listeners configuration also we have to use the testng.xml file. At a high level, I'm covering the stuff. Okay, so you can do more R&D on these things, or you can follow my other previously explained, things. Okay, in my previous videos, you can find all the answers how to do all these individual things. Then categorize into different tests and achieve customization. Categorize into different tests and achieve customization. Then, so here only one test is there. I can create one more test. We can create multiple tests here. Okay, here only one test is there. Second test, third test, and here I'll say login test. Okay, here only class 2 I'll mention, for example, or set of classes also you can mention, not a problem. Here class 3 I'll mention, here I'll say register test. Like this, I can create a multiple tests. This kind of customization, grouping classes under multiple test tags is possible. Okay, here class 1, like this. Okay, done. Like this, multiple tests we can create. We can customize this, or we can do a lot of customization. Okay, categorize into different tests and all the stuff. Specify TestNG XML file path in POM for running. For example, if you want to run this, okay, so without Maven also we can run for now. For example, if I run this testng.xml file, it will run, not a problem. It will run all the things. Okay, all the total 6 out of 6 tests got run because as part of different right tests it has run. Then next thing is, if I want to run this these things with the help of Maven, then simply I have to provide the path of the testng.xml file in the pom.xml file. Okay, go to the pom.xml file, and the pom.xml file, just go to this Maven Surefire plugin. So you have to customize this plugin here. How to customize? Here, write down Maven Surefire, Maven, then Surefire space TestNG. Just write down. You'll be given one link. Just click on that link. You'll be taken to this page. You just scroll down until you find this thing. You see plugin to plugin. You copy this part. Okay, here you see source XML file is there. TestNG is there. Copy that and go to that pom.xml file in your project and replace this plugin with whatever the plugin I copied. Okay, the same Maven Surefire plugin. But the thing here is I can organize this well. But the thing here is you have to specify the testng.xml file. The testng.xml file is directly available in the project. So this is a part of the testng.xml file. Now, after this, save this, and now we have to run. Okay, right click on the pom.xml file and say run as I think Maven test. Select this Maven test. And with the help of Maven, we are running pom.xml file. Pom.xml file is invoking the testng.xml file. Testng.xml file will invoke all these test methods inside the classes. That's the process. Indirectly, we are running the testng.xml file with the help of Maven. Okay, see what will happen. The tests are running. You see, all the tests got executed, but this time I have run the test with the help of Maven. That is possible only when I specify this testng.xml file in the pom.xml file. Okay, there is another advantage of using the testng.xml file. Without testng.xml file, Maven cannot run the test even. Okay, if Maven is unable to run the test, that Jenkins and all those things will become difficult. So this is how important the testng.xml file is. Okay, in our projects. So these are the different things. Okay, we need to understand regarding the testng.xml file, and so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different commonly used TestNG assertions? Let me answer. In TestNG, we have different assertions. That is, assert equals, assert not equals, assert true, assert false, assert null, assert not null, and fail. Out of all these assertions, which are the different commonly used TestNG assertions? This one, assert equals, is commonly used, and assert true is commonly used, and remaining all other are used, but they are not commonly used, like assert equals and assert true. Okay, these are the two major or commonly used assertion types. But why we have to specify these assertions in our TestNG test methods and all? With the help of assertions, we can verify the conditions of the test to pass or fail the test. Why we have to perform testing? Okay, if the test is performing well, we'll pass the test. If the test is not going well, according to the requirements or expectations, if it's not going well, we have to fail the test, right? Either we have to pass the test or fail the test. So how to pass or fail the test based on some condition. Okay, this condition will provide to these assertion types, and these assertion types with the help of these conditions will either pass the test or fail the test. I'll give you an example. If you go to this Eclipse ID, here one of the class I'll open, and here we have these two test methods. In one of the test method, I'll mention the assertions. If I don't mention any assertion here, this test is going to pass every time. Okay, just run this test. No matter how many times you are going to run that, it's going to pass the test, because okay, you are not verifying. Okay, you are not verifying any condition to either pass or fail the test. Okay, so here I'll do one thing. Assert is a class from predefined class from TestNG. You can hover the mouse, and it's not coming for now. It's assert dot. It will come assert dot. You see, here you just make sure that it is TestNG. Assert equals is there. No, just select one assert equals here. Expected here, actual. Expected, what is expected? For example, I'm expecting it as my name Aruna I'm giving, but here this is actual. Actual also Aruna if I am giving, then put a semicolon. What will happen? This test will pass or fail. This test will pass this time, because it's expecting Arun. Its actual test results are also Arun. So since they are matching, assert equals will pass the test. Okay, run it. The test will get passed, you see, because it's matching. Arun is matching with Arun. Okay, so here instead of Arun, I'll give my last name Moturi. In this case, this condition is going to fail. Okay, whatever the condition that is specified for assert equals is going to fail, because it's expecting Arun, but Moturi is coming, which is not same as Arun. And because of that, this statement will fail the test. Okay, these assertions will either pass the test or fail the test based on the conditions given. Okay, you see it got failed. The test got failed. You see, it got failed because it was expecting Motori but found Arun. Okay, over the mouse actually. Okay, this is expected, guys. This is actual. Okay, the reverse I explained. That's okay. So this is what is the thing about assertions, and similarly we have assert true. Okay, so if whatever the condition expression I'm giving in this assert true, assert true, if it is resulting in true, Boolean value true, then the test will pass. Otherwise, the test will fail. These are the commonly used assertion types. Okay, in TestNG. Remaining also we may use depending on situation, but they are not commonly used. Okay. So hope guys you understood what exactly are assertions and what are the commonly used assertions out of the complete list of assertions we have in TestNG. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is soft assert in TestNG, or what are soft assertions in TestNG? Let me answer. There are two types of assertions. One is soft assertion and another one is hard assertion. Whatever the regular assertions we use in TestNG, for example, if you take this test method, for example, here, whatever the assertion have used is a hard assertion. It's not a soft assertion, okay? It's a hard assertion. So what the problem with this hard assertion? I'm going to practically demonstrate with a real world example. So I'll take this test method. I'll clear whatever the code that was earlier written in this. Okay, now let me freshly write some code inside this test method. I'll write some Selenium automation code. So I'll write down driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, like this, I'll create an object. Okay, so I cannot import this WebDriver because in this project, Selenium libraries are not there. Okay, I'll go to this pom.xml file. I'll go to the dependencies stack. Okay, here only TestNG dependency is already added, but I would like to add the Selenium dependency. So I'll just open the Chrome browser, and here I'll just go for MVN repository and search for Selenium Java. You'll get this Selenium Java. Whatever the latest version is there, 4.9.1, I'll take it. I'll copy this and come back to the Eclipse ID and paste it here. That's it. Now press tab and save it. Selenium libraries are now added. Once the building is done, we are good. So it's almost there. Now let's go to this class where the test methods are available. Still, it's downloading something, but that's okay. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver, and now once you hover the mouse on this WebDriver, you'll get the import statement this time. Sometimes it will take time. You just have to hover 1 or 2 or 3 times. Okay, import this WebDriver from Selenium. Also import this Chrome driver from Selenium. And simply write down driver.manage.window.maximize. After maximizing the browser window, what I would like to do? I'd like to open the application URL. So here I would like to open one application URL, that is tutorialsninja.com/demo application. Copy this URL, come back here and paste it here. That's it. Once you do that, okay, once you do this, so now what I would like to do is I would like to verify the title of this page, okay, whether the proper title is coming on the page or not. So how to get the title? Driver.get title. Okay, it will get the actual title of the page. String actual title is equal to. Now here I'll write an assertion. I'll write an hard assertion. Just observe here for verifying whether we got a proper title during the automation script running or not. Okay, I'm writing a hard assertion. I'll simply write assert hard assertions in TestNG. This is nothing but assert equals assert equals. Here we have actual. Here we have expect. Actual title is this one. Copy paste here, and this is expected title. I would like to expect the title as, for example, for now, I'll say your store. Okay, that's good. Put a semicolon here. Now this is done. After this, what I would like to do here is I would like to, search for one product here, inspect this. I'm just writing some real-time script, and with this real-time script example, right, you will understand what is the problem with the hard assertions. Here in this particular test method, I'm going to have multiple assertions. Okay, this is only one assertion I have written, but apart from this single assertion, I'm going to write multiple assertions in the same test. That's where I'm heading to. I'll copy this name locator, and here I'll write down after this assertion, driver.find element by dot name, give the name locator, and simply say dot send keys, and I'll type a product name known as HP here. Okay, I'll search for the HP product. Here I'll search for the HP product and press enter. And in the search results, we got this product displayed in the search results. Now I have to verify whether this link text is coming or not. This product is displaying or not. So I'll inspect this link text, link hyperlink, and this is nothing but a link text. Here I'll do an assertion. I'll write another assertion. Here, this is also hard assertion. Assert true, I'll say. And here I'll say driver dot find element by dot link text. And here I'll provide the link text. And here I'll say dot is displayed. So if this is displayed is returning true means this assertion will pass the test. Otherwise, this assertion is going to fail the test. Now, in this example, in this particular test method, these two assertions are going to pass because your actual title is retrieving as your store only, and you are expecting also your store. That's not a problem. Here also the same thing. Here after this, I would like to close the browser also, driver.quit. In the last assertion also, once you search for HP product and you got this link text displayed, right? This will pass the test. You see, initially I'll run the test. There is no problem with this hard assertion so far. So this is going to run the script and the test method is going to pass. You can see that. We'll go step by step. So let first this particular test method pass without any problems. Two assertions are going to pass and the test method is ultimately going to pass because 2 out of 2 assertions specified in the test method are going to pass. Okay. HP product. Okay, I did click on the search button, so it's going to fail. Okay. I forgot to click on the after typing HP text, I have to click on the search button, right? I forgot to inspect the search button and here yeah, something button default or something, I don't remember. Let me try this button default. Control F / button @ class is equal to one of the class. In multiple classes it has, and press enter. No, it's not working out. Inspect this, I'll try different class. Here there are 3 classes inside. For this button there are 3 classes. I tried button default. Okay, here I should not be saying button default. I have to say contains @ class comma. Okay, this should be the way you have to do. Okay, press enter. Now 3 elements are coming. Okay, this is not the required page. Let's search this on the home page. Generally, after typing HP, we are on the home page. Now, let's press enter. Here, only one element, that is nothing but this button. So it's working fine. This XPath expression you copy. And here, simply write down after entering the driver.find element by XPath, provide the XPath expression of that particular search button and say .click. And simply say .click. Okay, and put a semicolon. Now run the script. This time the test should pass. 2 out of 2 hard assertions should result in pass kind of thing. They should pass, and that ultimately the test method also should pass initially. Okay, let's let the test method run. Let the script run. It should type HP into the search box field. Let's wait. It's kind of slow. That's okay. Yeah, it has clicked on search button, verified, and you see everything got passed. This time it got passed. That's okay. But the problem here is, what if I'm expecting a different title? Intentionally, I'm expecting a different title. Okay. So we know that this assertion is going to fail because your store will come as the actual title, but you are expecting your store ABC. Since they are not matching, this assertion is going to fail. And because of this, the test method is going to fail. Right? That's good only. But the problem with this assertion here at this line is when an error comes in this particular line, the remaining statements won't be executed. The next assertion will not be verified. Okay. If this assertion is going to fail, the remaining assertions in the test are not going to work because remaining statements after this assertion error are not going to run. That's the main problem. Because this is an hard assertion. Hard assertion will stop the test method there itself on failure. Okay. When an assertion, exception, or error comes, okay, this hard assertion is going to stop the test from running. The remaining steps are not going to run, and because of which the next few assertions we have in the test method are not going to be verified. But if you clearly observe this kind of assertion, whatever the type of assertion you are verifying here, this is just a title of the page. Okay, it's not a major verification, but this one is a major verification. So what I want is, if this assertion is going to fail, still I want to run the test. Remaining code that is there in the test method should continue the execution. Okay, irrespective of this particular thing fails also. Okay, the remaining portion of the code need to run, and the test method need to fail also. Okay, even though this passes and this fails also, the test code inside this test method after this assertion should also continue. Execution should continue without stopping, and it should fail the test also. So how to achieve that kind of situation where this statement or this hard assertion should not stop the test method from execution? Okay, after this execution is not going to continue because of this hard assertion. So the solution here is we have to convert this hard assertion into a soft assertion. In real time, we'll get this kind of situation where, in a particular test method you will get multiple assertions. You have to verify multiple assertions, and in that few assertions are kind of ignorable kind of, even though they fail also, it doesn't matter, remaining assertions should be verified. Okay, so title doesn't matter, right? It's not a big thing to fail the test. Okay, this is the main intention. Okay, this assertion fail means the test method need to really fail, but this one is actually failing the test, and this assertion is not happening, the actual verification is not happening here. So how to overcome that? Just convert this hard assertion into the soft assertion. For that, write down here soft assert is equal to new soft assert, like that. Create an object for a soft assert, pour the mouse on soft assert, and import the soft assert from TestNG. Okay, this is a predefined class in TestNG again. And now use this object reference and put it here, soft assert dot. Okay, I am not going to put soft assert here. Only this place I am going to put this assertion only. I'm converting into soft assertion because this, even though it fails, the remaining code should run. Okay, but this one fails, the test should fail and execution should stop there. Okay, that's what is the intention. Now one more thing here is we need to provide this line. What is that line? Where is that line? 1 minute. Yeah, this one, assert all. Okay, at the end we have to write whatever the reason may be. Okay, failure or whatever it is. Okay, I'll simply say soft assert dot assert all. Okay, if this assertion fails, the remaining portion of the code will continue running, and anyhow this assertion is going to pass, but this one will report the assertion. Still the test will fail only. Okay, even though the test execution will continue for the remaining things, even if the assertion, this soft assertion fails. Okay, to report that as a failure, this test method need to be reported as a failure because of this soft assertion failed. Okay, we have to write this soft assert dot assert all. Now run the script. The test will continue. Okay, the test will continue. It will quit the browser also. You can see that. Okay, even though the test fails, but two assertions will be verified. The test execution will not stop in this case. Browser. Okay, let's see what's happening. It got failed. Okay, you see this particular assertion failed, and did the execution continued or not? At which line it got failed? But it typed right. You see, after verifying this, it typed HP text. We have seen that. Okay, but it has not closed the browser. The reason behind that is I have put the driver.quit. This one I have to write later. Okay, at the end of the driver.quit, I have to put this. Then you will see the browser getting closed also, because here we are reporting the assertion because of this test method is stopping. Okay, so let's run it again. After changing this line soft assert all to the last line, it will work. Just observe. The remaining things are also going to run. Remaining code is also going to run. It is going to close the browser also. Okay, that proves that entire code got executed. Even despite of the software session failure also, it's continuing the execution and reporting the test as failure because of the software session failure. Let's wait for the page to load, and it's going to type HP into the search box field. Click on the search button. You see the browser got closed here, and failure is also reported. Okay, that means the test continued. This assertion is also verified, but this assertion got failed, because of which we got this assertion error here. Okay, the following asserts failed, that is your store ABC found, but found your store kind of thing. Okay, expected your store ABC, but found your store. Okay, so hope guys you understood what exactly are soft assertions in TestNG and how they are different from the hard assertions in some situations. You see, there is nothing good or bad in the soft assertions and hard assertions. Both are required in real time. Sometimes, okay, sometimes we need soft assertions in real time. Sometimes we need hard assertions in the real time. Okay, for the main verifications we use hard assertions. For the small kind of verifications, small kind of assertions, even though they fail, the execution should continue. Such kind of situations we are going to use the soft assertions. So hope you understood all about the software session, and understood how to answer this question if you come across in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is hard assert in TestNG? Or what are hard assertions in TestNG? Let me answer. In TestNG, we have two types of assertions. One is hard assertion and the other one is soft assertion. If you understand the difference between this hard assertion and soft assertion, you can understand what exactly is hard assertion in a better way, and you will know why the name hard is given in this assertion. Okay, so let me explain the difference between the hard and soft assertion now. Here, this side, that is left side, I'll write hard assertion, hard assert otherwise, and on the right side I'll write soft assert or soft assertion, whatever you feel. Okay, so what is the difference? In case of hard assertion, when an assertion occurs, okay, an assertion specified with hard assertion occurs, the test will fail, right? Test will fail and execution will stop. Okay. Test execution will stop there itself where the exception has occurred or assertion has occurred. And execution will stop there itself. Okay. That's why it is called as hard. Okay. Whenever an exception occurs, it will stop that. It will terminate the test. Remaining code that is there in the test will not run. Okay. Whatever the code that is after, that is coming after this hard assertion has occurred, okay, which has failed the test, the remaining code which is coming after that assertion line, hard assertion line, which got failed, will not be executed, will not run actually. Okay. In case of soft assert, it's kind of different. Okay. This will also fail the test. Test will fail. Here also the test will ultimately fail. In case of soft assertion also test will fail. But the difference here is execution will continue. No matter the assertion fails or passes, doesn't matter guys. Execution of the remaining code of the test will continue. It will not stop. Okay. So for example, if I take you to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample code written in one of the test method here, here you see there is a soft assertion mentioned. This is how we specify the soft assertion in TestNG. You have to create an object for the soft assert, and using this object reference, I have to call this assert method. Okay, assert equals. Okay, there are different type of assertions. Assert equals is one of them. So the same method can be used in the hard assertions also. But if I use soft assert dot assert equals, in that case, for example, if this particular assertion fails, it will not stop the execution of the test there itself. Okay, even though at this particular line assertion has occurred, it will fail the test, but the remaining code, okay, which is coming after this failure of this assertion error, will still run. Okay, it will not stop the execution of the test. But if in case of this, instead of soft assertion, for example, in case of this soft assertion, instead of soft assertion, if it is mentioned as hard assertion like this, assert dot like this, okay, if it is specified like this, in this case, what will happen? In this case, if this particular thing fails, the test will stop there itself. Okay, if this particular assertion fails, then the test will be failed and test execution will stop there itself. These lines will not be executed. That's what is the difference between the hard assertion and soft assertion. So which one is good? Soft assertion is good or hard assertion is good? Both are good guys. Okay. In some situations, we have to use soft assertion. For example, in this case, it's, you see, there's a minimal test, right? Just verifying the title of the page. For that, you don't have to use hard assertion, okay? Because in this particular test method, there are multiple assertions. Even though this particular minimal kind of verification kind of assertion fails, it should continue the execution of the test, okay? The requirement is there in this particular test to still continue the execution of the code in the which is available in the test after the assertion fails also. So this is not a good idea to write hard assertion here. In place of this, we have to write soft assertion. How to write soft assertion? Soft assert, you have to first create an object for soft assert class. Soft assert is equal to new soft assert. Okay. Now, instead of hard assertion here, use object reference and call this method. Now this has become a soft assertion. So this is the best place to write the soft assertion. Okay. In some situations, soft assertions are required for main verification. Okay. What this test method is all about, to see whether the product has been properly searched and we got the product displayed, valid product displayed in search results. So that verification is done here. Here only title is being checked. Okay. But here actual verification is done to decide whether this test need to, pass or fail. So if this particular thing fails, how can you check this hard assertion, this particular main assertion, right? That's the reason we have to convert this hard assertion into soft assertion, because it's a minimal verification, okay, which should not stop the execution of the code. And here the actual verification is done. For actual verifications, we generally use hard assertions. For normal verifications, we use soft assertions. So hope guys you understood what exactly is hard assertion and where we have to use hard assertions and how the hard assertions are different from soft assertions and how both soft assertions and hard assertions are required in real time. Okay, both are important. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to create group of groups in TestNG XML file. Let me answer. This group of groups is also known as meta groups. Sometimes in the interviews, they may be asking you how to create group of groups in TestNG XML file, or they may be asking you how to create meta groups in TestNG XML file. Both are same. Okay, let me answer this for you. So, what exactly are these meta groups or group of groups, first of all? You see, if you are creating one major group out of two individual groups or multiple individual groups, that is called as or known as group of groups or meta groups. For example, there is a group of tests related to smoke. That's called a smoke group of tests. And there's another group of tests, which is sanity group of tests. Okay. Now, I would like to create a major group out of this two individual group of tests, that is smoke sanity group. Okay. This is called as a meta group. Okay. Group of groups is called as a meta group. So in testng.xml file, we can not only specify to run only an individual group, rather we can create some meta groups, group of groups or major groups out of individual groups we can create and run them. Okay. So first I'll show you how to run the normal groups in TestNG XML file. After that, I'll show you how to run the test from the meta groups also. Okay. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this testng.xml file. And here we have the suit tag, here we have the test tag. So inside the test tag, I'll just mention groups. Okay, groups. In case of single group, if I have to run, I have to mention groups here, group tags, starting group tag and ending group tag. And inside this, I'll mention run. And inside this run, I'll mention include. I have to give the group name. Include name is equal to, here name of the group I have to mention. So here I have to provide the name of the group. For example, here if I go to this, there are three classes containing individual test methods, which are not grouped into any category. So let's say I'll group this at the rate test groups attribute with help of groups attribute. I'll group this at the rate test into one group, that is, smoke group, let's say. This one, I'll say sanity, let's say. And I'll go to the class 2. And in that, I'll just group into groups I have, right? Groups is equal to smoke. This one, let's say groups is equal to regression, I'll say different group. So this one, name is equal to groups is equal to regression. This one also, groups is equal to regression. Like this, I have grouped all the tests in all the available classes, right? In all the available classes, I've already grouped the tests. So save everything. Now in the testng.xml file, I'll just provide smoke. So what will happen? What will happen if I would like to run only the test methods which related to which group or which category, smoke category? So here, if I go to the class 1, here in the class 1, only one test method is smoke. Remaining is sanity, it's not going to run. Class 2, this is also smoke, this is going to run, but this is regression, so it's not going to run. And here, one more thing, class 3, here both are regression, so it's not smoke, so they don't belong to the smoke category or smoke group. And when I run this particular testng.xml file, where I specify to run only which group, smoke group, only smoke test will run, only 2 tests should run. Only 2 test methods should run. Out of 6, only 2 test methods should run. You see, only 2 test methods, that is a C1 test 1 and C2 test 1 got run, which are marked as smoke. This is how we can run a single group, okay, using the testng.xml file. Now, if I would like to run the meta group, that is group of groups in by specifying the meta group in testng.xml file, what I have to do is, I don't have to delete this, but just inside these groups, before this run tags, use this tag known as define. Name is equal to, just give the name of the meta group. That is, for example, this is sanity and smoke group, like this. And inside this, cut it from here. This group inclusion, you just provide in the define tags. And along with that, you provide another group also. Let's say this is sanity. Now here, instead of here, Instead of specifying only one group name, I'll provide the meta group name, that is sanity and smoke. Okay. Here I can create any number of meta groups. Here this is only meta group created. I'll create one more meta group here. I'll just name it as smoke and regression. Here smoke and regression groups I'll be including. But I would like to run only sanity and smoke thing. Okay, this group I would like to run, meta group I would like to run. So the tests which are related to smoke, the tests which are related to sanity, both are going to be run. So if I run this sanity and smoke group, meta group, smoke test and sanity tests are going to run. How many are there? Let's find it out before running. So this is smoke and this is sanity. Both are going to run because this is smoke and sanity meta group. So 2 tests already. Third one is not going to run. Total 3. These are not going to run. Only smoke and sanity are going to run. Out of 6, 3 are smoke and sanity. So we are running the meta group here instead of individual group. Let's run it and see whether the 3 test methods are going to run or not. 3 test methods are going to run. You see, it's going to run. They got run. Now, instead of this meta group, I would like to run this meta group, smoke and regression. So how many are smoke and regression? Let's find it out. In class 1, this one is smoke, but this not either smoke or regression. So only one test method will run from the class 1. Here, this is smoke, both will run. Here, regression, both will run. 2 plus 1 plus 1. There is total 4 test methods should run from this meta group known as smoke and regression. Both smoke and regression group tests will run. There is 4 test methods should run if we are correct. Okay, if you are right, 4 test methods. Okay, 5 got run. What's the issue? Let's find it out anywhere. This is smoke and regression, right? So let's find it out. How many smoke and regressions are there? 1. That's fine. In 2, how many are there? Smoke is the regression. So that means 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. And here in 3, there are 2. That's correct only. Okay, we were wrong. 5 should be running, 5 got run. Okay, both smoke and regression got run. Okay, this is how we can create meta groups and run them. By specifying these meta groups in TestNG XML file, we can run. Okay, that is related to the meta groups, a combination of groups. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to exclude a particular test method from execution using TestNG. Let me answer. In TestNG, we have a tag known as exclude tag. By specifying this tag inside the TestNG XML file, there is a way that we can exclude a particular test method out of all the other test methods from execution. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you so that you can understand it in a better way. I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and I'll open this testng.xml file. Now, here in the testng.xml file, these 3 classes are mentioned. Class 1, class 2, class 3. These 3 classes are mentioned. In every class, there are 2 test methods I created. For example, if I go to the class 1 here, if I open that, there are 2 test methods. In the class 2 also, there are 2 test methods. Okay. In the class 3 also, there are 2 test methods. Total 6 test methods are there. Now, if I run this particular testng.xml file, all the 6 test methods will run. Okay, when I run this, you'll see that in the output, you will see all the 6 test methods will run. Total 6 test methods got passed. Total 6 run, 6 got passed. That's okay. Now, I don't want to run one of the test methods to run. Okay, I want to stop one test method from running. Out of 6, only 5 should run, 1 should not run. How to make that? For example, I would like to go to class 1 and in the class 1, this particular C1 test 2, I don't want to run. This particular, I'll copy this name of this test method that I don't want to run. So I'll go to the testng.xml file. That particular test method is there in the class 1. So I'll remove this self-closing tag here and, I'll just provide this slash class. And inside that, okay, I will write down few tags like methods tag. Inside the method tags, now write down what is the thing that I have to exclude. I have to write, okay? I have to exclude that test method from running. Exclude name is equal to give the name of the test method that you don't want to run. So that's it. That is from class 1, only this test method is not going to run. Remaining test methods in this class 1 and all the test methods in the other 2 classes, class 2, class 3 are going to run. That is only 5 tests are going to run. And the test method with the C1 test 2 name is not going to run. You see, total 5 got run. This time only 5 instead of 6. From the class 1, only the first test method got run. Second test method has not run from the class 1. From class 2, 2 test methods got. From the class 3, 2 test methods got run. Okay. Hope you understood how to exclude a particular test method from execution by specifying this exclude tag in TestNG XML file. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to exclude a particular group or group of tests, you can say, from execution using TestNG. Let me answer. So in TestNG XML file, we are going to use this exclude tag inside the groups tag, okay, using which it is possible for us to exclude a particular group of tests from running or execution using TestNG, okay. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be more easy for you to understand. I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. I'll simply open this testng.xml file. You see in the testng.xml file, all these 3 classes are mentioned, okay. In each and every class, there are 2 test methods. Okay, in class 1, there are 2 test methods. Class 2, there are 2 test methods. Class 3, there are 2 test methods. Let me show you. In class 1, we have 2 test methods. In class 2, there are 2 test methods. In class 3, for sample, there are 2 test methods. Now, so before doing anything in this TestNG XML file, I am going to categorize this test across multiple groups. Okay, let's say this particular first test in the class 1, I am going to categorize into, let's say, smoke group. Here, this one, for sample, I'm going to categorize into sanity group. Now I'll go to the class 2. In the class 2, there are 2 test methods. This one, groups is equal to, again, smoke. This one, groups is equal to, let's say, regression. And now class 3, here, groups is equal to some group I'm assigning each and every test into. Okay, I'm categorizing the tests into separate groups. Okay, there are a set of tests under each and every group now after doing this, right? Few tests belong to regression category or regression group now, few tests belong to sanity group now, few tests belong to smoke group now. In such kind of situation, if I go to the testng.xml file, if I simply run this testng.xml file, all the 6 out of 6 tests will run first of all. Okay, let me show you. If I run this testng.xml file, 6 out of 6 tests should run. Total 6 out of 6 got executed. Now, what I would like to do is I would like to restrict one group of tests from running. Okay, let's say I would like to stop this smoke test. Okay, smoke related group test from execution. Okay, remaining all groups of group tests I would like to run. So what I would like to do here is inside the test tag, I'll just create a groups tag. First of all, inside the groups tag, I'll just specify this run tag. Inside the run tag, I'll just specify this exclude tag. Exclude name is equal to, now I have to give the name of the group, smoke group. Okay. So run all the tests except the test from the smoke group. Okay. The remaining tests from whether from other groups or not categorized into any groups, everything will run, but the tests which belong to the smoke group are not going to run. So how many tests from the smoke group are there in the usage? Smoke, this particular test is not going to run from the class 1. In the class 2, this one is not going to run. Remaining all the things will run. That is, 2 are not going to run. 2 are going to get excluded because those 2 test methods belong to smoke group, which I'm excluding from running in this testng.xml file. And remaining 4 tests which belong to other groups or which are not categorized into any group are going to run. Okay. So 4 out of 6 are going to run. Run this. 4 tests out of the 6 tests are going to run. You see? 4 got run. Okay. 2 tests which belong to the smoke didn't run. Okay. C1 test 1 is not running. C2 test 1 also not run because the 2 test methods belong to the smoke group. This is how we can exclude a particular group or group of tests from execution using TestNG. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to disable a test method in TestNG. Let me answer. In TestNG, there are 2 ways using which we can disable a test method. First way is by specifying this attribute known as enabled is equal to false. And the other way is by specifying this @ignore annotation. Let me practically demonstrate these 2 ways for you and show you how to use these 2 ways to disable a test method in TestNG. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. that there are 3 classes here, and let's go to one of the class. Okay. So let's say I would like to disable this one. I don't want to run this particular test method. So what I can do is beside this @test annotation, provide circular brackets, and inside the circular brackets, you provide something known as enabled is equal to false. That's it. This will disable the test from running. Now run this particular thing or run this TestNG.xml file or you can even run this one. Okay, right click run as this is also fine. There are 2 test methods inside this class one, but only one will run because this one is disabled. Okay. So right click run, TestNG test. Only one should run. Out of 2, only one should run. You see, only one got run. Other one got disabled. Okay. So C1 test2 got run, but C1 test1 didn't run because we have disabled it by specifying this attribute known as enabled is called false beside this @test annotation. Or there's another way. If you don't want to provide this attribute, there's another way. On the top of this @test annotation, you provide one more annotation known as @ignore annotation. Hover the mouse on this ignore annotation and import it from TestNG. Now, if you run this, again, the same thing will happen. Out of these 2 tests, only this particular test is going to run. So right click, run as TestNG test. Only one test is going to run. You see, only one test got run, other one got disabled. If I remove @ignore, so neither attribute I am providing, enabled is equal to false, I'm not providing, @ignore also not providing. In such cases, if I run this particular thing, 2 tests will run. Okay. Now tests are enabled. Okay, they are in enabled mode. Okay, enabled mode. So 2 tests got run. But if I provide enabled is equal to false, or if I provide otherwise, if I provide on the top of this @test, if I provide @ignore, in both cases, the test method got disabled. So hopefully you understood how to disable a test method in TestNG by using any of these 2 ways. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to ignore a test method in TestNG. Let me answer. There are 2 ways. Okay, either to disable or ignore. Both the questions are same, guys. Okay, so there are 2 ways to ignore a test method. That is, we can stop a particular test method from running by ignoring it. So what are the ways to ignore? Either you can specify this attribute that is enabled is equal to false, or you can specify this @ignore annotation. How to specify any of these things in a practical way, I'm going to show you now. I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. Here in this particular class, there are 2 tests. I'll just go to one of the tests. And beside this @test annotation, I'll just provide the circular brackets. And inside the circular brackets, I'll provide enable is equal to false. Now, if I run this, only this particular test will run. And this one already got ignored or disabled. Okay. Now, right click here. Either you can select run all from here, or you can say run as TestNG test. Both are same. Here only one test will run out of 2 tests. Only one test is going to run. The second test is going to run. First test is going to get ignored because of this enabled is equal to false. You see, only one test got run. So C1 test 2 only got executed. C1 test 2 got executed, but C1 test 1 didn't get executed. Now the next thing is there's another way I told you. Apart from this, there's another way, that is you can specify this @ignore annotation. The top of the test method, you can write @ignore annotation for the mouse and import this @ignore annotation from TestNG. Now again run. Only one test is going to run, that is the second test, and first test is ignored, will be ignored. Okay, only one test got executed, that is C1 test 2 got executed, but this one didn't get executed. Fine. So these are the ways. If I don't provide @ignore, or if I don't specify that enabled is equal to false, in that case, both the tests will run. Okay, have run it using the run all. You'll see that both the tests will run. You see, 2 out of 2 tests got run. C1 test 1, C1 test 2 got executed. Okay. So this is how we can ignore a test method from running in TestNG. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different ways to produce reports for TestNG results? Let me answer. There are different ways to produce or generate reports for showing the TestNG results. I can divide that reports into 2 categories. One is inbuilt, other one is third party. What I'm calling as inbuilt is nothing but by using the library of TestNG, there are different ways to generate or produce the reports to show the TestNG results. Okay, using the TestNG library. These are the ways we have different type of reports we can generate or produce the reports for showing the TestNG results. So I'm calling that as inbuilt. Apart from this inbuilt reports, we can use third-party library along with TestNG. We can use some third-party libraries like report engine library, extend report library to generate different type of reports for showing the TestNG results. Okay, so these are the varieties you can see. These are the different ways to generate the or produce the reports for showing the TestNG results by using the inbuilt TestNG library or by using some third-party libraries along with the TestNG library to make it more better and all. Okay. To make the reporting look even more better, we generally go with the third-party libraries to enhance the default TestNG reports, okay, which are generated in this way. So first of all, the first way to produce reports for TestNG results or for showing the TestNG results is default HTML reports. Okay, by default, Selenium doesn't have the capability to generate any reports, but in this project, TestNG is already added. You see here, if I go to this form.xml file, under the dependencies, you can see TestNG library already added here. Because of this TestNG library added here, when I run this particular test inside this project, okay, with the help of TestNG, if I run this particular test, right, there are 3 tests here. All these 3 tests, all these 3 classes here. Inside these 3 classes, in each and every class, there are 2 test methods. You see, if I open class 1, here we have 3 test methods in class 1. In class 2, we have 2 test methods. In class 3, we have 2 TestNG test methods. Okay, all these are TestNG test methods. Total 3 plus 2 plus 2. That is 7 test methods are there in these 3 classes. All these 3 classes are now mentioned in the testng.xml file. Now, if I run this testng.xml file, after running this particular test, which are there in this mentioned individual classes, the TestNG will generate a HTML report for you. It's a default HTML report, guys. Okay, in Selenium it is not there, but if you add this TestNG libraries and you will get a report created. Okay, default TestNG report, which is in HTML format. Let me run this TestNG XML file, which will run all these 3 classes and their individual tests. Total 7 tests got executed, in which 5 got passed, 1 got failed, 1 got skipped. Why 1 got failed and 1 got skipped? Intentionally, guys. Okay, here if you go to class 1, intentionally I failed it here as a dot fail, and here this particular test method depends on this test method. Since this particular test method is failing, this depends on test method is skipping. Okay, it's getting skipped like that. Okay, now anyhow I have run the test. For sample, I put some fail and skip into that. 5 are passing, 1 is failing, 1 is skipping. Okay, now where to find that default generated HTML report? Okay, so here under the test output folder, okay, just refresh this project. After running the test here, refresh the project, the test output folder will appear. Refresh. You see, you got the test output folder. After refreshing, expand that. Under that, you will find this index.html. Okay, right click on this index.html and say open with web browser. You'll open in the browser. You will find the TestNG report in the browser. You see, total 7 test methods are there in that. 5 got passed, 1 got failed, 1 got skipped. Here failed and skipped are there. But if you want to also see the past, you can say show. You see, total everything is being shown. Here from the class 3, 2 test methods got passed. From class 2, 2 test methods got passed. From class 1, only 1 got passed. But from class 1, this one got failed. And from class 1, this one got skipped. So this is the report we got. Okay, this is a report we got. And in this particular default HTML report, we have 2 themes. Okay, since they are showing at this moment when I'm recording this session, we can also switch back to the old theme. Okay, old look. And Ultra is the latest one. Ultra is the latest theme in this. Okay, when I'm recording, tomorrow the things may change. But this is the default HTML generated TestNG report, guys. Okay. So apart from that, there is a emailable report also. Okay, in this default HTML report, there's one more type of report that will come. That is emailable report. Already we have run the test right here under the test output folder. You will find this emailable report here, emailable hyphen report. This is also another TestNG default generated report. This for emailing purpose. Okay, the purpose is different for emailing purpose. If you want to send the results over email, right? Generally, they will send like this. Okay, this is an emailable type of report. In the email, they can see. So total, you can see 5 passed, 1 got skipped, 1 got failed like that. And here you see test failed. This particular test got failed. This one got skipped. all these things, and you can see here the thing like this one got failed. You see, this one got skipped or whatever it is. Okay, and all the things got passed. Okay, all the remaining things got passed. For failed and skipped, the exception details are coming. Fine. This is a emailable report. Then we have default XML report also. So when I have run this, not only it has generated default HTML report, but also it has generated the emailable report. Along with that, it also has generated some XML report. Okay, so it can generate some XML report. You see, there will be some reporting tools, right? We can write some code, or with the help of this XML report, we can create some customizable reports. Okay, that's the purpose. TestNG is also generating, apart from the HTML reports like index.html and emailable report. TestNG is also generating some XML report. Okay, so that we can customize, we can create a customized report with the help of this XML. Okay, that's the main purpose. I'm not going to show you how to, create a customizable report out of this XML report. But for now, I'll show you where this default XML report is available. So testng-results.xml. The purpose is to create a customizable report, but testng generates this XML report. Along with this default HTML reports, testng will also generate some default XML report. So the name of the report is testng-results.xml. Under same test output folder, you will find it. Under same test output folder, if you come here, there is an XML file. This is also a report, but it is in not HTML format. It is in which format? It is in XML format. Okay, it's not in HTML format. Double click and open the report. This is an XML format type of report. You can see here total 7, 5 got passed, 1 got failed. Okay, and all the things are in XML format. Okay, these things are in XML format. Now, apart from this default generated HTML and XML reports, okay, so in there is one emailable report, right? This emailable reports looks very simple here. If you come back here and open this emailable report again, just see here, this looks very simple. The emailable report, which is default generated by TestNG, is very simple. So I would like to customize it. Okay, I would like to display the logs here. Okay, for tests here, right? I would like to generate some logs. Okay, I would apart from the normal test method names coming here and all which got executed in the email report, I would like to generate some logs, display some logs here. So how to do that? I can customize that. Okay, customize. You can customize this emailable default generated TestNG report. So for that, I'll go to the individual test methods. Here I'll write the logs. Okay, reporter. Okay, reporter dot log, and this is from TestNG itself. This is reporter is coming from the TestNG library itself. Okay, here you can add the log. C1 test execution started. Okay, in real time, if you are writing some good number of Selenium automation scripts, right? In real time, when you are writing the good number of Selenium automation scripts, okay, you can write more better logs here. But 1 minute, let me see what's happening. Yeah. So now here, add one more. You can add any number of logs, up to you. Okay, or we can do one thing, instead of we'll convert this not single test method into Selenium test method so that you'll understand it in a better way. So I'll just write down here some code. So here I'll write down some for print statement. I'll be putting that here, but here I'll be writing some Selenium code. WebDriver. Already Selenium libraries are there in this project. I don't have to add them again. WebDriver driver is called new Chrome driver. Semicolon over the mouse. Import the WebDriver from Selenium. Import the Chrome driver from Selenium. So the reason I am adding the Selenium code is you'll understand it in a more better way, the logs in a more better way, how to write the logs and all. Manage in real time. This will be the code, right? Instead of normal test, you'll be writing this kind of code. Window dot maximize, then driver dot get. Use this some application URL. Let's say tutorialsninja.com/demo application URL. Copy that. Come back here and paste it here. Then after opening this, then type the product name into the search box field. Name, copy this. Then write down driver dot find element by dot name name. Give the name locator of the search box field. The dot send keys. Type HP here. Enter HP into the search box field. After that, I have to click on the search button. Okay, HP here. And after that, I would like to click on the search button. And here, okay, I will take one of the class. There are three classes inside this class. Attribute values has three classes. This is one class, is another class, is another class. I'll take this BT and default class and create an XPath expression double slash button contains @class, one of the class you provide in single quotes, that will be enough. If only one element is locating, that is nothing but that button. Copy the XPath expression which is able to locate that button. Driver.find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression and say dot click, semicolon, done. Next one, after clicking on the search button, I have to verify whether this particular product is getting displayed in the search. Inspect this. And here I'll take this link text, copy this, and here I'll write an assert statement saying assert dot assert true, assert dot assert true. Here write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text of that and say dot is displayed here. Dot is displayed, which will return either true or false based on whether the element is displaying the search results or not. And after that, I would like to close the browser. Here I'll write driver.bit. That's it. Now this is a sample automation script. Now I would like to add some logs. Okay. To this automation script, I would like to add some logs. How to add the logs? Just see here. Here I'll write reporter.log of this is from TestNG anyhow, and I'll say C1 test execution started. At the end, I'll write down reporter.log of test execution completed. And in between that also, I'll say here, I'll add a good number of logs just to show you how to add logs to the emailable report. Okay. To the emailable report, all these logs will be added. Okay. That's the reason. Chrome browser got launched. And here, everything I'll be writing some logs so that you can see something. Chrome browser got maximized. Then application got open the browser. Then got entered into search box field. Search button got clicked. Okay. So that got closed. That's it. Good number of logs I have already added here. Similarly, you can add the same logs for every test here, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, just for sample, or else I can add this basic ones. That is otherwise it will take a lot of things, guys. Okay. To test got test execution. For few tests I'll add execution started, for not all tests, but for few tests in this class one I'll add. Remaining classes I'll not add. Completed. This one anyhow will be skipped, right? So there's no need of writing also. So that's enough for two of the tests in all the 7 tests. Two of the tests I added the logs. Now let's run the test again. I'll delete this test output folder. It will be generated again. Now freshly I'll run this TestNG XML file, TestNG XML file. For wherever I have provided the logs, right, that logs will be displayed. So refresh the project, you'll get the test output folder, and it's not completed yet. Okay, test is running. Just wait. Test is running. Let's wait for the test to complete. Just to type HP. Yeah, done. Browser got closed. That's good. Now refresh here after the things got executed. Just refresh this project. You'll get the test output folder. Under that, it will not customize. It will not customize this HTML report. Will not be customized. You can see that no logs will be there in the HTML report. This index.html report. There will not be any logs. You see, it will be normal only. Okay, there will not be any logs in the normal. But if you open the emailable report, okay, if I open this emailable report, where is the emailable report? This emailable report. If I open with the browser, you will see the logs there. What are the logs we added? That logs will be there. You see, these are the logs. You see one of the tests. For test one, you see C1 test execution started. Chrome browser got launched. Chrome browser got maximized. Application got opened in the browser. Okay, HP product got typed in search box field. Search button got clicked. Browser got closed. Okay. So similarly, you can also add some screenshots if you want. Okay, you can mention this format reporter.log and provide the if you take any screenshot here, if you provide the path of the screenshot, it will also attach the screenshot to this report. Okay, I'll show you one example. So for example, here in the here after the search button got clicked, I would like to take a screenshot. How to take the screenshot? Driver. I have to type as a driver in Selenium. How to take the screenshot? There is a code. Take screenshot. Okay. So hold the mouse on these and still not there. So dot here I'll say dot get screenshot as output type dot file. Write this code. The semicolon here. Now hover the mouse on this take screenshot and see if it is coming. Yes, I can import this from Selenium. And the return type is file src file source screenshot file. Import this file from Java. And after that, you can write down here file utils dot file util or utils. I don't remember. Or there's something here. This file utils only, but we need one library to be added. File utils dot. Okay. File utils dot. Here it's not, you're not able to import. So you go to this form.xml file and here add some dependency. It's Apache IO. Go to the MVN repository. Apache Commons IO. Click on this and take the latest version. Copy these dependencies and come back here and paste it here. And just organize it. Now save this. Let's wait. Libraries to be added and configured automatically. Now hover the mouse on file details. Now you got import file details. Earlier it was not coming. After adding Apache IO, Commons IO, you are getting. Copy file. Okay, this is the one. Copy file. Here src file, and here you have to provide the destination where the screenshot should be there. Okay. So the problem dot copy. Yeah, fine. Let's write down screenshots under the screenshots folder with the name screenshot.png. It should be added. Okay. Okay, so here I need to add something new file of. I have to give the path of the file. Okay. Now over the mouse and say add throws declaration for now. Okay. This is the code we have to write for generally for taking the screenshot, right? And screenshot will be taken here. Now you can add a log here. The screenshots folder will be automatically created when you run. And after that, you just write down reporter.log. You know, the place where the screenshot will be taken and put the same path you have to give. So here instead of writing the text, you just write some HTML code. img src is equal to. Here you need to provide the path. Okay. You have to provide the path. And here, what's on SRC. Now here, provide the path. What's the path? Under the screen shots folder. Okay. Under the screenshots folder with the name screenshot.png, it will be there. That's it. And here I think we have to give the entire path. So let's right click and say properties and copy this project path, cancel, paste it, slash here also change it to double backward slash instead of forward slash, double backward slash you put. This will be good. Done. Yeah, it's fine. I think this is how we have to write the code. So the screenshot will be taken and that particular screenshot which is taken and available at this path will be attached to the report. Now save this and yeah, delete this test output folder again. Now run this particular thing. Run the TestNG.xml file. Again, right click, run TestNG suite. This time in the emailable report, you see we are customizing the emailable report. Okay, simple. It should not only add the logs to the email report, but also it should attach the screenshot to the emailable report. Let the test run, let it complete. It should type HP into the search box field and click on the search button. After loading, Selenium will wait until the page loads completely. Till then it will load. After that, it will type still loading. Yeah, it has typed now. Done, completed. Now refresh the project, you'll get the reports, right? Refresh. Only one report we customize out of the default TestNG generated reports. That is nothing but emailable report. Right click, open with logs and screenshots. We can customize. Okay, that's the only thing. Open that. Now you'll get a screenshot attached along with the logs for that particular test. Along with the logs, you got the screenshot also. Okay, you got a screenshot. Great. That's good. Anything else here? Yeah, fine. Okay. So what else we have? So I explained all these three items so far. Okay, then there is one more thing which comes by inbuilt. That is, we can also generate a report with the help of iReporter. Okay, we can generate a report with the help of iReporter that I'm going to show now. Custom reports we can create with the help of iReporter. How to generate the custom reports, I'm going to show you. Then, so with the help of this iReporter, right, we can get this whatever we can customize the Eclipse output console. You see, by default, when I run the test, right, some kind of reporting thing is coming in the Eclipse ID output console also. It's not just about the TestNG reports here, the HTML reports and emailable report, index.html and TestNG results. You're also getting the results in the output console of this Eclipse ID. You can customize this, okay? Okay, you can customize this. How to customize this, I'm going to cover. So, 1 minute, I'll delete this. I already implemented this one, but or let it be there. Or without that, let me delete and show you otherwise. Okay. Then where else it is? TestNG.xml file. I provided this listeners. Let me remove this listeners. I'll show you from scratch how to customize this Eclipse ID output. Okay. Here also TestNG results are coming, not only in the reports, HTML reports and XML reports. Apart from that, you're also getting this TestNG results in the Eclipse ID output console also. You can write this one also. Okay. You can write this. Okay. Apart from this things, you're also getting the results where Eclipse ID output console also you're getting the TestNG results. Okay, here also the reports are getting generated. The results are coming. Okay, Eclipse ID output console also you're getting the TestNG results. So, but I can customize this. Okay, if I run this, you see, if I run this, by default, how the Eclipse ID output console is coming. Output console is displaying the TestNG results. You can see first. You see, these are the print statements getting executed, and the test is running. Let the test complete. Completed. So this is how the results are coming. You are getting the print statements and exception details are coming here itself, and these things are coming. Okay. You see below this, there's nothing, but now I'm going to customize this Eclipse ID output console output also I'm going to customize. Okay, customizing. I'm going to customize this Eclipse ID output. This is a default one. This is a default one. I'm going to customize the default one. How to customize the default one? With the help of iReporter, we can customize. Okay, with the help of iReporter, we can customize this Eclipse ID output. So how to customize that? For that, there's a step-by-step process. iReporter is a predefined interface in TestNG itself. Okay, so first I have to create a class. Okay, let's right click on the SRC test Java and create a package. Otherwise, the reporters package. Under the reporters package, I'll create a class with my user defined name, my custom reporter, etc. Reporter, and I'll make this class implement interface, that is iReporter. TestNG reporter is iReporter. Okay, TestNG iReporter implement, sorry. Okay, implements iReporter. Hold the mouse and import this iReporter interface from TestNG library. So this has some methods which I need to override in this my custom reporter class. Okay, for that I'll select this and go to the source, and I'll select this option, override implement methods. I'll be shown under the iReporter. We can override this method. This method belongs to the iReporter interface. I am going to override in this particular class. Now remove this stuff. Now we have to write some code here. What kind of code we have to write? You don't have to remember much, but I'll be explaining this. I'll just copy paste this code. Whatever the code that is required, I'm going to copy paste. This complete code I have to copy paste and put it inside. For loop is starting here. Where is it sending? Oh, I think I have to copy these things also. From here to here, I need to copy. This is a code that is required. Tab. Okay. Now, okay. Problem string. So this is a code. So here we'll get a list of suits. From that, we are iterating that list of suits because this is a list. I'm using for each loop to iterate through each and every suit. Each and every suit is nothing but iSuit type. A string. I am getting the name of the suit here. What is the suit name here in the TestNG.xml? The name of the suit is suit, but here I'll add a different name, TN suit, tutorials ninja suit. Otherwise, you can have any number of suits in this TestNG.xml file, right? So for every suit, it will get the name. And after that, I'll say suit.get results, which I'll remove this suit results and over the mouse and say create local variable. Now it got added automatically. Suit results got imported from TestNG itself. Then after that, here this one also I'll remove. So this is a code we have to write. You just blindly copy paste if you want. Okay. So get results will get you suit results, and from the suit results, for each and every suit results, each and every suit result is of type which type? iSuit result type. So I'm using for each loop again to iterate through each and every suit result. Okay. And here I'm extra adding dot values, and from the suit result, I have to say dot get context. Okay. You don't have to understand this code, just copy paste. You get the test context, and the return type of this test context is iText context. With the help of iText context, that is this particular, okay. With the help of this test context object reference, I can call this methods get passed test dot get all results dot size. It will get you the number of the count of the test which got passed, that is 5. This one will get you the count of the test which got failed. So get skipped tests. Okay, it will get you the at the last dot sizes, it will get the count. Okay. So I'm writing some print statements, customized print statements, and these print statements will be printed in your Eclipse output console. Okay, they'll be printed in the Eclipse output console. Here we are customizing the output console, and not only here, you can write your own logic to get these results go into the Excel files and all, up to you. Okay, it's not only you are going to use this iReporter to generate these results in the or customize this Eclipse output console. Rather, you can also get this output printed in some logs. You can also generate this logs, or you can, get these results added to your Excel files and all. Okay, up to you how you want to do it. But here for making it simple and Eclipse output console output, I'm customizing and printing these logs. Okay, these are nothing but logs. logs related to how many tests got passed, how many tests got failed, how many tests got skipped. Now, for this reporter to work, there's some error still here. So for loop is going here till here. Then what is the problem then? Is there? Yeah, this method and one more thing is required. Yeah, now it's good. Now save this. No errors are there. Now this particular my customer reporter need to be added as a listener. Okay, we have to add the listeners. So when you run this testing.xml file, this particular class, the listener class need to be invoked, and this particular method should be run. For that, I'll be adding here listeners, listeners, and inside this I'll add listener. So are the steps you have to follow. Class hyphen name. Slash, and here you provide the name of the class, my custom reporter, which is under the package reporters package. Reporters dot my custom reporter. Okay, that's it. Now run this TestNG.xml file. In the output, along with this, you will get some kind of extra information. Okay, that is how many tests got passed, how many tests got failed, how many tests got skipped. You will get in extra. Let the test run. Test execution completed, and you see, along with this TestNG results in the TestNG, along with the default TestNG things in the Eclipse output console. Okay, Eclipse ID output console, you got some extra information. This from this iReporter. Okay, this from this one, iReporter thing only. Because of this iReporter only, we got this extra 3 lines. Pass a test from suit, from the name of the test suit, 5. Failed test from suit, test suit R1. Skip test suit, pursuit, test suit R1. Okay, like that. Okay, this is iReporter. Okay, this is how to customize the things using how to create some custom reports or custom results using iReporter. So this is the code we have written. Simple. This is the code we have written. Okay. Then what else? Then inbuilt things of TestNG, the different ways of generating the reports for showing the TestNG results for inbuilt TestNG using inbuilt TestNG library is done. Now, along with the inbuilt TestNG library, we have some third-party things. That is one of the things is report-ng library. I'll show you how to. It's very simple, nothing much. Okay, I just need to add the report-ng library, and also what I'll do one thing, I'll just remove these listeners. Okay, it's not required anymore, and go back to the class one. I'll just remove the Selenium Selenium code. It's taking a lot of time, right? Okay, let's keep the sample ones. So these things are not required anymore. So wherever it's not required, I'll remove. Okay. Done, I think. So what I'm going to do now is this one. Third-party report-ng reports. Okay, to show the TestNG results, we can also integrate this TestNG project with the report-ng library. So first, what I have to do, I have to go to the pom.xml file, go to the pom.xml file in this project, and add the library dependency tags for report-ng library. So go to the MVN repository, go inside the MVN repository, and search for report-ng. Look at the report-ng library. Go inside the report-ng. You see, uncommons report-ng is there. What is the other one? TestNG report-ng is there. So go to the TestNG report-ng library. I don't think so. This is the one. This looks correct because that is kind of old. This is the latest, right? 2013. Okay. What about this one? 2019. Fine, I'll go with this one. Otherwise, let's see what will happen. If this is not working, I'll take another one. But for now, I'll take this one. And okay. Now save this. After adding this, report ng library. Now add this listeners. I think this is uncommons, right? So let's not take this one. Okay, this is not going to work for this. Let's take the uncommons library only. Whatever we saw earlier is fine. When you search for TestNG, there is some, it should be from uncommons. It should not be from TestNG here. Copy this and take this latest, whatever the latest, copy this, paste in the dependency, paste the dependencies here. Okay. Once you paste the dependencies for that report ng from uncommons, now save this and go to the TestNG.xml file. Here we need to add the listeners. These are the two listeners we have to add. I don't have to remember. I'll just simply copy paste. Pursuit, just add this listeners. Yeah, listener, class name, or uncommons report ng HTML reporter, or uncommons report ng JUnit XML report. Now save this. That's it. You don't have to do much. Now delete this test output folder and run this test using the TestNG.xml file. This is how simple it is. Done. Now refresh the project and you'll get this test output folder. Okay. And under the test output folder, you got this HTML this time, you see. Expand the HTML and you'll find this index.html. This is nothing, because of this report ng, we got this HTML folder. Right click, open with web browser, you'll get the report ng kind of thing. Okay. Okay, it's not coming in a proper way. Okay, it's got outdated or whatever it is. Fine. So this is another one with report ng. This what is with report ng. What about this overview? Let's try this out also. This overview coming. TestNG this report. This is actual report ng, but it's not coming properly. Fine, no problem. This is another way. And we generally don't use this report ng in real time much. Okay, but you have to find the report here. So what is the best one is the extend report. Okay, the best one in the third party library. This is extend report. You don't have to focus much on report ng, but whenever you get this question in the interviews, you can answer this. But that report ng also we can do. But extend report is the main one which we use in the real time. So for extend reports, I have another project here, which is already there. I'm not going to explain from scratch, but rather I'll show you. You see under the utils, we have added this extend reports. Before that, we added this extend reports libraries, the pom.xml file here. You see somewhere here, you will find extend reports. You see this is the library we need to add. Okay, extend reports library to the project. After adding that extend reports library, we under the utils package or something in your project, you have to create this extend reporter.java. Okay, you can give any name here. And under that, you could give some user defined method like generate extend report. And whenever this method is called, it will start create the report for you. Okay, and this is the code we have to write. Okay, we have to create an object for the extend reports from the extend report library. And after that, we have to create an object for Spark reporter. And this is the place we have to mention where the report need to be generated under the test output folder. Another folder, extend reports folder, should be created under that extend reports folder with this name extend report.html. The report should be generated. Okay, this file, and you pass this file into the Spark reporter object thing in the constructor. You can pass this, and after that to the Spark reporter, you specify all these configurations and attach the Spark reporter to the extend reporter. And you can add to this extend report, you can also add some system information. To retrieve the system information, I have provided all the system information in this configuration file, config.properties file. I'm retrieving all these things and adding that into the system info and creating that report. Okay, and returning that report, extend report. Where this particular method will be called in the listeners class. Okay, in real time in the listeners class it will be called open my listeners. You see in this listeners class, we have to specify this listeners in the TestNG.xml file. I think it is already there, but let's see that listeners class. So we have these methods on start. You see, you are generating the extend report, and on test start, you are creating the test inside this. Okay, when test execution starts, for each and every test execution, it will create the test in the report with these details. Then when test is passed, in the extend report, this details log will be added. On test failure, this particular screenshot will be taken and all those stuff. Okay, and on test skipped, this will happen. On test on finish, the report will be generated. Okay, report, all the results will be flashed to the report, and it will automatically open report or whatever it is. Okay, it's not yes, it will automatically open the report for us. So done. Let's go to the TestNG.xml file in this project. That is under here. I put that TestNG.xml file. We have this listeners mentioned for the listeners class. Okay, now run this. Right click, run as TestNG suite. All the tests will run, and it will generate the report for you. Okay, it should generate the report for you. The tests need to run one by one. So I just intentionally passed the recording and resume the recording. Okay, after the test got run, under the, you see, under the test output folder, a folder known as extent reports got created. And under that, we have this HTML report. I will simply open with web browser. You will get the extent report. Okay, this is the extent report. These are the tests which got passed or failed, whatever it is. For the failed, you will also get the screenshot attached. Okay, for skipped, you'll get the exception details. So this is what is the extent report. These are the different ways, guys. Okay, I know this is a lengthy answer, but these are the different ways. Okay, default HTML reports, default XML report, customizable emailable report. These are the different ways to produce reports for testing, for showing the testing results. Okay, Eclipse ID output console, we can default one. There also you can see the testing results. And one more thing also is there in the this particular tab. Also you can see the TestNG results. That TestNG, what you call results of TestNG. Okay, generally call this as TestNG tab. Eclipse ID TestNG tab. Also you can see the TestNG results. Okay, when you run the scripts, you'll find the results in different places. These are the different places you can answer in the. If you get this question, you can answer all this stuff. Okay, custom reports using iReporter. Okay, and third party report ng reports, third party extent reports. These are the several things. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to write regular expressions in TestNG XML file. Let me answer. So I would like to take one example to show you how we can write or specify the regular expressions in TestNG XML file. So we'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample project, and here we have the testng.xml file. In the testng.xml file, there are three classes mentioned. All these three classes containing individual tests. For example, class 1 is having 3 tests. Class 2 is having 2 tests. Class 3 is having 2 tests. Okay, if I open and see, show you. Class 1 has 3 tests. You see this test 1, test 2, test 3 inside the class 1. Similarly, class 2 has 2 tests. Okay, class 2 here has 2 tests, and class 3 has 2 tests. So in the class 1, we have 3 tests, and the remaining classes, 2 tests are there. But all these classes are mentioned. That means 7 out of 7 tests should run. But what I would like to do here is, I'll just write down like this, okay? Slash class. Okay, the class is starting here, ending here. And inside this, I'll write include only one thing, okay? Only one test method you have to run. So that is name is equal to, here inside this name you can write the regular expression. Okay, inside this name you can write the regular expression. So class include. Okay, let's write it down. That is a regular expression. I'll go to the class 1 and I'll write down the regular expression here. So it should contain test 1. Okay, should contain C1 or something like this. Okay, this part should be there. One test O should be there. Copy this, come back here, and here write down a regular expression. You are not writing the entire name. You are writing a kind of regular expression here. Here dot means one letter or one character or one symbol, whatever it may be. It need to be repeated 0 or any number of times. It can be, this particular thing can be 0 or any number of times, 0 or any number of times. In middle, some text is there. Okay, this kind of regular expression you can write. So why this is giving an error? Okay, so class 1. Okay, so Here we have to specify one thing, right? Inside the class, we have to specify methods. Inside the methods, we have to specify this include. That's the reason we are getting that error like this. This is the correct format. Now error is gone. But here we have used a regular expression here. So only one test will match this. One test O is there only in this particular. You see, one test is only there here. It's not there here. So this test is not going to run. This test is also not going to run. Okay. Wherever this one test one is matching, before some text can be there, after one test one, some text can be there. Okay. That's what is done with the help of regular expression. Instead of providing the exact method, test method name here, we have used a regular expression to match particular test method. And whatever the test method name which is matching with this regular expression, right, that test method is going to run. The remaining all test methods in the class one are not going to run. So here only one test method from the class one is going to run. From the other two classes, two test methods. So the 5 tests should run. Run it. Total 5 tests should run. You see, total 5 got run. So C1 test 1 got run because this regular expression is matching this part. Okay. So hope you guys understood how to write the regular expressions. I gave you one example. I can give you multiple examples of different situations in the TestNG XML file of how to use the regular expression. But this one will be enough for you to answer in the interviews. Okay. How to write a regular expression in TestNG XML file. If you can give this example, right, that will be more than enough in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, in TestNG XML file, what is the time unit we specify in test suits and tests? Let me answer. The time unit that we have to specify in TestNG XML file for the test suits and tests is nothing but milliseconds. Okay, if you have to specify 1 second, you have to specify 1000 milliseconds. Okay, every 1000 millisecond is 1 second. So let's say timeout, I would like to specify as 30 seconds. I have to give timeout is equal to 30,000 milliseconds. Okay, the time unit that we have to specify in TestNG XML file for the test suits and test tags is nothing but milliseconds is the time unit. Let me practically demonstrate this out for you. For that, I'll go to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project, and this is the testng.xml file. Let me open this again, testng.xml file open. And now here, if you have to specify any time unit here, you have to specify in milliseconds. So there is one attribute, for example, say time -out is equal to, here I have to give the time. I need to specify the time in what unit? Millisecond kind of unit, okay? So if I have to specify 1 second, I have to specify 1000 milliseconds here. For, for 1 second, you have to specify 1000 milliseconds. Let's say 30 seconds, 30,000 I have to mention here. Okay, the time unit is milliseconds. So timeout is equal to 30,000. Either you can specify the timeout here. This timeout will be applicable for all the tests. Here only one test is there inside the suite. But if you have multiple tests for each and every test, the suite level, whatever the timeout you mentioned, right, that 30 seconds will be applicable for every test section in this suite tag. Okay, or if you want this timeout to be applied only for a particular test section, okay, test tag section, at the test tag level also you can mention. And if you have other test tags which are not specified with timeout, only for the test tag where this timeout is specified in milliseconds will be applied. Okay, for the remaining test tags, it's not there. But if you want to apply this timeout for all the test tags under the suit tag, you have to mention this timeout at the suit tag level. Okay, it should be milliseconds case. Okay, the simple answer for this question is milliseconds. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, list out various ways in which TestNG can be invoked. Let me answer. There are several ways in which we can invoke the TestNG. Okay, but first of all, why we have to invoke TestNG? To run the TestNG tests, we have to invoke the TestNG. But what are the different ways in which we can invoke the TestNG to run the TestNG tests? These are the different ways. Okay. First one is from IDE. Whatever the IDE editor you are using, it may be Eclipse IDE, IntelliJ, or whatever it is, those IDEs are going to provide you some options, some TestNG options using which you can invoke the TestNG. Okay. That's one way. Other way is with the help of Maven. Okay. So Maven from IDE, okay? Again, the Eclipse ID or IntelliJ, whatever ID you're using, that IDs are going to provide you some Maven options using which you can invoke TestNG. Or you can use a command line. Okay, from command line with the help of Maven commands also, you can invoke TestNG. So I'm going to practically demonstrate how to do all this stuff to invoke the TestNG from the ID and using Maven in different ways, how to invoke the TestNG to run the TestNG tests. So let's get started with the practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where we have this project. And in this project, we have this test class 1, class 2, class 3 has some individual tests using. There are 3 tests inside the class 1. TestNG tests are there. In the class 2, we have 2 TestNG tests. In the class 3, we have 2 TestNG tests. Total 3 plus 2 plus 2, 7 tests. TestNG tests are there. If I want to run this TestNG tests by invoking the TestNG, one of the best ways with the help of TestNG.xml file, there are different ways. Eclipse ID will give you different ways to run these things, okay? So when either I can right click here. For example, I can right click on this class1.java. Only the tests which are there in this class1.java I would like to run. So to run the TestNG test, I have to right click on this and say run as, and it will provide you TestNG tests. Okay, by default, Eclipse ID will not provide this option. In order to get this option, you have to install a plugin. Okay, I'll show you what plugin you have to install. Help Eclipse Marketplace. Go to the Eclipse Marketplace, and in that search for TestNG, one plugin you have to install. Okay, without that installing of that plugin, TestNG plugin in Eclipse ID, that options are not going to come. Okay, just here, let's wait. Now type TestNG here, press enter. Let's wait for the plugin to be displayed. So without having the TestNG plugin installed in Eclipse IDE, okay, we'll not get any Eclipse ID options to invoke the TestNG test. Okay, this is a TestNG for Eclipse plugin you have to install. So the process for installing is very simple. That plugin, by default, Eclipse ID will not come with that plugin. You just have to go to the testng.org. After going there, you just go to this Eclipse page, and in that installation, in that scroll down, in that installation, after clicking on installation, you will see this install the plugin. Okay, so I'll repeat it again. First, go to testng.org. After that, click on this Eclipse. In that installation, you will see the install the plugin link. Click on that. Scroll down, you will see this Eclipse plugin, and here you will find the instructions. Here you will find the instructions. Okay, you have to click on help install new software. So in the Eclipse ID, you have to click on help install new software. After that, enter the update URL, copy this and paste it here. In a while, this TestNG option will come, select this and install. Okay, since it is already there, I'm not able to click on next, and whatever the options it shows, try to install. So by default, Eclipse ID will not come with the TestNG plugin. So we have to separately install and restore the Eclipse ID. And once the Eclipse ID is restarted, you will get some options related to TestNG on this Eclipse ID editor. Like here you see, we are getting some TestNG here. And if you go to show view other, here also, if you type a TestNG, you will get this TestNG option. All these TestNG options are coming because we have installed the TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin. Now, without that plugin installed, you will not get this, even this option also. Right click run as TestNG test. Now, if I want to run on, there are 3 classes here, but only the TestNG tests which are under this class only if I have to run, right click, say run as TestNG test, I can select. Okay, it will run only this TestNG test under this class. Okay, using the Eclipse ID options, I am running using TestNG test, and here are the results. Okay. So, but if I want to run all these 3 classes containing the individual test methods all together, then we can use this testng.xml file. So this file can be generated like this, right click, testng, convert to testng, and click on finish. This file will be generated, and right click on this file. From here also you can right click, run as, you will get testng suite option. Okay. Earlier, when I'm running this individual class, I got testng test option, but here I'm getting a different option, that is run as testng suite. Okay. It will run all the tests inside all the classes mentioned in the testng.xml file. You see all the total 7 out of 7 got run. Here also you can right click, run as testng suite. Okay, anything is fine. So this is with the help of Eclipse ID options, we can invoke the testng. Okay, or any in IntelliJ also we have that kind of options. And next way is with the help of Maven, how to invoke this testng to run the testng test. I'm going to show. From the ID itself, we have the options. Okay, we don't have to install like TestNG plugin got installed like right? Like that, we don't have to install Maven. Okay, Maven comes by default in Eclipse IDE, so you don't have to do much about Maven. So since it is coming by default, simply do one thing: right click on the project, say run as. Here you got an option known as Maven test. Okay, Maven is by default coming in Eclipse IDE. This with help of Maven, I can invoke the test engine. Okay, run it and see what's happening. It is not going to work initially. I'm going to show you how to make it work. Okay, how to make it work, I'm going to show you. Let it run. First of all, let it run. You see, none of the tests got run. You're not getting any results here, right? That this particular print statement, nothing coming. That means it has not worked. It has run in none of these TestNG tests. What's the problem here? One problem with this Maven, if you are invoking TestNG tests with the help of Maven, right? You have to make sure that these class names are ending with should contain a keyword known as test keyword. I generally prefer writing the test keyword at the end. I'll right click on this class name and say refactor and rename and add the test keyword here. Okay. So if the class names are not ending with test or doesn't contain the test keyword, Maven is not going to find it out. Okay. So Maven will not identify that as a test to run. So now, out of these three classes, I only mentioned test keyword in only one class. Only these three test methods inside this class are going to run. Okay, even though I'm trying to run all the three classes, okay, even though with the help of Maven, I would like to run all the test methods in all the classes, but they are not going to run because only one class name is mentioned with test that has three test methods. So 3 out of 7 test methods will run. Maven test, just see, only 3 tests will run. Earlier, 0 tests got run. Now 3 tests are going to run. So let's wait. Once I run it, you see, you'll get this kind of thing. The console, it will, with the help of Maven, we are invoking the TestNG test. This time only 3 tests will run. Out of 7 tests, 3 tests will run. You see, this time we got this test and 3 tests are running. So you can see here, how many tests got run? Only 3 tests got run. Okay, that too from the class 1 test. From the class 1 test, 3 tests got run from class 1 test. What about class 2 and class 3? They didn't get run because the problem with that is their name is doesn't contain the keyword known as test keyword. So again, I have to refactor here. For every class, I have to mention test keyword somewhere in the name. I generally prefer providing it at the end. Here also I'll add test. Now this time, all the total 7 out of 7 tests will run. 7 out of 7 test and tests will run. Let's see. So right click on the project, say run as and say Maven test. Total 7 tests will run. So it will start in a while after running. This time total 7 tests will run. Okay. Total 7 tests will get the number as 7. You see total 7 tests got run. Test run is 7. So that's one of the rule for the Maven to invoke the TestNG test. There is one more rule also. I didn't cover that, but it is already there. When I created the project, right, it is already there. But you have to make sure whether that thing is there in your project or not. If not, Maven will not be able to run your TestNG tests. Okay. Apart from having this test keyword in the class names where the test methods, TestNG test methods are available, there's one more rule for Maven to run the TestNG or to invoke the TestNG. That is in the pom.xml file. When open the pom.xml file, there will be one section known as build. Under that build, you will have plugin management. Under that, you will have plugins. Make sure that you have this plugin in your machine. Okay, this particular plugin should be there in your machine. If you don't have this plugin, Maven should for plugin, Maven will not be able to invoke the TestNG test. Okay, so you have to make sure this plugin section is there. Maven should for plugin is there. Okay, those are the two rules: having the name, class name containing the test keyword. Other one is the Maven should for plugin in the pom.xml file. These are the two ways. Okay, now. So now the other thing is that I don't want to, run like this. I don't want to give the this class names containing, I'll just again refactor and remove the test keyword. I don't want the test keyword here. I don't want to mention the test keyword. Still, I want the Maven to run this all the tests under all the classes. Even though the class names are not mentioned with the test keyword, still I want to make the Maven to run this test inside this all the individual classes. So how that is possible, I'll tell you. So with the help of TestNG XML file, we can do that. So have to I'm removing the test keyword from all these classes, but still I want the Maven to run. But how that is possible is with the help of testng.xml file. Open the testng.xml file and make sure all these classes with exact names are mentioned here. After that, I'll go to the pom.xml file. First, I'll make sure this, okay. I'll go to the Parameterization XML file. I'll make sure whether Maven Shurvar plugin is there. Okay, here Maven Shurvar plugin is there, but here this is a default Maven Shurvar plugin, which is not providing the path of the testng.xml file. Okay, I'll make the Maven invoke the testng.xml file and testng.xml file invoke this classes. That way we can solve the problem. How? So very simple here. So here, instead of this default Maven Shurvar plugin, I'll just Google search for some plugin that is, I'll simply write down Maven Surefire TestNG. Just search like this. Okay, with this three code search, and you'll get this link. And after going there, scroll down, you'll find this section. A different type of plugin you will find. This is also Maven Shurefire plugin, but here it can be customized more, where you can provide the place where testng.xml file is available in your project. Copy this plugin and go to your form.xml file and replace this default plugin with your own plugin. With that plugin which specifies the path of the here suit XML file, we have specified the testng.xml file. Since this testng.xml file is directly available under the project, you can specify like this. But if in case the testng.xml file is not directly there in the project, if it is part of some packages and all, you have to provide the packages dot slash testng.xml file. Here, this is a path of the testng.xml file. Since in this case, the testng.xml file is directly under the project, we can directly provide the testng.xml file as a path here. This is working fine. This is a correct path only. Okay. So what we are doing here is to this Maven Surefire plugin, Maven will take the help of the Maven Surefire plugin to run the test. And this Maven Surefire plugin is diverting the Maven to go and run the testng test with the help of testng.xml file by specifying the path of the testng.xml file here. Now testng.xml file, you know that in the testng.xml file, we have specified all these classes containing the test method. So testng.xml file invoke the test methods inside these classes, specified classes. So Maven is invoking this testng.xml file with the help of Maven Surefire plugin, and testng.xml file is invoking this. Now there is no need of specifying the test keyword in any of these classes. Now what I will do here is how to run this. So how to run this? Simple. Again, right click on this project. Even though these class names are not mentioned with this, they have to run. Run as Maven test. Let's see. So even though we have not specified the class names with test keyword and all, with the help of Maven Surefire plugin, the Maven is getting directed to go to testng.xml file, and from the testng.xml file, whatever the classes are mentioned, all the test methods in the classes are going to run. You see, still they are running, right? Total 7 out of 7 tests will run. This is another way. And from command line also we can do, without Eclipse ID, from command line also we can do Maven command line. That is the last way I'm going to cover in this session. That is Maven command line, how to do that. So right click on the project, go to the location where this project is available in your machine. Okay, so simple. Where is that? Properties file, and this is a location. Go to the location. Go inside the project location. You can close this Eclipse ID. There's no need. Once you are at the project location, type CMD. And here we have to specify mvn test command. Okay. So what happens at the project location? Mvn test, Maven test command will detect this form.xml file and it will run it. But before that, without Eclipse ID, we are doing from the command line, right? We have to make sure that in our machine, the Maven is configured. Okay. So how? I'll tell you. Maybe it's already there in my machine, but let me find it out. Edit. I just need to type edit system environment variables. Select this option and go to the location in my machine. This advanced system properties advanced in that environment variables, in the system variables. Just see whether you have Maven underscore home anywhere here. If it is not there, it should be there. Okay. So how to make that possible? How to make it possible? So simple. Go here and say download Maven. Download Maven from command line. This is the way. Download Maven. Download Apache Maven. Click on this link. It will take you here, and here you have to find the this file, Apache Maven bin.zip file. Click on this. Once the zip file is downloaded, this is in real time. These are the ways we generally invoke TestNG XML file. Okay, TestNG tests. These are the ways to invoke TestNG in real time, either from Eclipse ID or IntelliJ ID options. Will do that with the help of TestNG plugin or with the help of Maven things. We do that from Eclipse ID or IntelliJ ID, or with the help of Maven from command line, we can do that. For that, we have to do some configuration. Before hitting this command here, we have to make sure Maven is configured in your machine. So let the zip file download. The zip file got downloaded. Just show in folder. Simply extract all. Extract the zip file. This particular zip file. It's getting extracted. Let's wait. Okay, once it gets extracted, go inside this, and these are the files. This is a folder you have to copy. Inside the extracted folder, you will get another folder. Copy this folder. Keep it anywhere in your machine where you can remember. Go to the C drive otherwise, and here see, it's already there. You see, I'll delete the older one and paste the latest one. Control V. Okay, this is the latest one. So where is that pasted? Yeah, here. This is the location. Copy this location. Copy this, and in the edit system environment variables, here say new and say Maven _ home. Okay, paste it. Say okay, and after that find the path. Click on edit, and here you have to provide the Maven till bin folder. Okay, so go inside the bin folder of Maven. Copy this path, and here say new and paste it. Say okay. Say okay, and again say okay. Now it is now configured in your machine. Now you can hit this command. Again, let's open the command prompt freshly. We have went through the project location, right? Where is the project location? So this is a project location, I guess, where the pom.xml file is available. Okay, this is a project location. Type cmd, and you'll get the command prompt. At this location, you type after configuring Maven in your machine, after downloading and configuring Maven in your machine, type this command, mvn test command, press enter. That's it. It should work. Maven will invoke the TestNG.xml file because it will go and look for pom.xml file. Pom.xml file there is Maven shortcut plugin in pom.xml file that will divert this Maven to the TestNG.xml file. TestNG.xml file has all the classes mentioned. Those classes will be invoked, and those classes will invoke all the 7 out of 7 tests got run. Okay, done. Great. So these are the different ways of invoking the TestNG. Okay, either using the TestNG options provided by IDE, that is Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ, or by using the Maven from IDE or from the command line that I have just now shown you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to run TestNG using command prompt or from command prompt. Let me answer. So let me switch to this Eclipse IDE. I'll freshly create a project. I'll select project here and search for Java and select the Java project. Click on next and create this project. So I'll say TestNG sample CMD command line project. Okay, some random name I am giving. Click on finish. I'm freshly creating a project here. Once the project is created, I'll expand this SRC. By default, some file is coming. I'll delete that. And under the SRC, I'll create a class. I'll just name this class as some C1 class. Okay, class 1. For sample, for randomly, I'm giving the class name. Click on finish. And inside this class, I'm going to create a method, public void test1 method. Name of the method I'm giving as test1, some random method name. And on the top of this, provide @test annotation. Okay, now hold the mouse and add TestNG library. To this project, you are adding the library. Now, after adding the library, now hover the mouse on @test and you'll get this import statement now. Import this test annotation from TestNG. Once that is done, write some sample code here and say executed test1 like this. Now save this. Now, so what we have to do is we have to run this TestNG from command line. So first of all, I will create a TestNG XML file here. Right click TestNG, convert to TestNG. I'll simply click on finish a TestNG.xml file, which contains this particular class, C1 class. Okay, you see this particular class is mentioned, is created. Once this is done, to run this particular TestNG from command line, I have to create one more folder, that is a lib folder. Okay, under the library folder, I will add some jar files. So what are the jar files I need to add? For example, here, whatever the jar files that are there in this TestNG library, I need to add. How to find these jar files? You have to go to this location in my machine, C users username folder .p2 pool plugins. Okay, let's go there. I will just go to the C drive. From there, I'll go to the username folder. In that, you'll find P2 folder. In that pool folder, in that plugins. In the plugins folder, if you scroll down, you'll find everything. Let's find one by one. That is org TestNG. So I'll go and find org.testng thing. I have to scroll. A lot of files are there, so I have to scroll heavily. So here, this looks like this one, org testng 7.4.0 R202 something. Copy this and paste it under the lib folder. Okay. After that, I'll go for remaining orgs. Org Apache is there. So I have to scroll up. A lot of files are there here. So I have to scroll fastly. This many files are there. So arg Apache, what is the one? Arg Apache hyphen extras. Arg Apache. Almost there. Hyphen. Yeah, this one looks like this one. Some B6 and all. Okay. Copy this and paste it here. Remaining jar files also I'll find it out. Arc YAML. Arc YAML. Scroll completely. Arc YAML. Snake YAML. Snake YAML. After that, 1.2, 27.0, some 806 something is there. So this one looks like. Copy that jar file. Paste it here. Now, arg webjars jQuery something is there. Let's find it out. Arg webjars jQuery 3.5.1. This one. Copy this. Paste it here. One more jar file is left. That is this one. Com bust jcommander. Okay. So let's find it out in this list. Com. Okay, here it is. Com bust jcommander underscore 1.7.0 jar. Copy this. So once you get all these jar files here under the lib, now right click on this project, select properties and go to the project location in your folder location, project folder location in your machine. This is a project folder location. Open this and here type cmd, press enter. The command prompt will open from this project location where this, okay, where this testng.xml file is available. Fine, we need this testng.xml file. We need to run this. So to run this, first we have to set the class path. So how to set the class path? I have to write set command space. Then I have to specify the class path, that is class path is equal to. Then I need to provide the place where this dot class files are available. Dot class files are available. Copy this location where dot class files are created and put a semicolon. After that, go to the lib folder where we have put the jar files, all the jar files we just collected and pasted, right? That folder path you provide, paste it, and after that, provide backward slash and provide asterisk. Okay. So with this, the class path will be set. After the class path got set here, you have to run the next command, java space org dot testng dot testng testng.xml. Okay, this is a command we have to run. When you run this command, whatever the testng tests that are there in this particular project need to run. Okay, or instead of writing these two commands, instead of specifying these two commands, what we can do is directly we'll go to the project location. There's another way also. Either you have to run these two commands. Okay, after this command, you have to run this command, or simply you can run a single command. Okay, instead of these two commands, you can run a single command. Let me show you how to run the single command. So here, go to the project location again. The single command, we can specify everything. Go to the project location. Once project, go inside the project folder where TestNG.xml file is visible. Now type cmd. The command prompt will launch at the project location. And here type the single command java-cp. Okay. CP means class path. And after this, you provide the location of the project where dot class files for each and every Java file you created here. In the project, whatever the Java files are there, for each and every Java file, a dot class file will be created, right? That path you have to copy and paste it here. Okay, and put a semicolon. And after that, go to the location, lib folder location, copy this and paste it. Now say backward slash asterisk symbol, and followed by you have to write org dot testng space. You have to give the file name that you want to run, that is testng.xml file. So give the testng.xml and press enter. That's it. Okay, this is how we need to run the testng test from the command line. These are the commands case. Okay, so either these two commands you have to run or this command you have to run the testng test using the command line. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of invocation count attribute in TestNG? Let me answer. We can run the same TestNG test method desired number of times with the help of this invocation count attribute. So how to use this? Practically, I'm going to show you now. I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. In this TestNG project, I'll open one of the class containing some TestNG test methods. I'll open one of the class, a class 2. And in that, there are 2 test methods. I'll pick this particular test method. So if I run this particular test method, this test method is going to run only one time. Okay, this particular print statement will be printed in the output console only one time. You see, when I click on this run, TestNG will run this particular test method, and this test method is going to run only one time. You see, only one time it got run. And you can see the output also. You can see the output here. C2 test1 got executed. Okay, only one time this print statement got printed. Now what I'm going to do here is, beside this @test, I'm going to write, okay, beside this @test method, I'm going to specify this, invocation count. I'll say invocation count is equal to 3. So if I specify the invocation count attribute with the value 3 means, okay, when I run this particular test method using TestNG, it's going to run how many times? 3 times. Let me click on this run. You'll observe that the same test method is going to run 3 times this time. Okay. You see, it got run 3 times. C2 test1 got executed for the first time. C2 test1 got executed for second time. C2 test1 got executed for third time. Okay. Like this, the same test method, if you want to run multiple times, that is possible by specifying this invocation count, and we have to specify how many number of times you want to run the same test method. So hope guys you understood what is the use of invocation count attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of thread pool size attribute in TestNG? Let me answer. By specifying this thread pool size attribute in TestNG test methods, we are simply allocating multiple threads to run that particular test method. Okay. If you're not specifying this attribute, only one thread will be allocated to run that particular test method. But if you are specifying the thread pool size, then multiple threads will be allocated to run that particular TestNG test method. So what is the advantage of allocating multiple threads? By allocating the multiple threads, which we generally call as thread pool, okay, it will decrease the running time of the test method. The time that this particular test method will take to run, okay, will be decreased. I'll demonstrate with a practical example. So I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. I'll select one test method. Let's say this is one test method. So this test method will run only one time. But what I will do for this example is, I will add this attribute known as invocation count. Okay. I explained this invocation count related attribute in the previous session. Okay. Previous interview question, I answered this, right? I'm just giving the invocation count is equal to 3. So when I run this, the same test method is going to run how many times? Because of this invocation count attribute, the same test method is going to run multiple times. That is, whatever the number you give, that many number of times, the same test method is going to run. So this print statement is going to be printed how many times in the output? 3 times, because the test method is going to run 3 times because of this invocation count. Let's run this. So let's see that this particular test method is going to run how many times? 3 times it got run. The same test method got executed 3 times. You see, the same print statement got printed 3 times. C2 test 1 executed, C2 test 1 got executed, C2 test 1 got executed. So the same test method got executed. So here, when it is getting executed, when this particular test method is executing multiple times, what happened in real time was, so here, there's a test method which need to run 3 times, right? Here, I was not using this thread pool size attribute, okay? In this particular example, I was not using this thread pool size attribute. So what happens is, by default, only one thread will be allocated. To run this particular test method, to run this particular TestNG test method, only one thread will be allocated. This particular test will be assigned to this particular thread, and the test will run one time. After that, since we provided invocation count is equal to 3, what will happen once this particular test will run one time on this thread? Once this thread will become free, then this same test will run second time. Once the thread becomes free, then once this first time is completed, then second time will start. And once the second time is also completed and the thread becomes free, then test will run for the third time. Okay. So here only one thread is allocated for this test method. Okay. Even though this test method is running multiple times, we are allocating only single thread. So the second run and third run need to wait for the same thread to become free. But what if I do something like this in this example, thread pool size attribute if I use, okay, if I use this thread pool size attribute, thread pool size attribute, I will simply say 3. What will happen in this case? If I give thread pool size is equal to 3, then here instead of single thread getting allocated for the test to run, in this example, so there will be test 1, test need to, the same test need to run first time, same test need to run second time, same test need to run third time. But here in this case, we have 3 threads. Okay. Thread pool size is how much? 3. That means there are 3 threads allocated to run this particular test. So while the test first run of this particular same test is running on this thread 1, the second run of this same test is going to run on the second thread, and the third run of the same test is going to run on the third thread. Okay. So this happens simultaneously, and because of which, what is the advantage? Time will be saved. Time will be saved, and execution will be fast. Execution of this particular test multiple times will be fast, because while the test is running on this thread, the second run is running on this thread, third run is simultaneously running on this thread, because of this pool size of the thread pool, because of this multiple threads, that is a thread pool, okay, which is nothing but a thread pool. So hope guys you understood what is the advantage of this thread pool size. Okay, if I run this now after mentioning this thread pool size equal to 3, the same test is going to run 3 times, but each and every run is going to run on the separate thread, because we have 3 threads here allocated, multiple threads allocated. So execution will be a bit fast. Okay, the execution will be a bit fast compared to the earlier. Then you will get the result a bit faster. Okay, you see, you got the results faster. So hope guys you understood what exactly is the use of thread pool size attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of timeout attribute in TestNG? Let me answer. Sometimes while running or executing this TestNG test methods, there may be some situations where these test methods may take longer time than expected, or they may get stuck. Whatever the reason that may be, if you want to limit the time in which this particular test methods need to complete the execution, otherwise you want to fail the test. Okay, either the test methods have to finish the execution in the specified time, within that specified time, or if it is taking longer, I don't want to run the test, rather I would like to fail the test. In such kind of situation, you can use this attribute known as timeout attribute, using which if the tests are taking longer time than expected, or the tests are getting stuck and are not completing in the specified time, which is specified with this timeout attribute time, in that cases, the TestNG test methods are going to fail. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this attribute for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample test method. And here, I'll write down. Okay. What is that? Timeout. I would like to specify the time. That is, let's say 3000. 3000 means 3 seconds. Okay. 3000 milliseconds means 3 seconds. So if this particular test method doesn't complete the execution within this specified time, that is 3 seconds, this particular test method is going to be marked as fail. Okay. We are limiting the time in which this test method should complete the execution. If it is taking more than 3 seconds, the test method is going to get failed. Okay. So if I run this, this will complete very fast. So within 3 seconds, it will be done. So it will not be failing. Okay. In this case, you see it got passed. It got passed. Okay. Within 3 seconds, that test execution got completed. What if I intentionally add this statement that is a thread dot sleep, and if I give some 5 seconds here, but here time limit is 3 seconds, but here thread dot sleep is 5 seconds, means definitely this execution will not complete in 3 seconds. Okay. I'm just mimicking that. So if this particular test method is going to take more than 3 seconds to finish the execution, in that case, I prefer failing the test. Okay. So that's where I have added this timeout is equal to attribute is equal to some 3 seconds. And if this test execution will not complete in 3 seconds, is going to fail. So this is going to fail because here thread.sleep will wait for 5 seconds and the execution will definitely take more than 3 seconds. So it will fail. Intentionally, we are failing this. Okay. In real time, if you come across some situations where apart from the specified time, if the test methods are taking more time than specified in this timeout attribute, then the test methods are going to get failed like this. Okay. You see, this one got failed because of the timeout exception. Okay. So hopefully you understood how to use this, how to use this timeout attribute in TestNG test methods and what is the purpose of using it. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is JUnit? Let me answer. So what is JUnit? JUnit is a unit testing framework. So what is JUnit? JUnit is a unit testing framework for which programming language? Unit testing framework for Java programming language. Okay. JUnit is a unit testing framework for which programming language? Java programming language. To understand JUnit in a better way, you have to first understand what exactly is meant by unit testing. So what is unit testing? Let's say, so this is the entire application code. Okay. This entire code written for developing the application. This box contains assume that this particular box which I have drawn here contains entire code written by developers for developing the particular application software. Okay. So if this is the entire code, and if I break this code into smallest chunks, okay, smallest chunks into smallest chunks which cannot be broken further. Okay. If I break this entire code which is written by developers for developing this particular software into smallest pieces or chunks of code which cannot be broken further. Okay, you cannot break this further. Such kind of smallest chunks, if you are breaking that into, and here each and every smallest chunks. Okay, here each and every smallest chunks in this particular list of chunks is nothing but a unit. Okay, here this particular thing is a unit, this particular thing is a unit. And if you are testing this, you see each and every chunk here has some code which cannot be broken further. Okay, so such small chunk of code, if you're testing separately, if you're testing this unit piece of code which cannot be broken for separately, okay, again, this one also separately, if you're testing this particular chunk, that is unit also you're testing separately, this particular unit individually or separately you are testing. And like the way, each and every small chunk piece of code which cannot be broken further, that is each and every unit if you are testing separately, this is called as unit testing. Okay, this is called as unit testing. Fine. So who will be performing the unit testing in real time? Developers will be performing the unit testing. Okay. Generally, in real time, developers will be performing this unit testing where they will break this entire code written for developing the software into smallest chunks which cannot be broken further. And that kind of testing is called as unit testing, and testing such kind of small chunks, units individually is called as unit testing. But what is the purpose? Why developers have to perform this unit testing? You see, this kind of testing can be performed during the early stages, okay, of building the software. That's why any defects can be detected early, okay. So this results in early detection of defects, okay, since developers will be performing this and way before the entire software is developed and given for software testers for testing, they can start this, and where developers will be breaking this entire code into smallest chunks which cannot be broken further, called as units, and testing these units separately. There's a possibility that some defects can be identified in an early fashion. Okay. So that is the main purpose why developers will be performing this unit testing, helps in early detection of defects. To perform this unit testing, okay, to perform this unit testing, when the developers are writing the code in the Java programming language, which framework the developers will use? JUnit unit testing framework. With the help of the JUnit unit testing framework, developers can perform the unit test. Okay. With the help of the JUnit unit testing framework, developers can perform the unit testing. And if the programming language used is written in Java programming language, then JUnit is a unit testing framework which can be used. Okay. Hope you got the idea what exactly is JUnit is. It's one of the unit testing framework which can be used for Java programming language. Okay. Fine. So what about software testers? The software tester doesn't use this JUnit unit testing framework? No ways. Okay. Software testers will also use, okay, not only developers, software testers will also use this JUnit unit testing framework, but where? During the automation, in test automation, when you are writing your automation scripts, when you are creating the automation scripts, and if JUnit is there, okay, where they will automate each and every test case and consider that as a unit. Every test case automated will be put as a unit. Okay, I'll show you practically. So here, let's say there is an Eclipse ID, and here I'm going to create a new project. I'll just search for Maven here and select this Maven project, click on next, and click on next. And here I'll write down Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. Like this, I'll select this Apache one, click on next. Here, let's give a project name, JDemo, okay, JUnit demo or something, JD, some JPEG. Click on finish. Let the Maven project get created here. So while developers will use this as for performing the unit testing, software testers are not going to use it for unit testing purpose. Software testers will use this JUnit unit testing framework for a different purpose, that is during the test automation. While automating the different test cases, okay, as part of test automation, there, each and every test case automated will be considered as a unit. Okay, every test case will be considered as a unit. I'll show you practically now. Okay, you'll understand. So here, type Y and press enter so that this project will be created. So build success and project got created, JDemo. Now simply expand this under SRC test. You see, in this project, when you create a Maven project in Eclipse ID, right? If you go to the pom.xml file, you'll see that in this project, JUnit is already there. Okay, in the dependencies with that archetype, when I create Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start template, if I create that Maven project, right? Then this dependency will automatically come. JUnit dependency will automatically come. I don't have to add it manually. So fine. Anyhow, the JUnit library is already there in this project. So I'll directly right click on this package and select new and just name this class as demo class. Click on finish. And inside this demo class, instead of main methods, I'll be creating some unit tests. Okay. So unit kind of methods I'll create. Public void. I'll say login with first test case, which I'm automating. Let's assume that. Okay. Login with valid credentials is one test case. Credentials is one test which I'm going to automate. Okay. Here I have to provide an annotation from JUnit known as @test annotation. Over the mouse on @test and import this @test from JUnit library. Okay. Now inside this method, you can write some Selenium automation code. Okay. Here I'm not writing because it is going to take a lot of time. So login with valid credentials automation test code got executed. Okay, like that I'm writing a sample statement. So only one test case do I have to automate? No, you can create any number of test cases. For example, another test case I'm trying to automate, login with invalid credentials. Another test case. Like that, you can create any number of credentials. Okay. Here also credentials. Okay. So here again, one print statement. Login with invalid credentials, right? Invalid. Another test case I'm automating. Assume that here I'm writing some Selenium code or so whatever the code to implement this method. Okay. Here, this is a normal method. I have to convert that into JUnit unit method. So @test annotation I have to provide. Now it got converted into the unit test method. Okay. Here, every unit test is nothing but a automated test case. Okay. So one test case is automated here. Another test case is automated here. You can automate any number of test cases here in the form of these test methods, JUnit test methods. So This is how the software testers will use this JUnit unit testing framework for test automation purpose, where they will be considering each and every automated test case as a separate unit. Okay, while developers will use it for unit testing purpose, while software testers will use it for this purpose. Okay. So hope guys you got an idea what exactly is JUnit and what is the purpose of this JUnit and okay, how developers will use this JUnit as a unit testing framework for unit testing purpose, and how software testers will use this JUnit unit testing framework for automating the test cases as part of test automation and all. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions, that is, what are JUnit annotations? Let me answer. First of all, what is JUnit? JUnit is a unit testing framework. In this unit testing framework known as JUnit, we have several annotations. So what exactly are these JUnit annotations? So JUnit unit testing provides a good list of annotations using which we can control the execution flow of the code, in which order the code need to be executed, how many times the same code need to be executed. Like that, we can control the execution flow of the code with the help of this JUnit annotation. That's the main purpose of the JUnit annotations. There are different JUnit annotations we have. That is @test. By specifying this annotation before a method, that particular method will become a test method. Okay, that you can run with the help of JUnit. Okay. And there are other annotations like @after, @before, and @after. So if you specify this @before a method, okay, that particular method code will run before every test method. Okay. And if you mention this @after JUnit annotation before a method, that method code, okay, will run after every test method get executed. Okay. Like that, we can control the execution flow of the code with the help of this JUnit annotations like setup code, tear down code, closure code, like a, okay, based on the code that need to be run before the test method and after the test method. This kind of annotations we can provide. Similarly, we have @before class, @after class. We have @ignore for ignoring the test. Like if you don't want for a particular test to run, or if you want to disable it or ignore it from execution, then @ignore annotation we provide. Like that, many other annotations are there. You see here @parameters to parameterize a particular test method. Okay. So like that, many annotations are there in JUnit, okay, for this purpose. So hope you understood what exactly are JUnit annotations at least at a high level. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is TestNG and what is its use? Let me answer. First of all, TestNG is a unit testing framework. To get started, I'm calling the TestNG as a unit testing framework, but by the end of this session, I will call it properly. Okay, I'll call it with a different name. Why and how I am going to call that TestNG at the end? Let's keep that suspense. Okay, to get started, I'll call the TestNG as most of the people call TestNG as a unit testing framework. We'll redefine this thing by the end of the session. Okay, so next thing, NG in TestNG stands for next generation. Okay, so in TestNG, test next generation. NG stands for next generation. It is a next generation unit testing framework. Okay, and this unit testing framework known as TestNG can only be used with which programming language? It can only be used with Java programming language. Okay, so there are different programming languages in the market. Okay, but with all the other programming languages, we cannot use TestNG for unit testing purpose. We cannot use TestNG with other programming languages like C# and Python. So there are other unit testing framework for this language. For example, for C#, we have to use NUnit. Okay, the famous one we have for C# is NUnit unit testing framework. For Java, already I told you, right? You can use TestNG as a unit testing framework for Java programming language here. So Java, TestNG is there. Along with TestNG, we have another unit testing framework known as JUnit. Okay, but TestNG is kind of powerful than JUnit. Okay, a lot of people use TestNG or JUnit for Java programming language. Then we have Python. For Python, we have PyTest as a unit testing framework. Then for JavaScript, we have Jasmine. Okay, so these are the popular programming languages and their associated, unit testing framework. So Java is only, TestNG is only for Java programming language. For other programming languages, we have other unit testing frameworks. So how TestNG came into existence and all. You see, the one who was using JUnit and NUnit, right? That person felt like there are some limitations in this JUnit and NUnit, and but that person is inspired. Okay, that person okay is inspired by JUnit and NUnit and would like to create a more better unit testing framework than JUnit and NUnit and to solve the limitations which are there in this unit testing framework. So came up with this new next generation unit testing framework known as TestNG. Okay. So, but TestNG got created after that particular person got inspired by JUnit and NUnit and thought of solving the limitations in this previous unit testing frameworks like JUnit and NUnit. Okay. That's how TestNG came into existence. Now, developers use TestNG for automating the unit tests. Okay. First of all, what is unit testing? You see, the entire code that is written by the developers for developing a software can be broken down into smallest chunks. Okay, which cannot be broken further. That smallest chunks which cannot be broken further can be called as unit. That piece of code, okay, which cannot be broken further, which I'm calling as small chunks, which cannot be broken further. We can call them as units. Okay, that unit pieces of code, okay, which cannot be broken further, if they are tested independently, okay, if you break the entire application code into multiple units which cannot be broken further, and if you are testing that unit separately, that is called as unit testing. To automate this unit testing, developers will use a framework known as TestNG. Okay. In case of the programming language is Java, definitely developers are going to use the next generation unit testing framework, TestNG. So fine. Okay. And first level of testing automation, why I'm saying that is you are not automating the UIs, but you are automating the unit tests. Okay. With the help of that TestNG unit testing framework, developers will generally do that, not software testers. Okay. In real time. Now, testers also will use TestNG, but not for automating the unit test. Instead, testers use TestNG for automating, okay, while automating the UI automation test or API automation test and mobile automation test, testers will choose TestNG, okay, while developers will use TestNG unit testing framework for automating the unit test, but software testers will use TestNG for automating the UI test, API test, and mobile test, okay, mobile automation test. You see, for UI automation, we have very good tool in the market, automation tool that is called Selenium. Okay, we can use this TestNG along with Selenium for UI testing automation. Similarly, we have very good automation tool in the market for mobile automation, that is APM. So we can use TestNG along with APM for mobile testing automation, and for API automation, we have a good tool in the market, Rest Assured, for automating the API tests. We can use TestNG with Rest Assured and so on. Okay. So, and TestNG on the top of this, TestNG is free and open source. Okay. You don't have to pay any license amount or single buck. Okay. You don't have to pay even a single buck for, downloading or installing or using TestNG. And it's also open source. Okay. The code that is written for developing this TestNG by the developers of the TestNG is open in public. Okay. You can download the code, you can access the code, you can view the code. Okay. You can work towards the code also. Fine. And TestNG is powerful than JUnit. Here I already told you, right? For Java programming languages, there are two unit testing frameworks. Any of these things you can use, but TestNG is kind of powerful than JUnit. It's more better than JUnit. JUnit has some limitations, but TestNG is kind of powerful and mostly used by the people in the market. So how TestNG is powerful than JUnit? Okay. So JUnit is mostly intended for unit testing, but doesn't support end-to-end test automation much. Okay. I'm not saying that JUnit cannot be used for end-to-end test automation like UI automation, mobile automation, API automation. It's not like that. Okay. You can still use JUnit for this end-to-end testing automation also. You're like UI automation, that mobile automation, API automation. But the problem is it's not really designed for that. Okay. It doesn't fully support. Okay. It has some limitations. JUnit has some limitations which will make us to choose TestNG over JUnit. Okay. Because of these limitations, we will choose TestNG over JUnit because TestNG is kind of powerful. JUnit has some limitations in this kind of aspect where you want to automate some end-to-end test automation like UI automation, API automation, and mobile automation. We prefer to go with TestNG than JUnit, but JUnit also can do that, but it has some limitations. It doesn't fully support, but TestNG fully supports this kind of end-to-end testing automation like UI, mobile, and API automations. Okay. So, and now let's understand what is the use of this TestNG. Okay. What are the use, and I can explain here. TestNG has ability to write more flexible and powerful tests than JUnit. And what are the uses of TestNG? You can see it here. TestNG is very easier to use. Okay. The way while using TestNG, right, you will feel that it's kind of easier to use, and easy annotations. The naming conventions followed. Okay. While in the TestNG annotation, there are different TestNG annotations like at the rate test, at the rate before method, at the rate after method. The naming conventions are appropriately given. Okay. So easy to understand annotations are there. Then grouping. Okay. Grouping. We can group the uh, tests into a particular category, like a particular amount of tests we can move into the smoke testing category. There are some attributes like groups attribute in TestNG using which we can group them. Okay. Sequencing, we can prioritize the test, like which test method should run first, which test method should run next. So there's separate attribute for that in TestNG for doing that. Parameterizing the test. For example, what is parameterization? Basically, apart from TestNG, if you go for some Java programming and you create some method, okay, if there is a method without having any parameters, and when you're calling the method, you don't have to pass any data, like arguments like that, you don't have to pass. But if there is another method which intakes like two parameters, let's say, okay, and you have, while calling the method, you have to pass data to that, two parameters, okay? So like that, that is called as parameterization, parameterizing, okay? TestNG also will support the parameterization where you can pass the data to the test method, okay? So from externally, you can pass the data to the test methods, okay, from wherever you want, right? There are different ways to pass the data to these test methods from outside by simply creating the parameters and parameterizing it. TestNG supports that, okay? And not only that, because of this parameterization possible in TestNG, it's also possible to perform data-driven testing, okay? So the same test method, if you want to run with multiple sets of data, okay? You don't have to create the same test method multiple times for each and every set of data. Rather, you will create only one test method. And when calling that method, you'll pass multiple sets of data. For every set of data in the multiple set of data, this particular same test method will run. So that is called as data-driven testing. Parameterization and data-driven testing are possible with the help of TestNG. Then with TestNG, we can generate good-looking HTML reports, okay? When compared to JUnit, TestNG reports are better. And more annotations are available. When compared to JUnit, TestNG has good number of annotations, okay? Because of this, having more number of annotations, we call TestNG is more flexible. Here I mentioned, right? Writes more flexible and powerful test, okay? Why it's more flexible? Because it has a good number of annotations than JUnit. And whatever the limitations that are there in JUnit, right? That are overcome by this TestNG. Okay, some things which are not possible by JUnit are possible with TestNG. Okay, like grouping, sequencing, parameterizing, generating better HTML reports than JUnit, more annotations for more flexibility of running of the tests and all. Parallel execution, okay, of test is supported by TestNG, whereas in JUnit is not supported. Okay, you can run the automation test parallelly. At the same time, multiple tests can run. And we have listeners in TestNG which are not there in JUnit. And listeners means, whatever the test, while running the test, some events will rise. Based on the event, some actions should be taken. Such actions we can code it, okay, with the help of listeners. Okay, in TestNG we have listeners which are not there in the JUnit, and many more. Okay, so along with how TestNG is powerful than JUnit, I also explained what are the uses of the TestNG. With these things, these are not only the advantages of TestNG or JUnit, but also the uses. Okay, grouping of the test is possible with the TestNG. Prioritization of or sequencing of the test is possible. Parameterizing of the test, data-driven testing is possible with TestNG. Generating HTML reports is possible. These are all the uses of TestNG. Okay, annotations are available in TestNG, and parallel execution is possible in TestNG. Listeners, configuring the listeners is possible in TestNG. These are all the uses of TestNG. Okay, here the question here is interview question is what is TestNG and what is it used. I explained what is TestNG till here, but here these are the list of the users. Okay, from here to here these are the users. Okay, so finally we came to the last point where in the beginning I was saying I was saying or calling TestNG as a unit testing framework. Okay, to get started I told you, but now I'm going to call that as a not just a unit testing framework. Instead, I will be calling it as a testing framework. I should not restrict TestNG for unit testing. It's not only for unit testing, but TestNG can also be used for, it can also be used for unit testing, integration testing, end-to-end functional testing. What is end-to-end functional testing? We are automating these things, right? As part of end-to-end functional testing, we are doing this UI automation, mobile automation, API automation. Okay, not just developers are using the TestNG for unit testing, automating the unit testing purpose. Rather, software testers are also using the TestNG for UI, mobile, API automations, okay? Because of which TestNG should not be only called as unit testing framework. If someone is calling that, you can also reframe that saying that it's not just a unit testing framework, but it is a testing framework, okay? Testing means it's kind of generic, not only for unit testing, but also automating the integration test, automating the end-to-end functional tests like UI, API, mobile, everything is possible with the help of TestNG. Hence, TestNG is a testing framework, okay? So if someone asks you what is TestNG, then instead of saying TestNG is a unit testing framework, you can say that TestNG is a testing framework. Okay, it's not just a unit testing framework, but it's a testing framework because it not only automates unit tests, but also it can automate the integration and end-to-end functional tests like API, mobile, and UI. Okay, so like that, you have to give an explanation. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. What is TestNG and what is its use in this session? So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how TestNG is better than JUnit. So let me answer. First of all, this TestNG and JUnit both are unit testing frameworks for which programming language? For Java programming language. That's a match. Okay. You can either use TestNG for unit testing using Java programming language, or you can use JUnit for unit testing with Java programming language. But why TestNG is better than JUnit? Because TestNG is powerful than JUnit, and TestNG is solving some limitations of JUnit, and TestNG is better than JUnit. TestNG is flexible, more flexible than JUnit. Okay, what are the reasons behind why TestNG is better than JUnit? Let me list down for you here. So before going with the list of things, first let me tell you something about JUnit and its limitation. Okay, so JUnit is mostly intended for automating the unit tests. Okay, developers generally use JUnit for automating the unit tests in Java programming language. Okay, but it doesn't support end-to-end testing automation much. I'm not saying it is not going to support. I'm saying it has some limitations where it's not fully supporting. Okay, to the level of expectations. Okay, that it has to support, it's not supporting. It supports, but it has some limitations because of which it's not fully supporting this end-to-end test automation. It has some limitations. Okay, so JUnit can also be used for not only unit testing automation, but also for end-to-end automation. But coming to the end-to-end automation, it has some limitations where it cannot fully support, okay, to the extent that is required, okay, for automating the end-to-end tests. That's where TestNG will come into picture, where it also or fully supports the end-to-end test automation also along with the unit testing, okay. And TestNG has the ability to write more flexible tests, okay. That's why TestNG is flexible than JUnit, because it has a flexibility to write more flexible tests, okay, where you have complete control on execution flow of the code and all those stuff, okay, than JUnit, okay. And you can write powerful tests with the help of TestNG, guys, okay. That's why TestNG is powerful and flexible and better than JUnit, okay. These are the list of items that I was talking about. So how TestNG is better than JUnit? TestNG is easier to use, okay. When compared to JUnit, you can out of all the things that you generally use for test automation and all for with the help of the unit testing framework, right? TestNG usage is more easier, okay? When you keep using, right, you'll understand that when I compare JUnit usage with TestNG usage of unit testing for implementation of the end-to-end automation tests in Selenium, in automation and all, TestNG looks easier, okay? You feel easierness, okay, in case of TestNG. And second thing is the annotation. There are a lot of annotations provided by TestNG, and the naming conventions, okay, are very easy, okay? You can, okay, while reading itself, you can understand what that annotation is going to do. Before method, it's going to run before every test method. After method, it's going to run after every method, okay. That's such kind of easy to understand annotations are there in TestNG when compared to JUnit, okay. Then test prioritization, okay. In TestNG, we have one such kind of attribute like priority attribute. By specifying that beside the test methods, we can decide in which order this test methods need to run, okay. So we can prioritize the test in the order in which they have to run, which is possible in TestNG than JUnit. Then we can perform data-driven testing, okay, with the help of data providers which are provided by TestNG, okay. We can perform data-driven testing where same test can be run multiple times by providing multiple sets of data. Instead of creating the test multiple times for each and every set of data, we'll create this test only one time, and we can pass multiple sets of data to it and make it data-driven, okay. with the help of data providers. Okay, we can supply the data to that method from the data provider methods, and the same test method can run the number of times that you want. Okay, which is possible in TestNG when compared to JUnit. And grouping of the tests is possible. Okay, the flexibility of grouping the tests in a better way is possible in TestNG, where you can group the tests into different categories, like few tests into smoke category, few tests into regression, few tests into sanity, and so on. Okay, like that we can group the tests. There are some separate attributes in TestNG for doing that. So whatever the limitations that are there in JUnit are now, are resolved in TestNG. Okay, generates better HTML reports when compared to the JUnit reports. You'll feel that TestNG reports are more better looking. Okay, and more annotations are available. Okay, in TestNG compared to JUnit, there are a lot of annotations available in TestNG, because of which it's more flexible. Okay, I'm saying that TestNG has ability to write more flexible because of the reason behind that is annotation. These are the different annotations, even other tests and all. A lot of annotations are there when compared to JUnit, right? This kind of extra annotations are there, because of which the tests are more flexible. Okay, and parallel execution of the test is supported by TestNG, but it's not supported by JUnit. Parallel execution means it's very easy to enable the parallel execution in TestNG. Okay, because of which the test will run simultaneously. Okay, just to save the time, right? You can run the scripts simultaneously. Your automation scripts, multiple automation scripts or tests can run simultaneously because of this feature. And in TestNG, we have this different type of listeners. Good number of listeners are there in TestNG. So these listeners generally listen to the events raised by this test methods when they get executed. Based on the type of the events, we can perform some actions. Okay, by writing some code in the listener methods, we can perform different actions for different events raised by these test methods, which is not possible in JUnit. Okay, so like this, JUnit is kind of more flexible, powerful, and better than. Okay, TestNG is more better than JUnit. Okay, TestNG is more powerful, more flexible, and more better than JUnit. Okay, these are the reasons behind that. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to set test case priority in TestNG. Let me answer. In TestNG, we have an attribute known as priority attribute. By specifying this priority attribute beside the @test annotation of the test methods and giving appropriate priority like 1, 2, 3, we can prioritize the test cases in TestNG. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where in this particular sample class, there are 3 sample tests. You see 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's prioritize this particular test inside this class. Let's say I would like to give this C1 test 2 as a priority is equal to 1. Okay, that means this C1 test 2 is going to run first. Then I would like to give this one C1 test 1 as a priority. Intentionally, I'm giving here and there the priorities, so that to prove that whatever the priority I'm giving, according to the priority only these tests are going to run first. C1 test 2 will run. Then since we have given the priority is equal to C1 test 1 will run second. And then finally priority is equal to 3 I'll give. So C1 test 3 will run third. Okay. First this one, C1 test 2. Second, C1 test 1. Third, C1 test 2. Let's run this. Click on run all here. Just see that C1 test 2 will run first. If you go here, if you observe the print statements, which mimic like in which order the test methods got executed, you see first C1 test 2. As I mentioned, right, since we have given the priority is equal to 1, this particular test method got executed first. That's why this print statement got printed. After that, C1 test 1 got executed. C1 test because priority is equal to 2 here. Then finally C1 test 3 because priority is equal to 3. So hope guys you understood how to use or set test case priority in TestNG with the help of this priority attribute. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to pass parameters from TestNG XML file to test methods. Let me answer. In order to pass the parameters from TestNG XML file to test methods, okay, we have to go to that TestNG XML file either at the suite tag level or at the test tag level. We have to write this line, that is parameter tag line. Okay, so this way we have to write. So let me practically show you how to do this. I will switch to this Eclipse IDE. where we have the sample TestNG project having this TestNG XML file. If I open the TestNG.xml file, there is a suite tag. Okay, this is a suite tag. And under the suite tag, we have the 3 test tags. Okay, test 1, test 2, test 3. 3 test tags are there. In each and every test tag, we have a class mentioned. Okay, intentionally, I created the TestNG XML file like this. So there are 2 ways. If I would like to specify this line at the suite tag level, okay, if I specify this, for example, if I specify this parameter tag, and here in the parameter, I have to give the name and value. Okay, name and value. Name is, for example, name is URL. Value is equal to, you can give some URL, or you can give something like this. Name is equal to first name. Okay, for example only, right? So we can give anything like this. Okay, like this you create. Now this parameter is getting passed from the testng.xml file to all the tests, because this is defined at the suite tag level. Okay, it's not inside any test tag, right? So this can be accessed by the test methods which belong to any of these test tags. Okay, either class 1 tests, class 2 tests, class 3 tests, all the things can access because this is defined at the suite tag level. So if I go to any of this is class 1, class 2, class 3, anything you can go. For example, if I go to class 3, and here in class 3, I would like to access this value. Okay, I would like to get this parameter value. Okay, so if I pass this first name, we should get the Arun as a value. Okay, how to get that? I'll show you. So here we have to write something like this. Okay, in the test methods we have to write. Okay, so above @test provide an annotation say @parameters. Okay, here you have to provide @parameters. Wherever you want to get the parameters from this TestNG XML file, write this annotation @parameters, and in the parameters provide circular brackets, and in double quotes specify that parameter. Okay, parameter. What is the name of the parameter that I am passing from this TestNG XML file from the C tag level? Parameter name is first name, right? First name. Write down that first name here. Go here and write down the first name. Pour the mouse on the parameters and import it. 1 minute. Pour the mouse on this and import these parameters from TestNG annotations. Okay, done. That part is done. Now this parameter, here you can create a parameter to receive this value of this particular first name from the TestNG XML file. So here string f name. Okay, I'm just giving, you can give any name here. This should not be matching. It's not compulsory that this and this should be matching. It can be different. This value will come here somehow. And here I would like to print it out. Okay, I'll simply say plus f name. Okay, done. Now save this. Now go to the TestNG XML file and run it. Run this TestNG.xml file. This value, that is Arun, will go and okay, will be passed to that particular test method and will be printed in the output. You see, it got printed in the output also. If you go to the console here, C3 test1 executed : Arun. Okay, that means we are able to pass the parameters from the TestNG.xml file into one of the test method inside one of the class. Okay, now what I will do here is, I will not define this parameter tag at the suite tag level. Rather, I'll define it inside the first test, that is test 1. Inside at the test tag level, I create. That means this parameter can only be received by the, okay, this parameter can only be passed to the test methods which belong to this particular test. You see, in that only class 1 is there. In this particular test, only class 1 is specified. Only in the methods of the class 1, only in the test methods of the class 1, only in the test methods of this class 1 which belong to that particular test 1. Okay, any of these 3 methods you can receive the parameter. Okay, but if I try to access this parameter in class 3 in the same way which I have already done here, this is not going to work. The value is not going to be passed to this class 3. Let's see that. Because earlier the parameter tag was mentioned at the suite tag level, but now it's part of only one test. So the scope is only this part. The scope of this parameter, receiving the parameter or passing the parameters up to this test method, but not the other test methods. Okay, earlier it was at the suite tag level, so every test can access it. Test methods inside every test can access, but only the test methods inside this particular test can access now. So this is not going to work now. Okay, if I run this in the test 3, I'm trying to access. Let's see what's going to happen. Just go to the console and see. it's not got printed, right? What happened? You see, one of the tests got failed. One of the tests got failed. You see, it was not able to receive the parameter. Somehow it got failed. You see, which one got failed? Yeah, this one. This is the one which got failed. Okay, C3 test one. Parameter first name is required by on C3 test one, but has not been marked at the rate optional or defined. Okay, that's what is happening. So here, because the scope of this parameter is specified at the test tag level, only the test methods which belong to this test tag can access this. But we are trying to access in one of the test method which belong to the test. Okay. So if I put this, if I do this, if I remove this and put this inside this particular test tag we are trying to access, then it will be working. Okay. This time it will be working fine because we are passing the parameter to class 3, which is part of the test 3. Okay. Since the scope is up to the test and it's accessible, now it will be working fine. You see, this got worked fine now. C3 test 1 executed. Okay. So, hope guys you understood how to pass parameters from TestNG XML file to test methods, either by specifying this particular parameter tag at the sweet tag level or at the test tag level, and also in the test methods we have to use this annotation known as @_ parameters. And there is one more thing, guys. If you want to pass multiple parameters, okay, to a test method, if you want to pass multiple parameters like this, how to pass? I'll show you. So here a parameter, only one parameter is there. I'll create one more parameter. I can pass multiple parameters like this. Okay, I'll simply say last name here, last name, and here I'll give my last name. Okay, now I would like to pass these two parameters. So I'll go to this class 3 where we have created @_ parameters. Now, since we have two parameters to be passed, right? So you see, you have to write like this. Okay, inside this you put circular curly braces. Inside the curly braces you put multiple values you want to receive as the parameters. Okay, last name and the curly brace, and here you can create multiple parameters. L name. So I'll say plus space plus L name. Okay, that's it. It should work fine. Let's run this. So right click, run as TestNG switch. It should be working. This time we are passing two multiple parameters from the TestNG XML file to one of the test method. Okay. You see, two parameters got passed, Arun and Motari. First name, last name. Okay, everything is working fine. So hope guys you understood how to pass the parameters from TestNG XML file to test method from suite level, test level. Okay. So single parameter, multiple parameter, and all those stuff. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing? Let me answer. So the first difference in terms of execution. In manual testing, a real person who is sitting before the computer machine has to perform the testing in a manual way. Okay, by using eyes and hands of the person sitting before the computer will perform the testing. Whereas in automation testing, on behalf of the person, an automation tool is going to perform the testing. Okay, for example, in case of manual testing, let's say I'm the person, I'm the real person who is sitting before my laptop. Okay, and what I will do here is, for example, I have to test one search functionality of an application. I'll open the application, okay, in the browser like this. Once I open the application URL in the browser, I have to test the search functionality. So manually I opened the browser. Okay, with my hands, I just took my mouse and I clicked on this browser and browser got opened. In that, I selected this address part and I typed the address manually with my hands. On the keyboard, I typed this URL of the URL of the website, and then I pressed enter, and then I got landed on the home page. Everything is being done manually. No tool is being used in this case of testing. Now I'll click inside the search box field with my mouse. Okay, manually I'm doing that, and here I'll be typing some text like HP, and then I'll be moving my mouse manually onto the search button. Click on the search button using my mouse, and after that, with my eyes, I'm checking whether this particular product. Okay, if I am searching for HP, whether the HP related product got displayed in the search results. With my eyes, I'm confirming. Okay, here a real person is sitting before the computer like me and performing this kind of testing. Okay, to see whether the such functionality is working fine or not. This is manual testing. Same thing, how to do with automation testing. In automation testing, the real person will not be performing the testing. Rather, an automation tool on behalf of the tester will be performing the testing. So, for example, here, the automation tool I'm using is Selenium automation tool in this case. Let me check whether we have the Selenium library added here. Yeah, it is there already. Otherwise, you'll not get the statements, right? Fine. Okay. No problem. You see, in automation testing with the help of Selenium tool, what the software tester has done is the software tester has written some automation code here using some Selenium, for example, say Selenium tool. This is all the Selenium code. Okay. Now, the real person is not performing the testing. How the automation tool can perform the testing? So when the person clicks on this run button, he'll not do anything else. Okay, just click on the run button and see what will happen. Automatically, the browser will launch. Automatically, the browser will maximize in a while. Automatically, the URL will be entered into the browser address. You see, everything is happening automatically. Automatically, the HP text got typed and the button got clicked and the browser got closed. Okay. Even the verification is also done to see whether this particular product got displayed in the search results or not. Okay. So you see, the test got passed. It's working fine. Okay, so this is how the automation tool can perform the testing. So this is the main difference in terms of execution, right? In manual testing, a real person has to sit before the computer and manually perform the testing without using the tools. Whereas in automation testing, an automation tool on behalf of the tester will be performing the testing. So the second difference in terms of speed is which is faster, manual testing or automation testing? Obviously, automation testing is faster because already all the instructions are given to the tool. Tool will simply follow the instructions and complete the automation. Okay, complete the checking of the test in a faster way because all the instructions are there. But as a human being, we have to load a lot of things in our brain and think and then perform the activities. Right? Okay, I need to click on the search button. You'll get that into your brain. It will be a bit delay. But compared to the tool already instructions are there. Just click on that. It's like you have a calculator with you, and without calculator, if I ask you to add two big numbers, it will take some time for you, right? Manually. The same thing if you do with help of if I give you a calculator and ask you to calculate two big numbers, you can do it in less time. So the speed is ultimately good in automation, okay, than manual. Then accuracy. You see, sometimes human beings are prone to mistakes. Okay, sometimes humans will make mistakes. That's common. Okay, everyone will do mistakes in our day-to-day life. So there's a possibility that if you are performing manual testing on a particular day, you may be doing some mistake and you will get some different, wrong output. Okay. You will do testing inaccurately and you will get inaccurate results. Okay. You will treat something which is passing as failing or something which is failing as passing, whatever it may be. But tool is not like that because it follows the instructions carefully. Okay. Whatever the instructions you have written in that automation script, right? Same instructions the automation tool will follow while running the test, and there is a low possibility or zero possibility for errors. Okay, but manually there's a possibility humans will make mistakes and they are prone to errors. That's why accuracy is more in automation only. Okay, and in case of cost, if you have less time, okay, if less time is given, maybe the project will finish in 6 months. Maybe manually is a good idea in this case because the cost investment is we have to do a lot of investment for automation. You have to recruit from extra people and they have to keep on writing some automation scripts, or existing testers have to spend more time in writing the automation scripts, whatever that may be. So initially the automation cost will be high. For the projects which are not taking more than 6 months to complete, there is no need of automation, I feel, because if you're investing so much of energy in writing the automation script for a project which is going to finish up in 6 months, okay, you'll not get return on investment. Okay, the fruits will come later. Initially it will be slow, but later, after 1 year or 2 year, right, you'll slowly start getting the fruits of automation. Okay, because regression automating the regression suite, which is a big containing a lot of automation scripts, right? Okay, that will definitely give you fruits on the long run. But in short term, the cost is cost is more for automation and less for manual. But in long term, the return on investment is good for automation. Okay, automation will give you fruits in the long term. Okay, so you have to deal. Okay, if you are working on a project which is a long-term project and it's going to be there for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, the more the timeline is there, more the cost benefit you will get in automation. Okay, written because of the return on investment, where it automates a lot of test cases and automation will almost test everything for you, and you have to just use the infusion to test the remaining stuff. Okay, that's where the return on investment is high in automation for long-term projects. Then coming to the coverage is high in automation itself because manually, if I ask you to test 100 test cases on a particular day, you will start from the morning and by the end of the day, you may not be able to complete 100 test cases also. Okay, as a human being, we have to spend a lot of time, but automation is not like our human beings. Like it can work day and night. It can run the scripts parallelly. A lot of things are possible, because of which, it can cover a lot of tests. Okay, it can verify a lot of tests when compared to human beings, and not only one time but good number of times. Okay, so that's coverage benefit is also there for automation. Flexibility is less in automation, because you are not giving the flexibility for the automation tool to think, right? It's not AI tools or something like that. Automation tool will just follow the instructions. Okay, these are the instructions given, I have to follow, that's it. It's not thinking like human beings think, right? Automation tool cannot think. But in case of manual, the human beings are given the will use their intuition, and they use their flexibility of trying different routes while testing and trying to find more defects than what automation tool can do. Okay, so flexibility is more in case of manual, but remaining all stuff, yeah, automation is in lead, whereas in flexibility, manual is in lead. Okay, so okay, you got all the differences between the manual testing and automation testing in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the benefits of automation testing? Let me answer. There are several benefits of automation testing over manual testing that I have listed down here for you. Let's get started with the first benefit. That is, with automation testing, we can achieve faster execution of the tests. Automation tests are faster when compared to manual testing. Automation tests are way faster. Second thing is saves testers time. Okay, if the testing team doesn't have enough time to perform testing, they can take the help of this automation test. Okay, and automation testing will perform most of the testing, while testing team will focus on some areas that automation tool cannot look in, and they can use their intuition and try to find more defects. So the testing time will be reduced. It will save the testing time, and because of which automation testing will perform some testing team will perform some testing, and more coverage will be achieved. Okay, and at the same time, the testing time will be reduced. The testing team don't have to take too much of time to complete the testing. With the help of automation testing can be done faster. Then performs repeated tasks without getting bored. Okay, you see, the testing team has to repeatedly test the same test cases, regression test cases every day on new version of the software. On every day, most cases, testing team will get a new build every day, or 2 or 3 days one new build will come. And every time they get a new build, or in a week, if they get a new build, whatever it may be the situation, they have to run all the test cases from starting to ending. Okay, and it become more boring. Okay, in the initial it's okay, but after a few repetitions of executing this same test cases on new versions of the software repeatedly, the testing team will get bored. Okay, so they have to perform repeated tasks without they will get bored definitely. Okay, because of performing the repeated tasks by performing by executing the same test cases every day on the, or for every build, whatever the things may be. Okay, but with the help of automation testing, this repeated task can be reduced. Okay, automation tool will take care of this repeated testing tasks. Okay, and it will not get bored like the human beings will get bored, right? If they do the same thing again and again, they get bored, but the tool will not get bored. Automation testing will not get bored, and it can perform the repeated task for you. Okay, tests can be executed more frequently. Okay, no matter how many times you want to perform testing, with the help of automation testing, you can simply run the automation scripts, and test scripts will run, the test will run. Okay, so any number of times, more frequently you can run. Okay, every day 3 times if you want to run, you can perform, but manual testing cannot be done like that. Okay, so, and with the help of automation testing, defects can be identified faster. Okay, automation testing can be performed day and night. Okay, while you're sleeping also the test can run, and by the time you come to office, you may see that a report will be generated with automation tool with a list of defects and all. Okay, that kind of benefit you can get with the help of automation testing. Okay, because in it will utilize complete time and give you the results faster, because of which the defects can be identified faster. Okay, generates accurate results. Okay, humans are prone to mistakes or errors. Okay, in day-to-day life, we are prone to mistakes or errors, but an automation tool, whatever the instructions you give to the tool, right, that instructions will be followed carefully and exactly. Okay, without any mistakes. So the results will be accurate. Okay, when a result is coming from an automation tool, means you can 100% trust it. Okay, then next one, reusability. Just write the automation script only once. Okay, and then run it any number of times. You're reusing the code written for automating the tests, right? You are just writing the automation scripts once, but you don't have to write every day, right? You don't have to write the same. Okay, you don't have to write the automation script for the same test case every day. Rather, you write it once and you run it every day. Okay, if you want, how many number of times you want, you can reuse the automation script written. Okay, the tool will keep on running it and testing it. Okay, so cost savings. So if you are using the automation testing and that too in the long-term project, the benefit is only there in the long-term project. Short-term projects which range up to 3 to 6 months, there is no benefit of the automation. Instead, it is a waste of money, I can say. But if you are using this automation testing and automating the scripts in long-term projects which take more than 1 year, 1 year, 2 year, the more the time or the more the duration of the project, right? The more the benefits you will get with automation because the fruits will ripe after any year kind of thing. Okay. So once you start writing automation scripts, after 1 year you will get the results. Okay, it will save you the cost. Okay, we don't need so many of testers to manual test each and every test case. Rather, with the help of this automation tool, okay, with the help of this automation tool, most of the testing will be done by automation tool. Only few testers will be required for the projects. Remaining testers can go and join the other projects. Okay, so return on investment for the clients is very good in long-term projects because most of the testing will be taken care by the automation testing. Okay, automation testing tool or automation testing and more test coverage because of the automation testing. Apart from what software testers are testing, automation testing is also covering a lot of testing, and because of which more test coverage is being done. Okay, being achieved. And also there's a uh, and also there is a possibility in automation testing that you can run the test parallel if you don't have more time. If you want to run if you have to run the automations, if you want to get the test results in less time, you can run this automation testing and in a parallel way where multiple scripts will run parallelly at same time to reduce the time. Okay, in less amount of time you will get the results also. That is not possible with the manual testing. So these are the many benefits of automation testing over manual testing. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which test cases needs to be automated? Let me answer. First of all, do we have to automate all test cases? The answer is no. We don't have to automate all the test cases. But based on what criteria, we have to select the test cases and automate them. I'm going to answer in this session. First type of test cases that we have to automate are the test cases which needs to be tested repeatedly for every build. Okay, for every new version of the software, if you have to run the same test cases or verify the same test cases, such test cases need to be automated. Okay, so for every new version of the software, we have to repeatedly perform some testing as part of smoke, sanity, regression, whatever it may be. We have to repeatedly run the test cases for every new version of the software. Such kind of test cases you have to automate. Okay. Second type of test cases that need to be automated. That is tests that take long time to complete. Okay. If you want to run some test cases, okay, and perform testing with the help of test cases, but every test case is taking good amount of time. Okay, lengthy test cases. They are very lengthy, where a lot of verifications need to be done, and generally that particular test case to complete will take good time. Okay. So such kind of test cases also need to be automated. Then third type of test cases that need to be automated are the test cases that are complex in nature. Okay, in depending on the application type, some test cases some test cases will be kind of complex. Okay, they will be complex in nature and they take more manual effort and time. Okay, a lot of head need to be put into that while testing, and a lot of time it will take. Such kind of test cases we need to automate. Okay, then test cases that need to be run on multiple test environment. Okay, these days, okay, these days there are a lot of browsers, there are a lot of operating systems and a lot of other things. Okay, a combination of things we just put into a particular environment and perform testing of the application. For example, if you're testing a web application, you may choose like Windows 11, some Chrome browser version, or Windows or Mac OS and some browser version, Safari browser version. Like that, some combinations are there. Okay, such kind of environments we have to test. The same test case need to be run on this particular environment, that is Windows environment, Mac environment on different browsers, Windows environment on different browsers. Okay, so the same test case need to be run 5 to 6 times because or more in mobile testing or something, right? You will have a lot of mobile devices on which every test case need to be performed. Okay, we have to test. Such kind of test cases which need to be run on multiple test environments need to be automated. Okay, then data-driven test cases also need to be automated. There may be some situations where you will come across a test which need to run, the same test need to be run multiple times depending on how many sets of data are there. Okay, for example, there is a login functionality of the application that need to be tested as part of the test case, but there are, they have given you now 100 credentials, okay? Different 100 users credentials they have given, but test case is same. That means there is only one test case, but it need to be run 100 times. So if you have to perform such kind of test case manually, just imagine that for every set of data you have to manually perform that will take a lot of time. Rather, if you automate such kind of test cases, automation tool can do it in a better way and fastest way. Okay. So the same test case with multiple sets of data, such kind of data-driven test cases also need to be automated. And finally, test cases which involve entering large amount of data. Okay, while performing the testing, if you have to keep on entering data, a lot of data, like lengthy forms are there, which you need to finish, okay, for testing that particular functionality of the application. Such kind of test cases also need to be automated, okay. Test cases which involve entering large amount of data, say filling long forms, such kind of test cases also need to be automated. This kind of test cases need to be automated. So hope guys you got the answer on which test cases need to be automated. These are the different type of test cases that need to be automated in real time. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the popular test automation tools for functional testing? Let me answer. There are several popular test automation tools for automating the functional testing. They are nothing but Selenium, okay, which is number one in the market for automating the web applications. Then we have Appium, which is for automating the mobile applications. Then we have Cypress for web applications, Test Complete, which can automate web, mobile, APIs and all, okay? Rest Assured Framework for automating the APIs. Then we have Catalone for automating different things like web, mobile, APIs. Then we have Renorex. We have UFT, which can automate API, UI, and mobile. And we have Robot Framework, and there may be many other, but these are the popular noted ones, okay? That more people discuss in the market, okay, as popular test automation tools for functional testing. So hope guys you got the answer for what are the popular test automation tools for functional testing. This list will be enough, and as per the date when I am recording this session, that is 16th May 2023, these are the list of the tools. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the main purpose of automation testing? Let me answer. The main purpose of the automation testing is to automate the test cases. Why we have to automate the test cases? In order to verify the functionality and behavior of the application, we have to automate the test cases, which is the main purpose of the automation testing. Every automation testing has some key objectives, okay? So behind this purpose, there are some objectives or goals that automation testing need to achieve, okay? What are those key objectives or goals? First one is faster execution of the tests. With automation testing, the execution of the tests and generation of the results is faster, okay? When the same testing is done by software testers in a manual way, the result generation is kind of slow, okay? But coming to the automation testing, the results are faster. You'll get the test results faster. And at the same time, these automation scripts can run day and night, which the software testers cannot work day and night, right? But automation tool can do that, okay? And can generate the results faster, same time, 24/7, and that too with a faster speed. That's the one of the key objective of automation testing. Then another key objective of the automation testing is repeatedly execute the tests, okay? If the same test cases need to run on every version of the software, for a small change in the software also, every test case of the application need to run, okay? In that case, automation is the best one, because you have to write the automation script for that particular test only once and run it any number of times, okay? For every version of the software, you can run the tests, okay? There's another benefit or key objective of automation testing, key goal of the automation testing, to repeatedly test, okay? Not one time, but multiple times you can test. Increase the test coverage, okay? With the help of automation testing, along with what software testers are performing in a manual way, testing the application in a manual way, if you attach this automation testing activities also, then together the coverage will be very high, okay? Test coverage will be increased like anything, okay? Without automation testing, coverage will be there, test coverage will be there, but with the help of automation testing, software testers will increase the test coverage, okay? So software testing coverage, testing coverage will be increased with the help of automation testing. That is an added advantage. And improved test accuracy. You see, human beings are prone to do mistakes, okay? While while testing the application manually, the results will come, but the results may be correct or not, we don't know. Okay, because human beings are prone to mistakes, but tools will not do any mistakes. Okay, whatever the instructions that are written while writing the automation scripts, the same instructions the tool will follow. No matter 100 times you run, it will follow the instructions in a proper way. That's the reason the results which are being generated by the automation testing are very accurate. Okay, then cost and time savings. See, cost wise, coming to the cost, you see, in the beginning, the investment for automation will be very high, but maybe after 1 year or 1.5 year, what happens is the fruits will come. Okay, whatever the seeds you have planted while investing automation in the beginning days of the project, right? Those fruits will start after 1 or 1.5 year, and the fruits will come like anything, where return on investment will be very high, and the cost benefit will come. You don't need good number of resources. Okay, limited number of resources which are exactly needed by project, you can put it. Other resources you can move to other project. Okay, the client don't have to pay huge money, because automation actually helps in reducing the cost over a period of time, not in short time, but in long term, automation is very good to generate to give good return on investment. Okay, and time saving, right? Since automation can do a lot of testing that testers cannot give so much of time, right? In limited time, if the tester has to complete some testing, that automation tool can do. And with the help of automation tool, the software tester can complete the task on time. Okay, not only that, automation testing can save time by running the test in a parallel way. At the same time, multiple tests can be run, because of which, okay, the time can be reduced also. Okay, time can be reduced, and the tester can complete the testing on time. And number of testers also can be reduced, because automation tool is on behalf of the testing team, it's performing the testing, and it's kind of reducing the repetitive tasks and all those stuff, because of which cost and time will be saved. And the last one is more frequent execution of the test. In a single day, if you want to run your automation tests multiple times, okay, that is possible. You can run the same test, automated test, multiple times, any number of times. More frequency can be for a small change in the software every day. You see, developers are doing 8 to 10 changes every day in the software. 8 to 10 you can run, okay, because automation tests can run day and night, and they can run for every version of the software and get you the results. Okay, that's all possible. So these are the key objectives and goals of the automation testing, and which are behind the purpose. Okay, the purpose of the automation testing is to automate the test cases to verify the functionality and behavior of the application, with key goals and objectives like these are the things. Okay, faster execution of the test, repeatedly execute the test, increase the test coverage, improve test accuracy, cost and time savings, more frequent execution of the test. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is what is the main purpose of automation testing. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the goal of automation testing? Let me answer. The primary goal of automation testing is to automate the test cases with the help of test automation tools. That is the primary goal. Why we have to automate the test cases with the help of test automation tools? In order to verify the functionality and behavior of the application under test, we have to automate the test cases with the help of the automation tools. So now you understood what is the primary goal of the automation testing, but there are other key objectives or goals for performing the automation testing, okay, in real time. So what are those key objectives or goals of this automation testing? They are nothing but faster execution of the test, okay? With automation testing, we can achieve generation of the test results faster. We can generate the test results faster by executing the test faster. Okay, automation tools can run the automation test faster, and thereby the results will be generated faster. Not only that, your test can run day and night. Okay, unlike what software testers will do in a manual way, with help of automation tool, apart from generating the test results faster, but this automation scripts can be run by these automation tools day and night. Okay, so that's where the results will come faster, way faster. Then repeatedly execute the test. Okay, the next one is repeatedly executing the test. So no matter how many times you want to run the test for every version of the software, for every small change in the software, if you want to run the automation scripts, okay, repeatedly, that's possible with the help of automation. That's another key objective or goal of the automation testing. Then increase the test coverage. Without automation testing, only some portion of the coverage can be done. And if the time is very limited, testing team will be way behind in the covering the number of test cases that they can verify. But by including the automation along with the manual verification of the testing process and all, the coverage will rise like anything, and testing team will be able to cover the test cases on time. Okay. execution of the test case on time. Then improve test accuracy. The results will be very accurate, okay, with automation, but humans are prone to mistakes. So while testing the software manually, there is a possibility that wrong results may come. But tools will not do any mistake. Whatever the instructions we specify to the tools while writing the automation script, the same instructions the automation tools will follow. Hence, the accuracy of the results will be high. Okay, the correct results will come. Cost and time savings. Initially, the automation investment will be high, but if the key objective or goal of this automation is to save money, okay, to save cost, then it will work in the long term, because the results of the automation testing or the fruits of the automation testing will come only after 1 or 1.5 year. And that fruits will be like anything. If the project lasts long for more than 5 years or something like that, more the number of years the project will continue, that many number of fruits we'll get by reducing cost, because we don't need so many of resources, okay, to perform the testing, because automation tool will also perform the testing on behalf of the tester. So instead of let's say a project requires 10 testers, we can reduce that to 5 or 6, okay, depending on the needs, okay, because automation tool can take their place. And time saving, okay, so automation tests can run day and night, and they can give you the results faster. And someday some tasks will be assigned to the testers where they cannot spend time on testing something that is new and burning up topic. So they have to keep on working on the repeated regression tests every day. That will not allow them to focus on whatever the place or functionality where they have to focus more to find the new defects or to test the new functionality. In such cases, if they include the automation testing into the picture, the automation tool will perform most of the repetitive things and all for them, and they can focus on whatever the place that they have to focus more and find the defects and all. Okay, so time, ultimately within the time the task will be done, and they will be able to work on whatever the activities that they want to test on that particular day, while automation will take care of the remaining repetitive things and all those stuff. Okay, fine. Finally, more frequent execution of the tests. Okay, more frequent means in a day, if you want to run automation scripts, the same automation scripts multiple times, that's also possible. Okay, that's possible, and that happens in real time also. Okay, nowadays everyone is going with a continuous integration and all. For small change, the developer will do automatically all the automation scripts starting from unit tests, API tests, UI tests, everything are going to run, and they are going to generate the result for every version of the software. Every small change in software, results will be there, and we can see the results and decide whether our changes are going well or not. Okay, so more frequent execution of the test is also possible with the help of automation testing. These are the key objectives or goals of the automation testing. Okay, and why we perform the automation testing, these are the reasons behind that. But the main purpose is to automate the test cases with the help of automation tools is the main goal of the automation testing. But by performing this, we achieve these key objectives or goals. Okay, other key objectives or goals. So hope guys, you got the answer for what is the goal of automation testing in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why Selenium should be selected as a tool for test automation. Though there are several test automation tools available in the market for automating the applications, but still Selenium is kind of very popular and is generally selected as the best tool for test automation. Why? What are the reasons? Let me explain one by one. First reason is, despite of the Selenium being the popular tool in the market for automating the applications, it's 100% free. Okay, you don't have to pay any license amount or any single buck to use the tool. Okay, it's completely free to download and use. Okay, and it's open source also. Okay, whatever the code written by the Selenium developers for developing this Selenium software, right? It's open to public. Anyone can access the code and work towards it. Okay, so since it is free and open source, and at the same time it's kind of popular in the market, so Selenium is now #1 tool for automating the applications. Okay, and generally chosen for automating the applications. The next one, Selenium can automate the web applications. Okay, Selenium cannot automate mobile applications or desktop applications. Selenium, purpose of the Selenium tool is to automate only the web applications. It can only automate the web applications only. Okay, but the thing here is, nowadays every application in the market, most of the applications in the market are web applications first. Later mobile or something will come, but the first priority for any application to be in the market is like in a web application format. Okay, so since most of the applications in the market are falling into the web application category, so Selenium is obviously the #1 tool in the market for automating. Okay, so and not only it automates the web applications, it automates the in and out of web applications. It has so much of capability that from starting from automating the basic things in the web application to the advanced things in the web application, Selenium can automate anything. Okay, starting from selecting checkboxes, radio buttons, typing some text into the text. These are the basic ones that any automation tool can automate. Okay, but Selenium is very popular or very kind of advanced that it can automate some advanced things in the web application like iframes and all those stuff. Okay, multiple windows, iframes, and all can also be automated on the web applications with the help of Selenium. Okay, that's why it's kind of popular. So large community support. Okay, despite of being free, popular, okay, very advanced level of web application, it can automate. On top of that, it has large community support. Okay, even though the tool is very good and all, if you don't get much support, okay, it won't be good, right? But Selenium has completely free support. Okay, and larger community support is there. Okay, has Selenium has vast and active community. Okay, very active community is there where a lot of resources work on this. Active resources work on this. Tutorials, lot of tutorials are there, resources are there for learning Selenium and all. Forums are there where you can discuss your doubts and all the topics. A lot of discussions groups are there. You can also report the defects on Selenium if you want, and they get fixed. Very okay. A lot of people are there on Selenium. If I have to clearly show how the community looks like and all, I can show it. Okay. So you can go to the official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev, where you can find all the details of the support. Okay. The community support, it has user groups are there, chat rooms are there. You can report the defects. Okay, so a lot of things are there. And apart from that, you can go to the GitHub and see how many people are actively working on developing the Selenium. If you go to the GitHub, instead of typing GitHub, I'll type GitHub space Selenium, and you'll get this Selenium HQ kind of thing. Yeah, this one. I think this Selenium ID, sorry, the first one itself. So here you see, if you scroll down somewhere here, you can see how many people, 676 people are contributing for the development of Selenium, and that too for free, you are getting the Selenium, okay? And this many people are using in the market, okay? This proves that how much popular Selenium is in the market, okay? So this how it has a larger community support where you can, get complete support, learning support, doubt support, everything, okay? Cross-browser compatibility. Next thing that is making Selenium kind of popular and best tool for test, selected as best tool for test automation, is cross-browser compatibility. You see, web applications runs on the browser. All the popular browsers in the market like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, etc. are supported by. Okay, we can run our automation scripts on any of these browsers. Okay, we can write the automation scripts and make them to run on. While testing, we can run them on any of these browsers. Okay, all the supported popular latest browsers in the market are supported by Selenium. Not only that, platform compatibility. You can write your Selenium automation scripts not only on Windows, write and run your automation scripts on not only Windows, but also on Mac and Linux machines. These are the three popular operating systems Selenium is supporting already. Language support, all the different programming languages. Okay. So in order to write the Selenium automation scripts, you need to use one programming language. Okay. Along with Selenium commands and all, or Selenium library and all, you have to use some extra programming language along with that to write the real Selenium automation scripts. Since Selenium has huge support for different programming languages, we can write Selenium automation scripts in using Java programming or C# or Ruby or Python or JavaScript and many other popular programming languages in the market. It will support. Okay. So if you are a Python guy, you can write your Selenium automation scripts in Python. Okay. If you are a Java guy, you can write your Selenium automation scripts in Java, like that. And not only that, it has an integration. It integrates with other frameworks and libraries. Okay. Integration with other frameworks and libraries. Selenium can integrate with other frameworks and libraries like TestNG, JUnit, okay, to create good frameworks and all. Okay, all the different libraries are supported by Selenium. Selenium library can be integrated with other libraries like third-party libraries like TestNG, JUnit, POI API for reading and writing data into the Excel files and all. We generally use POI API. TestNG is generally the backbone for creating the frameworks and all. Extent reports for report generation, good-looking reports and all. A lot of things, not only extent reports, ALU reports, and many other things are there. Here I just mentioned only few, but Selenium can integrate with a lot of third-party libraries. Okay, so hope guys you understood why Selenium is generally selected as a best tool for test automation. So this is the answer. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the testing types that are supported by Selenium? Let me answer. Selenium can automate functional testing. First of all, what is functional testing? In functional testing, we test the functionality of the software to see whether it is working fine or not. And according to the client requirements, whether the functionality of the application is working or not. This is what is functional testing. Okay. Testing the functionality of the application. So as part of functional testing, Selenium can automate all these different types of testing which fall under functional testing. That is smoke testing, sanity testing, regression testing, UI testing, database testing, cross-browser testing, and compatibility testing. So here cross-browser means testing whether the application is working fine on different browsers. Okay, that is cross-browser. Compatibility means on different environments like Windows, okay, Windows operating system, Mac operating system, Linux operating system, like that. Okay, to see whether the application is not only working on cross-browser and also it's working on different platforms. That is compatibility is platforms. Cross browser is different browsers. Okay. Database means database of the application. Okay. Testing the database. Okay. To see whether when you are entering some data from the UI layer of the application, the data is getting stored into the database layer properly or not. Correct data is getting stored into the database or not. Such kind of database testing also can be performed or automated with the help of Selenium. User interface layer of the application can be automated. Clicking on the button, selecting a checkbox, and all this can be automated. So this you already know, smoke sanity regression can be automated. Okay. So Selenium can automate functional testing, and under functional testing, these are all the testing types that Selenium can automate. And apart from this functional testing automation, Selenium can also automate these things. That is data-driven testing. Okay. So you say this also can be falling into the functional testing category only. But here test will be there, but with multiple sets of data. For example, login functionality or verifying, but the same login functionality with a different sets of data. Like let's say the user credentials of 50 to 100 users, you are testing the same test. Okay, like that. Such kind of data-driven testing is possible with the help of Selenium. Can be automated with the help of Selenium. Then Selenium can automate keyword-driven testing. Okay. So then parallel testing at the same time, multiple tests can be executed. Performance testing, though Selenium is not the direct tool for performing the performance testing, and there are very good tools in the market other than Selenium for performing the performance testing, but still there is a possibility that you can use Selenium tool for performing the performance testing, but it's not recommended. Then unit and integration testing also Selenium can be used for automating, but you see this is not the tool. Okay, Selenium is not the only tool for doing this unit and integration. So okay, so though we can do, it's not performance and unit integration is not the area of Selenium, but there is a possibility that Selenium can be used. Okay, so mainly Selenium can automate the functional testing. Apart from functional testing, all the other stuff. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the limitations of Selenium? Let me answer. These are the different list of limitations that Selenium cannot automate. So first one, only web applications can be automated using Selenium test automation tool. But if you want to automate some desktop applications or native mobile applications, that is not possible with Selenium. Okay. Selenium can only automate web application. That's the number one limitation of Selenium. Second one, Selenium doesn't have any inbuilt reporting feature. By default, Selenium doesn't come with any reporting feature. For example, if you run some scripts using Selenium, by default, no report will be generated. So to generate the reports with Selenium and all, right, Selenium library need to be integrated with some third-party libraries like TestNG or Extend reports, etc., to generate the reports. But by default, there is no inbuilt reporting thing in Selenium. Okay, no built-in mechanism for downloading the files. Okay, Selenium doesn't have any library or some commands, or a mechanism for downloading the files. Inbuilt mechanism is not there, but some external or some kind of way is there where you can download the files, but still there is not an inbuilt mechanism of Selenium. Okay, there's a possibility of downloading the files using Selenium, but it's not from the library of Selenium. Okay, so we have to do some process or take some process to download the files. Next, issues with handling dynamic web elements. Okay, Selenium is not good with automating the handling of dynamic web elements. Okay, so like JavaScript based automation tools are there, right? They are very good with that. That is handling of dynamic web elements and all, like Protractor or Cypress, etc., are very good with handling of dynamic web elements, automating of handling of dynamic web elements. But in Selenium, still we are getting some issues. Okay, I'm not saying Selenium cannot automate; it can automate as much as possible. There may be some extent where some dynamic web elements it will result in some issues. Okay, so cannot automate CAPTCHA and barcodes. Okay, so most of the automation tools are limited here. Okay, in terms of automating the captcha and barcodes, right? And most of the automation tools, this is a disadvantage. Why? Because applications intentionally put captcha and barcode so that people should not be able to crack it. Okay, a tool should not be able to, or a bot should not be able to crack it. Okay, so that's the reason why, to identify the real humans from the computers or bots, the applications are providing these captchas and barcodes. Okay, as a security means, if you're able to automate means there's something, it's a hacking tool or something, okay, that hackers use. Okay, so Selenium has a limitation as other tools. Selenium also has a limitation of unable to automate captchas and barcodes. That's fine. Next one, cannot automate images. Okay, so in some applications we have to test the images, but Selenium doesn't have any inbuilt mechanism or something, okay, to automate the testing of the images, which is not possible. Not only images, we cannot also automate video and video options, okay, player options and all, audio and audio player options cannot be automated. Images, videos and audios cannot be automated with the help of Selenium, and captchas and barcodes cannot be automated with Selenium. Okay, so these are the general, limitations, whereas these are the important ones, you can say. Fine. So hope guys you got the different list of limitations of using Selenium test automation tool. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, and Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. First of all, Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, and Selenium WebDriver are the different components of Selenium. Selenium is not a single tool. Rather, it is a set of different tools or components. Okay. Here, Selenium IDE is one tool or component. Selenium RC is another tool or component. Selenium WebDriver is another tool or component. Okay. So what is the difference between these three components of Selenium that I'm going to cover in this session? So to understand the difference well, I'll go here and write down. Here, I'll write down Selenium IDE, one of the component of Selenium. And in between, I'll write down Selenium RC, another component or tool of Selenium. And finally, Selenium WebDriver, another component or tool of Selenium. Okay, Selenium is a set of tools or components known as Selenium IDE, RC, WebDriver. Okay, so let me mention the differences between each and every component here. That's the reason I'm drawing these lines and all. So for coming to the Selenium IDE, it supports record and playback. Okay, so it supports what? Supports record and playback. What do I mean? It means you can automate the tests as simple as recording a video and playing the video back. Okay, let's say you went to a friend's party and you have you picked your mobile phone and you turned on the camera and went into the video mode and start recording the moments in that particular birthday party or whatever the function. Okay, and after the party is done, when your friends gather again, you played the videos. As simple as recording and playing the video, you can record and play back the tests. Okay, using Selenium IDE, that is possible. This thing is not there in Selenium RC. Okay, doesn't support record and playback. Record and playback support is only in this component of Selenium, that is Selenium IDE. Here also doesn't support. So I'll just doesn't support record and playback. Okay, I'll show you how Selenium IDE supports record and playback now. I'll open one browser, any browser you can open. In this browser, you just search for Selenium IDE, or go to the official website of Selenium. That is also fine. If you want to go to the official website of Selenium, just type selenium.dev, and here you will see Selenium IDE. Read more. You will be taken to this page where you see Chrome download. Since my browser is Chrome, I'll click on the Chrome download. This is the process of installing it. So click on Add to Chrome and select Add extension. In Chrome browser, the Selenium IDE component or tool will be installed now in a while. Okay, so done. Click on this Manage extensions and click on Pin. Done. You can see the Selenium IDE here. Now just restart the browser once. After installation of any Chrome extension, right? Better to restart the browser. Okay. Now go to one application. Let's say tutorialsninja.com/demo application. Copy this URL and click on the Selenium IDE option. And you see Selenium IDE tool got launched. Okay. You see, simple. It's very simple, right? It got launched very easily. Now here, I'll write create a new project. I'll just name the project as a demo project. Click on OK. And after that, here there's a recording option. Click on the recording option. And here it's asking for the URL. I just now copied this URL of the application, right? I'm pasting that here and simply say start recording. You see, the recording started. I'm going to maximize whatever the actions I'm going to do on this application are getting recorded by Selenium ID. You can see on the bottom, some notification is coming by Selenium ID saying that some recording is going on. Okay. Whatever the activities you are performing here are getting recorded. The way you're recording a video, you're recording the test here. So my activities here, whatever the manual activities I'm performing on this application are getting, recorded. If I click on this, the click will be recorded. If I type some text, the text will be recorded. Typing text will be recorded. If I click on this button, search button, that click will be recorded. Here, if I verify, that click got recorded. Right click, Selenium ID, verify whether it is present on the page or not. Verify present, okay? That activity is also recorded, okay? Now go to Selenium ID. All the steps got recorded here. Stop the recording. When you stop the recording, it will ask for the test name. Search for a valid product is the test, okay? Test. Say okay. Now we have successfully automated one test. You see how simple it is to automate the test in Selenium ID because it supports record and playback. And here are the steps which got recorded when whatever the activities I performed on that particular application, right? That activities got recorded here. It has opened this application. This is the actual application followed by the extension, you can say. And after that, it has maximized the browser window. Then it has clicked inside the search box field. It has typed the text HP into the search box field using the type command. I didn't write any of these things. All automatically they came. Then, this thing is not required actually. I can delete it if I want, delete. Even this one is not required. I just want to verify whether that particular product got displayed in such. This much steps are enough. Now, what is the playback then? Recording is done. Now, how to run the test? Here, simply select the test and just click on run current test. That's it. You see, it's automated already. You see that I'm not doing anything. Selenium ID is performing the test. Okay. Maybe some problem there is. That's okay. So it got failed somehow, but maybe I deleted some steps and all right. Maybe it got affected there. That's okay. Okay, so this is how, but I don't want to go deep into this solving the issue and all, but I just wanted to show how Selenium ID works. That's it. Okay, fine. This is a record and playback tool, guys. Okay, supports record and playback, but Selenium RC doesn't support. Selenium WebDriver doesn't support. That means record and playback feature is not there in RC and WebDriver. Okay. Next one, codeless automation. Did I write any code while automating? Sorry, while automating the Selenium ID thing, did I write any code? I didn't write any code, right? It's a codeless. It's a codeless automation tool. Codeless automation tool. Okay. I don't have to write any code in Selenium ID. Okay. I simply need to record the activities on the application and play it back. That's it. I don't have to write any code, programming code or something. I don't have to write. What about this one, Selenium RC? I have to write the code here. Okay. We have to write the code in any supported programming language. Okay. What about this one? Same thing. Here also, in any supported programming language, we have to write the code. Okay. Done. Okay. But Selenium ID is a codeless automation tool. What next? We have no need to start any server. I'll tell you what is the reason here. Okay. So Selenium RC, in order to run the automation scripts in Selenium RC, we have to start a server. We have to start a server. Okay. There will be some server that we have to start from command line and all. But here, no need to start any server. No need to. Just now I showed you, right, how to record. Did I start any server? No, right? No need to start any server. Okay. But here we have to start the server. What about this one? No need to start a server. Here also no need. Only Selenium RC requires you to start a server to run. No need to start any server. Done. What else then? So coming to this Selenium RC, this one got deprecated. No one is using the Selenium RC nowadays. Okay. No one is using Selenium RC. It already got deprecated long back. Okay. Deprecated. Not deprecated. It's there. Still people are using this Selenium ID, whereas Selenium RC is deprecated. It's not deprecated. Still people are using Selenium WebDriver. Deprecated. Done. Next. Only supports Chrome and Firefox browser. Okay. So here I have installed Selenium ID in Chrome browser as an extension, right? Similarly, in Firefox browser also, you can do that. You can confirm here. When you go to Selenium ID and under Selenium ID, you have read mode. And when you go there, you see it supports Chrome and Firefox. Okay. Supports what? Which browsers? Supported by Selenium ID is supported by supports Chrome and Firefox. What about the Selenium RC? It supports all popular browsers. Okay. Supports all popular browsers in the market like Chrome, Firefox, and all those stuff. Okay. Chrome, Firefox, IE, and all the Safari and all those stuff. But it's deprecated, so we don't have to talk much. What about this one? It also supports all popular. It's limited. You see, Selenium ID is limited to only Chrome and Firefox. You cannot run Selenium ID scripts on Edge browser and all the stuff. But whereas Selenium WebDriver, you can run in all the popular browsers in the market like Chrome, Firefox, IE, Edge, Safari, etc., etc. Okay, supports all popular browsers in the market. Is another difference. Then what next? Non-technical users can also use this tool for automating the test. Okay, since it is supports record and playback, it's a codeless automation tool, right? Even non-technical people can use it, right? Non-technical users can use it. Can use it without any programming knowledge. These people can use it. Okay, whereas this one needs technical knowledge like programming knowledge. Okay, what about this one? Here also it needs technical knowledge like programming knowledge. Fine. Next, then how to install this Selenium ID as a browser extension. In Chrome and Firefox, we have this browser extension. As a browser extension, we have to install it. What about this one? It comes as a library. It's not a browser extension. In Eclipse ID, we have to create some Java project. Into that, we have to add some jar files of the Selenium RC and configure that. Here also, this is also a library. Okay, API library will be there. Okay, some API library. It's not a browser extension, whereas Selenium ID is an extension. Some UI kind of thing will come. Here, no UI will be there for Selenium RC doesn't have any UI. Selenium WebDriver doesn't have any UI. Okay, we call it as a tool, but it doesn't have any UI. Selenium ID only has a UI. Whatever, when I clicked on this, right, we got some UI, right? Selenium ID came as a UI here. You see, this is a UI of the Selenium ID. This is a Selenium ID as a UI. Okay, but Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver are APIs. API library, you can say. Okay, API library. It has a lot of commands, classes, interfaces, such kind of thing. Okay, like Java, Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver libraries, whereas Selenium ID is a browser extension. That's another difference. Then maintenance is high in this case. Okay, maintenance is high. What do I mean by maintenance is high? So let's say here using Selenium ID, you have recorded one automation test. Okay, and it's working fine. Tomorrow, the developers have changed some functionality on the application. Okay, let's say in that search box field, right? Beside that search button was there, right? Let's say developers have moved that button from the left side, right side to the left side or some other place. And because of it, something got changed and your recorded test may not work. Again, you have to re-record the test from beginning to end. Okay. If some changes happen on the application, again, you have to delete the earlier recording and record it again. Okay. Something changes, again, you have to record from start. Okay. That means if there are hundreds of tests and every day something is changing in the application, means you have to keep on recording from scratch again. Okay, it's not just changing something, it's like complete test you have to re-record again. That's the problem. Okay, so maintenance is very high in this case of Selenium ID, whereas Selenium RC less maintenance. Okay, whatever that got changed, only that part will update. Okay, less maintenance when compared to Selenium ID, less maintenance. Here also less maintenance. If anything changes, right, you don't have to write the automation script from beginning. You can go into the code where you have written the automation code, and in that code, whatever the thing that got changed, that only part you have to update. Less maintenance here. But Selenium ID, high maintenance because you have to record from the beginning. Okay, you have to cancel the previous recording and record from the beginning. But Selenium ID is very easy. Okay, very simple and easy to use. Okay, very simple and easy to use. This is very easy and simple to use. Whereas this one, it needs programming language. So you should be good at programming. You should be a technical person, and it's not easy. And that means it's not easy. It's not easy and not simple. to use. Okay. Whereas this one also similar to Selenium RC, Selenium WebDriver, Selenium RC, both are kind of same, almost same because they are library APIs. Okay, we have to use this API commands of this WebDriver or RC libraries. Okay, with Java programming or Python programming, like that we have to write the code. That's why it's not easy and not easy as Selenium ID and not simple as Selenium ID. Okay, fine, good. Okay, then next, deprecated already. I told you, right? Selenium RC is already deprecated, but Selenium ID and WebDriver are still there in the market. It's outdated already because Selenium WebDriver came into the market. There is no use of still using Selenium RC. Okay, and compared to this Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver, both are API libraries, but this is easy and small API library. Okay, coming to Selenium RC, easy and small API library. What about this one? Complex, complex and large kind of thing. Okay, complex and large API library. Large API library. This is not a library at all. Okay, it's not a library. It's a tool kind of thing. It's not a library at all. Whereas these are API libraries and this is not a library. Coming to this API library, it's easy and small API, kind of limited number of classes and all are there. But here, very complex and huge list of API calls, APIs and API libraries there, okay, containing a lot of interface classes, methods, and all those stuff. And it's a non-object oriented. Selenium RC is non-object oriented. I think let me expand this so that a lot of points, still more points are there. Let me expand this. So coming to this, it's non-object oriented. Okay. If you see Java is an object oriented program, like that, it is a non-object oriented API. It doesn't follow object oriented things. Okay. Whereas this one is object oriented. It's object oriented API, object oriented API. Here it's not an API at all. Not an API at all. Not an API. Whether it's not about object oriented or oriented. It's not an API. There's no need to compare. Not an API at all. Then doesn't support the implementation of WebDriver supports listeners implementation. Okay, there's some concept known as listeners in TestNG. Listener support is there. TestNG listeners or some kind of listeners are there that the Selenium WebDriver will support. Okay, even Selenium WebDriver listeners are also there. Okay, WebDriver event listeners kind of thing are also there. Not only TestNG. In Selenium itself, there are some listeners. These listeners are not there in no listeners here. Doesn't support. Doesn't support any listeners. Doesn't support listeners. Simple implementation of listeners or listeners. Okay. So if you know if you have the knowledge of Selenium WebDriver, you know what exactly listeners are. There are two types of listeners, like TestNG related listeners are the Selenium library related listeners are there. But Selenium RC doesn't have any support for listeners. It's not an API, so no concept of not an API or API at all. So there is no need to talk about any, listeners and all in this case of Selenium ID. And then core engine is JavaScript based. In this here also Selenium ID core engine is JavaScript based. JavaScript based engine. Why I'm talking about this JavaScript based engine is Selenium ID. While running the automation scripts on any browser, it will trick the browser. Okay, it will try to trick the browser, and with the help of JavaScript, it will induce some instructions to the browser. This is what you have to do on the application kind of thing. But it's kind of not natural. Okay. Here also the same thing. RC is also going to trick the browser. Okay. Inject some JavaScript code and because external JavaScript code is not generally allowed by the browsers, but still Selenium ID and Selenium RC, right? They have the JavaScript based engines, and because of which they are inducing some scripts into that. This will natively communicate with browsers. Okay, officially, it's going to communicate with the browsers. There is no need to trick in case of Selenium WebDriver. Okay, natively interacts with the browser applications. Already done. These are the differences, guys. Okay, between ID, RC, and WebDriver. Supports record and playback. Doesn't support. Codeless automation tool. You don't have to write any code in this case. RC, you have to write the code. WebDriver, you have to write the code in any supported programming language along with the libraries. No need to start any server. Here, we need to start a server. Here also, no need to start a server. ID and WebDriver doesn't need to start any server. But RC earlier we used to use RC where we need to start a server. But now whatever we have like ID and WebDriver doesn't need to start any server. Not deprecated, but RC is deprecated. No one is using now. There is no need to learn about RC. since the question is being asked in the interviews, you have to answer that. Not deprecated, not deprecated. It's still there, but only RC is deprecated. Supports only Chrome and Firefox, whereas supports all popular browsers in the market. Supports all popular browsers in the market. Non-technical users can use it. Here, technical skills like some programming language are required in these two cases. It's a browser extension, but it's a library API. Okay. Maintenance is high, low maintenance. Okay. Because we have to re-record the test if any changes happen to the already recorded test. Very simple and easy to use. You already know, right, how simple it is to use. It's not easy and not simple to use. Okay. So why I'm saying not easy and not simple, this is how it looks. Okay. This is how we have to write the code. Okay. For example, this Selenium WebDriver code. Okay. This is how we have to write. This doesn't look easy, right, compared to Selenium ID. And I have to run here. Whatever the code I have written using Selenium WebDriver and any programming language like Java, right, the test will run. Okay. The scripts will run here. In a while, you will see the browser opening up. This is how the Selenium WebDriver looks. I cannot show you Selenium RC because it's already deprecated. This is an example of Selenium WebDriver. It's not a tool. It's a code or API library, something you can see. This is still, the things are automated, right? And the test got passed. You can see that. This is how we can work with Selenium WebDriver. And coming back, very simple, not simple. It's not a library at all. Easy and small API library in case of RC. It's a complex and large API library. Okay. So Selenium WebDriver contains a library. This library, you see, this WebDriver is an interface in that Selenium WebDriver library. Chrome driver is a predefined class in that WebDriver API library. Like that, each and everything is some method, all those commands are coming from that WebDriver API complex library. Okay. Then what else is left out? Not at all. Not an API at all. Non-object oriented API. RC used to be non-object oriented, but WebDriver, whatever we are using now, is an object oriented API. Here doesn't support listener, it supports WebDriver supports listeners. And here natively communicates with the browsers, it doesn't natively communicate with the browser. So hope guys, you got all the differences between Selenium ID, RC and WebDriver in this session. So hope that you'll be now able to answer this question if you come across such kind of question in the interview. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, when should I use Selenium IDE tool for automation? Let me answer. First of all, do we use Selenium IDE tool for automating the test in real time? The answer is no, guys. Okay. If you go and watch any real-time projects, okay, where people are using Selenium for creating the automation scripts, but no one is using this tool known as Selenium IDE for creating that automation test. Despite of having a lot of benefits in Selenium IDE, where it is a record and playback tool, and it's kind of very easy. You don't need any technical skills. You don't need any programming skills or programming knowledge to write any automation scripts. There is no need in Selenium IDE, right? You can create the automation scripts on the fly, like recording a video and play them, right? Like playback, okay, in Selenium IDE. But still, why people are not using Selenium IDE despite of having so many benefits where people no need to have any coding skills. It's a codeless automation tool, actually. You don't need to write any code, okay? Then why people are not using Selenium IDE in real time? Okay, the answer is different. Okay, the maintenance is high and all those stuff. But there are some situations where still you need to choose Selenium IDE as a tool for automating the tests. Okay, but these situations will rarely come. Okay, these situations are going to rarely come in your experience and all, career and all. Okay, what are those situations where you still have to use Selenium IDE, though Selenium IDE is not a tool in real time that people will use? Those situations are nothing but when the client gives you very less time for automation, okay, and the client demands you that you have to complete creating the automation test at any cost. That kind of situation, which rarely occurs, okay, then, and there is a procedure here again. You cannot blindly go and choose the tool as Selenium IDE and record and give it to the client, because tomorrow the client may become angry at you because the tests are failing again. Okay, you have to re-record them again. So then in that situations, you have to explain to the client, saying that, okay, whatever the time you have given, in that time frame, it's very difficult for us to write automation scripts using some programming language and Selenium WebDriver and all. That will take a lot of time. This is a timeline required. But since that given time is only this much, we have an idea where, with your permission, we can use a tool known as Selenium IDE, where we can simply record and playback. But it has a drawback where maintenance will be high later. But still, if you are asking us to write automation scripts in this less period of time that you are giving, Okay, then only solution we have is to use the Selenium ID as a tool. If the client convinces and get convinced, then you can do that. Okay. For quickly creating the automation test in the given time, then Selenium ID may be one solution. Then other one is for prototyping purpose. Okay. So why do we create prototypes before going in depth and spending all the time there? You just want to give a kind of glimpse of how this is going to look like. Okay, after automation, how the automation is going to save our time and all. If you want to prove to someone, but before starting that process using Selenium WebDriver, which will take a lot of time to prove. So you can use Selenium ID as a prototype because in very less time you can create the automation scripts and present to the client that this is how the scripts can run and this is how we can save our time and this is how we are going to get the ROI and all those stuff. For quick prototyping purpose, we can use Selenium ID, but not for real automation. For prototyping, most of the cases, prototyping purpose, you can use Selenium ID. Then there may be a lot of people who are new to Selenium, okay, who don't know what exactly is Selenium and what Selenium does and what exactly is automation. They don't know why we need automation. They don't understand. Okay, they are very new comers or beginners into automation. For such kind of people, Selenium ID is also a good tool. Okay, while learning Selenium when they are getting started with Selenium automation and all, right. And even not only Selenium automation, but if they are new to automation, for those people to get a taste of what automation is and how does it look like, okay, and what is the purpose of automation, to get that idea and all in the beginning stages of learning Selenium. Selenium ID is a tool, okay. Then what is the other situation where Selenium ID can be used as a tool for automation? For simple and small scale automation tasks, okay. There may be some situations where just for simple and small scale automation, there may be some small projects, okay, which are very simple applications. For simple applications, okay, which doesn't have much pages and all, they're very small scale automation, okay. Tasks are required for automating that application. In such kind of applications, there is no need to invest in very big frameworks like Selenium WebDriver frameworks and all. Okay, in such kind of small projects, right, or small scale and simple projects where automation tasks are very simple and kind of small scale, you can choose Selenium ID because maintenance is not high. Okay. Even though the maintenance is high in Selenium ID, still we can use it because in there will not be so many of tests in simple and small scale automation projects and all. Okay, it will be very limited number of test cases that you need to automate. And if something goes wrong, again you can re-record if required because even the high maintenance is there, but still it will take very less time to automate that many number of scenarios. Okay, there will not be hundreds of scenarios, very less number of scenarios. You can go with Selenium ID. Why to invest in very big frameworks and all, which will cost you a lot and takes a lot of time to automate and all. Okay, there may be some situations, very rare situations. Nowadays, no application is simple and you'll not get some small scale automation tasks here and there. Maybe some people, just to avoid some repetitive work or something in their real time, right? They may use the Selenium ID to avoid that. Okay, those situations, etc. Okay, we can use Selenium ID. So, guys, you got an idea when should I use Selenium ID? Okay, not in real-time projects. All the real-time projects these days are very complex and maintenance is very high in case of Selenium ID. You cannot choose Selenium ID as a tool for such kind of projects. Okay, real-time projects. But when you get some situations where you feel that okay, Selenium WebDriver is too much for this kind of thing, then you can go with Selenium ID for quickly creating the automations tests in case of less time, for prototyping, to give a demo to the client. This is how automation looks like and all. While you are when you are a beginner and you want to learn Selenium from scratch and you don't know anything about automation and what is the purpose and all, then Selenium ID can be used as an example tool to explain someone or to learn ourselves to understand what is automation and what are the automation tools and all, what they will do and all. Okay, for the beginning days of learning automation, you can use. And other thing is for simple and small scale automation tasks, which doesn't need Selenium WebDriver kind of advanced things, which will take a lot of time for automation. In such case, also you can go with Selenium ID. Okay. So hope guys you understood this session where you can answer this question in the interviews if you get or come across any. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Selenium? Let me answer. Selenium is a language which is used to create test automation scripts in Selenium ID tool. If you are using Selenium ID tool, which is a record and playback tool, using that tool, if you want to create some automation scripts, then you have to use the language known as Selenium. In simple words, Selenium is nothing but all the Selenium ID commands. Whatever the commands that Selenium IDE is supporting, those commands belong to a language known as Selenium. We can also call the Selenium IDE commands as Selenium in simple terms. Okay, here and there when we talk to people, right, we are using Selenium commands in Selenium IDE tool. We can see, okay, if you want. Okay, using this Selenium IDE commands, that is Selenium commands, we can automate the web applications. Okay, the functionality of the web applications can be automated with the help of this Selenium language or Selenium IDE commands known as Selenium. Okay, so let me practically show you this Selenium commands or Selenium. So for that, I'll open a browser, and here I'll open a URL, an application URL that I would like to automate with the help of Selenium language and Selenium IDE. So click on the Selenium IDE. You can resize this if you want to see the application at the same time. You can resize this window. I'll resize like this. This is a tool. This is a Selenium IDE tool, and this is the application I want to automate. And on this tool, I can see a lot of options. I would like to, create a new project. I'll say sample project. Say OK, and here there will be some option saying recording. Just click on the recording and give the application URL that you would like to automate. I gave this application URL here. Start recording. And now do one thing, just maximize this browser window, and whatever the actions you do here, the Selenium IDE will be recording. Okay, and it will be creating the automation test in the Selenium IDE using the Selenium commands. Okay, or Selenium language, whatever you can say. Here, I'll click on that search box. We'll click on HP and click on the search button. And after that, I would like to right click here and simply say Selenium IDE and say verify present. And I'll switch to Selenium IDE and stop recording. And here I'll give the test name as search HP text. Say OK. The test got created in Selenium IDE. And if you can see here, we can see a lot of commands here like open, set window size, click, type, click, verify element present. All these commands are nothing but Selenium commands. Okay. So the Selenium is a language that Selenium IDE tool can understand. And that language, Selenium language, comprises of what? Selenium commands. These are the different Selenium commands that I have used for automating a web application functionality. That is such functionality of this application. You can run this and see whether the test is running fine or not. Run the test. You see, it's working fine. You see, all the tests got passed. Okay. So these are the Selenium commands. Okay, hope you got an idea what exactly is Selenium. It's a language which is used to write the test automation scripts in Selenium IDE. In other words, we can also call Selenium as the complete list of commands in Selenium IDE, which can be used for automating the web application functionality using Selenium IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between assert and verify commands in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. So here, I would like to explain the difference between assert and verify commands in Selenium IDE. This side I'll write assert, and this side I'll write verify command. Okay, this is verify. So what is the difference? When you use assert command in Selenium IDE, let's say this Selenium IDE, and this has some steps. Okay, some automation steps are there in this. Let's say like this. For example, at this place, okay, for example, here, this particular line, assume that this particular line has an assert statement. Assert command is there in this particular line, and assume that this particular line is failing. Okay, this is failing actually. Okay, this particular line is failing. In that case, the execution will stop there itself. Okay, the test execution will stop there itself, and remaining lines, these lines won't be executed. Okay, because here the assert statement got failed, because of which the execution of this code got stopped here at the same line where the assert statement got failed, and remaining lines won't be executed. But what about the verify command in Selenium IDE? So unlike assert, the execution will continue. Even though that particular line containing the verify command fails, still the execution is going to continue. Okay, let me show you here also. For example, at this line, the verify command is there. Assume that in this particular line, verify command is there, and this statement got failed. Okay, this statement got failed. In that case, the execution will not stop here. The execution will continue. The execution will continue irrespective of whether this particular statement containing the verify got passed or failed, it will continue and remaining lines will be executed. Okay, remaining lines will be executed. But in this case, the execution will stop where the assert command statement fails and remaining lines won't be executed. Hope you got the idea on what is the difference between assert and verify commands. Let me practically demonstrate this for you in Selenium IDE. For that, I'll open the browser. I'll take you to this application URL. And here I'll click on Selenium IDE and I'll record a test now. Then I'll say create a new project. I'll say demo project. Okay. Click on record. Here I have to give the URL. Copy this URL and give it here. Say start recording. Now maximize this. Now here type. Click here and type HP. Click on search button. And then here right click on this product and say Selenium ID. And here there are two things. One is assert and other one is verify, right? I'll go with assert first, assert present. Then after that, after asserting present, I'll click on this link. Like this, I'll click on the link. Let the link open. Now here, I would like to click on the home page. Okay, after clicking on the link. These are the steps I recorded. Stop it and give the test name as a test1 or something. Say okay. Maximize. Now just see here, these are the steps which got recorded. Okay, first open the browser, maximize the browser window, click, type HP into the search box, will click on the search button. Then here assert is there. After that, you're doing a lot of stuff. Okay, but these statements won't be executed. If this particular thing fails, then the statements won't be executed. For example, intentionally, I'll change to HPA or I'll say Honda otherwise. Okay. When I search for Honda, will I get this product in the search results? No, right? Still you are verifying. So this will fail. And since it fails, the assertion statement failed, right? Here itself. The execution will stop here and the remaining lines will not be executed. Okay, we'll see that. Run this. Intentionally, I'm failing the assert statement here. Honda, click on the search button. It fails. You see, this failed means remaining steps have not been executed, right? Like that. What about if I change this to, instead of assert element present, if I say verify element present, if I see, and now if I click on this run, see what's happening. It will not be able to click it, okay, but it will continue the execution though. Okay, it is trying to click, but it's not able to find the element. That's okay. You see, it's still trying. The remaining steps are being executed here. Okay, even though this fails, it's trying to click on that some product which is not there. So some timeout will be there. Till that, it will keep waiting. And after that, it will fail this one also. Okay. Just wait for this to complete. You can clearly see that when this fails, the execution is being continued. Okay. When this fails, the execution is continuing. Okay. The remaining steps are being executed. Okay. With verify command. Okay. Verify command will continue the execution, whereas assert command will stop the execution there itself. Okay. Or we can do one more thing here. Let's delete all this stuff. And here, let's say open some URL will give just to see whether the remaining code is getting executed or not. What is the remaining code? This is the remaining code. Like this, I'll say. Now run this. When the verify statement containing verify command fails, it will continue the execution. You see, the step which is after the failed verify command is still running. Okay, it got run. That is the difference between assert and verify. In case of assert, this is not going to happen. If you put instead of verify, if you put assert here and run it, when it fails, the execution will stop there itself, and the remaining steps after the failed assertion step are not executed. Okay, that's what is the difference between verify and assert commands in Selenium IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is same origin policy and how it can be handled by Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. So first, let me explain what is same origin policy. Okay. First, let me explain what is same origin policy. So to understand same origin policy, you have to understand whatever I'm going to explain now. For example, there's an application. Okay. This is way before, guys. In the beginning stages when the web applications are getting created and all in the market, right? At that kind of time, okay, old time when it just started, okay, this web application thing started. Then these web applications, okay, in order to modify or make this web applications kind of dynamic, so some JavaScript code need to run, right? JS code, JavaScript can be run on the application. That can be from the internal or from external sources also. Internal sources and external sources. External sources means, so wherever this code, okay, this application code may be put in this machine, some server machine or some computer machine, okay. So outside this computer machine, some from external source, okay, someone is running JavaScript code, okay, some JS code is being can be run, okay, on this application from an external source outside this computer machine where this application code is not there. From there, you can run some external JavaScript code on this application, and that will get affected on the application also. Okay, for good reasons, it was good. But later what happened was this was misutilized. Okay, from external sources. If it is a good JavaScript code, that will do whatever the application needs, right? But what happened was it was misutilized, and insecure JavaScript code or JavaScript code with some wrong objectives was getting run on the applications, and the application was going through a turmoil kind of thing. Okay, some bad experience used to happen on the applications. Then they came with a policy. Okay, then there came a policy known as same origin policy. According to this policy, if some JavaScript code need to run on this application, it should not be allowed from external sources. From external sources, it should not be allowed. Okay, that JavaScript code that you want to run on the application code should be in the same place where the application code is available. Okay, if JavaScript code that need to run on the application is there, wherever the application code in that particular machine, the application code is there, in that machine only the JavaScript code that you want to run on this application code should be there. It cannot be run from external sources. This passage was closed. Okay, from external source, JavaScript is no more allowed to run on the applications. From the same machine where the application code is put, from there only the JavaScript code should be there in the same machine, and that code only can run on the application. That kind of JavaScript code only can run on the application. This is what is same origin policy. Keep in mind the security reasons of the application. This policy came into picture, and every application should follow this. Okay, that's what happened. But what happened was earlier in the initial days when external sources were allowed to run the JavaScript code from external sources on the application, when same origin policy was not there, at that time only Selenium came into picture. Okay, and Selenium used to be called at the time as Selenium core. And how this Selenium code used to run the automation scripts on this application is, okay, and the application some automation scripts used to run, okay, via the browsers, right? This Selenium core used to inject some JavaScript code, okay. At that time from external sources, JavaScript code was allowed to run, okay, on these applications and all, okay. So this JavaScript code was injected by Selenium core for a good reason only at that time into the browsers, and browsers used to take that JavaScript code and run it on the applications. Okay, this used to happen. Okay, so Selenium core used to inject the JavaScript code into the browsers where the application is loaded, and that automation scripts used to run in this manner. But once the same origin policy came, this channel got removed. Okay, from external sources, you will not be able to run JavaScript anymore on this application via the browsers and all. Then came after Selenium core, then there came something known as Selenium RC, which is also deprecated now. It's also an older one, older component of Selenium. Okay, what used to happen in Selenium RC was, okay, though this external sources JavaScript is not allowed, but somehow Selenium RC with the help of proxy server, okay, used to trick this browser, think that whatever the JavaScript code is being passed from the same machine, not from external source. It's not a genuine thing, you can say. Selenium RC is not following a genuine process. Just to trick the browser that still it is coming from an internal source, though Selenium RC is passing this JavaScript code from external way, but still Selenium RC is tricking the browser, treat that JavaScript code is part of the same machine where, the application code is available to overcome the same origin policy problem. But this is not a genuine process, right? So somehow the Selenium RC used to trick with the help of proxy server and all. It used to trick and things used to happen for a while. But sooner or later, the Selenium guys realized that this is not the perfect way. There should be a proper way, where because you see, according to the policies and all, say same origin policy and all, from external sources, we should not be running the JavaScript code on the applications of another source, okay, from which is at the different location. So to adhere to the same origin policy in order to not trick the browsers and all with the proxy servers and all, there came something known as Selenium WebDriver, okay, which is currently one of the most most important component of Selenium in the market. Okay, Selenium WebDriver that everyone, if you say Selenium automation, that is nothing but Selenium WebDriver nowadays. Okay, Selenium WebDriver came into the picture where instead of tricking the browser that this particular JavaScript is part of the same application and all, this is not required anymore. Selenium WebDriver directly started communicating with the browsers. Okay, instead of JavaScript code and all, Selenium WebDriver directly started communicating with the browsers in an official manner, okay, in a native manner like that, from the operating system level in a native manner, like how the operating system will communicate with the browser. The same technology Selenium started officially. It started communicating with the browsers without tricking anyone, okay, and automation scripts are running. This is how the same origin policy problem was resolved by Selenium or handled by Selenium WebDriver by directly talking to the browser in a native way, okay, without you know, without by othering otherwise, by othering to the same origin policy without restricting it started. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is same origin policy and how it can be handled by Selenium WebDriver by directly communicating with the browsers in a native way, like an operating system does with the browser. The same technology Selenium WebDriver started using officially, communicating with the browsers. And the tricking part that was there with Selenium RC, where JavaScript from external sources to be injected into the application code, okay, to run to trick the same origin policy and all, that is resolved here in Selenium WebDriver. So this is how same origin policy got handled by Selenium WebDriver, and things are working fine nowadays. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you use find element and find elements commands in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. First of all, coming to the find element, it can only find one element. Okay. You have to pass a locator to this find element. It can be either XPath expression or CSS selector, ID or name or whatever it is. But even though the locator has the capability of finding multiple elements, this find element can only find only one element. Okay. So whether you pass a locator that can locate one element or multiple elements, doesn't matter. Find element can only find one element. Okay. Coming to the find elements, okay, as the name speaks, elements. That means it can find more than one elements. Okay. Only the thing is that we have to pass the locator. You have to pass the locator which is capable in enough to locate multiple elements. Okay. Then find elements can find multiple elements. That's the difference between find element and find elements. Let's use this find element and find elements in Selenium WebDriver in a practical way. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID here in one of the test method. I'll write down that. Okay. So here I'll write down some Selenium automation code. Okay. So I'll write down like this. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hold the mouse on WebDriver and import it from Selenium library. Similarly, import this Chrome driver also from Selenium library. Okay. After that, write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then write down driver dot get. Give the application URL that you are trying to automate. Let's say I'll take this application URL, omai.blogspot.com. Copy this URL, paste it here. Now I would like to type some text into this text area field. Here only one element is there. So I'll create a locator for this, for locating this single element. Okay, I'll inspect this text area field. It has an ID. I'll copy this ID. And here I'll use driver dot find element, first command. Okay, here first command is find element. This is how we have to use. Here the locator we have is ID locator, ID attribute value is there. I copied the ID attribute value from here. And here I'll write on by dot ID. And in double quotes, give the ID locator. This locator can only locate one element, and find element with the help of this locator will find only that element. Okay, single element. Dot what need to be done on this element? Send keys. I would like to type my name into that element, Harun. Okay, that's it. So now let's run this and see whether find element thing is working or not, whether it is able to find the element and type the text. This given text Harun into that text area field. This is one example of find element. You see in the text area field, my name got typed. Fine. What is the next activity that I want to do? I want to demonstrate you the another command, that is find elements command. Okay. So what example I would like to give here is, for example, there are this many number of, or else there are some unordered list, some fruits are there. Okay. All these names of the fruits I want to print in the output. Okay. So I'll inspect this. Okay. I'll go to the div tag. And is there any proper locator here? No, here H2 tag is there. Unordered list kind of text is there. So I will create an XPath expression out of this. And I'll create a XPath expression in such a way that expression should be capable enough in locating multiple elements at the same time. Okay, I'll show you that. I'll simply say Control F, H2, /H2, text is equal to unordered list, if I remember. And let me inspect it again and see. What is this unordered list, right? This one you give it here. Now it's locating one element. Under H2, there is a div tag. Okay, under H2, there is a div tag slash following hyphen sibling colon div. You see, with the help of this one, I located this one. And under this, we have the li tag double slash. Under the li tags, we have the under the li we have this apple and all those stuff. Okay, apple, mango, and all those stuff. Along with the marker, something is there. This dot apple, dot mango, dot orange, like that. Okay. So here I'll simply say dot li. Okay. So here this XPath expression is locating how many elements? 6 elements. 1 of 6. 1. Let's find it out. What is 1? This locating now apple. Then next one mango, orange, banana, grapes, pomegranate. Like this, it's locating all the six elements. Okay. The single XPath expression is capable enough in locating multiple elements, not one element, multiple elements. Such kind of XPath expression, if I give into the driver dot, I should not be giving driver dot find element. I can give still, but it can locate only the first element, that is apple element. It will locate with find element, because find element can only find one element, but find elements is a command which can locate multiple elements, which can find multiple elements by dot XPath. Give that XPath expression which is capable enough in locating multiple elements, and simply say, okay, that's it. Okay, driver dot find elements. Now this find elements will return you a list of web elements. Instead of single element, it's returning you the list of web elements. So here I'll say fruits. Fruits is equal to, hover the mouse on the fruits and click on create local variable kind of thing. Now I'll write down some loop, for each loop or something. For each and every element is a web element. So web element ele colon fruits. List of web elements is fruits. Okay. For each and every fruit, or fruit you can say, otherwise it will be good. Fruit element this is. Now I would like to get the text between these tags. So what I'll do here is system.out.println fruit dot get text. Fruit dot get text, like this. Retrieve the text between the tags. Now after that, I would like to pick the browser, and this will be working. This is one of the example of how to use the find elements. Now run this and see whether all the fruit names got printed in the output console or not. Errors are there. Where are the errors? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would put a semicolon here. I forgot to put a semicolon. Done. Error gone. Now run it again. You see, all the fruit names got printed in the output console. Apple, mango, orange, banana, grapes, pomegranate. Just see here. Apple, mango, orange, banana, grapes, pomegranate. So hope guys you understood how to use, okay, how to use find elements and find element and find elements in Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can Selenium handle window-based pop-up? The answer is no. Selenium cannot automate window-based pop-ups. Sometimes what happens is when you are automating a web application, somewhere in between, you will get this window-based pop-up. That pop-ups, which are window-based, cannot be automated or handled by Selenium. Let me show you one example of this window-based pop-up that I'm talking about, which Selenium cannot automate or handle. So I'll open one application, one sample application. This application, umai.blogspot.com. On this application, when Selenium clicks on this choose file button, till here Selenium can perform. Once the choose file button is clicked, a pop-up came. This is a window-based pop-up. Okay, it's not related to web application. This pop-up is window-based. This pop-up cannot be automated. Okay, we cannot use Selenium to detect some elements on this window-based pop-up and perform actions like click, enter text, and all. This is not possible for Selenium to automate this kind of window-based pop-ups. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, Selenium cannot automate or handle window-based pop-ups. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we handle window-based pop-ups using Selenium? Let me answer. Selenium cannot automate these window-based pop-ups by itself. So then how can Selenium can handle or automate window-based pop-ups? By using some third-party tools. Okay, Selenium by using or with the help of some third-party tools like AutoIT and Robot Class can handle or automate this window-based pop-ups. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we handle web-based pop-ups using Selenium? Let me answer. First of all, whether Selenium can handle web-based pop-ups? The answer is yes. Selenium can automate, that is handle web-based pop-ups. How does this web-based pop-ups look like? Let me show you practically. For that, I'll open this browser. And in the browser, I'll open this application URL. And on this application URL page, there is a link. When you click on the link, it will display a pop-up. Okay, web-based pop-up will be displayed. You see, pop-up window. If you click on this link, it will display you this web-based. This is not a window-based. This is a web-based. Selenium can automate this web-based pop-ups. So how to handle such kind of web-based pop-ups? Okay, there's a mechanism in Selenium to handle the windows. When there are multiple windows, you see this is the original window. From this window, a pop-up window came. Now we have two windows. So Selenium by default will stay in the original window. Now, in order to perform some activities on this new window, that is child window or pop-up window, we have to switch to that window. Okay, we have to make this Selenium switch from this window to this window. For that, we have some commands. Okay, switch to command is there. And to get the IDs of these windows, this window and this window, we have get window handle and get window handles commands. Okay, let me practically show you how to do that. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. I'll pick one of the tests which I can run. Here, I would like to write some Selenium code. That is, I'll be writing like this: web driver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. And here I'll write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. I'll open the application URL here. The same application page URL I'll give and paste it here. Now here at this point, when I open this application URL, how many windows will be there? Only one window will be there. That original window will be there. So I can capture the ID, unique ID of this window. That is original window. How to get that ID? Driver dot get window handle. Okay, since there will be only one window at this point of time, I can use dot get window handle. This will return you the window handle. Okay, so here I'll write string parent window or some name I'm giving. Okay, original window or parent window, whatever the name you want to give, just give that. Once you got the ID of the parent window or original window here, now let's click on this link. I'll inspect that link. Mostly it will be a link text. Just copy this text between the tags. Come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text locator and say dot click. After you click on this link, what will happen? After you click on this link, there will be two windows now. This window and this window. Two windows will be there. So I want to capture window IDs of these two windows. Okay. So for that, I have to use command known as driver dot get window handles like this. It will return you a set of window IDs, set of strings, which are set of window IDs. So I'll say Windows is equal to, okay, Windows, and hold the mouse and say create local variable. The return type will come automatically. Now you can write a for each loop. For each and every window have string as the window ID. Okay, string window or win colon windows. Like this, I'll write down the code. For every window, you iterate it. Okay, and you see it is a set. It is returning your set means the order in which the window IDs are stored may be differing. First, it may store parent or may store pop-up window ID. We don't know in which order the window IDs of this parent and pop-up windows will be stored. We don't know. Okay, so because it is set in Java collection set, right? You know that the whatever the values you are storing from here will be stored in some random order. So we don't know. First window ID is a parent and second window is, we cannot think like that. Okay, so we have to figure it out which window we are on. Okay, for that I simply write down driver dot switch to dot window. Okay, this is a command, driver dot switch to dot window, and here I have to give this win. Okay, one of the window, we don't know whether it is a parent window we have switched to. We have switched some focus. We don't know. Originally, the focus of the Selenium will be on the original window, parent window. From there, we want to switch to the child window. Okay, but we don't know on which window we are. So simply we are switching. So we may be still on the parent window also here. But how to find out whether there is a parent window or child window? I can write some logic here. If driver dot get title, okay, like this. Okay, if driver dot get title dot equals, it is equal to the title of the child window. What is the title of the child window? Basic web page title. This part is the title of the child window. Okay, basic web page title. Basic, if it is equal to basic web page title. Okay, semicolon. Okay, if it is equal to basic web page title, just check basic web page title. Right, perfectly written. Now here, then we'll perform the activities. What activities we would like to do on this particular window? Let's say would like to maximize this window. Okay, just to see that would like to maximize the window. Okay, so driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then I'll just give some thread dot sleep here. I'll give for like 5 seconds. The program will halt for 5 seconds. Excuse me. Import this. Add throws declaration, and here write down driver dot close. It will close the child window. Whatever the pop-up window, because we are verifying the title, right? This title is matching that, means we have switched to the, here we have switched to the pop-up window, and based on this title, we are deciding that whatever the window we have switched to is a child window, that pop-up window or not. And if we have really switched to the pop-up window, then we are maximizing the window. We are, waiting for some time and then closing the browser, closing the window. Okay. Now what is next? After closing this, after maximizing this, and after waiting for 5 seconds, and after closing this, then how many windows are there? Only one window. Now I have to close this window. For that, there is a way. So this logic is fine. And after this, I'll write down here driver dot switch to dot window of. Here already I captured the parent window here. Okay, only one window ID will be there here. We know that the window ID is nothing but parent window ID. I'll provide that here. And here I'll say driver dot. I'll perform some activities here otherwise. Okay. Driver dot. Here I'll enter some text into the text area field. It has an ID. Copy this ID. After switching back to the parent window, I'll write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of the text area field. The send keys. I'll give my name here. I'll enter my name. And after that, I'll just give some timeline. Like I'll just make the program halt for some time. Let's say 3 seconds, and then I would like to quit the browser. Here also, let's make it 3 seconds because it will wait for 5 seconds more time. There's a lot of time. Okay. So like this, I would like to, here I've written the code for handling the windows. Okay, as you can see here. So I have switched between the pop-up window and parent window. Originally, the focus was there on the parent window. And when the title matches, after switching to a pop-up window, when the title matches, we have performed the operations on the pop-up window. After that, we have again switched back to the parent window and perform the activities on the parent window. Okay, this is the code we can write. So this is how we can handle or automate the windows. Okay, that is web-based pop-up windows. Okay, in Selenium. Run it. Then maximize. Pop-up window came. Just observe it got maximized, closed. We went back to the parent window. It was very fast, right? Let's give it 5 seconds itself. Okay. I thought it would be kind of slow, but it was very fast. So we didn't get much time. Let's run it again. You can observe the things now. Pop-up window will come. After that, we'll get maximized. Then close. Okay, something happened where, I didn't see something. What's the problem? Should take some time, right? The red dot sleep, it's not taking. Here also, the red dot sleep before closing, I mentioned, but it's not happening. It's passing though. Okay. Okay, anyhow, let's now dig deep into this. Okay, so let me run for the last time. It's kind of a bit fast only still, but you can see that there will be some windows coming, switching is happening and all those stuff. Okay. And maximize. Typing and closing. Maybe this thread dot sleep is not properly working here. That's okay. That's okay. But it's switching between the windows. That's fine for us. Okay. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question, that how can we handle web-based pop-up windows using Selenium, using this commands get window handles. And another command is driver dot switch to dot window command. Another command we have used. Any other commands we have used? Switch to dot window. I think these are the commands we have used for switching between the windows and handling the web-based pop-up windows using Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to assert title of the web page. Let me answer. There are two steps here. First step is, first we have to get the title of the web page. Okay. For that, we have to use a command from Selenium WebDriver, that is get title command, using which we can retrieve the title of the web page. And this title we have to compare with the expected title with the help of assert statements in TestNG. Okay. I'm going to show you practically. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this class and main method. Inside this, I'll write some Selenium code, that is WebDriver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Like this, I'll create an object for the WebDriver. Over the mouse and import this WebDriver from Selenium and Chrome driver class also from Selenium. And after that, I'll write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. Here, I'll give the application URL. That is this one, tutorialsinja.com/demo. Copy this URL and paste it here. Now, I would like to get the title of this page. So this is the title. Your story is the title. How to retrieve the title of the page? Driver dot get title. Okay, this is the command we have to use. Driver dot get title, using which we can retrieve the title of the page. So here I'll write down string actual title is equal to, okay, the retrieved title is actual title. Now I have to assert this title. Okay, as for the question, I have to assert the title of the web page. Assert means I have to verify. I have to write down from TestNG there is an assert. Assert dot assert equals something known as assert equals, and here this is actual, this is expected. Actual title you provide here, and in place of the expected you provide the expected title. Okay, so the expected title is, let's say, same your store only. Okay, your store is the expected title. I'll write down here your store. That's it. After that, I'll quit the browser. Okay, driver dot quit. So let's see whether this particular test is passing or failing. This is how we have to assert the title of the web page. Okay, this will get you the title, and that title should match with the expected title. If the test is, if this particular thing is passing, means this particular test is passing, means things are good. Okay, so fine. What I will do here is I'll convert this normal method into TestNG test method. So how to do that? Public void. It's a sample here, sample, and here on the top of that I'll write @test. Over the mouse on @test notation, I'll convert this normal method into the TestNG test method. After that, I'll click on this run option. Let's see whether this TestNG test is passing or failing. Okay. You see it got passed. Okay, that means whatever the retrieved title is there, that is matching with the expected title. So hope guys you understood how to answer this question, how to assert title of the web page. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to mouse over on a web element using WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as move to element command, using which we can mouse over on any element that you want. Okay, this move to element command is from actions class. First, we need to create an object for this actions class, and using the object reference, we can call this method. And in this method, you have to pass the web element on which you want to hover your mouse. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, I'll write some code. Okay, WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. And here, hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import it. Here also import the Chrome driver class. Then say driver dot manage dot window dot max. This will maximize the browser window. After that, say driver dot get. Here, provide the application URL. Any sample application URL, say omai.blogspot.com that I use generally. I'll copy this and provide it here. Done. On this application, what I want to do is I want to hover my mouse onto the blocks. Okay, what is the proof? When I hover the mouse on the blocks will get highlighted, and at the same time, these options will come. Okay, if you see that if the mouse is hovered, this will look highlighted and the options will come. That proves that the mouse hovering has happened. Okay, so what I will do here is first, in order to access this method, move to element, first I have to create an object for the actions class. Okay, in Selenium, actions, say actions is equal to new actions, and now import these actions from Selenium library. And now this cannot be empty, this constructor cannot be empty, you have to pass the driver. Then using this object reference, write down actions dot, call the method, move to element method, and here pass the web element on which you want to hover the mouse. Let's say in this example, I would like to hover my mouse onto the blocks. Inspect this blocks. It has an ID locator, copy this ID locator and create the web element here. Driver dot find element by dot ID and give the ID locator and say dot, no need to say dot here. Blocks element is equal to Now hover the mouse on blocks element and sorry, hover the mouse on the blocks element and say create local variable. Done. Put a semicolon here. Now this is a web element we created using this locator and all. Now pass that web element here. This command is not going to work because for any of the methods of actions class to work, we have to end that command with dot perform. Then only it will work. This command to work, we have to end that with dot perform. Okay. Now run this and see whether the mouse hovering is happening on that blocks element. Okay. Let's wait for the application to be opened in the browser. Once the application is open, just observe the mouse. You see it got hovered on the blocks. Okay. Visually, you will not see the mouse cursor going and hovering on blocks. Okay. Internally, the mouse will go and hover on the blocks menu, and you will see the blocks option got highlighted and the options are coming means hovering happened. Okay. That's the proof. So hope guys you understood how to mouse hover on a web element using WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to retrieve CSS properties of an element. Let me answer. In order to retrieve the CSS properties of an element, we have to use a command in Selenium WebDriver, that is get CSS value command. How to use this command to retrieve the CSS properties of an element? I'm going to practically demonstrate now. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here I'm going to write some code, that is a WebDriver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. Inside the get command, I'll give this application URL. Let's say this is a sample application URL. I would like to give the application URL here. And in that application URL, on the page, we have this button. I would like to get the font size of this text on this button. Okay. I would like to get the CSS property value, that is font size of the text on this button. I'll inspect this button and you'll get this HTML code. On the right side, there will be styles tab, under which you will see some CSS properties like font size, line height, color. These are all the different CSS properties. I'll take the font size. I'll copy this. I'll take this font size. I would like to retrieve this CSS property value of this text on this button. This particular value I would like to retrieve with the help of Selenium. Okay. So for that, first let me inspect this button properly and this HTML code. Let me create an XPath expression to locate this button and all. So I'll say Control F. Here I'll take this class. There are multiple classes. I'll take one of the class and I'll create an XPath expression. / button contains @class comma, give the value one of the class you give, and this is locating this button. You see this particular XPath expression is locating the button. Copy this XPath expression. Now write down here driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression. This is XPath expression of that button. Okay, which button? This is nothing but some card button. Okay, I'll just name that as card button for now. For the mouse, create. This is a web element. Now, by using this web element, I would like to retrieve this font size of this text on this button with the help of this CSS, one of the CSS property known as font size. Okay, for that, what I will do here is I'll say card button dot get. This is a command. Get CSS value is a command, and here inside this command in double quotes I have to give the CSS property. What is the CSS property? Font size. Okay, font size. Copy this font size. It should retrieve the 12px. 12px is the font size of the text on this button. That should be retrieved. So it should return you string font size like that. Now simply say system.out.println. Simply say just print out the font size. Okay, and quit the browser. Driver.quit. Done. Now run this code. You see, we will be able to retrieve the CSS property value of that particular element on the web page. That's button on the web page. 12px should be retrieved and printed in the output console if this is working fine. Okay, it's done. And as you can see here, 12px got printed in the output console. That means we are able to retrieve the font size, which is one of the CSS property of this button. Okay, one of the CSS property of this button. We were able to retrieve the property value and print it in the output console. So hope guys, you understood how to retrieve the CSS properties of an element using this command known as get CSS value. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to automate captchas using Selenium. Let me answer. First of all, why captchas are designed and put on the web applications by the developers of the applications? To prevent automation, okay? To prevent the bots, automation bots, captchas are generally designed, okay? To allow only the real humans to use the application and to restrict this automation and bots. Okay, that's the main purpose of the captcha. But the question here is how to automate captchas using Selenium. So using Selenium, how to overcome captchas we are saying. That is a wrong mindset altogether. Okay, in real applications, if some captchas are there, it's not a correct thing to automate them, to hack them or whatever it is. It's not, it's against the captchas, right? It's against why applications are putting the captchas on their website. So then what is the solution? You see, we should separate two types of environments here. That is, one is a test environment. That is before the application is released into the market, this is the test environment. And after the application is released into the market, that is live environment. Okay. So on live environment, we should not be able to automate the captchas and all. But in the test environments, there are some ways. Okay. In test environments, we can avoid captchas in some way. That's okay. Because here only for testing purpose, we are doing this kind of things. Okay. So first way is get it disabled in the test environment, because whatever the application that you are testing, you know the developers who are developing that application, right? You can contact the development team and say that this particular scenario, we cannot automate. Okay. We cannot automate and run our automation scripts just for testing purpose. Can you disable it? Okay. In the test environment at least. So developers can disable it and we can run our automation scripts. Okay. That's one way. Second way is hard coding the static captcha in the developer code. Captcha will still be there, but some static code will be given. You see, when on entering that, right, using the automation scripts, every time the same captcha will be entered, captcha will be displayed on the application, and you will be entering the same static captcha as an answer to that, and you'll be able to overcome that captcha. That's another way. Okay, either to disable it or they have to give the answer. Okay, how to solve that captcha answer, and that should be static, so the same answer can be given every time. The automation script will run without any problem. Okay. And third way is bypassing captcha using some hooks or APIs. Okay. Developers may also give you some hooks or APIs, which you can include in your automation script, and they can, bypass the captcha also. Either disable it or bypass it, or give some static captcha that testing team can use. Whenever the captcha comes, right, the same static captcha answer should work. Okay. Like that, some solutions are there, but those solutions are only for the test environment, not for the real environment. Okay. Once the application moves into the real environment, real live thing, right, then we should not be able to automate that. Okay. Fine. And what is the proof that captcha cannot be automated by default with Selenium, and we have to follow this kind of alternative paths in our test environments and all? The proof is here. You can go to the official website of Selenium. I'll just open this in the browser and show you. The official website of Selenium, it's clearly mentioned that captcha cannot be automated, and its purpose is to prevent the automation. You see, captchas. The official website of Selenium. So is explicitly designed, developers explicitly design the captchas to prevent automation or bots and only allow the real human beings. Okay, so the captchas are there. So it's not a good idea to, so do not try to automate captchas. Selenium itself is saying do not try to automate captchas, but there are some strategies to get around captcha checks in our test environments. That is, you can ask the development team to disable the captchas in your environment, test environment, and development team may give you some additional alternative ways, like they can add a hook or an API, which can, using which, right, we can bypass the captcha. Okay, so we have to go with these strategies in our test environments to overcome the captchas, but in real-time environments, we should not be able to automate captchas using any other automation tools, including Selenium. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different types of Selenium commands? Let me answer. All the commands in Selenium IDE tool are known as Selenium commands. And these commands can be categorized into different types. They are actions, accessors, and assertions. These are the three types of Selenium commands we have. First type, actions. Okay, what are these actions commands? The commands in Selenium IDE tool which manipulate the state of the application are known as actions commands. Okay, examples for these commands are which manipulate the state of the application. Such kind of commands like click. Okay, on clicking an element, the state of the application will be manipulated. Similarly, we have type. Okay, which can be used for typing text into the fields and all. Open for opening the application you are in the browser, closing the application, closing the browser itself. Okay, so all these are the type of the commands in Selenium IDE tool which can be used for manipulating the state of the application, and this category of the Selenium commands are known as actions. Next category of the Selenium commands are accessors. Okay, so which can be used for evaluating the state of the application, okay, and storing the results into the variables. Okay, such kind of commands are called as accessors. If you can see these examples, you will understand how these commands are going to store the results into the variables, and they are called as accessors kind of commands. First one, store title, okay, which will retrieve the title, and whatever the retrieved title is there, that will be stored into this store title. Okay, then store text. The result is nothing but title of the page that will be stored into the variable. Okay, result will be the text that will be stored into the variable. Result will be the value that will be stored into the variable. Such kind of commands, store kind of commands, are known as will fall into the accessors category of this Selenium commands. Next type of commands we have are the last type, that is assertions. Okay, the is to verify the state of the application. Okay, final check verification. Based on these commands only, the test will either pass or fail. Such kind of commands are called as assertions kind of commands. Okay, in Selenium commands, the third category is assertions, which verify the state of the application. Examples. Before I give you the examples, these assertions commands can be further categorized into three modes. Okay, there are three types of assertion commands, that is verify, assert, and wait for. Coming to the first set, verify. Example, one of the example is verify alert. Okay, which verifies whether the alert is displayed on the page or not. Second, assert alert. This also will verify whether the alert is displayed on the page or not. This is like, both can be used for verification, but the assert will, this is hard assert kind of thing. This is a soft assert kind of thing. Okay, hard assert means if a particular step containing this assert statement fails, the execution will stop there itself, and if there is any other code in the test, that will not run. Whereas verify is a soft assertion. If even though this particular statement having this command fails also, remaining steps after this statement will also run. Okay, that's the only difference between verify and assert. Okay, so either you can use verify alert if you want to go with a software, like even though this particular step having this command fails, still if you want to continue the execution of the remaining steps or lines of code in the Selenium IDE tool, you can go with this verify kind of commands. Verify alert is one of the examples. There are a lot of other stuff, other verify commands in Selenium IDE. Assert, hard assertion. If it fails, remaining steps after this statement containing this command are not going to get executed. Okay, it's kind of hard assert. The execution will stop there itself. Okay, so both are verification only, but the soft and hard, only that is the difference. And the last one is a wait for. Okay, all the waiting for kind of commands also fall into the assertions category in the Selenium commands. Wait for alert. Okay, waiting mechanism kind of thing. You are waiting for an alert to be displayed. Till then, you are not going to do anything kind of stuff. Okay, after the alert gets displayed within the time, right? Waiting will be done and you will go to the next step kind of thing. Okay, so this kind of verify, assert, and wait for fall into the assertions category of Selenium commands. So hope guys you understood what are the different types of Selenium commands. Okay, all these commands belong to the Selenium IDE tool and can be categorized into these three categories. And you also got the examples in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are unstable functionalities? Let me answer. Unstable functionalities are those functionalities in the application software which are still undergoing some changes. There are different type of changes that may happen. There may be some changes because, the old design need to be modified with a new design. Okay, the UI part is getting revamped, and the client wants the functionality in a different way. Okay, that may be one of the reason. Or there may be some situation where this particular functionality has a lot of bugs and they need to be fixed. Okay, still the application functionality is not stable. Developers are still working in making the functionality become stable. Okay, the code changes are going. or, somehow due to some XYZ reasons, the developers have to change the code behind this application functionalities, maybe performance reasons or whatever the reasons. Okay. So, or to make this application more secured, okay, that particular functionality of the application to be more secured or whatever the reasons, ultimately, the developers are changing the code or functionality of the application. That particular functionality is termed as unstable functionality. Okay. It's not final one. It's a unstable. Okay. Once all these changes are done, then the functionality will become a stable one. Okay. So hope guys you got an understanding of what exactly is an unstable functionality in an application. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is it recommended to automate unstable functionalities? Let me answer. First of all, let's understand what exactly are these unstable functionalities. Unstable functionalities are the functionalities in the application which are still undergoing the changes. Okay, developers of these applications are modifying this functionality, or they may be fixing the code, or they are modifying the code, whatever the reasons may be. These functionalities which are still undergoing the changes by the developers are known as unstable functionalities. You can also call a particular functionality in the application as unstable when it has a lot of defects or issues. Okay, until these issues and defects of that particular functionality of the application are fixed, we cannot call that functionality as a stable functionality. Okay, either it may be undergoing changes or it may be, okay, giving us a lot of issues or defects. Those functionalities are known as unstable functionalities. Now the question here is it recommended to automate unstable functionalities? The answer is no, it's not recommended. I'm not saying that it's not possible. It's possible to automate unstable functionalities. Okay, there may be some situations where the client still, even though the functionality is unstable, the client, the client may be asking you to still automate it. Okay, so that kind of situations you may come across in real time, but it's okay. Okay, you can go and automate if the client says, but you can educate the client saying that, okay, it's not a good idea to automate the unstable functionalities. If the client doesn't listen, then go and automate it. There's no problem in that. Okay, but it is not recommended. Okay, education is fine, but the client, forces you to do so, you have to do it. Okay, there's no other way, right? So it's not recommended, but it is possible. Okay, so why it is not recommended to automate the unstable functionalities in the application? These are the two reasons. First, if you automate such kind of unstable functionalities, the automation scripts will give you inaccurate results. Okay, as these functionalities are undergoing changes, you will get false positives or false positives or true negatives kind of stuff. Okay, something which is passing will come as failure in your script as a result, because this changes are happening. You don't know what is passing, what is failing. A lot of confusion is there in that area. Okay, so your automation scripts may not be able to give you proper results. Sometimes the scripts will fail, and you go and check in your application why the scripts are failing, and you will see that the code changes happen, and that looks very good. Okay, the changes are properly done. As a human being, we can assess that this is correct, but automation scripts, they will just follow the instructions. So you will get inaccurate results, okay, by automating the unstable functionality. So a lot of headache in going and checking whether this is a proper result given by automation script, or what's happening in what changes have happened in the application functionality. Okay, that's that kind of confusion. Second thing is maintenance challenges. Okay, so let's say when the changes are going on, before the changes went on, you automated that functionality, and later changes happened. Again, you have to go to the same automation script and modify it according to the approved modified changes. Okay, you have to keep on modifying. Okay, the until the application functionality becomes stable, the maintenance is very high, where you have to modify your automation script again and again and again and again. So these are the two drawbacks or the problems why automation of the unstable functionality is not recommended in real time. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain how you can insert a breakpoint in Selenium IDE. Let me answer. First of all, let's understand why we need to insert a breakpoint in Selenium IDE. The answer is for debugging purpose. Okay, let's say there is an automation test in Selenium IDE which is resulting in some issue. Okay, so in order to investigate or debug why this issue is happening in this automation script, we have to insert a breakpoint. Okay, so how to insert a breakpoint in Selenium IDE automation scripts? There are two ways. First way is right click option. Okay, you can right click on that particular step where you want to insert a breakpoint. So by doing that, or there is a shortcut. Okay, you can press this. You can select the step in Selenium ID, and then press this shortcut key B, and it breakpoint will be added. Okay, to remove also the same thing. Okay, so I'll show you practically now. I'll open this browser and take you to one application. I'll copy this URL of the application that I want to automate in Selenium ID. Click on Selenium ID and click on new project. Just give some project name. Say OK and click on this record option and give the URL that of the application that you want to automate or okay. Start recording. The browser will open like this, maximize and record some steps. Click inside the search box, will type HP here. Let's say click on the search button and now here right click and say Selenium ID and say verify and say present. Now some steps got recorded. Stop the recording and give some test name, say okay. Now these are the steps. Now assume that in this particular automation script, some issue is coming and you want to debug that. So how to debug? For example, if I want to start debugging from this step, okay, I'm confident that the first two steps will not give any issue. But from this step onwards, from this step onwards, there is a possibility that there is a reason that there is a possibility that the issue may come because of some steps here. Okay, so to investigate which step is causing the defect in this particular script, I'll select this step and right click and I'll say toggle breakpoint. Okay, breakpoint got added. Now if I run the script, click on this run. You see the script will not run till the end, but the execution will stop wherever I put the breakpoint. Okay, and the next steps didn't get executed. I have the option to run line by line now. Okay, in order to investigate whether things are working fine or not. Okay, I have to click inside the search box field. You see step over command is there. Click on that. It has now clicked inside the search box field. Now it has to type the text HP into this search box field. Again, click on step over. You see HP has been typed. Like step by step I am running to see which step is causing the defect or issue in this particular automation script. Okay. Now, if I don't want to, I can go step by step till the end of this automation script. But if I want to run directly, okay, all the steps I want to run, okay, investigation is completed. I just want to click on this run option. You see, it will run till the end. Okay, like that. Hope you got the idea why debugging and all. Okay, if you want to remove this breakpoint, again, right click and say toggle breakpoint. And the other way I told you, right? Select this step and press keyboard key B. Okay, press the key on your keyboard that is with the letter B, and you see breakpoint got added. Again, press B, it will be removed. Okay, there are two ways to insert the breakpoint into the Selenium ID tool. Okay, using the right click option, toggle breakpoint, or by using the shortcut key, either to insert the breakpoint or remove the breakpoint. The same options we have to use. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how you can insert a breakpoint in Selenium ID in a practical way. I demonstrated in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain how you can debug the test in Selenium IDE. Let me answer. First of all, why debugging? Why we have to debug some tests in Selenium IDE? You see, when you are running some automation tests in Selenium IDE, some tests may fail. Okay, we have to find out what is the reason behind this failure. Okay, we have to investigate why the problem is occurring. Okay, for that, we have to run this particular test in a step-by-step fashion. Okay, step by step, we have to run and see where because of which statement in that automation script the problem is occurring or the issue is coming or the test is failing, whatever may be. Okay, so the testing is the process of finding the problems, but debugging is the process of finding the root cause of the problem so that we can fix it. Okay, in order to fix the problem, we have to find out why this problem is coming. Okay, that is nothing but debugging is. Okay, in order to perform debugging in Selenium IDE, we have to insert a breakpoint. Okay, so how to insert the breakpoint and how with the help of breakpoint, how to perform the debugging, I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one sample application URL and click on the Selenium IDE. Just create a new project, just give some project name and start recording and give some application URL that you want to automate here. Start recording. You see the recording started. Selenium ID is creating the test by recording. So click here and say HP. Click on this search and right click here. Selenium ID, verify presence of the element. After that, click on this link. Then now verify this part. Selenium ID, verify. Okay. Verify not present. Okay, which is wrong anyhow. Now click on this home and then verify whether this is available or not. Selenium verify present and so on. And now stop the recording. That's it. Give some test name. I just recorded one test. And this is what is the test that got recorded. Now, as you can see, these are the steps which got recorded. Let me see if I can drag it down so that I can see all the steps. Yeah, these are the 13 steps which got recorded now. Now, let me run this and see whether everything is working fine or not. First, let me run. The reason why I'm running the automation script is for testing purpose to see whether the automation test is passing or failing. Okay. To see whether something is passing or failing, I am doing this. Let's see what's happening. You see, unfortunately, one of the step got failed. Okay. Now, I want to know the reason why this particular step got failed. So for that, to investigate reason, sometimes what we have to do is we can figure it out. Okay. In this case, I can clearly figure it out that this is a problem. Okay. Something is not coming. Some line 9. I don't know why it's not coming. I just want to look it more nearby. I would like to go nearby the problem and see why this problem is happening. Okay, root cause. What is the root cause? Why this automation test is failing? To do that, let's say this particular test is this step is failing, right? So I'll start from here, or maybe here I'll feel. Okay, I'll put a breakpoint here. How to put the breakpoint here? Right click for debugging purpose. I have to insert a breakpoint. Right click and say toggle breakpoint, and you see this got highlighted means the breakpoint has been added. Now I will click on this run current test, and what will happen when I click on this? Debugging will start, and your automation script will run directly from here to here. Okay, all these steps will be continuously executed till fourth line. From fourth line onwards, to run it, we can go step by step option. Okay, so from breakpoint we can go line by line. Okay, I'll show you. Click on this run till that fourth step. The execution will be done. You see, but execution stopped at the fourth line. Passed in debugger, it's coming. Okay, it's allowing us to debug, to investigate ourselves what the problem is and all. Okay, now let me click on this step over current command. Means step by step we will be able to use this command to run this particular thing. Step by step we can use this command. You see, next step it has went to HP has been typed by running this particular step. Now this step will click on the search button. It has not clicked so far. When I do step over, you see it will click on the search button. Search results came. Now it has to verify whether this HP product has been displayed in the search results or not. Step over. And it got passed, means it is coming. So no problem. Till here, there's no problem in the automation test. Now click on this link. Step over. The link has been clicked and you are taken to the product display page of that particular linked product. And now you are clicking on something. That's okay. Now you are verifying whether this element is present on the page or not. This particular element is displayed on the page or not. You are verifying. When I run this, it's failing. That means I'm able to perform debugging and identify the root cause of the problem. So here I'm verifying for this element, but element to be not present, I am saying. Okay, verify element not present, but the element is present here. Okay, that's the problem. That's why the issue is happening. I identified the problem. Element is coming, but we are verifying element is not present. That's the problem. So this is how we can perform debugging. If you are done with the debugging, you can click on this. All the steps will run at a go. Okay, done. So hope guys you understood what is debugging and how to perform debugging. Okay, by inserting a breakpoint in Selenium ID, we can perform debugging. And you also understood what is the use of debugging and why it is generally performed in real time. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the limitations of Selenium ID? Selenium ID has a lot of limitations like this. Let me explain them one by one. Let's start with the first one, that is limited browser support. Okay, so Selenium ID only supports two browsers, that is Firefox and Chrome. So whatever the automation scripts you create in Selenium IDE can be run only on two browsers, that is Firefox and Chrome. Okay, if you compare Selenium IDE with Selenium WebDriver, right? Selenium WebDriver can be run on, okay, scripts created in Selenium WebDriver can be run on different browsers, all the popular browsers in the market, okay? But coming to Selenium IDE, only two browsers you can run the automation scripts on. Okay. Next limitation of Selenium IDE is limited programming capability. Okay. So limited programming capabilities. That means in Selenium IDE, the main theme is about record and playback, right? People come to Selenium IDE only for record and playback, where they get an advantage of creating a prototype of an automation and all. Okay, that is possible with the help of Selenium IDE. That's an advantage. But coming to the limitation, it has limited programming capability. A bit of programming capability is there, but that's not enough. Okay, if a particular tool or an automation tool has a programming capability, it will have more flexibility. Okay, flexibility will rise where you can customize the things more with the help of coding and programming. Okay, but that particular feature is not there in Selenium IDE. Limited programming capability, because of which flexibility of automation will get reduced. Then lack of extensibility. Okay, what is this lack of extensibility means? You doesn't support integration with external libraries. For example, if you take Selenium WebDriver, it can be integrated with some third-party libraries like TestNG, JUnit, and POI API, extend reports, and so on. But coming to the Selenium IDE, it doesn't have that much. It doesn't support that much integration like Selenium WebDriver does with external libraries. So lack of extensibility is another problem. So that means we have to only stick to the whatever the features that are coming by default in Selenium IDE, right? If the extensibility is not there, means only whatever Selenium IDE functionality is provided by Selenium IDE tool, that functionality only we can use, but we cannot extend it further. Selenium WebDriver is not like that. Selenium WebDriver can extend with TestNG, JUnit, POI API, extend reports, and so on, because of which even though the functionality is some kind of things that are not there in Selenium WebDriver, we can get from the external libraries, but that is lagged in the Selenium IDE tool. The next one, limited test management. Okay, limited test management. Okay, what is this limited test management? That means, you see, if there is a tool and if it is limited of test management, means you cannot organize the test well. Okay, so the problem here is when there are limited number of tests, no problem. Okay, if there are 5 tests, 10 tests, no problem. But if we have hundreds of tests, then it's very difficult to organize them in Selenium IDE tool, right? Very difficult to organize them in Selenium IDE tool and manage them, maintain them. All those things will become a problematic. Okay, if you have a large scale of tests inside test suites and all, organizing and managing is not that much better in Selenium IDE, because test management wise, it's kind of limited. Okay. Then we have limited support for dynamic content. Okay, that means using Selenium IDE, if you're trying to automate some web applications having some dynamic content created with Ajax calls and some delays. Okay, some elements are coming with a delay, or when you click on something, dynamically the page elements are getting changed. Such kind of things. Okay, it can support, but it's bad. I can say. Okay, it can support. Okay, there are some commands in Selenium IDE which can support this kind of stuff, but it's not good. Okay, it's not proper. You can say. Okay, it's bad. You can say. Then the other one is limited support for complex scenarios. Okay, there are some complex scenarios like data-driven testing. Single test need to run with multiple sets of data, such kind of things, or database testing, connecting with database testing. Okay, such kind of flexibility is not there in Selenium IDE for complex scenarios like data-driven testing, test dependencies. Okay, control flow of the execution of the code. Generally, in Selenium WebDriver, we have TestNG, because of which we can control the flow of the execution of the code wherever we want. All this kind of stuff like data-driven testing, test dependencies, okay, and all those things are possible. But in Selenium IDE, limited support is there. I'm not saying support is not there. Support is there, but limited support is there for such kind of things. Okay, for complex scenarios, automating the scripts with Selenium IDE is a bit difficult. Okay, I can say. Okay, then last and important thing is high maintenance. Okay, this is the number one limitation you can say, high maintenance. Why? Because if you automate some, let's say there is an application, complex application you have taken, and there are 1,000 automation scripts that you need to record. With the help of record and playback features in Selenium IDE, you recorded the 1,000 automation scripts, and one functionality change. That functionality is common across all the 1,000 scenarios that you already recorded. What happens here is, again, you have to re-record all the 1,000 scenarios. Okay, if that functionality which got changed or updated in the application is part of all those 1,000 scenarios, Again, you have to delete those earlier recorded 1,000 scenarios, and from the beginning to end, all the 1,000, you have to re-record again. That is high maintenance. Okay. So flexibility of automation frameworks is missing, because of which in automation frameworks, what will happen? You don't have to touch all the 1,000 scenarios. You will make this, whatever the functionality that's getting changed a part of some reusable method or something, and you'll go there with the help of the framework. You'll go to the reusable method and update only one place. And remaining all automation scripts, 1,000 automation scripts, will use a single reusable method. This kind of flexibility is possible with the help of automation frameworks. And in Selenium ID, such kind of thing is not there. Hence, high maintenance. You have to re-record all the automation scripts from starting to begin ending. So these are all the different limitations of Selenium ID. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions, that is, what is the purpose of debugging and testing? Let me answer. In testing, the software testers will evaluate the quality of the software to see or check whether the developed functionality is developed according to the client given requirements and specifications or not. Okay. If there is a mismatch, then that software testers are going to report the defects. Okay, if something is not working fine in the software, or if the developed functionality is not matching with the expected requirements and all, the software testers, as part of testing, are going to report the defects. Okay, this is what testing is all about, to identify the problems in the software and check the quality of the software. But coming to debugging, it's kind of different. Okay, this is generally done by developers. Okay, who is writing the code. In case of software, developers are the one who is developing the software. Okay, the one who are developing the software are developers. In case of automation testing, the one who is creating the automation scripts is the developer, you can call that. Okay, so in such cases, the one who is writing the code, right? Okay, so on running that particular code, okay, on running that particular code, if there is a problem, okay, if there is a problem encountered, in that case, as part of debugging, we have to figure out, okay, the developers who has written the code has to figure out what is the root cause of the problem, why this problem is coming while the code is running. Okay, either the automation code or the software code, whatever the code, while the code is running, why this particular problem is coming. The root cause has to be figured out as part of debugging. Debugging is generally performed to find out the root cause of the problem that is occurring while running the code. It can be any code. Okay, so after identifying the root cause, okay, they will get a solution. Okay, by doing this, we can fix the problem. Okay, and then the developers are going to fix the problem. Okay, the main purpose of this debugging is to identify the root cause of the problem and fix them. Okay, fix it. Whereas testing is to evaluate the quality of the software and report the problems in the software, if any. Okay, so that's what is the purpose of testing and debugging. Okay, so both look same, but there is a small line between testing and debugging. While testing is all about identifying the defects in the software by evaluating the quality of the software, whereas debugging is all about, identifying the root cause of the problem in order to fix it. Okay, so that's what is the purpose of debugging and testing. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, in Selenium IDE, what are the element locators that can be used to locate the elements on the web page? Let me answer. In Selenium ID automation tool, we can use these locators for locating the elements on the web pages. Okay, there are 5 locators which are supported by Selenium ID tool, which can be used for locating the elements on the web pages. That is ID we can use, name locator we can use, link text we can use, CSS we can use, and XPath we can use. And there are other 2 locators which are not supported. Okay, these locators we cannot use in Selenium ID for locating the elements on the web pages, which are not supported by Selenium ID are class name and DOM locators. Okay, let me practically show you how these supported locators are working in Selenium ID and non-supported locators are not working in Selenium ID for locating the elements on the web pages. Okay, for that I'll open this browser and take one sample application. I'll copy this application URL, click on Selenium ID, and then click on create a new project. Say okay, start recording, and here paste the URL that you want to automate. Start. Now maximize the browser window. Now do some activities here and there. I'll just type my name here. I'll type Selenium here. Then I'll scroll down and click on drop down button here. Okay. Then I'll click on this login. Say okay. Now I'll click on this link. Click on browser back button. All these things got recorded now by Selenium ID. Now I'll go and stop here and give some test one and say here. You can see this recorded steps here. Okay. So you can see here ID is equal to TA1. Okay. This ID locator is supported by Selenium ID. Okay. Now, just to see whether this is locating the element with the help of ID locator, Selenium ID is able to locate the elements on the web pages or not. What we can do is find target in page. Click on that. If this is getting highlighted, okay. If I click on the button and this is getting highlighted, means the locator is working. So ID is one of the supported locator by Selenium ID. Then we have the name locator. As you can see here, some name is equal to Q is there. Okay, name locator is also supported by Selenium ID. Click on this and see whether the name locator is being supported. You see, name locator is locating this particular element on the web page. So this is how we have to write name is equal to here ID is equal to name is equal to. Okay. Then I clicked on this drop down button, but class name didn't come. Okay. You see dot drop down means class having the element having the class attribute values drop down. Here class is not coming because that class is not supported. Class locator is not supported. If you try to manually do that, instead of CSS, if you say class is equal to remove this dot here and try this, it is not going to work. Okay. It's not going. You see, it's not highlighting anything. Okay. Class name locator is not supported by Selenium ID. Again, I have to change it to CSS. You can see the CSS. Click on this. CSS is locating this drop down button. CSS locator is locating this drop down button. So we are done with ID, name, and CSS. Then we are left with the link text and XPath. Let's go with the link text here. One place where link text will be there. Here you see link text. Let's see whether the link text is getting link text locator can be used or not. Link text is equal to the link text value you have to give and click on this button. It's getting located. Okay. You see this link is getting highlighted. That means the link text locator is working. Then what else we have? ID is there, name is there, link text done, CSS done, XPath. Let me show you the XPath now. Instead of CSS, I'll use XPath. XPath is equal to double / asterisk. Okay. At the rate class is equal to single quotes give drop down. I'm converting that CSS selector to XPath expression. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. You say it's working fine. Okay. XPath locator is also working. Selenium ID is supporting the XPath expressions also. All these 5 locators are supported by Selenium ID. I already proved you. Now, the things which are not supported are class name, which I proved you already. Class name is not class name locator is not supported by Selenium ID in locating the elements on the web pages. Now coming to the DOM, let's see the DOM here. I'll convert this ID into DOM. How? I'll go here. I'll inspect this somewhere. I'll inspect this text area field. It has an ID. TA1 is ID. I'll do one thing. I'll just go to the console, clear, and create a DOM statement. Document dot get element by ID. Sorry, get element by ID in the curly circular brackets. Give the value. Press enter. You see that text area field is getting highlighted. Now copy this. Now copy this. Come back here. I'll write down instead of ID, you just write down DOM is equal to give the value. Okay. Now click on this. You see it's not getting located, right? Click on this, not getting located. Okay. The item is not getting. So DOM statements are also, DOM locators are also not supported by Selenium ID. Okay. So only ID, name, link text, CSS, and XPath are the different type of locators that are supported by Selenium ID, whereas class name and DOM locators are not supported by Selenium ID. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can you convert any Selenium ID tests from Selenium to other language? Let me answer. In Selenium ID automation tool, there's an option to export the recorded tests into your desired language. Okay, let me show you practically how to do that. For that, I'll open any browser. And in this, I'll open one application URL, some sample application URL. I'll copy this URL, click on the Selenium ID, and here create new project, give the project name, say OK. And once that is done, click on record, give the application URL that you would like to automate. Click on start recording, then maximize this one, click here, type something. You see, whatever the activities I'm doing on this page are getting recorded by Selenium ID. The automation script is already being created by Selenium ID using Selenium. Okay, that is Selenium ID commands. So this is the last step. After this is done, switch back to Selenium IDE, where you see all the steps are already recorded by Selenium IDE tool while I'm performing some activities on this application. I'll stop the recording. I'll give the test name. Now the steps are recorded. This created automation script is in which language? It is in with the help of Selenium ID command. The script has been created, which is nothing but Selenium language. Okay, which is nothing but Selenium language. Okay, so now I have to convert this automation script, which is now recorded by Selenium ID in Selenium language, into my desired language. Let's say. So for that, I'll select this test and select these three dots, and there is an export option coming. Click on this export option. Now you'll get, okay, this select language dialog where you have to choose the desired language. For example, I want Java. Okay, I want the code to be converted into Java programming language with Selenium and all Java, and select this and say export. That's it. You see, it's asking you where you want to save. Just save it in your one of your location in your machine. And as you can see here, the file got created and downloaded. Select open. You'll see the automation code in your desired language. You see, this is in Java language. Okay. So we have successfully converted the code which is there in the Selenium language into the Java programming language. This is the way we have to do. So hope guys you understood how can you convert any Selenium ID test from Selenium to any other language. So this is how we have to do. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, using Selenium IDE, is it possible to get data from a particular HTML table cell? Let me answer. Yes, it is possible to get data from a particular HTML table cell using Selenium IDE. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll open this browser and open one sample application URL. And I'll copy this URL and I'll open the Selenium IDE, create a new project. I'll just give some sample name and I'll start the recording. I'll give the application URL that I would like to automate. Start recording and I'll expand this, maximize this. And if I scroll down here, I can see a table here. I would like to get this data. Okay. For now, for sample, I'll just do something like this. And I'll say stop recording. I'll give the name test1 and say okay. Here I'll delete this particular step. I don't want this step. So I'll write the steps manually after opening the application URL, after maximizing the browser window. Then what I would like to do, I would like to retrieve this 29. Okay. I would like to get data from a particular HTML table cell. What is the data I'm choosing here in this example? This 29 is the data I would like to retrieve. Okay. So how to do that? So for that, I'll inspect this table. And I can see there is an ID for this table. Copy this ID. Say Control F / table @ID is equal to, give that ID attribute value. And under the table, we have T head, T body. Under the T body, we have 1, 2, 3. I'll simply say /tr of 3 and /td of 2. You see, 29 is getting highlighted here, right? When I hover the mouse, this XPath expression is locating this part, and this is nothing but this 29. Okay. So using this XPath expression, we are able to locate this particular cell in the table. Copy this. Now, what I'm going to do here is, here I'll simply say store text. I'll say XPath is equal to, give that XPath expression. Okay. Store text here, create a variable. Let's say this is age, right? Age. Okay. Some variable name age I am giving. Now, so what's happening in this step is, this particular step is accessing this particular cell containing the value 29 and storing that 29 into this age. Okay, that's what is happening. Storing the text in this particular cell of the table into the age. Now I would like to print the value that is stored in this age variable. For that, I can use echo command. Echo, and here I have to mention $, curly braces. Inside that curly braces, you have to mention the variable name that you want to print the value from, age. That's it. Now run this script. What will happen? The value 29 will be printed in this output of this Selenium IDE. Okay. Here in the Selenium IDE, you will see 29 will get printed after running the script. Okay. Run this. It's running the script. You see, after this step got run, in the output we got 29 got printed. So this proves that we will be able to, and it is possible to get the data from a particular HTML table set. Okay. So the answer is yes. I proved it. Okay. Practically, I proved it by writing the script. We can, we can get the data from a particular HTML table cell in Selenium IDE. And for that, this is one example. So, hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, in Selenium IDE, explain how you can execute a single line. Let me answer. In Selenium IDE automation tool, in order to run a single line, we have to select that particular line and press X key on your keyboard. Then that particular line will be executed. Only that single line will get executed. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one application URL, sample application URL. I'll copy this URL and I'll click on this add-on. Selenium ID got launched. I'll create a new project. I'll just give some sample name here. Say OK. Now start recording. Give the application URL that you would like to automate. Start recording. Now expand this, maximize this. Now click here and type HP, click on search. Now here verify whether this product got displayed in the search results or not by using this method. And now stop the recording. Now give it some name, test name. And now these are the steps. How it is possible for you to run only single line. Okay, I don't want to run all the lines at a time. Rather, I would like to run only single line. For that, whatever the line I would like to run, I have to select that. Okay, let's say I would like to run this particular line. Okay, this first line. Now I have to press X key on my keyboard. Okay, I'm pressing the keyboard key X. On pressing the X keyboard key, you see, it got executed. This single line got executed and you say it got passed. Now select the second line, press X key on your keyboard. Done. Third one, X key on the keyboard. That's also done. Now it is going to type HP into the search box field. So I am selecting this statement and pressing X key on my keyboard. You see HP got typed. Only this line got executed. Remaining lines are not getting executed. Again, select another line. Say X. The button got clicked. Say X. The product got verified. Okay. So this is how guys we can run single line in Selenium IDE just by selecting the statement in the Selenium IDE and pressing the X keyboard key. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to disable breakpoints in Selenium IDE. Let me answer. In Selenium IDE, there's an option to disable the breakpoints. So before going there, what exactly are these breakpoints? In Selenium IDE, in the automation test, we are going to specify these breakpoints so that we can pass the test execution for debugging purpose. That's the purpose of the breakpoints. And if you want to run some tests by disabling these breakpoints, okay, without the test getting passed in the debugging mode while the tests are running, even though the breakpoints are provided, in that case, we can simply disable the breakpoints. For that, there is an option in Selenium IDE that I'm going to practically demonstrate now. So first, I'll open this browser. Open one sample application, click on the Selenium ID and create a new project, give project name. Okay, start the recording. Here we have to give the application URL, copy this URL and give it here and say start recording. So the recording started. Maximize this browser. Now click on this button. For sample, I'm just recording a sample script. Right click and say Selenium ID verify present. Okay, some steps I recorded here. Stop the recording and give the test one name. Okay, sample name. Now, let's say at the step 2, I would like to add a breakpoint. Why do we have to add the breakpoints to the steps in Selenium ID? So that for debugging purpose, okay, it will pass for debugging purpose. Okay, while running this test, the test execution will stop at this particular line. It will pass for debugging purpose. Okay, let's add the breakpoint. This is another way to add the breakpoint. Either you can right click and say toggle breakpoint, or you can just click here, it will be selected. This option coming means a breakpoint has been added. So without disabling this breakpoint, if I run this, the test will pass. Okay, the test will pass in the debugger mode at this line 2. Okay. So it got passed at the line 2. And again, I have to say step over, or click on this so that it will be executed completely. This is the process. What if I want to run this, but I would like to disable? I don't want to remove this debugging point, but I would like to disable it. Okay. So for that, I'll select one of the step and say, sometimes it comes. Okay. Not working. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work, guys. Okay. Just do something here and there. It will work. And I don't know what is the problem with Selenium ID, but that's happening. So that's the way to overcome it. Okay, just select here and there, and it will get enabled. Select this. You see now the breakpoint got disabled. The breakpoint got disabled. Now if you run this, the test will not pass because the breakpoint got disabled. Okay, disabled means it will not work. Right? It didn't get deleted, but it got disabled. Again, if you want to enable it, just select this. It will get enabled. This time again, when you run, the test will pass for debugging purpose in the line 2. Okay. So hope guys you got an idea about this option known as disable breakpoint option. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we run the test from middle in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. The answer is yes. We can start the test from anywhere in the test in Selenium IDE. Okay. So not only from middle, any step. Okay. You can start running the test from any step. Okay. If a particular test has like 10 steps, you can start from second step, fifth step, ninth step, whatever it may be. Okay. And that is possible with the help of this option known as play from here. Right click. Okay. You have to right click on a particular step and say play from here. The execution only will start from that step itself, not from the beginning, but wherever you have right clicked on the step and then you selected this play from here, right? From there only the execution will start. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser. Then I'll open one sample application URL, copy this URL, click on the Selenium ID, create a new project, give some sample project and start recording. Give the application URL that you would like to automate, start recording. And now maximize this. Now let me click here and say HP, click on the button and verify whether this got displayed. Verify present. After that, click on this link. And after that, verify whether this is present. Verify present. And after that, click on this home. It didn't click properly. Let's click it properly. And after that, now verify whether this got displayed. Verify present. Like that, some steps I have recorded. Stop the recording and give some test name and say okay. Now do one thing, just to go to the home page. Okay. And these are the steps that got recorded. Instead of clicking this run current test, right? I'm not doing that. If I'm doing that, the execution will start from the first step to the last step. Okay. But I don't want to do that. Directly, I would like to go with the last step. Okay. I just want to verify on the home page whether this iPhone option is available or not. I don't have to start from beginning, right? To verify whether on the home page this iPhone option is available or not. Okay. This particular product is available or not. I don't have to start executing the script from the beginning. Rather, I can right click and say, just a minute. It's kind of, right click. And there should be one option here that is not visible somehow. Yeah, now it's still, this is also, still some options are there. They are not coming because there are a lot of steps here. I'll do one thing. I'll just make it like this. Last step, right click now. Now it's coming. Play from here. This is the option I'm talking about. This will start executing from the 11th line itself. And see, it got failed somehow. Okay. Somehow it got failed. Link text is equal to iPhone present is not there, it is saying. Let me run it let me run everything. And after that, I'll run. Let's see what is going on. Okay, fine. It should click on the home. Done. Everything is passing now, but this step only I want to start from here, play from here. Let's see what will happen. You see it's working fine. Okay, verify element present is working fine. It's verifying whether this is there on the page. Now, similarly, I would like to start from this part. Okay, I would like to start from this part, fourth line, right click, play from here. Instead of from the beginning, I would like to start from that. From there only it started. And you see all the steps from the fourth line to 11th line got executed and passed. Okay, so this is how we can start the execution of the test, not only from the beginning, from anywhere else. Okay, in the middle, end, whatever it is. Okay, the answer is yes for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you export a test case from Selenium IDE to Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. Whatever the test case you create in Selenium IDE can be exported into Selenium WebDriver format. That is possible with the help of one option in Selenium IDE known as export option. I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use this export option for the purpose. So for that, I'll open the browser and open one application URL, sample application here. Copy this URL, click on Selenium ID, create a new project, give some project name, sample project name, say OK. Now click on start recording and here paste the application URL that you would like to record. Start recording. Then maximize this. After maximizing, just click on some search button. Okay, do some verification, right click, verify present, right click, Selenium ID, verify present, and after that go back here and stop the recording, give some name, say OK. So I have actually created one automation test in Selenium ID. This Selenium ID format test need to be converted into Selenium WebDriver format. For that, how to export? How to export? Select the test, click on these three dots, and you will get an export option. Select that export. So whatever the programming language of Selenium WebDriver you want to select either Java or Python, Ruby, JavaScript, all C# and all those stuff. I'll go with Java for now. Click on export. It's asking you to save it. Save. Yes. It will be downloaded here in a while. Okay. As you can see here, the file is here. Now open it. You can see the Selenium WebDriver format. Okay. Whatever the test you have recorded here in Selenium ID format has been now converted into or exported into Selenium WebDriver format using Java programming language that we have selected while exporting. Okay. So this is the Selenium WebDriver format. Okay. So this is how we can export a test case from Selenium ID format to Selenium WebDriver format in Selenium ID using the export option. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can you explain how to handle dynamic weights in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. In Selenium IDE, we have some commands known as wait commands, using which we can dynamically wait. Okay, let me practically demonstrate one scenario for you. So for that, I'll open this browser and open this sample application. On this sample application, there is a button here, drop down button. When I click on this drop down button, the options are not immediately coming. Rather, they are taking some time. And after they take time, the Selenium has to wait until these options come. Then it has to perform the click on one of the options like Flipkart. So how to automate this kind of things and how to make the Selenium wait for these options to come. After clicking the button, the options are not immediately coming. So we have to make the Selenium ID to wait for the respective option to come, okay, or options to come. So how to make this possible in automation in Selenium ID, I'm going to show you practically now. For that, I'll click on the Selenium ID and here create a new project. I'll just give some name, random name, say okay, start the recording and give this application URL here and say start recording. Once that is done, you just maximize the browser. Now scroll down and now click on the drop down button. After clicking on the drop down button, the options will come. Then click on the Flipkart option. This is what we generally do, right? Now go to the Selenium ID. All the steps got recorded here. Stop the recording. Give some name. And to handle this, you see after clicking on the drop down button, it is taking some time for this Flipkart option to come. So before this command, I'll manually right click here and say insert new command. And here I'll add one command, that is wait for element present. This command. Okay. Wait for element present. You see by default you are waiting for 30 seconds. You can modify if you want. Okay. If you don't want to wait for maximum of 30 seconds, if the option comes within 30 seconds, It's not going to wait for the entire 30 seconds. It's kind of smart wait only. Wait for element present. Which element? This element. This link is equal to Flipkart. Just copy paste here. Okay. Wait for the element present. This for this element to come. It can wait up to maximum 30 seconds. Okay. If the element is not coming even after 30 seconds, then the test will fail. But if the element comes before 30 seconds, it will not wait for the entire 30 seconds. Now click on run and see whether this thing is working or not. Whether the waiting mechanism is, you see, it clicked on the drop down button. It's waiting now. After waiting, Flipkart option came. It clicked on the Flipkart option, and you are taken to the Flipkart page. So hope guys you understood how to handle dynamic waits in Selenium IDE in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to select an option in drop-down field using Selenium IDE. Let me answer. In Selenium IDE, we have a command known as select command, using which we can select any option in drop-down field. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open the browser. Then in this browser, I'll open one sample application where there is a drop-down field available. You see, this is a drop-down field I'm talking about. Here, I would like to select this top 3 option. Okay, that's the plan. So I'll click on the Selenium IDE tool, and here I'll simply say create a new project. I'll just give some random project and say okay, and I'll click on this record button, and here I have to give the application URL. I'll copy this URL and give it here. Now start recording. I'll maximize this. Now I'll simply click somewhere, okay, so that some steps will be recorded. I'll stop the recording. Say okay. This step is not required for me. I'll delete it later. So here I'll select this and manually write this command, that is select command. For selecting any option in the drop-down field, we have to use a command known as select command. Here I have to give the locator of this drop-down field. I'll inspect this drop-down field. And I got this ID. Copy this and simply I'll say ID is equal to give that. Now I have to give the label, okay? Label of the option that I would like to select in the drop-down field. I will select this and you see that label is doc3 is the label here, okay? I would like to select, so doc3, whatever the visible text that you can see in the drop-down option that you can give here. And this step is not required, I told you, right? Delete that. Now simply run this and see whether it is selecting the option in the drop-down field or not. You see, doc3 option got selected here. Okay, it was very quick because only 3 steps are there, but everything got passed and doc3 option got selected in the drop-down field. So hope guys you understood how to select an option in the drop-down field using Selenium IDE in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you install Selenium IDE in different browsers? Let me answer. Selenium IDE comes as browser extension or browser add-on. We have to install that browser extension and browser add-on for Selenium IDE in supported browsers. Like officially we can install in Chrome and Firefox browser. Unofficially, there is a way to install in Edge browser also. Okay, let me show you practically how to do this. So first I'll open the Chrome browser. In this Chrome browser, as part of the previous sessions, I have already installed Selenium IDE. I'll simply right click here and say remove from Chrome. Okay, I'll uninstall or remove from the Chrome. Now it got removed. Now freshly if I have to install, let me close and open the browser again. And I just need to search for the official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev. Officially, Selenium IDE is supported for Chrome and Firefox browsers. On the homepage of selenium.dev, you can see the Selenium IDE. Just click on read mode and you will be landed on this Selenium IDE's official page, where you can see you can install on Chrome browser, you can install on Firefox browser. Okay, only 2 officially. Okay, so first let me show you how to install on Chrome browser. For that, I'll simply say this is the Chrome browser anyhow. So I'll just click on the Chrome download when I am in the Chrome browser, and it will take you to the Google Chrome store, web store, where you can see this extension Selenium IDE, and you just click on add to Chrome and say add extension. That's it. In a while, you'll get this dialog saying that Selenium IDE has been added to the Chrome. Close this, click on this and say pin it so that you can see here. Now, Selenium IDE has been successfully installed in Chrome browser. Similarly, how to install it in Firefox browser? I'll open the Firefox browser here. Okay. And again, I will search for the official website of Selenium here. I'll go to the official website of Selenium, selenium.dev. Once I go there, again, I'll just choose the Selenium IDE and say read more. I'll be taken to this Selenium IDE's official page. And here Firefox download, I have to click when I am on the Firefox browser. Click on that. You'll be taken to the Firefox browser's add-ons kind of page. Looks like it is already there here also. Remove, I'll say. First I'll remove. So I'll just remove. And after that, I'll simply open again. Open the browser again. Just to freshly install. So I clicked on the Firefox browser. Let's see. It's not launching. The program is currently running. It's saying. Let's wait for the Firefox browser to launch. Okay, it's launching. Once the Firefox browser is now, go to the official website of Selenium again. Click on. If it's already there, you have to remove. There is no other way. Click on Firefox download and it will take you to this page, Firefox browser add-ons page, Selenium ID. Click on Add to Firefox, and you will get this dialog. Just select Add. In a while, it will say that Selenium ID was added. Okay. Click on this, and this is the extension actually. This is the extension. So run extension, you can say run extension or pin it to the toolbar so that you can access from here. Okay. So unofficially only Chrome and Firefox, but unofficially Edge browser is there. So I'll click on the Edge browser. Click on the Edge browser. Not now. Okay. So how to install in Edge browser, I'll show you. You see already Selenium ID is there. I'll just right click here and say remove from Edge. Remove. Now what I'll do next is I'll just search. So here, what's the way is you cannot get it from the official website. You see, if you go to the official website, of Selenium ID, only Chrome and Firefox are there, but Edge is not there. But how to do that? Click on some extensions options will be there here. Let's find it out. Okay. Yeah, extensions. Okay. Just select this three dot and select extensions here. Manage extensions. You'll be taken to this page. And here, what is that? You just search for Selenium IDE. Get extensions for Microsoft Edge. Let's see what's happening here. It's taken you to this Edge add-ons. Here again, search for Selenium ID. And you got this icon. Okay, this is not listed on the official website of Selenium, but unofficially we can get it from the Microsoft Edge extensions and all. Just click on this get. Click on add extension. That's it. It's downloading here. It's done. Okay, has been added to Microsoft Edge. So click on this and just select this. And is there any way to pin? Okay. Yeah, just click on this hide from toolbar or you show on the toolbar, it will be displayed. Okay, from here you can use. Okay, these are the different browsers in which you can install Selenium ID. Two browsers, that is Chrome and Firefox, you can install officially from the official website, whereas in Edge browser there is a process to install it unofficially. If you still want, there is no problem in that. So hope guys you understood how to install Selenium ID in different supported browsers. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to verify whether an alert is displayed on the page. Let me answer. We can verify or assert whether an alert is displayed on the page using this command known as assert alert command. And in the target column, we have to provide the text that will be displayed on the alert to confirm that. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate so that you will understand. For that, I'll open the browser and take you to one sample application. On this application, when I click on this button, click to get alert, you'll get an alert and some text is coming, right? There is some text displayed on the alert known as hello. Okay, I will assert this alert with the help of this particular text that is there on the alert. Okay, how to do that? Let me show you. I'll click on the Selenium ID. Say create a new project, give some random project name. Then click on the record button. Now give this application URL here that you want to record, start recording, maximize this and scroll down. And you know that when you click on this button, you will get the alert. Click on this, you'll get the alert. Now stop the recording. You'll write it manually from here. Say okay. Now here what you are going to write is already the command came. So we are clicking on that button. We are clicking on this button and we have to verify whether the alert is displayed on the page or not. Okay, the alert is coming with the text hello, right? So here there is a command known as assert alert command. Okay, followed by you have to provide the text that will be displayed on the alert. Okay, here I'll say hello. Okay, hello is the text that is there on the alert. So with the help of this text, we are asserting whether the required alert got displayed on the page or not. This is a statement. That's it. Okay. Now let me run this. Run it. You see that? Clicked on that button and alert got it. You will not be able to see the alert properly here while the tests are running, but it got passed. You see, it has verified that. Once the Selenium ID comes, right, alert will go off. That's the problem with Selenium ID. Okay. So when this appears on the page, alert will go off. That's the problem. Okay. So assert alert, hello, got asserted or verified. So this is how we can verify whether a particular alert is displayed on the page. With the help of the text that is there on the alert, we can do that. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why Selenium WebDriver is preferred over Selenium IDE. Let me answer. First of all, we already know that Selenium WebDriver and Selenium IDE are the different components of Selenium. Okay, Selenium is a set of components or tools where Selenium WebDriver and Selenium IDE are two different components of Selenium. And coming to the Selenium ID, it is a record and playback tool. Here, less programming is required or programming is not at all required in the Selenium ID. Okay, very less portion is nowadays required in, latest versions of Selenium ID. They have given the flexibility. But coming to the Selenium WebDriver, pure programming, it's a library actually. Okay, whereas Selenium ID is an extension, whereas Selenium WebDriver is a library, okay, which has to be used with some programming language like Java, Python, Ruby, etc. Okay, so you got an idea, right? What is Selenium ID and Selenium WebDriver? Now let me tell you why Selenium WebDriver component is preferred over the Selenium ID component. Okay, these are the reasons. First one is browser support. Selenium WebDriver has browser support for all the popular browsers in the market. Okay, all the major browsers in the market Selenium WebDriver is supporting, but Selenium ID is only supporting two browsers, that is Chrome and Firefox. Okay, that is one drawback of Selenium ID, you can say, and why Selenium WebDriver is preferred also. Programming capability is high in Selenium WebDriver, complete programming. We have to either have one programming knowledge like Java programming knowledge or Python programming knowledge or Ruby, C Sharp, JavaScript, etc. Okay, but for Selenium ID, there is no programming knowledge required. You can simply automate or create the tests without having any or zero programming knowledge. Okay, but here, because of having this programming capability, a lot of customization can be done and a lot of robust scripts can be written. Okay, but in Selenium ID, it's not so much flexible or since programming capability is not there, it will be kind of difficult when compared to to achieve things, to automate whatever you want, right? Because of this programming capability is not there, we cannot do much. Okay, what Selenium WebDriver can do. Then less maintenance. Okay, in Selenium WebDriver, we have less maintenance. Why? Because if a particular thing changes, you don't have to change all the scripts. Okay, all the automation scripts you don't have to update because you can go to the appropriate reusable method where this code change happened and you just modify that particular method. That will be enough. You don't have to touch each and every individual automation test. But in Selenium ID, let's say you have created some 1,000 automation scripts and one functionality got changed and that functionality is part of this 1,000 automation scripts. That means you have to delete all these 1,000 previously recorded Selenium ID automation scripts and again re-record them again. That is a high maintenance, you can say. Okay, so in small projects you can re-record, not a problem, but in complex projects, nowadays every project is a complex project. So if you use Selenium ID for automation, right, that will be difficult. You can use Selenium ID for prototyping purpose, but for automation, better to use Selenium WebDriver because it has less maintenance. If something changes, you don't have to update all the 1,000 scripts or something. You just go to that particular point and the code, just update that particular method or something, all the 1,000 scripts will access that method and everything will change. But in Selenium ID, you have to touch each and every automation test and if required, you have to delete and re-record them again. That's here Selenium ID, high maintenance, Selenium WebDriver, less maintenance. Integrity with third-party libraries, okay? Integration with third-party libraries. You see, Selenium WebDriver can integrate with some third-party libraries like TestNG, JUnit, Extend Reports, POM, POI, that is POI API, etc., etc. Okay, a lot of libraries it can integrate. Okay, so everything will not come by default in Selenium, right? In Selenium WebDriver, something will come in default, but there may be some situations where you have to take the help of some external libraries to increase the power of Selenium WebDriver. That's why Selenium WebDriver can integrate with other third-party things like TestNG, JUnit, and all those stuff. Okay, for report generation, we can go with extend reports. Okay, Like for reading the data from the Excel files and writing the data into the Excel files, Selenium doesn't have inbuilt capability. It can extend with it can extend with the POI API kind of libraries, and you can things can be done. Okay, you can deal with the Excel files and all. But in Selenium ID, such kind of stuff is not there. Whatever that it comes in Selenium ID, right? You have to take help of that. Okay, so that's the problem with Selenium ID. Then dynamic element support. Nowadays, most of the applications are using this Ajax calls, right? Ajax dynamic elements, like when you click on them, something will happen, something will disappear. Okay, so some elements will, without page loading, some elements will appear on the page. All this kind of stuff will happen generally. Okay, that is dynamic elements using Ajax calls and all. So support for this in Selenium ID automation is there, but it's not much. Okay, it's not much. Limited support for dynamic elements. Whereas Selenium WebDriver has good support. Okay, for dynamic elements. Then complex scenarios. If you are dealing with some complex application containing complex tests or complex scenarios, then Selenium WebDriver is the best. Selenium ID has some drawbacks. It cannot handle so much complex scenarios, okay, or automate complex scenarios. Test management. You see, if there are 1,000 tests, okay, recorded using Selenium ID, organizing that Selenium ID tool is not so good enough, right? It's not so easy to organize the things in Selenium ID. Okay, but in Selenium WebDriver, you can organize them properly under the packages and different packages and sub packages, whatever it is. Okay, organizing as a project is good in Selenium WebDriver. Test management is good in Selenium WebDriver. Community support. A lot of support is there for Selenium WebDriver in the market, but less support. If you are struck with something in Selenium ID, you have to break your head, because for most of the things you'll get, but there are some 10% of the things in latest version of Selenium ID that no one answers, no one knows. Okay, so people are breaking their heads in Selenium ID for achieving something. Okay, you cannot get 100% in Selenium ID, because 90% is okay, but 10% things are not easy, okay, to understand. No matter how much you search in Google or whatever you do, you'll not get any answers in Selenium ID, because less support is there for Selenium ID. Since less people are using, the support is also less. Whereas Selenium WebDriver, a lot of people are using because of its benefits. Hence, a lot of support is there, okay, blogs, forums, okay, official website of Selenium, all those things are there. So you don't have to worry about Selenium WebDriver, okay. Regarding community support, a lot of community support is there for Selenium WebDriver. Selenium ID has less community support. Because of these reasons, Selenium WebDriver is preferred over the Selenium ID. Hope you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, did you use Selenium ID for automation? Let me answer. The answer is both yes and no. Okay. Why I'm saying no means, in real-time projects, we generally use Selenium WebDriver. No matter which company you go, which project you are working, most of the projects nowadays are complex applications having complex scenarios and all. To automate such kind of complex scenarios and all, Selenium ID is not recommended. Okay. For simple applications having limited number of pages, okay, we can use a Selenium ID. Or there may be some situation where you just need to create a prototype kind of thing for automation. Okay, before you start real automation, you just need to create a quick prototype for demonstrating the client and all. For that case, you can use Selenium ID. But in real time, I've never used Selenium ID for automating the scenarios in the application that is there in the project. Okay, that didn't happen. But there are some situations where I have used it for a different purpose. I'll tell you how. So yes, I have used it for the following reasons, but not in the real-time project, but for my purpose. Okay, for my purpose, I have used it. But there are some people who are non-technical and they can use it still. Okay, but not for complex applications though. So here, I have used it for following reasons. That is, first reason is, in the beginning days, to learn Selenium. When I am just getting started with Selenium, okay, then I have used Selenium ID. Why? Because I'm completely new to automation. So, to understand how the automation works and all, to get a feel of what exactly automation is, I have used Selenium ID. Okay, I just did a lot of R&D around Selenium ID, and I learned automation using Selenium and all with Selenium ID in the beginning days. Okay, and apart from that, other thing is that when things don't work out, okay, nowadays also, when I automate some scenario on different applications, day by day, some applications we keep automating, right? There may be some situations where no matter what you try, you will not get a solution. Okay, you have written a proper script in Selenium WebDriver, but somehow that is not able to do the job. Then, as a part of troubleshooting or as part of getting ideas, what we can do is we can record the same scenario in Selenium IDE and export the code. Okay. After that, export the code to your desired language and compare that Selenium IDE generated code with your code. There is a possibility that you may get some ideas and how to modify your script to overcome this problem. You may get an idea and you will be able to solve some problems also in Selenium WebDriver with the help of Selenium IDE. These are the two reasons I've used Selenium IDE for automation purpose, but not in real time though. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which language is used in Selenium IDE? The answer is Selenium language. Okay, Selenium language contains the Selenium IDE commands. Let me practically show you. For that, I will open the browser, take you to one sample application. Click on the Selenium IDE tool. I'll record a test. I'll just create a project and I'll click on this record button and I'll copy this URL and paste it here and say start recording, maximize. And here I'll go and type one text here and simply say stop recording. Test one. And as you can see in Selenium IDE, okay, this particular whatever the test have performed before you, all the activities got recorded in the form of steps. Each and every step here will contain some commands like open command, set window size, click, type. All these are Selenium IDE commands which belong to which language? Selenium language. So hope guys you understood the language which is used in Selenium IDE for automation purpose. That is Selenium language containing the Selenium IDE commands. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are accessors in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. There are three types of commands in Selenium IDE. First one is actions. Second one is accessors. Third one is assertions. These are the three varieties of commands in Selenium IDE. We are going to discuss about the second one. Okay, what are accessors is the second type of commands in Selenium IDE. The purpose of this accessors commands, that is Selenium IDE commands, is to examine the state of the application, okay, to check the current state of the application and store the result into the variables. Okay, using these commands we can store the results into the variable. For example, okay, to prove this, I'll give you an example. That is a store title command. Okay, this falls into the accessors category of Selenium IDE commands. So this is going to store the result into the variable. That is title of the page. It will store into the variable. Okay, how to do that and all I'm going to cover in this session in a practical way with this example. So I'll open the browser and open one sample application. Okay, this has a title using omayo.qfox.com is the title. Okay, copy this URL. Now click on Selenium IDE and say create new project. Give the project name, say OK. Now click on record, give the application URL, start recording, maximize, click somewhere. Now come here, stop the recording. Test one, say OK. Now here, write down something. Store. When you say store, you see a lot of things are coming. All these are accessor type of commands, okay? But I'm going to give only one example, that is store title, okay? Out of this store commands we have, that is which belong to accessors commands. We have store title, one of the commands, store title. And here, you should not give anything. Here, give the variable name, okay? It will retrieve the title of the page and store into this particular variable, whatever you are giving here. So title of the page, this is the variable name I'm giving. You can give any name here. Now come here to the next line and I would like to print the title. Okay, I have to use echo command. And here in the target, you just write $symbol, curly braces. Inside that, give the variable name. That is the title of the page. Title of the page, like this. Now remove this. This line is not required. Delete this. So open the application URL, maximize the browser window. It will retrieve the title of this page. omayo.qfox.com will be retrieved and it will be printed here. Okay, into the variable it will store. And the next step, using the echo command, we are going to print in the log. In the logs, it will get printed. Run this. The title of the page should be printed in the log. You see, echo, this got printed. Okay, in the log, we got this, all the steps got passed. The echo statement has printed omayo.qfox.com in the log. Okay, so this is an example of accessors type of commands, one of the example I have taken. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. Actually, there are two questions in this single question. The first question is, can I control the speed of the execution in Selenium IDE? That's the first question. Second question is, can I pass the test execution in Selenium IDE? That is the second question. The answer is yes. It is possible to control the speed of the execution in Selenium IDE, and also it's possible to pass the test execution in Selenium IDE. Okay. So how to do that? For that, I'll open the browser, open the application URL, and I'll copy this application URL here. Click on Selenium IDE, create a new project, give some project name, say record, then give the application URL. I copied from here, start recording, maximize whatever the activities I will do here, that will get recorded here. So I'll just go and click here and say, give my name, Arun Motori, and then I'll select this option. Then I'll click on this button. I'll get enough, say okay, that's it. Stop the recording. So these are the some steps I have recorded. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to run this particular test bit slow. Okay, you see there's an option in Selenium IDE to control the speed of the execution. Okay, I don't want to run the test faster. This is a fastest mode. This is a complete slow mode. Okay, if I go with the complete slow mode, just see how slow the test will get executed. Just click on this run. This particular test will get executed very slow. You see, it's not even loading the page now. It's completely slow. Now it's loading slowly, and slowly it will do the other things. Like it has to type my name into the text area field. You see, now it clicked inside the text area field. Slowly, it's going to type my name into the text area field. After that, slowly, it will select the option in the drop-down field. You see, it selected a drop-down field. Now it's going to select the option in the drop-down field. You can see that happening, but it is completely slow, right? It's completely slow. You see, still some steps are there. Like that alert should come and alert should be verified and all those stuff. It took a lot of time. That's okay. Now I'm going to, keep it in middle. Let's see how the speed will change. A bit faster it will be compared to previous one. It will be a bit faster. Okay. This is how we can control the execution speed in Selenium IDE. Okay. There's an option in Selenium IDE to control the speed. Yeah, it will select the option doctor in the, and then it is going to click on that button, which will give an alert here. You will not be able to see the alert, but the alert will be displayed. Okay. So because Selenium IDE comes means alert will not be displayed. There's a problem, but it came actually. So, or if you want to completely run it faster, then put it in fast mode and just run it. This time you see it is going to run faster, complete fast. Immediately it will type my name, it will select that opt3 option, it will click on that login button. Okay, so that's it. You see it's kind of faster. Now, this one question is answered in this interview question, right? Can I control the speed of the execution of the test inside Selenium IDE? Yes. Now, can I pass the test execution in Selenium IDE? The answer is still yes. So I'll just keep it intentional. I'll keep it, kind of slow here, and I'll run it. While the test is running, I'll pass the test. Okay, I'll show you how to pass the test. That is how to, I'm not going to stop the test. Rather, I would like to pass the test. Okay. Here, the test steps are running. Now, there's an option here, pass test execution. Okay, I'll click on this, pass execution. Again, if I click, it will resume. Till that, it will not run. Okay, till then, the tests are not going to run. You see, the test execution stopped here. It's not stopped, it's passed here. Okay. So now if I resume means, if I unpass or resume here, the test will run. You see, tests are running. Again, if you want to pass, you can pass it. Again, if you want to run, unpass it, resume it. Okay, the execution will continue. So hope guys you understood how to control the speed of the test execution in Selenium IDE and how to pass the test execution in Selenium IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, where do I see the results of test execution in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. In Selenium IDE, at the bottom, you will find a pane known as test case pane. Under the test case pane, you will see some tab known as log tab. Okay, logs tab. In that logs tab, you will see the results of the test execution in Selenium IDE. Okay, let me show you practically where exactly you can see the results of test execution in Selenium IDE. For that, I'll open the browser and open this application, omai.blogspot.com, and which is sample application. I'll click on the Selenium IDE icon, create new project. I'll give some sample project name, click on record. I'll give the application URL here, copy this and paste it here. Now start recording, maximize this browser. Whatever the activities I do on this browser will be recorded. Okay. And the automation scripts will be created. So what I will do here is I'll just click here and type. Okay, I'll go to here and I'll select some option here. Let's say .3 option. Then I'll go to Selenium ID, stop the recording. I'll just give the test name as some sample test name. And now here I'll do one thing, that is store title. Okay, I would like to retrieve the title of this page, which is omyqfox.com will be the title. And here let me give some variable name, that is page title. Okay, now I would like to print this out, echo, and here under the here provide dollar curly brace and page title, close the curly brace. Now run this and see what's happening. Okay, run this and see what's happening. It should retrieve the title of the page and display under the log. Okay, now let's run this. So what is test case pen? I'll tell you where the results will come, and after running this, I'll show you. It has entered my name and it will select top 3 option. After that, it has to retrieve the title of this page and print in the results, right? Where the results will come, this echo command has to print the retrieve title of the page and display in the results. Okay, where the results will come, I told you, right? This part is the test case pane. Okay, this area which contains log and reference section, right? There are 2 tabs in this test case pane, which is available at the bottom of the Selenium IDE. And in that, we'll have this log tab. We'll see where you see all the execution results. You see every step, for every step, okay is coming. That means the test step got executed properly. And finally, you got the result also. The retrieve title got printed in the here. Okay, with the help of echo statement, we can print it out. Okay, omyqfox.com is the title of the page. So this is the results area under the log, which is under which log tab is under the test case pane section. This section of the Selenium ID is nothing but the test case pane. Okay. So hope guys you understood where exactly the results of test execution in Selenium ID will be displayed under the test case pane. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, where do I see the description of commands used in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. In Selenium IDE, we can see the description of each and every command or option we have used in Selenium IDE from the test case pane under the reference tab. Let me practically show you. For that, I'll open this browser. I'll open some sample application. I'll record a sample test. Click on the Selenium ID, create new project. Just give some random project name. Click on this record button. Give this application URL here. Paste it. Start recording. Maximize. Record something. Just record something. Just change some options. Select one option here. Then click on this button. Say OK, whatever that is. Now open the Selenium ID. Stop the recording. Give some random test name, say okay. Now here are the steps which got recorded, right? Here are the different steps, 1 to 11. Now you see each and every step has a command, Selenium ID command or Selenium command, whatever you call. This, how to use this command, open command, that will be there under the reference tab. You see, select this statement containing this command, and under the reference tab, the description of this command will come. Open is a command, and after that you have to provide the URL. In the next one, here this target place, you have to provide the URL. So what is the description? Opens a URL and opens a URL and waits for the page to load before proceeding. This accepts both relative and absolute. Okay, in this case it is relative because base URL is here and the extra part is here. Okay. Now after that, set window size. The description of the set window size is coming here. You see set window size and resolution. This part is the resolution under the target. Sets the browser window size including the browser interface. Then click. How to use a click? Click followed by locator of the element that you want to click. Type. How to use type? Type, locator, and third one is also coming. Type. Next one is a locator. ID is the locator here. Type is a command, and third one is what value you want to type. That is a value. Okay, text you want to type there. Okay, that is the thing. Then click. All these are the click. Add selection. Select locator option. Add selection. Multi-selection box field. You can add something like this. Okay. Assert. How to use assert alert. Okay. Assert alert and the text on the alert you have to give. Okay. Like this, guys. Hope you got the idea, like where to see the description of the commands used in Selenium ID. The same Selenium ID tool itself under the bottom. At the bottom of the Selenium ID, you will see this test case pane. This area is called as the test case pane. Both this log and reference belong to the test case pane. Under the test case pane, we have this log tab and reference. So by default log will be selected. Just go to the reference. You will see the description of these comments. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can I build test suite using Selenium IDE? Let me answer. Yes, it is possible to create test suite in Selenium IDE. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. Okay. For that, I'll open this browser and I will take you to one sample application, omega.blogspot.com, and then I'll click on this Selenium. Okay, and click on create a new project. I'll record some tests. Okay, 1 or 2 or 3 tests I'll create in this project. I'll click on record. I'll give the application URL. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. On this particular application, I'm going to record 3 tests. Okay, for sample. Start the recording. Recording started already. Maximize. Here I'm going to type in the first test. I'm going to type my name and stop the recording. This first test is completed. Test 1. Now I'll create one more test. Click on this plus icon here. On the Selenium ID, there is a plus icon under the currently test is selected here. Now click on plus. It will create the second test 2. You can give the name as test 2 and say add. And you can click on this record button. Second test is getting recorded where I'm going to select some drop down option as per the second test. Now stop the recording. Now again click on plus and create the third test, test 3. Click on add. Start recording. Maximize. Go here and do one thing. Just click on this button and say okay. Okay, third test is also completed. Stop the recording. Now 3 tests I created for sample. So you see, I would like to group all these 3 tests under or 2 of the 3 tests. Okay, let's say there are 3 tests. I would like to group 2 out of 3 tests into one test suite. How to create the test suite then? These tests are not grouped under any particular test suite. Okay, test suite means a group of tests, right? A suite of tests otherwise. So here there is an option here. If you see a drop down kind of option here, click on that, you'll get this option. Just change this view to test suites view. Okay. Now click on plus. This time tests will not be created. Earlier when test was there, and I click on the plus, it will allow us to create the test there. Okay. Not to create the test, we have to select this as test and click on plus. Tests will be created. But if you want to create the test suites, then you have to change this test to test suites and click on plus. This time it is asking you to add a new test suite. Okay, I'll say test suite 1. Okay, just giving some name, add. Now all the tests that I created are not there anywhere. You see under the test suite there are 0 tests. Okay, so whatever default suite will come, you don't have to worry about that. You just ignore that. Okay, you can delete this also if you don't want. You can delete this. Only one test suite is there. But test suite 1, there are no tests under there. If you want to add few tests out of that, click on plus and say add test. Whatever the tests you automated already or created or already, you can add them. For example, I would like to add test 1 and test 2. Or I don't want to add test 3. Just select. You see under test suite, only 2 tests are there now. Okay. Again, if I change to tests, all the 3 tests will come. But under this test suite, under this created test suite, only 2 tests because I only added 2 test suites. What if I want to run these 2 tests? I don't want to run all the 3 tests. Okay, here if I change to tests and if I click on this run all tests means all the 3 tests will run. Okay, you just see here and I click on that, 3 tests will run. First test is running. Okay, it will type my name. Second test is running. It will click on this login button and done. Third test is running. It will select this option in the drop down field. Top 3 option in the drop down field. Third test is complete. You see all the 3 out of 3 tests got run. But what if I want to run only test 1 and test 2 which are part of the test suite? Then change this to test suites and just select one of the tests in the test suite and say run all. This time only 2 tests will run, not 3 tests. Only 2 tests are going to run. First test is running. You see, done. Second test. You see, it's changing the option. Second test is also complete. Only 2 tests got run. Okay, not 3 tests. Okay. Again, change it to tests. Okay, so this is the purpose of the test suite. You can create any number of test suites. If you want to create one more test suite, let's say test suite 2, and in this test suite, let's say I would like to add all the 3 tests. Okay, like that. It's up to you. Okay, how many tests you want, what type of tests you want under different test suite. If you want to run these 3 tests now under the test suite, just select one of the tests under the required test suite and click on run all. All the 3 tests in the particular test suite will run. Okay. Now the last one. Yeah, completed. Now close this, leave it. That's it. So hope guys you understood how to build test suits or create test suits in Selenium IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what verification commands are available in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. There are several verification commands in the form of assert commands and verify commands. We have several verification commands that we can use in Selenium IDE to verify. Based on these verification commands only, either the test will pass or the test will fail. Okay. So what are the list of verify and assert commands? There is verification commands that I came across in Selenium IDE. Here is the list. So let me show you the list. Assert alert to check whether the required alert is coming on the page or not. Okay. Assert check, that is to check whether a checkbox is in selected state or not. Okay. Assert confirmation. So confirmation dialog is coming on the page or not. Okay. Assert editable, whether the particular element, okay, that you are checking or asserting or verifying is in editable state or not, or disabled state. If it is disabled state and you cannot edit it, that means it will result in false kind of thing. Or assert element present, it will check whether the element is present on the page or not. Okay. Not present, opposite. Okay. If the element is available on the page, it will return false. Okay. It will fail the test. Assert not checked. Assert not checked. Okay. To see whether a particular checkbox option is not selected. Okay. Assert not editable, to verify that a particular element is in a non-editable state. Assert title, to verify the title of the page. Assert prompt, to see whether a required prompt is displayed on the page. Assert selected value. Okay. Assert selected label. Assert value. Assert text. Assert not text. Assert not selected value. Like this, many commands are there in Selenium IDE. So here, if you see assert alert, similarly, the related commands in verification are also there. Like verify alert is there. For assert checked, verify checked command is also there. Okay, I can show you that practically. I will open this browser, go to this application. I'll record one sample test and show you. I'll just click on the Selenium IDE and say create a new project name, say okay, then record, then give the application URL, come back here, paste it here, start recording, maximize, just click here, type Arun Motori, whatever it is, just for sample. Now stop it. Just for sample, I'm doing this. This is not required at all. Now select the next step and now type here assert. Or you will get all the commands, assert alert, assert checked, assert confirmation, like that. Okay. If you type verify, you will get all verify commands. These are also for verification. Okay. This is soft verification. Assert commands are hard verification. If the test fails in the assert statement, right, the execution will stop. But with verify commands, the same command with instead of assert checked, if you are using verify check, even though this particular statement containing this command fails also, the remaining steps after this step will be continued, okay, with the execution. Okay, that is the only difference. But similar commands for verify are also there. In place of assert, you can put verify, you will get all the list of verify commands. Okay, so altogether, these are the different verification commands that are available in Selenium IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the command to verify the title of a web page in Selenium IDE? Let me answer. In Selenium IDE, there are two ways or two commands to verify the title of the web page. One is using the assert command, assert title. Other one is by using the verify command, verify title. Let me show you practically how to use those commands. So for that, I'll open this browser and open this application URL, tutorialsninja.com/demo. Copy this URL and the title you can see is your store. Okay, click on the Selenium IDE. Now create a new project, give some random name for the project, click on the record button. Now copy the URL, just paste it here and say start recording, maximize the browser. Okay, click somewhere and stop the recording. Now give test one and say okay. And here I'm going to verify the title of this page. That is, I'll say assert title. Assert title, how to use this command? You can go to the reference, select this statement having this command, and you can understand how you have to use the command. Assert title is the command. In the target section, we have to provide the text. Expected text, we have to provide. Assert title will retrieve this particular text of this page title dynamically, whereas expected title, you have to provide. For example, expected title is your store is expected title. Let's see. delete this step. This is not required. Run this code and see whether it is working fine or not. If the test is passing, means it's working fine. Okay, it has successfully verified the title. Okay, you can go to the log and see that. Okay, completed. Now instead of assert, we can also use verify here. Second command, verify title. Again, the same process. Go to the reference. Here, verify title and text you have to provide. Expected title we have to use, and this is the actual title. It will retrieve. Run the code. The test need to pass. Yeah, test is passing. So hope guys you understood how to use the command or commands to verify the title of the web page in Selenium IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, define Selenium. Let me answer. Selenium, in simple terms, is a test automation tool for automating the web applications. Okay, it cannot automate mobile or desktop applications. Selenium is a test automation tool in the market. Okay, but it can be used for only automating which type of applications? Web applications. That simple answer you can give. Okay, to define Selenium, you can say Selenium is a test automation tool for automating the web applications. On the top of that, it is open source, free, and popular. Okay, open source. It's code, whatever the code the developers of Selenium are writing, right, for developing the Selenium tool. It's open to public. They can access, they can modify and all. Okay, that's what is open source. Free means you don't have to pay any license amount for using Selenium in your projects and all for automation purpose. So it's kind of free. Okay, and the other thing is popular. Despite of being free and open source, right, it's kind of the number one kind of automation tool in the market. So free, popular, and open source test automation tool for automating the web applications is nothing but Selenium. And you can also describe or define Selenium at the next level, saying that, okay, or to add up to this line, you can also add up this particular part saying that it's not a single tool. Okay, here I'm talking Selenium is a test automation tool, but it's not a single tool. Rather, it is a set of components or tools. What are the set of components or tools? Selenium IDE, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. Okay, to the current date, these are the three components we have. One of the component used to be there, that is Selenium RC, which got deprecated or outdated now. Okay, it's no more. One Selenium WebDriver came, Selenium RC got deprecated. Earlier, we used to have RC. In place of RC, we got WebDriver. Okay, now the latest, when I'm recording this session and all, we have these three components. That means three tools together will form Selenium. First one or component or tool of Selenium is Selenium IDE, which is a record and playback tool. Okay, so non-technical users who want to create the automation scripts without having any technical skills or programming skills, right? They can use the Selenium IDE. They can create the automation scripts like recording a video, and they can run the automation script like playing a video. Okay, so this is a record and playback tool, which is very easy to use, and it's very useful for the non-technical people who still want to automate the applications, okay, without having any technical knowledge. This is what is Selenium IDE. And this can also be used for prototyping purpose also, like for quick prototyping, instead of writing real automation, right? Real automation scripts. So you just use Selenium IDE just for prototyping to explain like what is the advantage of automation, etc. But this is not popular one in the market. Okay, coming to the components of Selenium, though Selenium is popular in the market, Selenium IDE is not the popular one. Okay, so it's not the major component of Selenium. Okay, but there is a component in Selenium which can be used for creating the automation scripts via record and playback means. Then second one, this is a major component of Selenium. This we generally use in real time. Okay, this Selenium WebDriver we use in real time. Okay, so if you go and check any projects in the companies, right, they will be writing the automations scripts in using Selenium WebDriver if they are choosing Selenium as a test automation tool. Okay, this is a major component or tool of Selenium. It's nothing but a library. It consists of predefined interfaces, classes, methods, and all those stuff. Okay, those we have to use along with some programming thing like Java. Okay, Selenium library, that is predefined classes of Selenium and predefined things of Selenium can be used with programming languages like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, JavaScript, etc. to create the Selenium automation scripts. Okay, so for this, a technical knowledge is required. Okay, only technical team can do this. And coming to the last component of Selenium, Selenium Grid, which is nothing but a configuration. We have to configure Selenium Grid with Selenium WebDriver to distribute the automation scripts across multiple machines in the same network. Okay, so if you want to run your automation scripts not on a single machine, rather you want to distribute these automation scripts for different reasons, like okay, to run on different operating, some different browsers and all, or okay, later integrating the Selenium grid with TestNG for enabling the parallel execution to save the time, etc., etc. We need Selenium grid, which can be used along with Selenium WebDriver. Okay, Selenium grid can be used with Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so it's just a configuration thing. Okay, so fine, can be configured with Selenium WebDriver for distributing the automation scripts across multiple machines. So hope you got an idea how to define Selenium. Though I explained a lot in this answer, it's up to you how you would like to answer. But this what extent you can answer. Okay, this is how much extent you can. Okay, there is a maximum limit. So this much of answer if you give means the interviewer will get impressed with your answer. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the top Selenium automation tool alternatives that are available for free in the market? Let me answer. We already know that Selenium is a test automation tool which can be used for automating the web applications. Okay, despite of Selenium being free, it's kind of popular in the market. So similar to Selenium, are there any other automation tools which are available for free and are also popular in the market? Here, two categories. We have to find out the automation tools, okay, which fall into two categories. They should be free and they should be popular in the market. Okay, what are such kind of automation tools similar to Selenium, which are kind of free and popular at the same time? Are when I'm recording this session, these are the tools I can recommend, okay, as free and popular at the same time in the market. Playwright, okay, Playwright from Microsoft is the one of the, okay, popular test automation tools which are freely available in the market. Then Cypress, okay, it's a JavaScript framework based kind of automation tool, which is also kind of free and popular in the market when I'm recording this session and all. And we also have Robot Framework. These are the things I can answer in the interview. Maybe you can come across any other tool which you believe that which are also popular and free at the same time. You can do that. But there are a lot of tools available in the market which are popular, but they are not free. But this list of tools which I have listed down here, okay, for my answer for this question in the interviews is they are free. At the same time, they are popular and free. Similar to Selenium, they are popular and free. Okay, Playwright, Cypress, and Robot Framework are the things that I can answer in the interview for this question. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different versions of Selenium and the additional features in latest versions? Let me answer. Till now, Selenium has been released into the market till 4th version. Okay, the current version or the latest version of Selenium we have in the market when I'm recording this session during this date, that is 25th May 2023 is Selenium 4. Okay, in the coming days, Selenium 5, Selenium 6 also may get released in the market. Okay, but for now, when I'm recording this session, Selenium 4 is the latest version. The first version of Selenium that got released long back in the beginning of the Selenium days is Selenium 1 version. After that, Selenium 2 got released, then Selenium 3 got released, and Selenium 4 got released. Okay, so what is Selenium 1 then? Okay, at the time when Selenium first version of Selenium is released, right? Selenium 1 is nothing but a combination of the older version of Selenium ID plus Selenium RC plus Selenium Grid. Okay, so ID used to work only in the Firefox browser. Okay, the olden days in the previous versions of Selenium, right? Selenium ID used to work only in Firefox browser only. Okay, this was the original support of Selenium ID. In other browsers, it's not supported. Whatever the scripts you create using Selenium ID record and playback tool used to run only on the Firefox browser, or you can install this Selenium ID extension or as an add-on in the Firefox browser only. It's not supported by other browsers. Okay, that was the older version of Selenium, and we used to have the Selenium RC. So at this time of Selenium 1 version, right, Selenium WebDriver was not there. Okay, whatever the major component or main component of Selenium is nowadays being used in the market, right? That component was not there at that time. Selenium RC used to be there in place of the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so and Selenium Grid to distribute the older version of the Selenium Grid, you can say a hub and node machine kind of configuration where you can distribute your automation scripts across multiple machines to run. Okay, in the network. So this is the Selenium 1. Selenium 1 is nothing but is equal to Selenium ID plus Selenium RC and Selenium Grid. Older Selenium ID, older Selenium Grid plus Selenium RC. This is also deprecated. Now Selenium RC at this period of time when I'm recording this session is already deprecated, outdated. It's no one is using nowadays. Okay, we cannot even use it actually. Okay, so Selenium 2. Next version of Selenium that got released in the market is Selenium 2, which is nothing but Selenium 1. 1 means this one. Selenium ID, RC, and grid. Plus one more thing came, fourth component came. Okay, during Selenium 2 days, there were 4 components in Selenium. Okay, in Selenium 1, only 3 components used to be there. That is Selenium ID, Selenium RC, and Selenium grid. But in Selenium 2, we have how many components? 3 components of Selenium 1. Selenium 1 means all these 3 components plus additional component is Selenium WebDriver. Okay. So around 2006 or something, I guess, it came into the market. And at that time, Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver used to coexist. Okay. People used to use some commands from Selenium RC and some commands from Selenium WebDriver like that. Okay. They are free to use it. Okay. A lot of people used to tend to Selenium WebDriver, but if in case they need some commands from Selenium RC, here the possibility used to be there. Okay. Selenium 1 plus Selenium WebDriver means Selenium ID plus Selenium RC plus Selenium grid plus what? Plus Selenium WebDriver. Like this, okay? WebDriver. That is nothing but Selenium 1 plus Selenium WebDriver. Okay. New component that came is WebDriver. Okay. Remaining all are same. Older version of Selenium ID, which used to work only in the Firefox browser, and older type of Selenium grid, and deprecated Selenium RC plus Selenium WebDriver. Okay, these 4 components used to be there. Selenium WebDriver got support from browser vendors. Okay, so what the change in this introduction of Selenium WebDriver is? Okay, Selenium RC used to inject, used to trick the browsers by injecting some JavaScript code. Okay, it's not the proper way of doing that. Okay, it's not the proper way of doing that, because if some JavaScript need to run on an application, right, that JavaScript should be part of should be at the same machine where the application developed code is available. Okay, whatever the application you are testing, right, that application developed code should be in the same machine where the JavaScript code that you want to run on the application is there. Okay, JavaScript code and this application code are on the same machine, then it's okay. But if you're trying to inject the JavaScript code from outside the machine where the application code is developed, then in that case, the third-party JavaScript code will not be accepted. Okay, it will be rejected by the applications. Okay, so they will external JavaScript code is not going to run. This is called a same origin policy. Okay, this is called a same origin policy, where the JavaScript code that you want to run and the application developed code should be part of the same machine. Then only the JavaScript code is going to run on the application code. Well, if you want to run this JavaScript code on the browsers or something on the browser applications from external sources, that's not going to work out. But still, Selenium RC was able to trick the application server where application code is available in believing that this JavaScript code which is coming externally is part of the same machine itself. Okay, that was tricky thing. That Selenium RC. It's not ethical, right? That's where Selenium WebDriver came into the market, where it's not no more required you to trick the browsers in believing that the JavaScript code is coming is coming from the same machine and all. See, instead, Selenium WebDriver has got some support from the browser windows. Okay, browser windows. So how it got how Selenium WebDriver got support from the browser windows? The simple answer is native drivers, guys. Okay, so Selenium developers have started developing some drivers. You see, if a Chinese and Indian or Japanese and Korean people, they have to communicate with each other. They cannot understand each other's language, right? They need a mediator kind of person, okay, who can interpret the things and pass it to the other person. Similarly, drivers are also something like that, which will help the Selenium is kind of something, and browsers application is something. Now Selenium is going via a proper official means is going to communicate with the application server's code. Okay, application code that is possible with the help of these drivers. That drivers were developed by Selenium team. Okay, for each and every browser, for Chrome browser, Chrome driver got developed. Okay, you can see here for Chrome browser, Chrome driver. For Firefox browser, Firefox driver. For Internet Explorer driver, Internet Explorer driver. For Safari browser, Safari driver. Opera browser, Opera driver. Like that, for each and every browser, Selenium guys or Selenium team or Selenium developers have developed these drivers. So earlier for Selenium RC, to communicate with the application code, there used to be a proxy server. Okay, we used to launch this proxy server in the command prompt. After the proxy server is running, then only the Selenium RC used to communicate with the application server in a way of tricking it by injecting some JavaScript code. It's used to trick, but it's not an ethical way. Now Selenium WebDriver came, where in Selenium 2 also Selenium RC is there. Still here also in Selenium 2, we were able to use Selenium RC still by proxy server is required for Selenium RC and all those stuff. But in addition, we also have the Selenium WebDriver, which doesn't require this proxy server. Okay, Selenium WebDriver doesn't require any proxy server to run the Selenium code on the application and all. Okay, and the browsers and all. No proxy server is required. Okay, Selenium RC will require, but Selenium WebDriver doesn't require. This new component doesn't require any proxy server. So how the Selenium WebDriver is going to communicate with the browsers having this application loaded with the help of drivers? Okay. Selenium WebDriver communicates with different browsers using respective drivers. Okay, respective drivers. What are the drivers for Firefox browser? There is some driver exe file kind of stuff is there. Firefox driver.exe, Chrome driver.exe. Okay, so this thing there is some using some Java code we can set the property and all those stuff. And then once you set the property, Selenium WebDriver can directly communicate with the browsers. No need of tricking the browser anymore with the JavaScript code and all. Okay, here who has developed these drivers? Selenium team has developed, and with the help of with support from the different browser companies. For example, who is behind the Firefox? Mozilla company, Chrome, Google company, Internet Explorer, Microsoft company, Safari, Apple company, Opera company. Like that, different companies used to give permissions to Selenium to create these drivers. Once these drivers are approved, Selenium was able to use these drivers natively to communicate with the browsers without any need of injecting the JavaScript code in an official or tricky manner like Selenium RC used to do. Hope you got the idea. Now, then Selenium 3 got released, where you see in the Selenium 2, Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver coexisted. They used to be together. Okay, Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver used to be together, but in Selenium 3, they have removed the Selenium RC completely. Okay, so you see, if Selenium RC is removed, there is no need of running the proxy server to run the automation scripts, right? Proxy server is not required. Okay, mediator kind of server is not required, because between the Selenium and application server and all, proxy server is not required anymore. So Selenium RC is removed completely. So there is no need of proxy server or no need to launch any proxy server to run the automation scripts. But there are some commands in Selenium RC which people were using. So then how to overcome that problem? What they have done is to remove the Selenium RC, the equivalent APIs they have created for Selenium WebDriver itself. Okay. So simply, instead of using Selenium RC plus Selenium WebDriver, whatever the some commands are there in Selenium RC which are not there in Selenium WebDriver, right? These commands were implemented in Selenium WebDriver itself. Okay, API of Selenium WebDriver got increased with the features of Selenium RC, and Selenium RC is now removed. Okay, WebDriver implementation is there. Okay, whatever the functionalities which are not there in WebDriver, those got implemented in WebDriver, and RC got removed completely. Okay. So there is no need of depending on Selenium RC. It got kicked out like anything. Okay. Now Selenium WebDriver from Selenium 3, guys, Selenium 2 minus Selenium RC plus back. To remove this RC, they have created the WebDriver API for RC. Okay. Apart from WebDriver's API, they have created WebDriver API for RC. Okay. That means Selenium 2 will have what? Selenium 2 will have older version of Selenium ID, plus then it had Selenium WebDriver plus Selenium Grid. The Selenium WebDriver has the APIs of Selenium WebDriver plus the backed WebDriver APIs for RC. Okay. To remove the RC, they have created some, libraries for to migrate these RC commands to the WebDriver API commands. They have created some APIs. Okay. So Selenium WebDriver APIs, new APIs, plus to remove the RC, they have created some backup APIs. Both are part of the latest version of Selenium. Okay, in Selenium 3. So one more important change, apart from removing the RC from the Selenium 3 and all, right? One more change happened where, browser vendors started developing their own drivers. Okay. Selenium earlier in Selenium 2, right? Selenium team used to create the drivers. Okay. Because different browser companies were not coming forward. Okay. But somehow Selenium guys have contacted the different browser companies, and, they said that we will be creating the drivers for you. You can still use it. Okay. After the Selenium got popular, right? Then browser vendors themselves felt like, okay, let's create our own drivers and give it to Selenium, because Selenium is kind of popular in the market. Who want to lose traffic and all, right? So browser vendors developing drivers. Okay. So Gecko driver, earlier Firefox driver was there was Firefox driver, but in Selenium 3 it was no more Firefox driver. The name is Gecko driver. Who has named this driver Firefox driver to Gecko driver? Mozilla company. Okay. The company behind the Firefox browser is Mozilla company has named it as Gecko driver. Okay, whereas Google company has named it as Chrome driver. It kept it like this. Who has developed the Chrome driver? Google company is developing the Chrome driver. Earlier, Selenium team used to develop. Earlier, Firefox driver was developed by Selenium team. Now, Gecko driver, which is renamed Firefox, got renamed to Gecko driver, is now being developed by which company? By Mozilla company. Chrome driver is being developed by Google company. Internet Explorer driver is being developed by which company? Microsoft company. Then Safari driver is developed by Apple company. Opera driver, Opera company. Edge driver, Microsoft company. Like that, the different browser companies have come forward to develop the drivers. Earlier, Selenium team used to develop. Now, the browser companies themselves are developing the Selenium. These are the two major changes. Selenium RC got kicked out in Selenium 3, and other change that happened is browser drivers for Selenium automation were developed by the browser companies itself. Okay, that is a good change. Then Selenium 4 got released into the market. In Selenium 4, right, in Selenium 4, Selenium ID TNG, the next generation, this till now old version of Selenium ID was there, which was only supported by this Firefox browser. Okay, it was only supported by Firefox browser. Now Selenium ID TNG means the next generation ID came. Apply tools have taken the responsibility of developing it because Selenium guys are busy with creating this major component of Selenium or main component of Selenium, that is Selenium WebDriver. So they have given this product or component to be taken care by Apply tools. Apply tools have created this, made it advanced Selenium ID TNG, the next generation. Okay, the older version of Selenium ID is different, and latest version of this is the latest version of Selenium ID, which is there in Selenium 4, and W3C standardized WebDriver. Okay, other thing is W3C standardized WebDriver. Till now, good WebDriver is there. WebDriver APIs were there, and that which doesn't need any proxy server to run. But here, what happened in Selenium 4 is the current WebDriver itself got W3C standardized. Okay, so World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, they follow some standards. What will happen if you follow the standards? You see, the ecosystem of the Selenium will increase. A lot of products will keep using Selenium WebDriver because it's now standard. Okay, if you are following some standard means everyone will use it. Okay, a lot of people will come and use it. Even browser companies will come forward, and different tools will come forward in using the Selenium WebDriver. Selenium is like an ecosystem. Okay, it's not just a tool, but it's an ecosystem based on which a lot of other tools got created or other things are depending on. Okay, so W3C standardization is a very good move by Selenium guys. So where because of the standards, right, its ecosystem will increase. Okay, whatever the number of companies or tools surrounded by this tool, okay, a lot of other companies will fall into the same bucket. Okay, by following some standards. Now, new Selenium Grid, and not only the older, not only the latest version of Selenium ID, but also Grid also got with latest version, latest Selenium Grid, where earlier only one mode used to be there in the Selenium Grid, but now multiple modes are there. Okay, so hub and node mode was the older mode. Okay, classic mode, that is hub and node mode. Okay, hub and node machines used to be there. Now you can launch the hub in different ways. Okay, you can launch the hub and node in the standalone mode. The same machine, if you want to launch hub and mode, they have come up with a Selenium guys have come up with a new Selenium Grid mode that is called as a standard mode, standalone mode. In standalone mode, right, in the same machine will become the hub, same machine will become the node. Okay, so Selenium Grid changes are there, and the older mode is continued anyhow, that is hub and node. Hub is one machine and nodes are other machines, like that. And there's one more mode where you can customize the hub, launching of hub. Hub can be divided into several components and they can be launched separately, like bus, okay, and all those stuff, rotor, bus, a lot of things are there. Okay, so those components can be, so that is different modes are there. Okay, so different Selenium Grid modes are there. There's another change, and relative locators, some additional type of locators got introduced in Selenium called as relative locators. Then new documentation. Okay, so documentation got improvised. If you go to the official website of Selenium, right, selenium.dev, you can see a lot of documentation here. All this documentation is newly written. Okay, older documentation got replaced with the latest documentation. New official website. Even this website used to be seleniumhq.org. Now, if you run this older website, right, it will take you to the latest website only. Okay, seleniumhq.org. If I search, let's see what is happening. It's still taking you to the latest selenium.dev. Okay, the website address got changed. New official website got introduced, which is completely different from the older version of official website of Selenium. Okay, changes in waiting mechanism. Some new comments got been introduced in waiting mechanism, where the way you specify the time, okay, duration in seconds and all got changed here. then create new window or new tab. Okay. Till now, you are in the till Selenium 3, there was no option to create a new window or new tab, but in Selenium 4, they have given that you can open a new tab, multiple windows, multiple applications you can open. Such kind of stuff is coming already came in Selenium 4. And screenshots here, just whatever the active area of the screenshot used to be taken in the previous version, but now in Selenium 4 you can take the screenshot of an element or the entire full page. Okay, such kind of comments also, extra comments were given in Selenium 4 API library, where you using which you can take the screenshot of a particular element of, or the entire full page. How lengthy it is doesn't matter, it can take the screenshot. Then we got some additional advanced stuff like by day APIs, like where you can go to the dev tools and do a lot of stuff. Okay, so you can track the network traffic and all those stuff. Okay, so more power to the Selenium automation is given, is possible with the help of BiDi APIs, where you can even turn on the internet, turn off the internet. Such kind of tests also you can do. Okay, with the help of BiDi APIs and all, you can turn on the internet. You can make the internet off in your that particular automation session, and test the things, how the application is working when internet is off. Okay, how the offline mode of the application is. Such kind of things are possible in BiDi APIs, with the help of BiDi APIs, which will make this, which actually made Selenium go into the advanced levels, and many more changes. Guys. Okay, these are the major ones I covered. So, W3C standardization is a major one, major change in Selenium 4. Remaining all are nominal changes. Okay, so hope guys you understood what are the different versions of Selenium so far in the market, and the additional features that got introduced from version to version. Okay, currently we have Selenium 4. Okay, so maybe in coming days or few months we may get another version. We don't know. Okay, let's wait for the future versions. For now, this will be the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the principal difference between data-driven framework and keyword-driven framework? Let me answer. So here on the left side, I'll be writing down data-driven framework. And here on the right side, I'll be writing keyword-driven framework. So what is the difference between this data-driven framework and keyword-driven framework? Okay, there are different types of framework. First of all, data-driven framework is a type of framework, and keyword-driven framework is another type of framework. So how they are different and how they actually are created and what is the purpose, I'm going to cover one after the other. Okay, coming to the data-driven framework, here, let's say these are your automation scripts. Okay, you have automated some tests. Here in your framework, let's assume in your framework, this complete, let's say this complete box is your framework. Okay, this is your complete framework, data-driven framework. In this framework, let's say this portion is containing some automation tests. You have automated some test cases. Okay, you have automated some tests. Now this test will only contain the logic, and whatever the data that is required by this automation tests are not provided in the same box. Rather, they are separated. Okay, so here you may be using some external files like Excel files. Okay, Excel files or other files, Excel or files or other files, whatever it is, where you will be storing the data. Okay, in this Excel files or other files, you will be storing the data. Here automation test containing the, for example, Selenium Java code will be there here, but they will not be containing the data. Okay, whatever the URL need to be entered, whatever the username to be entered, whatever the password data to be entered, whatever the register account details to be entered, whatever it is, all are not part here. Okay, only the logic is there, automation script logic is there, but the data that is required by this automation scripts is now put in some Excel files or other files like feature files. In Cucumber BDD, we have feature files. From that files also we can pass the data. Okay, store the data and get into the automation scripts and all. So even this thing can be a database also. Okay, this automation test can get the data from the database and all. Okay, to make all these things possible, we'll create something in framework known as utilities. Okay, we generally call that as utilities. Okay, for example, if you want to read the data from the Excel file, we'll create some Excel utilities kind of file, and we'll write the logic there. Okay, which on calling that particular method, right, in this utility method, that method will get the data from this Excel file and pass it into the automation test. Okay, this automation test will call the methods that are created in utilities using the utility methods. Okay, so we can read the data from the Excel files and all those stuff. Okay, instead of writing the logic again and again in the automation test to read the data from the Excel files, we'll simply create a method. And whenever we have to read the data from these Excel files or other files or etc. etc. So we simply use the utilities. Okay, automation tests will call these utility methods, and utility methods will go to the appropriate data in the Excel files and read it and pass into the automation test. Okay, this is what is a data-driven framework. In data-driven framework, okay, the data is separated from the automation test, and utilities will be used to get the data or whatever it is, okay, based on your requirement. So now coming to the keyword-driven framework, the concept is different, okay? The purpose of the data-driven framework is to separate the data from the automation test and to run the same test with multiple sets of data. This is what is the purpose of the data-driven framework, okay? To separate the data into separate files, okay? From the automation scripts, you have to separate the data, okay? Data is going to drive the automation test. You can have multiple sets of data using which the same test can be run multiple times. That is possible with data-driven framework. But coming to the keyword-driven framework, this concept is different. Here also, let's draw the box. Okay. So let's assume that this is a keyword-driven framework. And here are your automation tests. Let's say these are your automation tests. When you're writing the automation tests, okay, for each and every action in your automation scripts, for example, you have to click a button, you have to select an option from the drop-down field. For each and every activity, you have to implement in the automation test, right? Okay, this automation test will be calling some methods, okay, some methods. So each and every keyword, okay. So what you will do is you will create some keywords first of all, okay. Keywords like clicking a button, selecting an option from drop-down field, selecting a radio button, okay. So like that, some keywords, general action keywords you will be creating here. So in a proper English language, you will be creating the keywords, and these keywords will be converted into some methods, okay. Whenever you have to click on a button, right, this automation test will call this method, user defined method, okay, which is given some keyword name like click a button, click on the link, select radio button, okay, clear field. Like that, some keywords will be there that anyone can understand. So these keywords on below these keywords are nothing but methods here, okay. So method names are nothing but keywords, and whenever we have to click on a button, this in the automation test we'll call these methods, okay. In the automation test we'll call the methods, which are nothing but keywords, and the actual logic will be created inside the methods, okay. The logic will be there inside the methods, okay. So simply in the automation test, it will be very easy to write the automation test. Instead of writing the entire logic, you simply call the keywords. You don't have to implement these methods again and again here, right? Simply whenever you have to click on a button, you call this particular method containing the keyword name, like, click on a button, okay. And you will pass the locator of that particular button to this method as a parameter, and you will perform the action like dot click and all inside this method. You don't have to write the complete Selenium logic here. Under this keyword method, the logic will be there. Whenever your automation script need to, perform some activity, based on that activity, you will call the appropriate keyword. So what is advantage? Why we have to write keywords and make each and every keyword define some actions in this test automation test? Okay, because these keywords are nothing but methods, okay, method names which contain some logic. This logic will be written by the technical people, and the keywords will be given to the non-technical people, okay. Let's say in your project there are some non-technical people, and they know the business well. Such kind of people, if you want such kind of people to create the automation scripts, okay, you are good at creating the framework and all, but you are not good with the business and all. So non-technical people, some business team is there who are very good with the business, but the problem with this non-technical guys is like, they don't have any technical skills where they can implement these methods and all. You are the automation tester who will be implementing these methods for them and give all these keywords to the non-technical. So they understand these keywords, right? Click on a button, they can understand. Under the click on a button method, you will be writing the logic. These people will not be writing the logic. They know the business well, but you know the logic well, kind of stuff. Okay. So these keywords you will give to the non-technical, and using the keywords, so they will be creating the automation scripts. Okay. This automation test will be created by the non-technical guys with the help of these keywords. You will create a bunch of keywords for each and every action that the non-technical people have to perform on this application. Okay. All these keywords will be taken by non-technical, and anyone knows the English, right? With the help of the keywords, they can click on a button. That's it. Okay. They'll write the automation tests. So the purpose of the keyword-driven framework is to, create the keywords to define the steps in the automation test or actions in the automation test. That's the purpose. And the ultimate purpose is to help the non-technical people to create the automation test. Okay. If there are some non-technical people who knows the business well, and they are the right person to create the automation test. In that case, since they are non-technical, you will do the technical stuff and give the keywords to them. They will do the business stuff. Okay. They'll create the automation. That's the logic. Okay. So hope you understood why keyword-driven framework and why data-driven framework. The data need to be separated into separate files, and the multiple sets of data need to be provided, and this based on the sets data provided, the automation test need to run. Then data-driven framework is required, whereas keyword-driven framework is generally created for the non-technical guys to make their creation process easy, where technical stuff will be taken by the automation engineers, non-technical stuff like creating the automation test using the keywords will be done by the business team and non-technical users. Okay, so this is what is the purpose of the keyword-driven framework. So hope guys you understood what is the principal difference between data-driven framework and keyword-driven framework. Okay, here in keyword-driven framework, logic will be defined with the help of keywords. In data-driven framework, okay, data will be separated from the logic. Okay, so that's what is the difference. Separates test data from the test logic. In keyword-driven framework, we use keywords to define test steps and actions. Okay, so fine. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are best practices for automation testing? Let me answer. There are several best practices which can be followed while performing the automation testing. And by doing that, we'll get better results. Okay? We'll get better results from the automation testing. So what are those best practices? Here are some major best practices which are listed here. There are many actually. There are many, but the major ones have listed down here. So let's go through these best practices for automation testing or test automation one by one. First one, establishing a test automation plan. Before you start automating the tests and all those stuff, we have to plan our automation well. Okay, so you have to decide which tests need to be automated, which tests should not be automated, which tools need to be used, what is the strategy we have to use while performing the automation, and all those stuff. Okay, which framework to be chosen and all. So it's better to create a test plan, okay, for our automation testing task that we are going to do next. Okay, before the automation testing tasks start, we have to create an automation test plan containing all the things like strategy, tools, resources, etc., challenges, and all those stuff. Okay, so with this, right, you will get a clear clarity. Okay, by creating an automation test plan before you start automation, you will get full clarity on how the things will go. Okay, otherwise, you will just face a lot of challenges in between. So it's better you create a test plan before you start automation. Okay, then second one, decide which test to be automated. Okay, not all tests should be automated, right? So we have to decide which tests to be automated, and that too, we have to give the priority for the tests which need to be repeatedly tested. Okay, so you just don't simply automate it. Okay, don't automate all the tests, rather just do some tests for automation. Okay, so what are the best tests which need to be automated? In the tests also, you have to prioritize based on which need to be automated first, which tests need to be automated first. Okay, it's not just deciding which test to be automated, it's also about prioritizing the tests which need to be automated first. Okay, so if you know that this particular test case is repeatedly tested every day, and by automating it, it is going to reduce our efforts, okay, manual testing efforts, then definitely there's a go, right? That particular kind of test you have to automate first. Okay, so based on different stuff, it's a priority of the test case. Like, okay, if you do this right, the basic checks will, smoke test will be done. Okay, you can give priority according to test cases and repetition of the tests, which need to be repeatedly tested every day. Based on these factors and all, you prioritize the test and try to automate them based on the priority. So that's another best practice you can follow. Okay, don't simply automate the test cases like in a sequence order. Rather, you prioritize the test and decide which test to be automated. And by doing that, are we getting more results in the less time? Such kind of tests you just try to automate. Okay, then selecting the right automation test tool. Okay, it's not just about automation, right? We have to choose the right tool for our automation. Okay, depending on different situations and all. Okay, so in one project, right, the client is not ready to spend some money on tool. Okay, so there may be some projects. Okay, so in small and medium sized companies, most of the projects, right, the client will not be ready to invest in the tools. Okay, high licensed tools. Okay, there you have to spend a lot of dollars on that kind of license amount. Okay, for getting that automated testing tools. Rather, the client will say, I'm not going to invest on these tools. So in that case, you should choose a right tool according to your situations in your project and environment, right? Based on the client and all your skill sets, based on your skill sets in your company, like what people have the most kind of skills and all. Based on that, you choose a right tool at that point of time. Okay, so most of the people use Selenium, or if your client is ready to pay amount, right, there are some pay tools which will reduce a lot of efforts. Okay, automation testing efforts. Like we have some tools like UFT test complete, okay, runner X, and many tools are there. You can choose the right tool for your company, okay, based on your company. So, and situations, okay, selecting the right automation test tool according to your project and your circumstances is another point. Selecting right automation testing framework, okay, there are different type of frameworks like data driven framework, keyword driven framework, modular framework. Different projects will show different frameworks, okay, different frameworks will show different projects, okay. Not a single framework will be suitable for every project, rather different frameworks are there in the market. We have to figure out which framework will be suitable for this kind of project that you are going to automate, okay. Some frameworks require, some projects require modular frameworks, okay. Some projects require keyword driven, or some projects require data driven. Some will require hybrid, some will require Cucumber, BDD, page object model, such kind of stuff, and all so on, okay. We have to select the right automation testing framework, okay, for our project needs. Then don't rely completely on test automation, okay. Since automation is there, we are automating, just simply spending time on automation from the morning to the night, and you're not focusing on manual exploration of the test. In that case, that's not the right approach. You have to mix it up, okay. So you have to take the automation test as an advantage, okay, as a coverage, test coverage. And more than what automation tool can do, you can go and explore something and find some bugs that automation tool cannot find, okay. So automation tool is just a tool, right? It just follows the instructions. It cannot think, okay. It cannot take wise decisions, okay. Due to different circumstances we face during the projects, there may be some situations coming where exploratory testing is a mandatory, and by doing exploratory only, we can find some defects, okay. Because the automation tool simply follows the instructions and makes sure the things are fine, but it cannot find the loopholes or problems in the application. We don't have such kind of, thinking levels, okay. So may not be able to find all the bugs. So carry out exploratory testing along with this automation testing, okay, to get better results and coverage. Involve all team members in automation, okay. So in the beginning days of my career, wherever the company have worked, right, okay, in that company, right, you see, all the most of the people in the project used to work on manual tasks, while one or two people in the company, and I mean in the project, okay, project were given an opportunity to work on automation. Remaining used to work on manual. I don't think that is the right way. Okay. I don't think that is the right way. So it's instead, right, you have to involve all the team members in the automation. Okay. Instead, involve all team members in the automation. So that is the right way, you can say. Okay. Instead of giving opportunity to only one person in the team, do automation, give it to all the members. Okay. That's another thing. So that, you will have necessary backups and all, and everyone can automate and everyone can work towards. Okay. So it's not a separate thing, right? Automation is not a separate thing. These people have to create the manual test case, and those people have to create the automation. So there is a link missing between them. So again, some KTs and everything should go on. Rather, if you give this opportunity to all the team members who are working on the project and has good knowledge on the project, right, that will be a better idea. Okay. So then hire a dedicated automation engineer. Apart from dividing this automation between all the team members, okay, instead of giving it to only one person for automation, what we can do in extra is we can hire a dedicated automation engineer, okay. So at least one person should be dedicated in the project, while all the team members are given the opportunity, but there will be one full-time kind of person who will be automating. So such kind of thing I am saying, hybrid kind of thing. Some people will be full-time working on manual, but they can also contribute to automation. But there will be few people you can dedicatedly allocate them for automation, okay. They are continuously working on automation, okay. They're full-time on automation, such kind of people, okay. Like architect kind of people, you just try to add them into the team, and the entire team can work under the architect, automation architect, okay. Such kind of, these are all best practices. These are not mandatory, but by doing this, right, you'll get better results. That's the only thing, okay. Then create tests that are resistant to UI changes, okay. So you generally create some automation tests, and right, there are different ways of automation. Maybe one example is like when you're automating, you have given something like, for example, by using some X and Y coordinates of a particular button, you are locating the button. You are not locating the button with the help of some XPath expression or CSS selector, rather, okay, relative XPath or relative CSS you are not using, rather you are choosing the X and Y coordinate. What is the position of this button on the page? You are and using that technique if you are locating that button. So, and if you have written the automation script like that, later tomorrow, the position of the button changes, your automation script is going to fail, right? Your automation script is going to fail. Rather than following such kind of easy practices, you can go and find some proper locators. Even though the button goes here and there on the page, the automation script should not fail. It should still be able to locate the button, okay? So that's where, right, due to UI changes, your automation script should not break. So you have to make sure that you locate the elements properly. That is one example, but there may be other things also. Okay. Then improve test coverage. With the help of automation, right, you can plan your coverage. Okay. So how much amount of testing need to be done, and you have to set a goal, and you have to, review the automation tests and see whether whatever the currently automated tests are serving your test coverage or not. If any gaps are there, you have to fill it, and all those stuff. You can do that by improving the test coverage. Then cross-platform and real device testing. So that means your automation script is not going to run only on one browser, right? On different browsers, different operating systems, different mobile devices, and so on. The test environments are many. So your automation scripts you're writing, you have to make sure that they are written in such a way that they can run on different platforms, and they can run on real devices also. In case of mobile automation, right? They need to run on real devices also. So we have to write the automation scripts keeping in this mind, okay? So you should not write only for one browser or one environment. Rather, you have to write your automation scripts to work on different environments, okay, which are supported by the application to be tested. Know the application being tested. Simply directly jumping into automation is not a good idea. Rather, before you jump into automation, you should have good knowledge about the application, okay, that you are going to test or you are going to automate. So without having the knowledge of the application, how it's going to work and all, if you start automating it, okay, so you'll not be writing a better automation test, okay? You have to rewrite them again later point of time when you get an understanding of the application in a better way, okay? Okay, you can write better test cases which can be automated later, okay? So know the application being tested. If you know the application well, you will write better test cases, and that better test case can be automated. This is a proper process. If you don't know the application better, you will write improper test cases, and those test cases will result in automation tests, which will not give you better results. Okay, so it's better in the beginning itself you get full knowledge of the application to be tested, better understanding, and then create better test cases out of it, and then automate them. That's the best process. Okay, so these are all the best practices for performing the automation testing and to get the better results out of the automation testing in projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is test-driven development framework? Let me answer. In short, test-driven development framework is known as TDD. So what exactly is this TDD or test-driven development framework? So it is a software development methodology. That means it's a methodology followed by software developers while developing the application. Okay, it's kind of a methodology that software developers will follow in order to develop the application. Okay, by following this development methodology, it can result in some benefits and all. Okay, it will have some benefits or advantages. Okay, so the developers following this methodology, where that is a test-driven development methodology for developing the software, will result in some benefits. I'm going to cover all the benefits at the end. Okay, by following this methodology, what are the benefits we get by this TDD methodology? I'm going to cover at the end. But before that, let's understand what exactly this methodology all about first. Okay, so this methodology, according to this methodology, okay, it emphasizes writing the tests before actually writing the code. You see, when developers get some requirements and they have to develop the application, okay, using that client given or client specified requirements, okay, they will collect the requirements and start developing the application code. That is a general way, okay, general process in general development projects where this TDD software development methodology is not followed. They will get the requirements, developers will directly start writing the application code for that requirement to satisfy the requirements. But here, the process is going to change a bit, where developers are going to first write the tests. Okay, before the application code is developed. Okay, for the application functionality to work, our developers have to write the code. Before that code is actually there or written, the tests are going to be written first. First step is developers are going to write the test. Who are going to write the test? Developers. Okay, before developing the application functionality code, they are going to write the test first. Okay, that's the main thing about this. Main thing that you have to understand about this development methodology known as test-driven development framework methodology. Okay, so what is the advantage and all we'll cover later. Okay, first you understood, right? Tests. We have developers will write the test and then they will write the code. Okay, according to this TDD methodology. Fine. It follows a cycle of a test, running the test, which should fail initially, writing the code to make the test pass, and then refactoring the code. This line, if you have to understand, this steps. Okay. In TDD framework, if you are following this software development methodology, that is TDD software development methodology, so there are some steps, okay, to be followed by developers. What developers have to do first, then what next, and like that, okay? So these are the steps. First step is to write a test. I told you, right? First, developers are going to write the test, okay? Before writing the code for the application development, they are going to write the test. So developers are going to write the test first, okay? Because it's a test-driven development, okay? Tests are going to drive the development, okay? As the name speaks, test-driven development. First, they have to write the test. These tests are going to drive the development, okay? That concept you have to understand. So write a test. The first step is to create a test that defines the expected behavior of the code, okay? So first, developers will write some tests to test the application functionality, okay? To whether see, even before writing the application code, they're writing a test to see whether the application functionality is working fine or not, okay? So this step, how they are going to write the code in real time and how they are going to write this, test in real time. Simple. They are going to use some testing framework like TestNG, JUnit, NUnit, or something like that. Okay, TestNG, JUnit for Java or NUnit for .NET, depending on the language. They'll select some testing framework like TestNG, JUnit, or NUnit. Okay, and you see, according to that testing framework, we generally create some methods. Okay, each and every method is a test. In that, some code will be written to test the functionality of the application. First, they are writing the tests, and since there is nothing, no application code is developed, and what they will do next is they are going to run the test. Okay, before the application functionality is developed itself, they are going to run the test. Obviously, what will happen when the application functionality is not developed and you are running the test? What will happen? The test is going to fail, right? The test is going to fail because there is no application functionality developed yet for the test to pass. So once the test is written, it is executed. Since the code for desired behavior has not been implemented yet, the test is expected to fail at this stage. It's okay to fail that. Okay, it's okay. The test is failing. For the failed test, they are going to write the code. To overcome this failure, now they are writing the code. First, they are writing a test. Okay, when the code is application code is not developed, then they are running the test, and they know that in advance that this particular test is going to fail because the application application is not developed yet. Okay, on which the test need to run. Then they will write the code to overcome that problem. Okay, for the test to pass, they have to write the code. The next step is to write the code that fulfills the requirement of the test. Okay, whatever the test that is there, to fulfill that, for the test to pass, they are writing the code. Okay, they are not writing the code directly, rather they have an intention of, okay, they have a focus on the particular test to pass. For that reason, they are developing. Okay, they are not developing to satisfy the requirements. They are developing to satisfy the test to pass. Okay, but they have to make sure that that particular test is going to pass. Okay, for that they will be writing the code. Here, intention is different. The way they are thinking about developing the code is different. In the normal development, they will simply develop the code to pass the to satisfy the requirement. Okay, but here in this case, they are writing the code by keeping the test to be passed in mind. Okay, after I write the code, this particular test should pass. That is the mindset they have in this TDD approach. Hope you got the point. The next step is to write the code that fulfills the requirement of the test. The code should be designed to pass the test and should not contain any unnecessary functionality. Okay, simply to pass the test, they are writing the code. Okay, that intention they have. Then after writing the code, now earlier, whatever the test that got failed, right, they will run it again to see after writing the code whether this particular test is passing or not. Okay. So after writing that code, the test is executed again. This time the test should pass since the code has been implemented to satisfy the test. If it is not passing, again they have to modify the code and get the test passed. Till the test gets passed, they have to keep writing the code or modifying the code. Then next one is, it's not done it. The next thing is refactor. Once the test has passed, the code is refactored to improve its defined. Refactored means to follow some best practices to make the code better. Okay. So maybe in all aspects, it may be, performance. Okay. Are there any performance bottlenecks, security bottlenecks? Is the code maintainable? Can we improve the design? Okay. Are the standards followed while writing the code? Best practices followed while writing the code? Everything will be checked in this phase. Okay, the refactoring step ensures the code remains clean and follows best practices. This is the main intention of refactoring. It's not just about test passing, but another step is there where they have to take this code to the next level. Okay, they have to make sure that as part of the process, they have to make sure that this particular code written is properly written with best practices. They have to make sure in this step. Okay, and then they have to repeat that. Another test they have to take, another test they have to write, and they have to run the test. It will fail. Now, to pass the test, they are going to write the code. Once the code is written, they will run the test again. If the test is passing, they'll go to the next step and refactor and improve the quality of the code by following some best practice and all. Okay. And the next test case. This is the process. Now we will understand this line. It follows a cycle of writing a test, running the test, which is often which will fail initially, then write the code to make the test pass. Okay. And then run the test means writing the test to make the test pass, and then refactoring the code to improve its quality. Okay. These are the steps followed in TDD framework, where you got the idea, right? The approach or the mindset of the developers will change a bit while following this approach, where they will develop the application code with an intention of the test should work. Okay. With an intention of the test should pass. That means there are some benefits we'll get, right? By following this approach, what are the benefits we get? Let's see that. Okay. Several benefits will come to the development teams by doing that. The key benefits are here. That is improved code quality. Okay. So TDD encourages developers to write the focus tests that define the expected behavior of the code. Okay. So first they are writing the test. Okay. Writing the test which need to test the application functionality to work in a certain way. Okay. Expected way. So developers to write the focus test that define the expected behavior of the code. By writing the test first, developers gain a clear understanding of the requirements. If the developers are not writing the test and directly from the requirements they are developing the application, even though there are some confusions in the requirements, those will not be clarified. They will not have a clear idea about what requirement is. They simply blindly go and develop the code, okay, without questioning themselves. Simply they will take a requirement and develop the code, okay. Who knows it is correct or not? Whatever they believe, they will do that. But in this case, they have to test it. They have to write a test. To write a test, they have to understand, okay. Without understanding the requirement, they cannot write a test. So the blockage is there. But in the normal process, even though they don't understand the requirement, developers are going to directly write the code for that, okay, by thinking that this is the correct way. They are not going to question whether this is right or wrong, okay. But if they are writing the test, means they have to understand the requirement, and with understanding only they will be able to write the test. And by writing the test, they are developing the code, means the clear understanding will be there, and improved code quality will happen, okay, because of the clear understanding the requirement and design necessaries to fulfill this requirements, okay. So it will ultimately lead to code quality, improved code quality, because they are understanding the requirements for writing the test and then developing the code, because of which code quality will improve. Next one, early bug detection. So the software don't have to go to the testers to get the bugs detected, okay. Most of the bugs will be detected at the developer's end itself, okay. So helps identify issues and bugs early in the development cycle when a test fails. So when a test fails, it indicates a problem in the code. You see, the tests are failing here, right? While performing these steps, okay, while writing the code and testing it again, this test may fail, okay. Until the test pass, they are keeping on writing the code, okay. Here itself, the bugs, most of the bugs are identified, okay. While repeating the test again after writing the code, right, they are finding the bugs here itself. Developers themselves are finding the bugs. So early bug detection is possible, okay. So developers can prevent these problems from propagating into other parts of the system. Faster bug resolution and reduce the overall cost of fixing the defect. Early bug detection means cost of fixing the defects will get reduced. Okay. Okay. Early stage bug detection is done here. The other key benefit we get is there are a lot of benefits actually. These are the main three benefits: code quality, early bug detection because they are testing it, right? So bugs will be detected early in the development stages itself. They don't have to go for the testing stages. What software testers will test later. Okay. Then refactoring. Refactoring becomes an integral part. Refactoring means improvising the code, quality of the code. Okay. So it's improvising the quality of the code by making sure the code written by them is following some certain standards, performance things. It's satisfying security aspects, it's satisfying maintainability, and all those stuff, best practices and all will be followed as part of refactoring. Since we are incorporating as part of TDD, the process is incorporating this kind of refactoring process into the system, okay. So leading to a more maintainable code base over time, okay. Refactoring becomes an integral part of the development process. This is what is the advantage, okay. Otherwise, developers have to take in normal development, developers have to take some separate time for refactoring the code. But here, part of the system itself, refactoring is there, okay. They don't have to take a special day to refactor the code or special days to refactor the code. Rather, while developing itself, they are refactoring the code as part of this process, okay. And overall, what is the benefit of this TDD at a single line? TDD promotes a disciplined and systematic approach to software development. Okay, by following this, it will promote a disciplined, okay, and systematic approach to software development, leading to higher code quality. Okay, because of this refactoring, early bug detection, and all those stuff, understanding and developing the code, and all those, because of those points, right? Okay, it will lead to higher code quality. Okay, it is a systematic approach. Within the process system, the things are there, and it is giving you a benefit of higher code quality. Okay, so you understood what is TDD and what are its benefits in this session. Okay, how it will be done in real time, and who will be doing that. Developers will be doing that, and the benefits of TDD. All those things I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is behavior-driven development framework? Let me answer. Behavior driven development framework, in short known as BDD. Okay, so behavior driven development framework. Okay, in short, this is known as what? In short, it is known as BDD. Okay, so if you have to understand this behavior driven development framework, that is BDD, you have to compare this BDD with normal projects. Okay, normal development projects. Normal development projects. Okay, the projects which are following the behavior driven development framework methodology need to be compared with the projects which are following the normal development thing. Okay, so how they are different? For example, in the normal development, for example, you got a project here. Let's say this is a project you got. Once the company receives this particular project from the client company and all, okay, this company who need to work on developing this particular software and all as part of this project will focus more on uh, how to develop. Okay, the main focus is on how to develop. Okay, so how to develop maybe can be described more in this way, whatever I'm trying to do. So what tools we have to use? Okay, which programming language we need to use? All these are the questions, okay, for how to develop. Okay, so then which tools we have to use, which programming language we need to use, these are the two questions, and other stuff like which architecture we have to use, or which framework we have to use, which framework development framework we have to use, what are the technical skills required, what are tech skills required, okay, how many resources required, okay, how much time does it take, all these things. The main focus is on how to develop. Okay, but less focus is there on what to develop. Okay, it's good to have focus on how to develop. Okay, all these questions need to be ultimately answered to develop this particular software, but only how to develop is given more focus, whereas less focus is given to negligible, or less focus is given to what to develop. So what will happen if less focus is given to what to develop and more focus is given to how to develop? In that case, the client is asking you to develop this circle. There's a possibility, high chances, that you are delivering a square. Okay, a wrong product may get delivered. Okay, with this normal development process followed projects. Okay, there's a high possibility of delivering a wrong product into the market. Client will ask for something, and the project team who are working on developing that project will deliver a wrong thing. Okay, wrong product. Okay, so client are asking circle, and there is high possibility that a square or rectangle will be delivered. Okay, because the main focus development is being done, because how to develop is taken care properly, so something will be delivered. But what to develop is given less importance, or negligible focus, and because of which there is a high chance that a wrong product may get delivered into the market. Okay, but if your project follows this behavior driven development framework methodology, okay, if the developers are following this kind of behavior driven development framework methodology, more focus, okay, more focus will be given to what? More focus will be given to what to develop. Okay, and then only the next level focus, next level, okay, and next focus will be given to how to develop. Okay, so here number one is what to develop, number two is how to develop. Here number one is how to develop, number two or number whatever you say, negligible focus will be given to what to develop. So here what to develop is given more importance than how to develop. Okay, both will be given importance, but what to develop will be given more importance than how to develop. So in behavior driven development framework, this is possible by creating some, okay, something known as, behavior scenarios. You are going to create some scenarios which are going to represent the behavior of the application, how the application should behave. That scenarios will be created, and once these scenarios are created, for these scenarios developers will be writing the code. Okay, first behavior of how the application should behave, what the client actually wants will be converted into scenarios. Okay, how the application should work, in how the application should behave, that is given high importance. Okay, what to develop is given high importance. So this behavior scenarios, related scenarios will be written in plain English, okay, and for this plain English you will be writing the code. Okay, for each and every scenario which is written in plain English, at the background of this you will be writing the code. So one of the advantage you get with this behavior driven development framework, since more focus is given to what to develop, if the client is asking for the circle, there are high chances that the team will deliver the circle itself. Okay, there are high chances for team delivering the circle. So right product will be the chances for high possibility of delivering a right product into the market. And not only that, this is one advantage. Another advantage is also the where, since the developers are first, creating this behavior related scenarios. Okay, this behavior related scenarios which are describing the behavior, what behavior is expected from that application functionality and all. Okay, since they are writing that first, since they understand the functionality to be developed. Okay, after writing this, after these things are approved by the client side team, then only the developers are going to write the code. So here there is more communication thing. Communication is high in this case. Here, less communication. In this case, what to develop is given less importance, so less communication will be there. Once the client will give you some requirement documents, once the development team receives this requirement document, they'll directly start writing the code and developing the requirements. But they will not be taking the feedback. Okay, they will not be taking the feedback from the client whether they are building the right things or not. Okay, in this case, because less focus is given to what to develop, so less communication will be there. Only initially some communication will be there where the client team will give you the requirement documents and all. Developers, once they receive, right, they may ask you questions, and after that they'll start developing. But this is an ongoing process here. Okay, so here communication is an ongoing process where whatever the developers have to develop, before developing that, first what should be created? Scenarios with expected behavior for the functionalities will be created. And once these scenarios are approved by the client, and if the client may give some feedback also, or changes or something, and after they are approved, only after the receiving the feedback and they are modified, and once the client approves this scenarios written by the project team, then developers will start building the application. Okay, developers will start building the code for this approved scenarios. Okay, so there is a feedback channel here. And how this happens in real time, actually, how the BDD will happen in real time is, since I have worked in BDD thing, I can tell you. So here, the communication will be something like this. So here, business team or client team who know the business of the application well, and here developers, and here testers will communicate in plain English. Okay, whatever the process that is going in the project, okay, progress will be communicated well. Why? Because how this is going to work is, once the project is received and once the requirements are received, first testers will create the scenarios. Okay, testers will create the scenarios containing the details about how the application functionality should behave. That particular application functionality to be developed should behave. Like that, some scenarios will be created by the testers, and the testers will, after creating the scenarios, testers will share the scenarios with the business team who knows the business well, and this business team, like product owner and all, or business analyst or whatever it is according to project and project, those business team who has a good idea about the functionality of the project should give the feedback or should suggest some changes, and testers have to modify the scenarios according to the business team given changes. And once approved, once the business team approves that okay, these scenarios we can finalize, then testers will receive these scenarios, and same scenarios will be shared with the developers. The approved scenarios will be collaborated with the developers, and developers, what they will do, then they will start developing the code. Start developing the code. Only once the scenarios are approved by the business team, only developers will start developing the code. So this kind of communication is there between the business team, developers, and testers, where they communicate in plain English with the help of the scenarios. Once for the approved scenarios only, developers will write the code. Okay. So because of this communication, because of this communication, more focus is set to what to develop rather than how to develop. How to develop, developers will take it, but what to develop is the main focus. Okay. Then, since what to develop is given high focus, the chance or possibility, high possibility of delivering a right product into the market. Okay. The possibility of delivering a right product in the market is high. And to make this BDD implementation possible in the project, we have different things, different tools, like, for example, Cucumber. If you are writing the code in Java, then we use Cucumber. Okay. So we have spec flow. For C#, we have the spec flow. Okay. Like that, many programming languages have different tools which support this BDD framework implementation in the projects. Even automation engineers also can use this Cucumber kind of tools to create the automation scripts. To develop the automation scripts, they will write the scenarios in plain English. Once these scenarios are approved, only for that scenarios only the automation testers will write the automation code. The way the developers are writing the code for the approved scenarios, right? Similarly, the testers also will write the automation code for the approved scenarios. Okay, like that. Okay. So the communication will happen. So anyone can understand the scenarios because the scenarios are going to be in plain English, and back in the coming to automation testing, I'm talking the front end facing is scenarios, more readability is there, and scenarios will be written in plain English using Gherkin language and all. And in the background, the automation code will be written. So even business team can know what the testers are working on. Business team can know what the developers are working on. So collaboration is very high, and because of which what to develop is possible, and because of which a right product delivering into the market, the possibility is high. So hope guys you understood what is behavior driven development framework, that is BDD. Okay, development methodology. So using this, the development methodology, the team can create simple scenarios on how an application should behave from the end user's perspective. Okay, these scenarios, whatever I'm talking about, these scenarios, right? So these scenarios, which are in plain English, are written in the perspective of the end users. Okay, expected behavior from the end users perspective, they'll write. Okay, how the application should work. Okay, within the hands of the end users, that will be written. Okay, so that's the main intention. And the goal of implementing BDD testing is to improve collaboration between stakeholders such as developers, testers. Feedback loop will be continuously done, and because of which the chances of the possibility of delivering a right product into the market is high. Okay, so product managers, business analysts, testers, develop everything. Everyone is going to communicate. Okay, continuously throughout the project. Okay, not just in the beginning of the project like normal development projects, but here the feedback loop is continuous throughout the project. Okay, because focus is more on what to develop. So they will keep checking, they will feedback, they will do the changes and all the stuff. Okay, so guys, you understood what is the behavior driven development framework in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the main traits of a good software test automation framework? Let me answer. Here are the list of main traits of a good software test automation framework. These are all the list of things. Okay, there may be many more, but these are the main traits. Okay. So first one, modularity and reusability. What is mean by modularity? You have to understand first, okay, how the modularity fits into an automation, test automation framework. Let me explain that first. You see, now let's say this is your project, okay? So you have automated your this particular software or whatever it is, and you have put in a single box. everything together. It's not modularized yet. Okay. All the automation code of this entire application software functionality is in a single box. It's not modularized. What will happen? Okay. So it's not modularized. So it will be better if you can modularize something like this. You can break like this, okay, into 4 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it got modularized, right? Again, you can break into like this. Again, this one 4 parts, this one 4 parts, or whatever it is. Okay. How you want to modularize, you can modularize. Okay. Breaking into like this modules kind of stuff. So what are the different ways of modularizing a particular framework and all? So that, instead of a single page, it will be one first page, second page, third page, fourth page, like that, and so on. Okay. So how to modularize it? There are several ways, okay, that you can modularize a automation framework by, in a single project, you can have multiple projects. Okay. In a single project, you can have multiple projects. You can modularize the automation code which belong to this project by creating multiple projects. You see, I have worked on a very big project, an e-commerce project earlier. Okay, it was so huge that a lot of teams used to be there, and every team used to work on a particular module of that particular application. Okay, for example, login. There used to be separate team for working on that. Then logout, not logout. For example, register, separate team used to work. Okay, then for chat. Okay, so support chat, some other team used to be there, and for uh, you know uh, credit card payments, there used to be a separate team working on this module. For net, I'll take different stuff like for this kind of things like what you can say cart. Okay, cart, add to cart or whatever it is. Okay, there used to be separate team. For home page, there used to be a separate team. Okay, homepage used to be very important for marketing. So there is like that. This single e-commerce application was having a lot of modules like this login module, and separate teams used to work on separate modules. So you see, there used to be only one project for this. For automating this e-commerce application, there used to be one project, but under the single project, there used to be multiple projects. There used to be one separate. It will be modular. This is a modular framework, you can say, in other words. Okay, let's say this is a project. Under this project, there will be some separate. This is one project. This is another project, like that. A branch of trees used to be there. Okay, this is a tree which contains again trees. Every branch is a tree again. Okay, every project contains another sub projects like this. Okay, so this project is a combination of multiple projects inside it. Okay, every project used to have its own pom.xml file like that. Okay, so you can imagine that. Okay, it's separate project group put together into a main project. Okay, so you can modularize. This is one way of modularizing, I am saying. Okay, in a single project, you create multiple projects, and a group of projects will form a single project. Okay, you have modularized by creating some sub projects in this case. Or there's another way to modularize. If you don't want to go with the projects, you can go with libraries. Okay, you can you can create libraries for every module. You can create a separate library. For login module, you create separate library, and for register, you create library having some class and interfaces, and this classes and interface contains some methods and variables and all those stuff. Okay, that is what is libraries. Another way of modularizing. Okay, so you can break down this module related code into separate projects, or module related code into separate libraries, or you can use classes, or you can modularize by login related automation scripts will be part of one class, whereas register related automation scripts will be part of another class. Like that also can modularize. Or methods, you can create methods. Okay, methods are functions for creating a reusable code for reusing the code for different activities of this login, register, and all together. Okay, so methods you can modularize with the help of methods, or you can use a combination where in a project you can have multiple projects. Under the projects you'll have libraries. Under the libraries you can have classes. Under the classes you can have methods or functions. Okay, so what is the advantage of this kind of modularizing the code? Okay, by implementing the modularity thing in the automation frameworks. What is the advantage? The advantage is reusability. Okay, whenever you need something, right, you can simply reuse it. You can call that methods inside that particular thing. Okay, because of modularization, they will be properly organized. Okay, and you can easily find them. And instead of duplicating that, you can reuse them. Okay, it can be part of any okay, library, or it can be part of any class method like that. Okay, so it will reduce the duplication because of modularity. It will simplify the project by organizing it well. Okay, and also it will avoid the duplication. Okay, and encourage the reusability, and also it will make the test maintenance easier, because if something need to be updated, you can easily find out, because which area will have what. Okay, so in which sub project we have to do the change, or in which library we have to do the change, which class we have to do the change, on which method we have to. You don't have to update all the test cases. Maintenance will become easy here, because you don't have to go and update or restart creating the automations from scratch if something changes. Rather, you can go to the respective place of a respective method or class or whatever it is, and update the code there. Okay, something changes or something need to be changed. This is what is called as modularity and reusability. In automations frameworks, this is very important. Based on the size of the project, you have to decide which level of modularity you have to achieve. And the advantage or side, the use of the modularity is you can reuse. Okay, it will become very easy to reuse the stuff, and know where exactly you need to do the changes, and maintenance will be less in this case. Okay, next main trait of a good software test automation framework is the flexibility. Flexibility means so the framework should be flexible enough to accommodate changes in the application under test. Okay, whenever there are some application changes, it should be very easy for us to modify that code. You don't have to update every complete code. Rather, you should be able to point out that code that need to be updated. Okay, so such kind of flexibility should be there wherever you are. Instead of for example, if you go for Selenium ID kind of tools and all, right, if something changes, you have to delete that created automation test and freshly record that script again. Okay, so maintenance is high in case of Selenium ID, but here test automation framework should generally possess this flexibility kind of stuff, where you don't have to re-record you recreate all the automation script of that particular changed things. Rather, you can go to a particular method where the changes need to be done, and simply it should be affecting all the test cases. Okay, with the less maintenance, it should be done. That is called as flexibility. Scalability, easily scale to handle a growing number of test cases. Okay, so in big projects or complex applications where larger number of test cases are there. Okay, so initially we'll start with less number of test cases, and slowly when the size of the automation project should increase, and it should be scalable, so that even the automation framework should be able to handle a growing number of test cases without any problem. Okay, so the automation framework should work with less number of test cases and also more number of test cases, and with growing number of test cases. So tomorrow, if already 1,000 test cases you automated as part of this framework, and tomorrow another 1,000 comes also, the framework should be ready to scale. Okay, that's called as scalability without any problems. Okay, the framework should be able to should be scalable. Then cross-platform and cross-browser compatibility. Your framework should equip this cross-platform and cross-browser compatibility, where your automation script should be able to run on different test environments containing different operating system, different browsers and all. Okay, it should not be specific to any particular browser or any particular operating system. Rather, your automation framework should support the automation scripts to run on different operating systems, browsers, and different test environments like mobile devices and all those stuff. Easy test case creation and maintenance. Okay, who is actually writing the automation scripts using this automation framework, they should feel that how easy this framework is. Okay, they should feel like the creation of the automation scripts is easy, because the automation framework is actually giving such kind of easiness. Okay, so the framework should provide an intuitive and user-friendly interface or syntax for creating and maintaining test cases. People should not be writing driver or find element kind of stuff. Rather, they should be calling some methods like login. Okay, if they call that method login, it should allow to login. So that is called as easiness. Okay, the writing of the automations should be easy, and the complexity of writing the automation scripts should be abstracted from the individual tests. Okay, so testers should be able to write test scripts with minimal effort and understandability. Okay, that's what the one of the goal of the automation frameworks, and main trait of a good software test automation framework. Okay, then robust reporting and logging. Robust, this one you can simply say anyhow maintenance is covered, right? Easy test automation, test case creation should be there. Okay, whoever is writing the automation script should feel easiness, okay, user friendliness while creating the automation frameworks instead of okay being difficult. Okay, it should be easy. Then robust reporting and logging. Okay, so this good automation framework should generate very good reports. Okay, so which reporting technology this framework is using also matters. Okay, so some advanced reporting things like extend reports, okay, should be used in generally frameworks, okay, or maybe something even more advanced can be there also can be used, and they should display a lot of charts, graphs, okay, a lot of information on test coverage, any errors, some screenshots should be embedded in the reports and all the stuff, okay. So and some logs should be generated in the reports, or whatever the generated logs should be also be displayed in the reports, okay, and all the percentages of how much failed, how much passed, how much skipped, or whatever it is should be displayed in the reports with a lot of information like test environment details and timeline and all those stuff. Okay, and also it should contain some logging mechanism. Why logging is required? For troubleshooting purpose. If some test fails, with the logs, right, you can easily figure out why this particular automation test got failed. Okay, for troubleshooting purpose, some logging should be there. Okay, so what happened while the tests were executing? Because you cannot be sitting before the computer machine while the scripts are running, right? The scripts, automation scripts will run day and night. Okay, so there is after you come back and see some tests were failing, you have to investigate like what happened. Okay, while the scripts were running, because you cannot be there before machine always. So by looking at the logs, you can figure out which why a particular test got failed. What is the reason behind that? Troubleshooting can be easy. Okay, so robust reporting and logging is one of the main trait of a good software test automation framework. Then integration capabilities. This automation framework should integrate with some different tools like continuous integration and like Jenkins and all should be able to integrate. Okay, you have to create the automation framework in such a way that your automation framework can run the scripts with the help of Jenkins. Okay, then we should be able to integrate these automation scripts as part of test managements. A lot of test management tools nowadays integrate this frameworks and all automation frameworks, and will give a lot of flexibility there. And defect tracking systems, automatically defects should be reported, or okay, whatever it is. Okay, so you can run your automation scripts from the test management tools like that. Okay, so whatever the tools and technologies that this automation framework should be integrating with, it should be able to have that capability of integration. Okay, then support for data driven and parameterized tests. Okay, so you see a single test can contain multiple sets of data, and you don't have to create the same test multiple times for multiple sets of data. Rather, you can create a single test and pass the data, multiple sets of data, and same test will run multiple times for every set of data. Or even a single set of data also can be there, and that data can be put into some external Excel files like Excel files or some other JSON files or any other property files, etc. And your framework should be capable enough to get the data from data from that files, even from a database also, and then run the tests accordingly. Okay, so in data driven things, you're going to separate the data from the logic, okay, from the automation script logic. So data will be separated. Tomorrow, if the data changes, you can update that from the files, etc., database, etc. Okay. Parameterization means you see the methods, test methods should be parameterized. Okay. Test methods should be parameterized so that sometimes we have to pass the data to the methods. Okay. So data driven and parameterization will work together. Okay, to achieve the things. A framework should support data-driven testing, allowing testers to execute test cases with different sets of input data. It should also enable parameterization, allowing dynamic data input during a test execution. Okay, you can read the data from different type of files and parameterize the test methods to accept that data from the other files or database. Then support for parallel execution. Okay, automation framework should have the capability of running the tests in parallel, because this is especially required in case of large projects which need to run the automation scripts on different test environments. There will be more test environments, and a good number of scripts will be there. And if you run sequentially, it's not going to work. So we have to run the scripts in a parallel way in multiple machines. Okay. So what will happen there is, your scripts will run faster and you'll get the results faster. Maintainability and extensibility. Okay. I already told you about the maintainability. In case of automation frameworks, the maintainability should be high. Okay. Whatever the automation framework you choose, maintainability should be good. Okay. That means maintenance should be less. Okay. It should be maintainable, and maintenance should be less. Why? Because if something changes, you don't have to spend a lot of time in updating the changes in the automation framework scripts and all. Rather, at one single place, if you go and update, it should it should work. Less maintenance should be there. You don't have to re-record the automation scripts and all those stuff. Okay. And also, as the number of test cases and testing efforts increase, right, your automation framework should extend actually. Okay. As application evolves, you see, initially the application size will be very small when you started with automation. And as the day goes, years goes, what happens is this project size will increase, application size will evolve, and same time, the framework also should accommodate these changes and should scale up and extend to the evolved or increased size of application. Okay. Strong community support. So the framework, whatever you are using, should have a good community support in the market. Okay, whatever the tools you are using, the frameworks and all should contain good community support, so that if you are blocked due to some XYZ reasons, there should be some community who should help you out in solving those problems and moving forward with the creation, okay, of the automation scripts in the framework. And also, if a community is very strong, you can implement the best practices to make your framework work better. Okay. So these are all the main traits of a good software test automation framework. So whatever I explained, right, you may not be able to answer all the things in the interview. You may not be able to remember all this stuff. Whatever you remember, try to answer for this particular question if you come across in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the challenges have you faced with Selenium and how did you overcome them? Let me answer. So these are few challenges that have faced with Selenium and have overcome them with some solutions I'm going to explain in this session as part of the answer to this question. Okay. So first one, handling auto-suggestive drop-down fields. Okay. So this was tricky a bit for me while automating long time back though. So I'll give you one example. I'll take you to this makemytrip.com. And on this website, if you see, okay. So on this website, if you see, there is this field, Hyderabad to Bengaluru is there. I want to, I want to change this. Okay. Instead of Hyderabad, I would like to change it to Goa otherwise. So the tricky thing was, I was selecting this. Okay. So when I'm selecting this field is coming, right? So what I did is I have, right clicked, but this Hyderabad is going off. I don't know how to create a locator for this. I would like to click on Hyderabad. Would like to click on this Hyderabad, right? Then this field will come. But how to select this Hyderabad? When I click, it's going off. How to inspect that? When I right click also, it's going off. For that, the solution I followed was I right clicked and selected inspect option. And I got this Google Chrome DevTools. And in that, I just selected this. Instead of, clicking this and then inspecting, instead of right clicking and inspecting, I opened this Google Chrome DevTools with the F12 or whatever the way and select this option and now inspect. Now you see it's not going off and I can create a locator. There's an ID locator for this. I can locate this, right? This is one way. So with the help of this ID locator, I just clicked on this option. Then I got this, then I got this text field. This is an auto-suggestive drop-down field. You see, this field is an auto-suggestive. Okay, when I click inside, you see there are a lot of things coming here. Now I need to type something. Let's say I would like to type some place here, like BALI. Okay, so like this, I would like to type Bali here. So when I'm typing, if you clearly observe, okay, if it is something like Hyderabad, let's say Hyderabad, and let's let the Hyderabad selected. After clicking this, if I type Bali here, it's taking some time for these options to come. You can observe that. Okay, when I type BALI, now not immediately coming. They look like they're immediately coming. These are Ajax calls happening here. After we type Bali, it is taking internally. It's taking some time, delay time, and then giving me these options. I now would like to select this, and after this, I would like to select this Langor, Indonesia. For that to happen, after typing Bali, this option should come, and after these options come, then down arrow, language, and then press enter. Okay. So to automate that, it was difficult for me at the time. I because these things were failing because after I type only this language option is not there. Okay. So immediately, so I have to wait for these options to come. Okay. Then I have implemented some waiting mechanism. Okay, some hard waiting mechanism at the time, and I waited for some time for these options to come because they don't take so much of time though. And after waiting, then to select this, again, there is a challenge here to select this option. Okay, to select this language, I have to go down, right? I have to scroll down. How to scroll down this? Then I solved this by implementing this actions class keyboard keys. Okay, I have simulated the keyboard keys with the help of actions class. So I managed to press down keyboard key with the help of Selenium, with the help of actions class. So how many times? 5 times, so that this language option will come. Then I have simulated pressing the enter key with the same actions class commands. Okay. So this got selected now. Okay. This is the challenges. These are some challenges I have faced while automating the auto sensitive dropdown field. Okay. So the other challenge is handling the notification dialogues. For example, if I open this make my trip in an incognito mode, something like that, freshly, how does it come? Let's see. You see, some dialogues are coming. You see, I would like to click on this auto sensitive dropdown, but somewhere these dialogues were coming. So what I did was like I tried, using dot click command in Selenium to click on this make my trip logo and many things I tried, but this was not going away. Okay, there is no close option here, you see, or there are no close options here. So to close this particular dialogue and all, so that I can work with this behind the scenes auto sensitive drawdown field and all. But this was not going away. So how to close this? Okay, how to close this? I was not, I was clueless. So I came up with an alternative because it doesn't have any, you know, uh, option to close this. So what I did is I use the click command. I tried clicking on this make my trip like this and it was going away. But when I automated this with the help of dot click command in Selenium to click on this logo, that is not working actually. So then I came up with a solution. Then I came up with a solution to simulate the mouse itself. Okay. Once the dialog comes right out, I plan to simulate the mouse itself. Okay. So let me open this again. Make my trip. Let the see whether the dialog comes or not. Maybe these options, any dialogues that will come, right? What I did is to overcome that particular dialog that used to come, instead of a dot click command from Selenium, I use actions class commands, okay, to simulate the mouse, to move the mouse onto this make my trip, and then using the mouse, I have performed the left click. Okay, instead of normal Selenium click, I have performed mouse related click commands and all. That worked out. Okay, the dialog went off, and then I worked with the auto sensitive dropdown. Okay, so to handle some notification dialogues where I was clueless on how to overcome this dialogues and all, then that was one challenge I have faced, and the solution I told you already to overcome that problem. Then issue with locators. Okay, there was some time where despite of me good with locators, right? So have created some locator and somehow some scripts were failing and I investigated everywhere. Okay, that was a complex automation project and it took almost 1 or 1.5 day of time for me to figure out that the actual problem is behind the scenes is the locators. Okay, it's not about how I wrote the automation script. I thought the problem is with the automation script, but ultimately I found is that there is a small problem with the locator because of which the script was not functioning, okay, working properly. And to figure out that the locator is the root cause for the automation script to get failed, it took me almost 1 day or more than 1 day. Okay, so that is another challenge. And the way I solved it is I kept on figuring it out. Like I did a debugging process step by step. I verified, and finally I found that because of that particular locator, the script was failing, and I modified the locator, and the script went well. Okay, later. Okay, but it took 1 day of time for me to resolve the problem and identify that the root cause is a wrong locator that is given. Okay, then handling window-based dialogues. Okay, so there were some situations where a window dialog is coming since Selenium is unable to automate this window-based dialog. So I have to figure out that I have to use auto IT kind of tool along with Selenium to handle such kind of window-based dialog and to upload a file and all. Okay, as part of the process. The example was like the functionality that was not working for me was uploading a file. Okay. So when I'm trying to click on that upload button, a window-based dialog used to come, and to overcome that, have used auto ID. Then synchronization issues. There was one situation where uh, when I click on one option, that loading icon is coming. Okay, a loading icon was coming, and have to wait until that loading icon disappears. Then actual buttons, some buttons will come. I have to click on that button. Okay, after the loading icon goes away, then I have to click on the button. I have to wait until this loading icon is completely loaded. Okay, and disappears. Then I can click on the button. So I waited using the waiting mechanism in Selenium. I have waited for that loading item to disappear. And once the waiting mechanism is over, then I try to click on the button. Still, it didn't work out. Okay, so maybe there is a fraction of time. Okay, that is required still more. So what I did is, instead of waiting for this loading icon to go away, I started waiting for that button to be displayed on the page. Okay, so waiting for the waiting icon to disappear using the waiting mechanism Selenium didn't work out for me. So I followed an alternative approach where, instead of waiting for the waiting icon to disappear, I waited for the actual button to get displayed on the page. So ultimately the waiting icon went off and loading icon went off, and I got the button displayed. Then I performed the operation on the button. Okay, that was another synchronization issue I faced. That was okay. Like this, many challenges I have faced. Okay, during my career and all. But these are few things I remember, and I would like to give any of these things. Okay, if you feel that these examples are worthwhile, and if you have faced similar kind of situations, okay, then you can give them as an answer for this question in the interviews. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different components of test automation framework? Let me answer. Test automation framework consists of several components. Okay. And these components inside the test automation framework are going to work together to result in efficient and effective test automation. Okay. So assume that in this diagram, this external box, assume that it is a test automation framework. Inside that, some sub boxes are there. Assume that they are the components, okay, different components or several components which are there in this framework. So these components inside the framework are going to work together to result in effective and efficient test automation. Okay. So now you got an idea what exactly the components inside the automation framework are and how they are going to work together to enable the efficient and effective test automation. But what are those several components? Okay. So I'll explain. Okay. I'll explain in this session here. But before that, all the automation frameworks may not have all these components that I'm mentioning in this session. Okay. Some frameworks may or may not have, or different combination of components will be there in different type of frameworks. Okay. Based on the type of the framework you're using, the components may differ. These components that I'm going to list down here will differ. Okay. So here are some components, common components found in test automation frameworks. Okay. So what are those components? One is test scripts. Okay. All the frameworks will generally have this test scripts component. So this component in the automation framework is a place where you are creating the automation tests. Okay. You are automating the tests. And here, while you are writing the automation scripts, you should not be duplicating the code here and there across multiple tests and all. For that not to happen, we have to create some reusable functions. Okay. So if let's say, for example, there are some 10 tests and they all require to log in in order to perform testing. So that login code you can put in a reusable method or function and call it whenever you require in the test scripts. Okay. So another component we have is reusable functions. Okay. So then we have test suites. In order to run this test scripts as a suite, like for example, sometimes you have to run all the tests. Okay. All the tests written here in this component. Okay. So with the help of test suite, it is possible. Or you want to run only, some tests related to smoke test category or sanity. That are all possible with the help of test suites. Okay. So test suites will run the tests as a group. Okay. That is test suites. This is another component. Then test data. Test data is generally separated from the test scripts. Okay. It's not a good idea to keep your test data inside the test scripts itself, because if tomorrow this data changes, okay, application URL, username, email, password, all these things changes, you have to go to the individual tests and update them. Okay, that will result in high maintenance. To avoid that, we are going to separate the test data into some external files like Excel files or property files or whatever it is. And whenever this data changes, we can go to that particular files and modify the data. Okay, and so fine. Then object repository. This is the component where you'll put all the locators, okay, of the web elements that you want to uh, locate on the application. Okay, automation tool will use this locator specified in the object repository to locate the web elements on the web pages. Okay, so then config properties. So some common data like application URL, email, password will be put into the configuration config properties. Okay, so these are all the different components in automation framework. Okay, you can mention them. Okay, if you come across this question, right, you just mention these components, list of components. Utilities, you may need some utility methods. Okay, so do some activities like to read the data from the Excel file. Okay, to read the data from the properties file, and all those stuff like to generate the reports and all. A lot of utility methods are required to generate the logs. Okay, a lot of utility methods are required. So that utility methods will belong to this utilities component. Then reports related component. Okay, so the reports which are generated from the test automation framework. Okay, that part is called the reports component. Then logs. Whenever you are running the scripts, okay, logs will be maintained so that tomorrow if the script fails, you can troubleshoot why the script is failing. Okay, that's the reason. Then CI/CD is another component of automation framework where you will use some CI/CD tools like GitHub, Jenkins, and all. Okay, so these are the several or different components of test automation framework that you can mention in the interview if you come across this kind of question. So test scripts, reusable functions, test suits. Generally, automation frameworks will typically consist of these common components like test scripts, reusable functions, test suits, test data, object repository, config properties, utilities, reports, logs, and CI and CD. Okay. You may have many other things, but these are the common ones. Okay. These are the common components of test automation framework. These components are going to work together to result in effective and efficient test automation. Okay. By doing this, you will get effective and efficient test automation results. Okay. And not all frameworks will have all these components. Depending on the type of the framework and technologies you are using, your framework will consist as a this set of components, but not all in all the frameworks. But different frameworks will have different combination of components being used. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the benefits does WebDriver have over Selenium RC? Let me answer. So here to explain the benefits that Selenium WebDriver has over Selenium RC, I'm going to explain the difference between both the components. That is Selenium RC is one component of Selenium and the other component is Selenium WebDriver. These are the two components of Selenium. Now by explaining the difference between these two components, I can explain the benefits that Selenium WebDriver has over Selenium RC. The first benefit is here no proxy server required. Okay, if you have to run your Selenium automation scripts in Selenium RC, okay, with the help of Selenium RC, if you want to run your automation scripts, then you cannot run them directly. Okay, we have to first launch proxy server. In the command prompt, you have to run a particular command and that is going to launch the server. After this proxy server of Selenium RC is launched, or RC server, you can also call this server as RC server is launched, then only the Selenium scripts which are written in Selenium RC will be able to run on the browsers. So why this server? This server acts as a mediator between the Selenium automation scripts based on RC and the other side browsers will be there. Okay. This side of the proxy server, there will be automation code, and this side of the proxy server, there will be browsers. Okay. This automation code to run on the browsers, we need this proxy server. What this proxy server is going to do, it's going to inject, okay, based on the Selenium commands you have used, this proxy server is going to inject the appropriate JavaScript code into the browsers. Okay. It's going to trick the browsers to run the automation scripts. But here in Selenium WebDriver, this is no more required. Okay, proxy server is not required. Okay, no proxy server required. You can directly run the automation scripts on the browser. Selenium WebDriver scripts can be directly run on the browsers because this Selenium WebDriver natively communicates with the browser. Okay, there is no need of tricking the browsers by injecting some JavaScript code to get the job done. But here Selenium WebDriver will natively interact with the browsers. How that is natively possible? So with the help of drivers, okay, there are some drivers. Every browser has a driver, okay. So for example, Chrome browser has Chrome driver, Edge browser has Edge driver, Opera browser has Opera driver, okay. This is from Selenium, okay. These drivers are from Selenium. Selenium code with the help of drivers will be able to natively communicate with the browsers without tricking them. There's no need of tricking them, okay. And your scripts are going to run them directly, okay, on the different browsers, okay. Chrome driver, Gecko driver, Edge driver, Opera driver, Safari driver, like the different drivers, Internet Explorer driver, different drivers are there for different browsers, which will help Selenium WebDriver to run the scripts natively on the browsers. Okay, but here proxy server is required. Here no proxy server. Instead, drivers will be there. Then next thing. So this is a benefit of Selenium WebDriver, right? Natively communicating with the browsers is a benefit. There is no need of proxy server. Then Selenium RC is deprecated. This one is already deprecated, guys. It's outdated. Okay, there's no one is using nowadays, or there's no way to use it actually. It got removed from the market completely. And nowadays you can now at this point of time when I'm recording this session, it's like May 2023. It's not possible to use Selenium RC anymore. Okay, it's got removed. Okay, so it got deprecated and outdated. There is no one can use it actually. But here this is a main component of Selenium nowadays. Okay, the main component that if you talk about Selenium automation that is being going on in the projects, okay, in real time and all, that is based on Selenium WebDriver only. Okay, this is a main component of Selenium, and it's currently there, whereas the Selenium RC is already deprecated. Okay, so next one is Selenium WebDriver has large and complex library. This Selenium WebDriver has large and complex library. Okay, why the large and complex library is created for Selenium WebDriver? Because nowadays applications are very complex, and to do such kind of to automate such kind of advanced functionalities in the application, the advanced kind of behaviors of the application. Okay, so advanced nature of the functionalities of the application. If you want to automate, we need such kind of large and complex libraries which can do the which can automate the advanced stuff. But in Selenium RC, it's not that much advanced. It's small and simple library used to be there. But here now the library has become complex according to the day-to-day needs. Okay, then here object-oriented APIs. Okay, object-oriented APIs. Object-oriented APIs are generally lightweight and they are lightweight. Okay, so secured and lightweight, you can say. Object-oriented APIs are more secured and lightweight. So here non-object-oriented APIs are there, which are not lightweight. They are heavy. These APIs are heavy. Non-object-oriented APIs which are heavy. Okay. So whereas this is lightweight and lightweight kind of and efficient kind of APIs are there. Then already told you, right, Selenium WebDriver natively interacts with the browsers with the help of drivers. Natively interacts with browsers with the help of drivers. Driver executables like Chrome driver.exe like that. Okay. Whereas this one doesn't natively interact, rather injects JavaScript code into browsers by tricking them. It's not the ethical way. Okay, that's the reason now RC is deprecated and Selenium WebDriver is currently running in the market. Okay, then here we have the support for listeners. Listener support is there. So based on the events filed by the activities being performed while running the automation scripts, we can take some actions. Like for example, if if a particular test is failing, okay, then it will file a kind of event. Based on the event, right, we can make it, take the screenshot. Whereas this one, no listener support. With the help of listeners, there are several advantages. One of the advantages to take the screenshot when a particular test fails automatically. That is possible with the help of listeners in Selenium WebDriver, whereas it's not possible in Selenium RC. So these are some benefits that Selenium WebDriver has over the Selenium RC. Okay, there is no need to start the proxy server in Selenium WebDriver, but in Selenium RC we have to do. Now Selenium RC is already deprecated, but Selenium WebDriver is currently the main component that everyone uses in Selenium automation. Selenium WebDriver has large and complex library to deal with advanced application functionalities, web application functionalities. Okay, whereas Selenium RC is kind of simple and it's kind of it's not small and simple. You can say it's not complex libraries. So you cannot automate most of the things nowadays with Selenium RC. Okay, anyhow it is deprecated. We cannot use it. Selenium WebDriver has object-oriented APIs which are lightweight and efficient at the same time, whereas Selenium RC contains non-object-oriented APIs, okay, which are not efficient and which are heavy in size. Okay, then Selenium WebDriver natively interacts with the browsers, so it will directly communicate with the browsers with the help of drivers and all. Okay, whereas Selenium RC will inject the JavaScript code by tricking them and then running the scripts. Okay, by tricking the browsers. Selenium WebDriver supports listeners, whereas Selenium RC doesn't support listeners. So, hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So, that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which of the WebDriver APIs is the fastest and why? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver API, HTML unit driver is the fastest. Okay, there are different drivers we have to run our automation scripts in Selenium WebDriver or using Selenium WebDriver APIs. One is Chrome driver, then we have Gecko driver, Edge driver, Opera driver, Safari driver, and so on. Okay, out of all these drivers, if you run your scripts with the help of HTML unit driver, your scripts are going to run way faster. Why? Because with the help of HTML unit driver, you can run the scripts in headless mode. Headless mode means invisible mode. Okay, no browser will launch before you. Okay, no UI you will see in the browser because no browser is launching, but everything will happen in an invisible mode, headless mode, where you don't need to launch any browser visually or open the applications visually, but everything will happen in an invisible way. Since there is no need of rendering the UI part and all those stuff, the HTML unit driver is way faster than other drivers like Chrome driver, Gecko driver, etc., etc. Okay, but thing is, this one is already deprecated. Okay, in the previous versions of Selenium itself. Okay, till Selenium 2 used to be there somewhere around in between of Selenium 3 versions, I guess. This got deprecated. HTML unit driver got deprecated. Okay, no one is using it right now. Okay, so we cannot run the automation scripts in headless mode because the HTML unit driver is not there now. Okay, so but in the older versions of Selenium, we have different drivers and all where HTML driver, unit driver used to be the fastest because it's used to run the automation scripts in headless mode, okay, in invisible mode, where there is no need of rendering the browser's UI and applications UI on the page, okay, on the laptop screen, okay. So, but it got deprecated now. So, but just to answer this question, this is the answer. But you also have to mention that it got deprecated already in Selenium 3 itself. Okay. Now, currently when I'm recording this session, Selenium 4. Okay. Selenium 4 is the latest version we are holding. Tomorrow, Selenium 5 and Selenium 6 also may come. But at this time, May 2023, when I'm recording the session, we have Selenium 4 in the market. And but HTML unit driver already got deprecated in Selenium 3 itself, in the previous version itself. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the command to bind a node to Selenium grid? Let me answer. In the older version of Selenium grid, we used to have only one mode, whereas in the latest version of Selenium grid, which got introduced in Selenium 4 version, has three modes. Okay, when I am recording this session, that is 26th May 2023, the latest version of Selenium we have in the market at this moment is Selenium 4. Okay, in the future we may get Selenium 5 and all, but when I'm recording this session, Selenium 4 is the latest version, and in that latest Selenium grid got introduced. Okay, in Selenium 4 itself, the latest Selenium grid got introduced, which has three modes. Okay, older Selenium grid has only one mode, whereas the latest Selenium grid has three modes. That means we can configure and set up Selenium grid, okay, in three modes in the latest version of Selenium. What are those three modes in which we can set up Selenium grid? First is standalone mode. Second one is hub and node mode. Third one is distributed mode. These two first and last modes are new ones. Okay. Whereas hub and node mode was there in the older version of Selenium grid also. In the older Selenium grid also, we used to have the hub and node mode. But in the latest, along with the hub and node, we also got two extra modes known as standalone and distributed mode. Okay. Since there are three modes, how to answer this question for these three modes, not just for single hub and node mode that used to be there in older Selenium grid, but latest Selenium grid has three modes. So I have to explain you how to, okay, how to bind a node to Selenium grid with the help of the command in all these three modes. Okay, so let's start with the standalone mode. So standalone mode is a very simple mode where you want to set up Selenium grid. Okay, Selenium grid will generally contain hub and nodes. Okay, if you want the hub and node to be part of the same machine, the same machine will be hub, the same machine will act as a node. Such kind of setup if you want with Selenium grid, then you have to use standalone mode. Okay, so you have to simply run this command java-jar followed by this one, where you can get this jar file. You can go to the official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev, and go to the downloads. In the downloads, the first type of download, that Selenium server grid, you have to download this one, latest stable version you have to download. It will download this particular version. Okay, that .jar file will be downloaded for you. Okay, that you have to put in your someplace. Let's say I'll pick this downloads folder and I'll create a folder here. some SG, I'll give some name, and inside this folder, I'll put, I'll keep this, the downloaded Selenium server. Okay. I'll just click on download and it will be downloaded. This jar file I will put inside this folder, and from here I'll type CMD. The command prompt will launch from this path, and here I need to run the command java-jar, and then I have to give the name of that jar file that I have just now downloaded from this website. Okay, so Selenium-server and all those stuff, and followed by that I have to specify this. Okay, standalone keyword. Okay, standalone. This extra thing I have to mention. Okay, so some xyz dot jar followed by standalone I have to say, and just press enter. And before this, in this particular folder, you should also have the drivers, different browser drivers like Chrome driver.exe, Gecko driver.exe, all the driver is good. Along with the server jar file, Selenium server jar file for Selenium Grid, you should also have the driver executable for different browsers. Then this command prompt, you run this command, and the hub and node will be configured in the same machine itself. Your machine will act like hub, but the same your machine will act like a node also. Okay. So there is one mode. So when you have only one hub and one node, there is no need to run this hub and node command separately. So Selenium guys have given this standalone where you can simply set up hub and node in the same machine. Then we have the second mode, hub and node mode. Okay, where you can set up hub and node in the same machine separately. Instead of single command, you can run two commands. One command for to bind hub to Selenium Grid, one command to bind node to the Selenium Grid. But here this question is all about binding node, so I'll be only discussing about the command for node. So if you want to set up the node in the same machine where the hub is actually running, so in that case you can run this command like this: java-jar, the same Selenium server which you have just now downloaded, that jar file, followed by you have to give the keyword known as, earlier you have given the keyword known as standalone here, but now you're going to give the keyword as node here. Okay, node. For hub you have hub, for node you have node keyword, like that. Okay, and what if you want the node to be part of a separate machine, hub to be part of one machine, and node to be part of one machine? In that case, if the node is part of a different machine, the command will be this one. Okay, generally for this question, the interviewer will expect the answer like this. Okay, this command they will expect. Okay, this command we have to run in the command prompt. Okay, so let me paste this command here so that you can understand easily. Java-jar, and that Java server, Selenium server jar file, you provide that, and then just give that node. Till here in the same machine also this command is same, but in the different machine you have to add this extra things: -- detect drivers true, and followed by -- publish events. Then here TCP : // and here in place of this part you have to give the IP address of your hub. Okay, hub machine. When you launch the hub, you'll get this IP address. That IP address you can provide. Okay, so that IP address, when you launch the hub from the command prompt, right, you'll get the IP address in the logs kind of stuff here, stating that hub has started and all the stuff. Then from that command prompt, you can get the IP address of the hub, followed by :4442 port number, and similarly you have to give subscribe events and TCP : // and again hub, wherever the hub is running, right, that hub machine's IP address you have to give here, because now hub is in one machine, node is in another machine. Okay, to connect to the hub which is part of a different machine, you have to give the IP address of that hub. Okay, in different places in this command. This is a command we have to follow. Okay, so try your level best in remembering this command a bit. Okay, so that you can answer it well in the interview. Then we have the final mode, the third mode in Selenium Grid, known as distributed mode. If you want that node in the same machine, again the same command will be repeated here. And if you want this node to be part of different machine, again the same command will be repeated here. For hub and node mode and distributed mode, the command for binding a node to Selenium Grid is same. There's no difference. Okay, but in standalone mode, you'll use the keyword standalone instead of node. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is a command to bind a node to Selenium Grid. In the latest version of Selenium Grid, we have 3 modes, and in all the 3 modes, how to bind a node to Selenium with the help of the command I covered. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which of these programming languages can we use with Selenium Grid? That is Java, C#, Python, or Ruby. Let me answer. We can use all of these programming languages with Selenium Grid. Okay, it's not a particular programming language. We can use all the programming languages with Selenium Grid. Selenium Grid can be used with Java programming language. Selenium Grid can be used with C#. Selenium Grid can be used with Python, Selenium Grid can be used with Ruby, Selenium Grid can also be used with JavaScript and other supported or other Selenium supported programming languages also. So the answer is all the languages can be used with Selenium Grid. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Selenium Grid Extras and its extra features for Selenium Grid? Let me answer. Selenium Grid Extras is a utility tool that extends the functionality of Selenium Grid. Okay, by default, Selenium Grid will come with some default features. Okay, but if you want to add some more extra features to this existing Selenium Grid, then we can use this utility tool known as Selenium Grid Extras. Okay, along with Selenium Grid, if you add up the Selenium Grid Extras, so it will give you or add you some extra additional features to the existing Selenium Grid features. Okay, that's what is Selenium Grid Extras. Okay, so some of the key or additional features offered by Selenium Grid Extras include, okay, so which is this, all these features are not there in Selenium Grid by default. Okay, if you use Selenium Grid Extras utility tool with Selenium Grid, you will get these additional features into the Selenium Grid. So one is video recording. Okay, so you can do a video recording of the scripts that got executed. Okay, it enables the recording of the test execution sessions as videos. So what is the use? What is the use of doing that? So then, you can use it for debugging purpose. If a particular test fails, then you can watch the video and observe that why the test is failing. It may not be before the machine always, right? So once the test execution is completed of all the tests on Selenium Grid and all, and one of the tests is failing, simply you go to that particular test and watch the video of that particular test, okay, which got recorded with the video recording feature of the Selenium Grid Extras. And by watching the video, you can find out or figure out what went wrong. Okay, so it can be simply used for debugging purpose and troubleshooting purposes. Okay, then log collection. Okay, so with Selenium Grid Extras, we can collect logs generated. Okay, we can generate the logs during test execution. So different levels of logs like include browser logs, node logs, and grid logs, and all different varieties of logs you can generate. So again, the same thing for troubleshooting purpose, we can use this log collection. Okay, if a particular test is failing and all those stuff, to see what went wrong in that particular test, you can actually go and watch the logs. Okay, that got generated. Okay, and you can figure out like identify the problems or troubleshoot the problems. Okay, then similar to video recording, here also troubleshooting or debugging is there. Then automatic node registration. Okay, so whenever your Selenium Grid requires some extra node, okay, so you see generally these decisions are taken manually. In case of normal Selenium Grid, okay, you have to decide some hub and nodes, okay, manually, and you have to decide how many nodes and all those stuff manually. But sometimes our estimates will be wrong, like this many nodes and that many nodes and all those stuff will be wrong. So what we can do is we can go with Selenium Grid Extras feature of Selenium Grid, where you can enable this automatic node registration, where based on the need in the Selenium Grid, automatically a node will be created and your scripts are going to run on that particular node. Okay. So instead of manually registering each node with Selenium Grid setup, Selenium Grid Extra can automate the node registration process. Automatically, the node registration will happen. This makes it easier to add or remove nodes dynamically based on your testing needs. Okay. Dynamically, while the tests are running, you can decide whether you want some extra nodes or you want to reduce the number of nodes and all those stuff. So this is possible with the help of automatic node registration feature in Selenium Grid. Then we have performance monitoring. So we can track the things or monitor the performance things. Okay. So while the tests are running, you can see like how the resources utilization is being done by the tests and all on the test nodes and all. Like you can monitor the CPU usage, memory usage, and network usage to identify any performance bottlenecks and all. Okay, this is possible. Then screenshots, it can capture the screenshots during the test execution. So for visual verification and error analysis, you can do that. Okay, as a proof, you can also use them. Okay. Then extended browser support. By default, Selenium Grid only supports few browsers. Okay, to run the scripts on, but with the help of this Selenium Grid Extras additional feature, this extra browser support feature, we can actually go and run our scripts on some browsers and some browser versions which are not supported by Selenium Grid by default. Okay, and many more key features are there. Okay, these are some features, but there are many more features that will come with Selenium Grid Extras. Okay, that is we can restart node after a set of test executions. Okay, after every few test executions on the node, you have to restart the node. Okay, that we can do that. central storage of configuration for all the nodes on the hub server. We can centralize a node configurations on the hub server. Killing any browser instances by name. If you have to kill any browser instance, we can do it by name. Stopping any process by PID, then process ID. Moving mouse to specific location, and many more. Okay, so these are many. There are many key features. Okay, so you don't have to know much about Selenium Grid extras, but this is just for the knowledge purpose. This question, I don't think you'll get a lot in the interviews, but if you really get it, at least you give some basic knowledge like what exactly this one is. Okay, and naturally say that I have never used it, but there was no situation where I have used it, but have gone through some over the internet, and while I just got to know that there's something known as Selenium Grid Extras, which can extend the default features of Selenium Grid by giving it some extra or additional features. Okay, some crazy additional features. Okay, that knowledge, if you express means that is very good. Okay, well and good. It's not compulsory that you have to have this knowledge, but this kind of question we rarely get. But if you really get, you can take this as an opportunity and give them an answer so that they know that this guy has a lot of knowledge on different stuff. Okay, out of bounds knowledge. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain the concept of object repository. Let me answer. So what is this object repository? First of all, okay. So let me answer that. Object or repository. So it's a place where you store objects. Okay. In simple words, object repository is a place where we can store objects. So what are these objects? These objects are nothing but locators. Okay. In case of test automation and all, these objects are nothing but is equal to locators. Okay. So what are locators then? Locators help the Selenium automation tool. Okay. Locators are nothing but the things which help Selenium automation tool to locate the web elements or the elements on the web pages. You see, there are a lot of different elements on the web pages, right? Like a button, checkbox field, text box field, text area field, okay, drop down field, multi selection box field, okay. Like the many type of elements are there, hyperlinks and all those stuff, okay. This kind of different type of web elements will be there on the web pages. And Selenium is by default blind. It cannot find out where exactly this button is on the page. It cannot see where exactly this radio button or checkbox field is on the page. That Selenium cannot do. So Selenium has to take the help of something known as locators. There are different type of locators we have, like ID locator. By using ID HTML attribute, we can create or generate this ID locator. If a particular HTML web element has this ID attribute mentioned in this HTML code of that page, then you can use ID locator to locate the elements. Then we have name locator, then we have class name locator, then we have link text locator, then we have CSS selectors, then we have XPath expressions, even we have DOM also. But let's stop here, okay? These are the different varieties of locators we have using which we can locate the elements on the web pages, okay? So Selenium is by default blind, so it cannot see which element is where on the pages, web pages. So Selenium will take the help of any of these locators in order to locate the elements on the web pages. Okay, that's what is locators. Now, the problem here is, these locators are generally hard-coded, okay? So these locators are hard-coded in the automation scripts, hard-coded in automation scripts. Tomorrow, if this ID attribute value changes for that particular element, or this XPath expression changes for that element due to some XYZ changes on the web pages, then we have to go to this individual tests. Then we have to go to this individual tests where this locator has been used. We have to take out time, find out where exactly, okay, find out where exactly on the page, okay, where exactly in the automation script this locator has been used, and we need to find it out and update it. If it is being used across multiple tests, then we have to go to each and every test where this locator has been used, and we have to update that in the automation scripts, okay? But what we do is, this is the problem with hard coding of the locators in the automation scripts, okay? While writing the automation scripts itself, if you are hard coding the locators, if you are providing the actual locators in the script itself, then this is a problem, high maintenance, okay? Higher maintenance, because we have to, if that locator changes, we have to go to that particular, you have to identify the particular script and go to the script and modify that locator, okay? Update that locator later, okay? That is high maintenance. So what we generally do is we centralize the locators. We centralize, okay? We centralize locators into separate files, into separate files. We separate these locators from the individual automation tests to separate files. Like, you can take some properties file, okay? You can put these locators into a properties file. That's possible, okay? So when you put this into a properties file, what will happen? You see, if you have hundreds of tests, okay, in that case, you will have around 500 to 1000 number of just for example's sake, okay, of locators. If you put all these 500 to 100 locators in a single properties file, the hard coding problem is gone with properties file. You separated the locators from this, individual automation scripts. Instead of hard coding, you move them, you centralize it into a single properties file. That's good. That's all good. Okay. One problem is solved. Hard coding of the locators is solved. Okay. But there's one more problem. What is that problem? I'll tell you, okay? The hard coding problem is gone. The locators have been centralized, but the problem here is in a single properties file, if you have this 500 to 1000 number of locators in a single file, tomorrow, if particular locator changes, then we have to go to that properties file. And find out, okay? Find out where exactly that particular locator to be updated is. Out of 500 to 1000 number of locators, it will take some time, right? It will take some time to find out that locator in this, even this properties file, even after centralizing it. It's better than hard coding in the automation script, but still there is a problem in this properties file where you have to go by one locator and find out where this locator thing is there and update that locator. Okay. So maintenance will be reduced a bit, but still the problem is not solved. The problem is completely solved in this page object model thing. Okay. We have this page object model design pattern we generally use in the frameworks, automation frameworks, where instead of putting this, centralizing this locators into a single file known as properties file, you are going to create some page classes. For example, for the web elements, okay, for locators of the web elements on the login page will be created under the login page. Okay, we'll create some page Java file like login page.java, something like that. In under that, you'll put the locators of the elements on the login page only. Okay, only the elements on the login page you will put under the login page. Okay, locators of the elements on the login page. For example, home page. All the elements, locators of the elements on the home page will put under the home page, like that, respective pages. So here we are not only centralizing using this page object model, we are not only centralizing the locators into separate files, but also we are organizing and categorizing it. So tomorrow, for example, the locator value of email address is changing. Okay, email address field has been changed. Then you know that locator will be there in the login page. Okay, you don't have to search across 500 to 1000 locators in a single file. Rather, you know that in login page there will be around 5 to 10 max locators, and you can easily find out email out of 5 to 10 in that login page, and you will update that. You see, maintenance is very low here, and all your test automation scripts will access the locators from these individual pages. Okay, so this is the advantage of centralizing it, and on top of centralizing into properties file, if you follow this page object model, it will be better centralized with proper organizing so that the maintenance will become less. And all this concept of centralizing these locators into separate files, okay, removing the hard coding of the locators in individual tests and separating them into centralized files like properties files or this page object model files. Here, locators which are stored into this centralized files are this process is called as object repository. Okay, object repository. Okay, if you have centralized these locators into this properties file will become an object repository. If you are centralizing these locators by separating these locators or removing the hard coding of the locators of the individual tests and moving them to centralized page classes files as per a page object model, all these page classes, okay, having these locators are part of this object repository, or can be called as an object repository also. Okay, these page classes will contain object repositories where the locators and locators of individual elements on the web pages will be there, okay, in a centralized place. Fine. So hope guys you got an idea like what is object repository and how it works in real time. So an object repository is a centralized storage of locators in the form of objects. Okay, we generally call this locators objects. Okay, after centralizing these locators in separate centralized files, so we call these locators in that centralized files as objects. And that centralized location is called as object repository. Okay. Instead of hard coding these locators in individual automation scripts, we separate them and centralize them into object repository known as either properties files or page object classes, etc. Model classes, etc. Okay. Page object model makes object repository even more better. Okay. More organizing and, if you have a room where only one place is there, you put all the books there, hundreds of books there. And if you want to find a particular book, it will be difficult. What if you have a lot of racks there in that particular area and you put you organize your books, fiction books into one rack, okay, technical books into one rack, story books into one rack. Then if tomorrow, if you want a particular book, you can easily identify the rack in which the book will be there and you can pick the book faster. Okay, that happens with page object model thing. Hope you got the example. So hope guys you understood the concept of object repository in this session in a detailed manner. Okay, you can explain like this. An object repository is a centralized storage of locators in the form of objects. And you can additionally add up saying that we will separate the locators from the individual tests into centralized files. And that centralized files are generally known as object repositories. And these locators are represented in the form of objects in that centralized files. Okay, and those centralized files are called as object repository. It can be page object model and all those stuff, and you can explain the advantage and all if you get this question in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between find element and find elements? Let me answer. First of all, both of these commands belong to Selenium WebDriver. In Selenium WebDriver, we have this find element command, and also in the same Selenium WebDriver library, we have this find elements command. So what is the difference between these two Selenium WebDriver commands then? Okay, the difference, first difference you can clearly see from the name. It suggests that or states that this find element can only find one element. Okay, single element can be found with the help of find element. Okay, Selenium can find only one element with the help of find element, whereas with the help of find elements, it can find multiple elements. More than one elements can be found. Okay, so with the help of find element. So that's the first difference or the main difference you can say. Find element can only find one element, whereas find elements, okay, because of this extra s in this name, can locate more than one elements or multiple elements. Okay, so let me practically show you how find element can locate only one element and how find elements can locate multiple elements. Okay, for that I'll open this Eclipse IDE, and here inside this main method, I'm going to write some Selenium automation code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver, and just put a semicolon, hover the mouse on this WebDriver, and import this from Selenium libraries. Then driver dot maximize the browser window, manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. Okay, driver dot get. Here I have to give the application URL. Let's automate this application, that is omaya.blogspot.com application. Copy this URL and give it here. And once you go to this application URL, what I would like to do is I would like to enter my name into this text area field. Okay, so I'll inspect this text area field and I'll create a locator and identify locator for locating this web element, because Selenium is by default blind. Okay, with the help of locators only, it can locate the elements on the web pages. Okay, so Selenium actually is providing one command known as driver.find element command. Okay, using which it can find one element. Okay, this is the means of Selenium via which it can find the elements, but this find element cannot directly locate the elements on the web pages, because Selenium, this particular command belongs to Selenium WebDriver, but Selenium WebDriver is by default blind. So this command of Selenium WebDriver need to take the help of a particular locator. In this case, this text area field, when I inspect, I got the HTML code. I can clearly see this as an ID locator. Copy this ID attribute value. And now you have to pass the locator here. Okay, with the help of this locator that I'm mentioning here, Selenium can locate the element. Okay, find element command is from Selenium. With the help of this command, with the help of this locator, can find the element of the on the web page. This text area can be found with the help of this locator. Okay, now say dot. What I want to do, I will use this command send keys to type the text into the text area field. What I would like to type, I would like to type my name into the text area field like this. Okay, now run the script. This find element command should be able to find that single element with the help of that locator. Run it. Just see that it will open the Chrome browser. Then maximize the browser window. It will open the application URL in the browser, and after that, it will find that text area field and type my name into the text area field. Okay, You see, into the text area field, it has typed my name. That means it has successfully found the element with the help of this find element command. Only one element can be found. So that's one thing. But here, instead of providing this send keys command here, I would like to know what this find element command will return. The find element command returns web element. Okay, hover the mouse on this find element, it will return you the web element. Okay, so web element. Okay, what is that element? Text area field, right? Text area field. Okay, the return type of this find element is okay, web element. Okay, web element is the return type of this find element command. You can hover the mouse and you can find it out. Okay, this is the return type of this find element command of Selenium WebDriver. Okay, hover the mouse, import this. Yeah, done. Now, what I would like to do on this text area field. Now, the other side, first difference is it can only find one element, whereas find elements can find multiple elements. Okay. Second difference of the find element and find elements is find element, the return type of the find element is web element, whereas the return type of find elements is list of web element. Okay. It's normal web element here, as I already proved you here. The return type of this find element is web element, but the return type of the find elements is list of web elements. Okay. So already I'm providing an example for the find element here. As you can see, this is the example of the find element along with the return type and performing the operations and all. Okay, I'll type my name here. So this should work again the same manner. Run this code, right click run as Java application. It should type my name into the text area field. Just observe what's happening. It's typing my name into the text area field. Okay, fine, done, great. So I gave you the difference between find element and the find elements. I can find only one element, then return type is web element, and example also I provided here. Now coming to the find elements, let me give you an example for find elements. And I already stated that the return type of the find elements is list of web elements. Instead of normal web element, it is list of web element, and it can find multiple elements. So what is an example where we can use this, find elements command? I'll give an example. Let's go to the same application. And here with the table we can use. Okay, there is one in real time. If you ask me like where exactly have used find elements, I have used find elements with the table. Okay, so let's say if I have to count how many rows are there in this table. Okay, I would like to find out how many rows are in this table or how many columns are there in this table. All these are possible with the help of find elements command only. Okay, so I'll tell you how to do that. So here remove this part. After going to this application, I would like to find how many rows are there in this table. So for that, since there are multiple rows to be located and all, I would find elements. Instead of element, I'll use elements because here I'm going to write a locator. That locator will be capable enough in locating multiple elements. Okay, using single locator, you can locate multiple elements. Such kind of locator you have to create. Inspect this table somewhere here. Just right click on the table and inspect. And you can see that this is a table tag where the table is starting. It has an ID. Copy this ID and now create an XPath expression. Control F. Just say Control F. You'll get this text box field /table at the rate ID is equal to give that ID attribute value of that table. It will locate this table now. Under the table we have the rows. Rows will have tr tag /tr and press enter. You see what's happening? Total 5 locators. 5 elements are being located. You see, keep on clicking. You see. First row, second row, you can see on the UI also. Okay. Third row on the table got located. Fourth row, fifth row. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, like that. Okay. This single XPath expression is locating 5 rows in this table. Okay. 5 elements on the table. So by dot XPath, give that XPath expression which is returning you multiple elements. In this case, the XPath expression is giving you multiple elements. That's the reason we have used find elements. Okay, now I'll show you what this find elements return type is. It's a list of web elements. Okay, you see list of web element. So here I'll say rows. Okay, rows is equal to for the mouse create list of web element is a return type of this find elements. Fine. Now in this example, I would like to find the number of rows in the table. Okay, how many rows are there in the table? I would like to find. How to find that? So the list has in Java list has some command known as or method known as size. Okay, something like that. So I'll simply say system.out.println rows.size. Okay, this is from list. Okay, from the list we are getting this rows.size. Okay, from Java. Now I'll quit the browser driver.pitch. Now it should print the number of rows. That is, there are 5 rows in the table, right? It should print that. Okay. So this is one place in real time where we can use find elements. Okay, to find multiple elements on the web page. If a locator is there which can return you multiple elements, then you can use find elements to locate all the elements or to find all the elements on the page. Just find here, you see number 5 got printed. That means total number of rows 5. It's working fine. Okay, this is one example where you can use find element. Okay. Now if I use find element here, there's a problem, right? It will return you only the web element. Can return you only return type will be web element only. Row, only one row. Only which row will be identified? The first row only. Okay, this will identify only the first row. Okay. So even though this locator is capable in enough in locating multiple elements on the web page, this particular locator is capable enough in locating multiple elements on the web page. All the rows on the table are being located. All the 5 rows on the table are getting located. But here, instead of find elements, we have used find element. That's a problem. It can only locate the first element being located by this locator. Okay, even though this locator is capable enough in locating 5 elements, but find element will only take the first element in that located elements. The first row will be located. Okay, will take only the first row. But if you use find elements, so whatever the elements that can be located, all the elements can be located, found. Okay, so this return type is you have to put this inside web elements inside this less than and greater than symbol. Outside we have to write list. Okay, list of web element is the return type. So hope you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration and examples and everything, and the differences and everything. Find element can only find one element, whereas find elements can locate multiple elements. Okay. Whereas return type of find element is web element, return type of find elements is list of web element. And example I provided as part of this session. Okay, demonstration of this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which method in Selenium WebDriver can be used to get the text of an element? Let me answer. We can either use getText method, and if this doesn't work, then we have to use getAttribute method. Either of these methods we have to use. Okay, let me practically demonstrate how we can use any of these methods to retrieve the text of an web element on the web pages. Okay, so for that I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, and here I'll write the code WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now pour the mouse on the WebDriver and import it from Selenium library. And similarly, import this Chrome driver also from Selenium WebDrivers library. Now maximize the browser window. Driver.manage.window.maximize. Then driver.get. Here, provide the application URL. So let's take the sample application as this omaya.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL here and paste it here. That's it. It will open the application URL. Now, let's retrieve this particular text. Okay, on this web page, this particular text is there. I would like to retrieve this particular text and print into the output of this Eclipse IDE. Okay, Eclipse IDE output console. I would like to print. How to retrieve this particular text then? For that, inspect this particular text, and if you can clearly observe, the HTML code for this particular text got highlighted here. And if you can see, this practice automation here text is between the starting and ending tags. Okay, between the starting and ending paragraph tags, we have this particular text. So to retrieve the particular text between these tags, okay, so we have to use which command? We can use getText command. Okay, getText command can only be used to retrieve the text between the tags of any particular element. Okay, any element you take, if there is some text between the tags, to retrieve the text which is there between the starting and ending tags, we can use this getText command. So since this particular text is nothing but the text between the tags, we can simply use the getText command. So let's first locate this element with the help of this, ID locator. Copy this ID locator and here write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Then give that ID and say dot, okay, dot get text command you have to use. Okay, I told you, right? Get text command. This will retrieve the text between the tags of this particular element and it will return in the form of a string. So string text is equal to, now simply print it out to the output console system.out.println and just print the text. Okay, text. And now quit the browser, driver.quit, like this. Now run the script, right click, run as, Java application. So it should get the text, okay, text of the element on the page. With the help of getText command, we are retrieving the text between the tags of the element, which is nothing but the text displayed on the page of that element, okay. Let's wait for the browser to launch, maximize. It will open the application URL, and it should retrieve the text that is displayed and print it. You can see it here. Practice automation here is printed here, okay. So now I'll take one more example. So instead of this particular text, I would like to get the text which is there on this button. What is the text that is there on this button? Okay, search text. This search text I would like to get. So for that, I have to locate this button, right? First of all, inspect this button. Inspect this button. So how to get that button and all? Let's see. So input, class, title, search. Some title search is there. So I'll create an XPath expression for locating this button. Control F. I'll just copy this title, or otherwise, yeah, this one, class and type, both are there. So I'll take this class first, copy this. Control F, double slash input @class is equal to, give that class attribute value, and type is equal to submit. I have to give type is equal to submit. Now it's locating this only one element. That element is nothing but this button. This is an XPath expression to locate this button. I'll write down. So here I'll write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that button and say dot get. Can I use getText command here? In this case, can I use getText command? It's not possible, because if you observe this HTML code, there's no text between the starting and ending tags. Only one tag is there, and the text is not there between the starting and ending tags. Then we cannot use getText command here to retrieve the text. Then how to get this particular text on this button? This text on the button is not there between the starting and ending tags of this HTML code of the element. So we have to figure out another way, that is with the help of getAttribute command, okay, or method. So how to use this getAttribute method? I'll tell you. So just come here and just find out the attribute name which has this label of this particular button, text of this particular button. You see capital S search is there, which is part of the value attribute, right? You see, this is lowercase s is there, so this is not the value, this is not the actual text on the button. Okay, but here if you observe value is equal to search, here value attribute, for that value of this value attribute is search, which is nothing but the text on this button. So this text is not between the tags, between the input tags. Okay, it's not between the HTML tags. Rather, this text which we have to retrieve from this button is part of this value attributes value. So in that case, we cannot use getText command. So we have to use getAttribute command. And this attribute name, you value is attribute name. Come back here and write down. So I'll do one thing. I'll just say web element. Okay, button, some button I'll say. Over the mouse on this web element and import this web element from Selenium. Now here I'll write down button dot get attribute, and here button dot get attribute, I have to give value. Okay, put a semicolon here. So whatever the value attributes value is there, that will be retrieved by this get attribute string text is equal to. Now print out this text and see what text will be printed. It should print nothing but the value attributes value, that is such text should be printed. Okay, the such label text on the button should be retrieved and printed here with this approach. Okay, now simply say driver dot quit. When getText cannot be used for retrieving the text of a particular element, because the text may not be part of the may not be between the HTML tags of that element. Then in that case, we have to go with get attribute to get the text. Okay, so this is another way. Now run this code and see whether we are getting the text that is there on the button or not. Okay, it got maximized. And you see the text on the button got retrieved and printed here. Such text got retrieved and printed. Okay. So this is how we can use any of these commands. Sometimes, most of the cases, getText may be useful, because when the text to be retrieved is between the HTML tags of the element, we can use getText. Otherwise, if the text is part of any attribute value, any attributes value, then we can use getAttribute command. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to check whether a checkbox field is in selected state or not using Selenium. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as isSelected command, using which we can check whether a particular checkbox field is in selected state or is not in selected state. Okay, if this is selected command or method returns true, that means the checkbox field is in selected state. If this is selected command returns false, then this checkbox field is in not selected state. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. Here, I'll start writing the code. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. So here I will import this WebDriver and I'll import this Chrome driver from Selenium library. Then after that, driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. Here I have to provide the application URL. So I'll take this sample application, that is omai.blogspot.com, and copy this URL, come back here and paste it. And after that, I'll find some checkbox field. For example, here orange checkbox field is in selected state, whereas blue checkbox field is in not selected state. Okay, I'll first find out whether this checkbox field is in selected state or not. For that, I'll right click on this checkbox field and inspect this. Okay, the orange checkbox field is in selected state. Okay, it has an ID. Copy this ID and simply write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of that checkbox field and put a semicolon here. This is a web element. It will return you the web element. This is orange checkbox. Orange checkbox is equal to, okay. Pour the mouse on the web element and import it from Selenium. Now I have to find whether this orange checkbox field is in selected state or not. How to find it out? With the help of automation, Selenium automation, by using a command known as isSelected command. Okay. I'll simply say orange checkbox dot is selected. Okay. If this command returns true, then we can confirm that this orange checkbox field is in selected state. Okay, this command will return some Boolean value. So either true or false. If this is returning true for this orange checkbox, means this orange checkbox field is in selected state. Okay, so here Boolean status I'll say, and here I'll write some logic. If status write down. If it is true, if the status is true, we'll go inside the if block, right? If this is selected is returning true and is stored into the status, means if true means we'll go inside the if block, and here we'll print checkbox is in selected state. Okay, selected state. Otherwise, I'll print it out saying if this is false means I'll print it out system.out.println checkbox is not selected. Okay, now I'll simply after this I'll quit the browser. Now let's see what will be printed in the output. Okay, right click, say run as Java application. Let's see what will be printed in the output. So it should print checkbox is in selected state because the command was returning true. You see, checkbox is in selected state got printed. That means is selected has returned true, and because of that, if true, this statement got printed. Okay, fine. What about the other one? For example, I'll take this blue checkbox field, inspect this. It has another ID. Copy this, and here I'll write down. Here I'll write down the ID. I'll modify the ID, and here this is a blue checkbox. Blue checkbox. And I'll copy this blue checkbox and just paste it here. Blue checkbox is selected. So in this case, the blue checkbox field is not in selected state. So is selected command will return false. Status is nothing but false. If false means to go to the else block and it will print checkbox is not selected. Let's run this code and see. Checkbox is not selected should be printed in the output. Let's scroll up and see. You see, checkbox is not selected got printed. So guys, you got the answer for this question. That is how to check whether a checkbox field is in selected state or not using Selenium by using this command known as isSelected, which will return true if in case the checkbox is in selected state. This command will return false when the checkbox is in not selected state on the application. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the return type of isSelected method or command in Selenium? Let me answer. Answer is Boolean. Okay, the return type of isSelected command in Selenium WebDriver is nothing but Boolean. Let me show you practically. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here already some code is written where we have somewhere used isSelected command. Okay, in Selenium WebDriver, I have used isSelected command to find whether this particular checkbox field is in selected state or not. Okay, so if this checkbox field is in selected state, then isSelected command will return true. But if this checkbox field is not in selected state, then this isSelected command will return false. So how can I confirm that the return type of this isSelected command is Boolean? For that, I just need to hover my mouse on this. Okay, in the Eclipse IDE, I have to just hover the mouse on this isSelected command, and this is a isSelected command, and you can see here the return type of this isSelected command is mentioned as Boolean. So here I created a variable and declared that as Boolean because the return type of this isSelected is Boolean. So if this checkbox field is in selected state, then isSelected command will return the Boolean value that is true, and true will be stored here. And this command will print checkbox is in selected state. Okay. Otherwise, if the checkbox field is not in selected state, then isSelected command will return the Boolean value false. And if false, it will return. Okay, it will return false, and then you'll go to the else block, and checkbox is not selected will be printed. If you just run this out, this blue checkbox field on the application is not in selected state and should return false. And because of false, it should print checkbox is in not in selected state. Okay, I'll show you practically. You see here, just see the output. You see checkbox is in not selected state. Why? Because this command has returned false. Because of that, else block got executed. So let me show you that blue checkbox field that I'm talking about in the script. Let's go to this omai.blogspot.com, and its application page. There's checkbox field, there is blue checkbox field, which is in not selected state, because of which this isSelected command has returned the Boolean value as false, and because of that, the else block got executed, and this particular statement got printed in the output console. Okay, checkbox is not selected got printed in the output console. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. The simple and straightforward answer for this question is Boolean value will be returned by this isSelected command in Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different ways in Selenium to verify the existence of an element on a web page? Let me answer. In Selenium, we have different ways to verify whether a particular element is present on a web page. Okay, so we can use any of this. The straightforward command we have is displayed command. I'll show you practically now. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, we have already written some Selenium code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening this application URL. Okay, so till here in the browser, this application URL is open. Now, on this application URL page, I would like to verify whether this particular button is displayed on the page or not. Okay, I would like to check whether this button is there on the page or not. So for that, the direct command we have in Selenium WebDriver is displayed command. This command will return true if this element is available on the web page. If this element is not available on the web page, this particular command will return false. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll write down driver dot find element by dot. Here, let's inspect this button that I would like to verify whether it is existing on the web page or not. Inspect this button. So here we have an ID. Copy this ID. Come back here and write down by dot ID. Give the ID locator and say dot is displayed. Okay. Driver dot find element by dot ID dot is displayed. Okay. This command I'm using. This command is going to return true if this particular button is available on the web page. If this is returning false, the button is not available on the web page. So here I'll simply write down Boolean value, Boolean status. Okay, button display status is displayed is going to return either true or false. Okay, that's why Boolean is a return type. Now I'll write down here if in circular brackets I'll give status. If status, just write down here system.out.println button is displayed on the web page. Else I'll write down system.out.println button is not displayed on the web page. So with this command, we can find out whether the button exists on the or an element exists on the web page or not. So after that, I'll simply quit the browser. Driver dot quit. That's it. Now run the code. Right click. Run as Java application. Okay. Let's see. Button is displayed on the web page got printed. That means this command has returned true because button exists on the web page. Okay. So this is one of the way to check whether the button is existing on the web page or not. I'm going to show some other alternative ways by using the size command. We can do that. So what I'm going to do is instead of find element, I'm going to say find elements. Okay. Instead of find element, I'm going to say find elements here. And here instead of this one, I'll say dot size. Okay. Dot size. Find elements will return you list of web elements and dot size. And here return type should be int. Int. Int some size s int s otherwise. Okay. If this s is greater than 0. Okay. If it is 0 means there is no element. Okay. If the size is returning some value, either 1 or generally 1 only in this case, because this is only one element on the page. So if the size is 1 at least, then what happens? The element is present on the web page. Okay. If s is greater than 0, then button is displayed on the web page. Button is not displayed on the web page if s is either equal to 0 or less than 0. Okay. So this is another way. How can you use the size command here? Because when I hover the mouse on find elements, the return type is list of web elements. Okay. List of web element. So with the list, we have a command in Java known as size, which will find how many elements are there. Since only one element, if this button is really present, one element will be there. So size will be 1. Since 1 is greater than 0, it will print button is displayed on the web page. Okay. So this is another way. Using the size command of Java, we can do this. Let's see. Just see here, you see button is displayed on the web page got printed. That means the size has written 1 and 1 is greater than 0, which is true. So button is displayed on the web page. So what is the other way? I'll remove this code. The other way is I'll just remove all this stuff and even this command also I'll remove. Okay, like this. Driver.find element. I'll put this driver.find element here. Again, I'll change it to find element. This statement I'll write inside the try block. Try. End it here. So if this element is not available on the web page, this statement is going to return no such element exception. Okay. So here, if no such element exception is not coming, this statement is not requiring no such element exception, then here I'll print it out. The next statement will be printed as a button is displayed on the web page. Otherwise, here I'll write catch block. If the exception is coming means which exception you will get? No such element exception. E and something I'll just say system.out.println. I'll simply say button is not displayed on the web page. Over the mouse and import it from Selenium library. Don't import it from java.util. Import this no such element exception from Selenium. Okay. Now run this code. See what's happening. If this element is really present, then exception will not be triggered with this statement. Otherwise, this statement will trigger an exception known as no such element exception and it will go to the catch block and handle it. This is another way to find out whether the element is existing on the web page or not. You see, button is displayed on the web page or printed. So you can use any of this ways. In real time, we generally use this display is displayed command. If not, in some situations, you may have to use either size or try catch blocks. Up to you. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is XPath access and what are the different types of XPath access available? Let me answer. First of all, what is XPath access? Okay, let me answer it here. The question here is, what is XPath access? Okay, so if I have to answer this question, I have to give one explanation. Okay, so a situation otherwise. Okay, I have to give a situation where, let's say there is a web page. Okay, there's a web page. On the web page, let's say, for example, okay, for example, on this web page, somewhere here there is a button. Okay, so I have to locate this button. Okay, with the help of some locator, I would like to locate this button, but there is no proper locator. Okay, this particular button, HTML code of this button doesn't have a proper ID, name, class name locators. This kind of locators are not there. Okay, I would like to locate this button on this web page, but unfortunately, in the HTML code of this particular button, there are no proper locators to locate this button directly. It's not possible to locate this button directly. Okay, direct means it's not there. Then what I will do, instead of getting discouraged, I'll check what is surrounded by this button. Okay, what are the elements that are near to this button? Okay, let's say there is a radio button here. Okay, assume that there's a text box field here. Okay, there's a text box field here. There's a text area field here. Okay, there is a drop down field here. Like that, different elements are surrounded by this. Okay, this required button that need to be located. But unfortunately, I'm not able to create a proper locator to directly locate this button. So I have to come in an indirect way. How? I have to find out the nearby elements like this, and I have to see whether at least these elements which are nearby this particular button have some proper locators like ID, name, or class name. For example, let's take this element. It has a proper locator, say ID. For example, out of this, it has an ID. So I'll first locate this element which has a ID. Directly it will locate. But my goal is not to locate this particular element. Rather, I would like to locate this element, but I'm not able to locate it directly. So what I will do here is I'll locate this element, and with the help of this element, I'll locate this element. Okay. My final goal is this button, not this element. But this button doesn't have a proper locator. So I have to find out a nearby element, either this one or this one or this one, which has a proper locator type. And first I locate that. With the help of this, I have to locate this. This kind of process, if you want to achieve, that is possible with the help of XPath access. Okay. If you want to solve this kind of situation where you are not able to locate a particular element directly, rather you would like to use another element and indirectly locate this element with the help of other element which got located, then in that case, we have to use XPath access, and this XPath access can be used in XPath expressions. Okay. You have to use this XPath access in XPath expressions. XPath access in XPath expression, this is possible. So let me practically demonstrate this for you, how this is possible and all. Okay. So how this, how by specifying this XPath access in XPath expressions, we can locate this button and all. I mean, that kind of example, how it is possible. Let me give you an example so that it will be clear for you what I am talking about. So I'll go to one application. Say I'll go to this application, tutorialsninja.com/demo application. I'll go to this login page. So in the login page, I'm not going to give any credentials and click on the login button. I'll get a warning message, right? I would like to locate this element. Okay. Whatever I'm selecting here, I would like to locate that element. That's my requirement. Let me inspect this element. Okay. So this is a div tag. Okay. But you see, when I look at this HTML code of this particular element, right, it doesn't have a proper ID. You see, ID attribute is not there. Name attribute is not there. Class attribute is there, but there are multiple classes here. So it's not proper here. So I cannot directly locate this element then. Okay. This element cannot be located directly with a proper, because it doesn't have a proper ID, name, or class name kind of locators. So what I think is, so nearby any element is there or not, I'll just check. Okay. My ultimate goal is to locate this particular part, this part. Okay. Over the mouse, this div tag, which is highlighting this part, should be located. This div tag should be located. But this doesn't have a proper ID, name, or class locators or any other type of locators to locate it directly. So what I will do here is I'll just search nearby. Otherwise, I'll go simply up. You see, there's one element here near to this element which has some ID. Okay, but my ultimate goal is not to locate this element. My ultimate goal is to locate this element. But even though my ultimate goal is to locate this element, what I will do is I'll locate this element, and with the help of this one, I'll locate this one. Okay, you got my point, right? Instead of directly locating this, it doesn't have an ID or name kind of locator, so we cannot locate it directly. So I'll find a nearby element using which I will locate this element. Okay, my ultimate goal is to locate this element, but I'll start locating with this one. So So it is a div tag having some ID. I'll copy this ID and say Control F. I'll create an XPath expression. Control F. This text box field will come here. After selecting this and say Control F, you'll get this. Here you can type XPath expression. /div @ID is equal to give that ID of that particular element. But my ultimate goal is not to locate this part. I would like to locate this one. With the help of this one, I want to locate this one. How that is possible? There are different type of XPath access. One of the, you see there are different type of XPath access here. Out of all this available XPath access, which one I have to use in this example? I have to decide here. You see, for this div tag is a child, right? This is a parent, and under the parent, this is a child. UL is a first child of this div. Div is the second child of this div. Another div is also there, which is also child of div. This is a parent tag, and under that some child tags are there. But I would like to locate this part. How to locate that? For that, flash child. Okay, I have to give this child : okay, give that. Okay, for this div tag, I have to find the child having the div tag. So I'll give div here. It's locating, but here two elements are getting located because this is one child, another div tag is also there. This one and this one are getting located. To find the first child having the div tag here, I'll just add one here. That's it. Here in this XPath expression, this is complete XPath expression. The XPath access I have used here is child : is the XPath access I have used. This part which I have highlighted here is the XPath access. One of the XPath access I have used. Like child, we have many XPath access here, like parent, ancestor, descendant, following sibling, preceding sibling, following preceding, but I have used only child in this case, okay, to make this possible. So now, after I provide child : div of one, right, it's locating this element, that is nothing but this one. Using, I'm able to locate this one, and here proper locator ID is there, but this is not the locator type of this element. With the help of this element's locator, I'm locating this part, okay. I located this one first, and with the help of this one, with the help of XPath access, I located the required one, okay. Now, this is the thing, guys, okay. This is how we have to create the XPath expressions with the help of XPath access. So simple thing, guys, whenever someone asks you what is XPath access, you have to simply say that when it is not possible for us to directly locate an element, okay, we'll find some nearby elements or relative elements to that element to see whether there is a proper locator for that. If there is some proper locator for relative elements, then we'll locate that relative element first. With the help of relative element, we'll locate the required element, okay. That's what is XPath access. Directly, if you are not able to locate, with the help of other elements, you are locating the elements, in other words, okay. And to do that, to make that possible in XPath expressions, to make this kind of XPath access possible, we have to add the XPath. We have to use XPath access in XPath expressions, okay. The different type of XPath access we can use in the XPath expressions are child : parent : ancestor : descendant : following sibling : preceding sibling : following : preceding : okay. The example, just now I have given you this example of child : which is one of the XPath access that we can use in the XPath expression to get our purpose done. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to fetch an element when its attributes are changing frequently. Let me give you an example for this. So I'll open a browser and I'll just open this in incognito mode. And here I'll access this facebook.com application. And there's a button here. As you can see, let's say there is a login button here. I would like to find this button or locate this button. Okay. With the help of XPath expressions, I would like to locate this button. So I'll inspect this button. So when I inspect this button, this is HTML code of the button and it has an ID. I'll copy this ID and create an XPath expression out of it. /button @ID is equal to like this. Okay. You see, this XPath expression is able to locate this button. But the moment when I refresh this page, okay, and inspect this button again, you see that the ID attribute value got changed. Earlier, the ID attribute value was u_0_5_3n, but now it is u_0_5_BT. This last two characters got changed. Here 3n is there, here BT is there. Again, if I refresh, it will change again. You see, MB is coming in the ending. Okay. So this value is not constant, it's changing, right? Some portion of this attribute value is changing. So how to locate this button? When I'm recording this, when I'm, locating this button now, that's fine. But when I refresh this page, again, when I come back to this page later point of time, the ID is a different ID. Some portion of this ID is a different ID. Then how to overcome such kind of problems? So the question is all about that. How to fetch or locate an element when its attribute values are changing frequently. Here this login button's ID attribute value is changing, but still with the help of ID attribute value, I would like to locate this button. Then how it is possible? For that, in XPath expressions or in XPath, we have some methods. In XPath, we have some methods known as contains and starts with. We can use these methods, okay? So here, let's use contains for now. So here, whatever the value that is not changing, u underscore 0 underscore 5, this part is not changing, and still underscore it's not. Last two letters are changing. So what I will do here is, here I'll say, instead of this part, I'll remove this and say contains, XPath contains function I'll use. And inside the contains, first one, I'll give @ID, comma, in single quotes, okay, in single quotes, I have to give the value which is not changing. That is u underscore 0 underscore 5 underscore. Okay. So the constant value which is not changing, whatever the value that is changing, last two letters are changing, right? So I will not provide that. Okay. So here contains function I have used. Okay. This particular value, if it is there in any part of this ID attribute value, okay, then it will be locating. This XPath expression will work. Not only this, you can also use starts hyphen with, because this u underscore 0 underscore 5 underscore is a starting part and this is the ending part. So you can also, apart from contains, you can also use starts with, press enter, you see, still locating. So these are the two ways. In XPath, we have some XPath methods or functions. One of the method is function is contains, another one is starts with, using which we can locate an element whose attributes values are changing frequently. Okay, any of these functions we can use to locate the element or find the element whose attribute values are changing frequently. In this is an example of the login button on the Facebook page, whose ID attributes value is changing. The last two letters are changing. Still, you should be able to locate this button by only providing the constant value which is not changing. Okay, by either using contains or starts with. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different ways to click on a button using Selenium? Let me answer. There are three different ways using which we can perform clicking on a button in Selenium automation. The first one is by using this command known as click. Okay, this is a direct way using the click command in Selenium WebDriver. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here already some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening the application URL in the browser. Okay. Once we go to this application URL in the browser, okay, to this particular URL. So after that, I would like to click on this button. Okay. This click to get alert button. So what is the proof that this button got clicked? When I click on the button, we'll get an alert. If this alert is displayed, means the button got clicked. So let me click on this button with the help of click command in Selenium WebDriver. Further, I'll inspect this button. When I inspect this button, this is HTML code. It has an ID. Copy this ID locator. And here write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of the button. And say dot click directly. Okay, this is a direct command which will perform the click operation on the button. Now let's run this code and see whether the button is being clicked. How to know that the button has been clicked? If you get that alert, as I showed you, then it proves that the button has been clicked. Okay, let's wait. Let's see whether an alert is coming. You see, alert got displayed. That means this particular button got clicked. Now, the other ways of clicking a button, apart from this click command, we can also use other ways to click on a button using the actions class, which will simulate the mouse and keyboard keys actions. Okay, so I'll just remove this line, or what I can do here is I'll just remove this click command and this driver.find element thing. This is nothing but a button, right? Button, which need to be clicked. Create a web element out of it. Now write the actions. Actions is equal to new actions. Okay. Now hold the mouse on these actions. Import it. And here you have to pass this driver. Now using this actions object reference, say actions dot click of web element. Here you have to pass this button web element that you have to click. Using the mouse click, it's going to click. Okay. Using the mouse, it's going to click on the button. Okay. Dot perform. At the end, you have to add perform. Otherwise, this actions related command is not going to work. Okay. This is not normal click. This is actions click. Now run this code and see. If the alert is coming means the button has been clicked using the actions click command. Okay. That is a mouse click has been simulated here. Mouse left click has been simulated here. Okay. You see the alert came. Done. What next? I'll remove this part. Next is the third way to click on a button with the help of JavaScript executor. By running some JavaScript code, we can do that. Okay, so for that, here, just write this driver and typecast the driver with JavaScript executor. Okay, fine. Import here, write down JSC is equal to, put a semicolon here, over the mouse, to create local variable. Now hover the mouse and now JavaScript executor. Okay, change to JavaScript. There is some small mistake here. It should be lowercase. Over the mouse, import it. Done. Now using this object reference, we have to typecast a driver with JavaScript executor to get this object reference. Now say JSC dot execute script. JSC dot execute script. And here provide the argument. In this place of arguments, provide this button as an argument. And to refer to this button, you have to say double quotes, write down arguments of 0. At the 0 at index position, this argument is there and say dot click. This is a not normal click. This is JavaScript click. This click is JavaScript click. Now run this code. Just see whether using JavaScript you are able to click on this button. If you are getting the alert means with the third way also you are able to click on the button with the help of JavaScript executor in Selenium WebDriver. Let's wait. So let's wait for this. You see alert got displayed. That means the button has been clicked with the help of JavaScript. You are able to click on the button in Selenium WebDriver. So these are the three ways in Selenium using which we can click on a button. Okay. First one using the click command. Second one using the actions class click command, mouse click command. Then using JavaScript executor click command. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different types of exceptions in Selenium? Let me answer. Here are the list of exceptions that you may come across while working with Selenium automation. Let me read them one by one for you. First one, invalid argument exception. Then we have unhandled alert exception, stale element reference exception, invalid selector exception, JavaScript exception, no such window exception, no alert present exception, no such element exception, no such frame exception, page load timeout exception, then element not interactable exception, no such session exception, session not created exception, element click intercepted exception. This one is already covered here, right? No such element exception. This is repeated. I'll delete this. Then we have illegal state exception, unhandled alert. It's already covered here. Let me delete from here. Timeout is also covered here. Timeout is covered here. So I'll remove from here. Okay. These are the list of exceptions that you may come across while working with Selenium automation. Few things that you can remember are, this one, no such element exception. This you may come across. And stale element reference exception is also kind of thing. Then element not interactable exception you may come across. Then timeout exception you'll just come across. Okay. So element click intercepted exception. Okay. So these are few exceptions, guys. Whatever the exception types you remember, you just try to answer them in the interview for this question. Okay. But I collected all the exception types you may come across while working with Selenium automation. Most of the things are covered. Maybe one or two may be missing, but almost everything in this list are covered. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye.